ป๊ะเดียว
ไม่แปลกมันทำได้อะมันก็เก่งอ่ะมันต้องมีบ้างแหละที่ผมโดนแม่งยิงอ่ะไม่ใช่ผมยิงมันคนเดียวอ่ะ
คนอื่นตั้งเยอะตั้งแยะโดนกูไอ้เหี้ยนีออนแม่ง
ไม่พี่ต้องเริ่มกับพี่ต้องโทษอิมตัวเองก่อน
นีออนอยู่อะใกล้
โอ้ยข่าวจั๊วเลย
อุ้ยโทษ
ข่าวจั๊วเลยกู
คืนนี้มีใครจะดูแข่งมั่งไม่มีหรอกแค่กูดูคนเดียวเหมือนเดิม
กูโดนข่าว2-3รอบติดมันคืออะไรเนี่ย
แค่โดนลูกตาโดนแฟดของฝั่งเขาโคตรเยอะไอ้เหี้ยแต่กูแฟดเขาโดน2 ลูกไม่โดนเหี้ยอะไรเลย
วินอ่ะ
โอ้โห4 ตัวอยู่ใกล้หมดเลย
โอ้ยเฮียเนี่ยอยู่ในไซส์
ใครเป็นไรร้องไห้อีกวะใครเป็นไรร้องไห้วะไอพีทไอ้ไนท์ร้องไห้เหรอไม่สบาย
หวัดแดกไง
นี่หายอีก
อย่างอาทิตย์หนึ่งอ่ะประมาณอาทิตย์หนึ่งอ่ะผมเป็นหวัดแล้วหายยาก
อืม
ไม่ได้
ฝั่งนู้น
ฉี
แม่
ด
ง
วัค
ทีม
ซีน
บ้าไอ้เหี้ยอะไรไม่รู้15 16 17 19
กู
อยู่ใกล้
กูต้องเป็นคนยังไงเว้ยกูเปิดสตรีมกูนั่งแชทจอกูเนี่ย
โอ้ยเฮียกดผิด
เฮ้ยเฮียอยู่หลังกู โอ้อยู่แบ็กไซด์2 ตัว
เรื่องแค่นี้ทำไงอ่ะ
ทำใจไงป้า
โอ้ยกูยิงไม่ออก
เรื่องผมเหลือแบบ20มันเดินมาแฝงหลังไม่มีใครรู้เรื่องอะไรเลย
มันยิงกูยังไม่โดนเลย
มันยิงผมก่อนมันค่อยสะบัดไปหาพี่แล้วผมก็หันกลับไปยิงมันเนี่ยไอ้เฮียมันยิงผมไม่ตายด้วยไอ้เฮียแม่งคงแบบไอ้เฮียกูยิงตายแล้วกูสะบัดตัวต่อไปเลยไม่ตายเลยกูสวนเขาให้
โอ้ย
ไอ้เฮียมีทั้งไซเฟอร์มีทั้งเคเจไอ้เฮียโดนแฝงหลังไอ้เฮียตลก
โอ้โอ้เฮียแม่งบ้านอยู่ใกล้ไซต์ก่อสร้างมันก็จะลำบากหน่อยนะทุกคนฝนมันก็จะเยอะๆหน่อย
ไม่เยอะๆอะพี่เยอะเลยอะแบบเยอะเลยอะ
คิดดูดิพี่ทำความสะอาดเคสแล้วแบบwhat the fuck นี่ฝุ่นใช่ไหมอ่ะแบบโอ้ชิตกูไม่อยากดูเลยใช่ไหม
แล้วท้ออะ
สมนี่ฝุ่นอะไร
ใครคนอะ
รอพี่ไอ้บูมอะ
แค่การเล่นเซตนี้แม่ง20 อัพตลอดเลยวะแพ้ต่อดีกว่า
ทำอะไรกันอ่ะ รออะไรกัน
รอพี่บู
ค
ม
นหนึ่ง
มาเล่นเดธแมทกับพี่ดีกว่ามา
ได้นะพี่โอ้ยถ้าปวดแขนมากเมาส์มันค่อนข้างช้าเลยแหละ
อ่ะกดเดดแมทไปเลยไป
แป๊บนึงนะ
มาสตรีมช้าไม่ใช่ว่ากูไปเที่ยวซุงเที่ยวสาวไม่ใช่นะครับ
เดี๋ยวมา
แค่ตื่นกูก็ปาไป2 ทุ่มแล้วครับ ลงไปหากินกินข้าวอีกอะไรอีกโอ้ยตาย
Death match. Warm up.
เฮ้ยอันนี้ใครอ่ะเอ้าทำไมพี่ตายอ่ะพี่ ได้ยังไงไอ้เหี้ยเอ้ยยิงกันอยู่เลย
ยิงกันอยู่ดีๆ กูก็หลับเฉย
ว้ายิงโดน
ๆอุ้ยของจี
นี่โดนตาตีแล้วโดนเมื่อกี้ก่อนเฉยเลยปั้น
โอ้ยโอ้ยไอ้เหี้ยมันจะขับ
Look at me. I know that I am by your side.
Fight.
แม่งใต้แบบหัวโดนเฉาะไอ้เหี้ย
เฮ้ยเยอะเยอะ
เฮ้ยพี่ไนท์เอ้าตายแล้วเหรอพี่
ตายดิโดนไปเดียวยิง
ไม่นะไม่น่าเลย เฮ้ยเอ้ยเยอะจังอ่ะโอ้ยโอ้ยโอ้ยยิงไม่โดนนี่เหี้ยอันน่ะอันน่ะเฮ้ยยิงไม่ได้หน่อยยิงกลางยิงหน่อยจะตายแล้ว
เอ๊ะ
Return to dust.
กระสุนหมด
Opponent killed.
ว้าวไงวะ
โอ้ตายแล้ว
Rest.
ไปซ้ายก็ยิง
โอ้เอ้าอะไรโอ้ยผมรู้หมดแล้ว
เอ้ยเลือดโลเลือด8
เฮ้ยทาง
ยิงไม่โดน
ชิบหายแล้ว
Remove.
เอ้า
หัวโยกไอ้นะไหน
เลือดโลเลือดโล
เย้ย
โอ้ยโยรู้โยรู้
ไม่โดนตัวเม็ดเดียว
โอ้ยอะไรเนี่ยโอ้ยเดียวเนี่ย โอ้ยโดนได้ไงวะเฮ้ยโดนได้ไงอย่างยิงกากาได้ไงวะไอ้เหี้ย
มาแล้วไปเอาข้าวเหนียวมะม่วงมา
Eliminate.
โดนผมเจาะหัวเลยเฉาะหัว
เฮ้อ
เอากูเหรอจะเอากูไอ้พี่
เลือดมึงน้อยแล้ว
นี่ไง
เลือดมึงน้อยแล้วเลือดมึงน้อยแล้วไอ้สัตว์เลือดมึงน้อยแล้ว
ยิงนี่เฉย
ไว้
เลย
ทัมมิ่ง
Good attempt. 3 down. One dead. Enemy
โอ้
removed.
เยอะเกิน
เราเก็บเนื้อไปทันด้วยเย้
โอ้โหถ้ากูไม่กระโดดจริงๆกูไม่โดนหรอกไอ้สัตว์
อะไรวะ
You fought well.
เมื่อกี้เสียงใครวะ
เม็ดเดียว
เฮ้ยเฮ้ย
ไปเดียววิ่งไปแล้ว
เฮ้ยเฮ้ย
อ่า
เฮ้ยไอ้เหี้ยไอ้ปั้นไอ้สัตว์กูกำลังเล่นไงกับพี่นิวอยู่
เฮียเยอะชิบหายสัตว์เอ้ย
โอ้ยเจจิโอเพเยอร์
เว้ยเว้ยใครก็ได้เอามันดิไอ้ปั้นมันจะมาหลอยกูเหรอ
เดี๋ยวได้ใครฆ่าพี่วะ
โอ้เยอะชิบหายเฮ้ยไปเดียวมา
Enemy down.
หลบอยู่
แม่งหมดอะ
ใส่กูดิ
โอ้ยโอ้ยใครก่อนดีวะ
อีด
ไอ้ไหนเจอตูดเตี๋ยวกูหน่อยเฮ้ย
Unavoidable.
เฮ้ย
ไอ้เหี้ยเสือกเห็นก่อนดิเฮ้ยไอ้คนยิงวัดเป็นไง
สงสัยต้องหันไปยิงพวกนั้นก่อนแล้วไอ้เหี้ย
โอ้ผมอุตส่าห์ปั่นพี่จะยิงผมเว้ย
ไอ้เหี้ยไอ้สัตว์ไอ้เหี้ย
Quiet
เย
now.
อะแล้ว
โอ้ยไม่โดนได้แค่วันนั้นเดียวไอ้เหี้ยใครใส่ไอ้คนใส่หมวกมันเดินแบบย่องอยู่ผมเดินตามอย่างเงี้ย
ไอ้เหี้ยเอาอีกแล้วสัตว์มึง
โอ้ยอะไรเนี่ย
นี่อ้า
เลือดกูโลเก็บปั้นไปเก็บเลือดกูไอ้เหี้ย
ทำคอนเทนต์อยู่
มันมั่วเลยไอ้เหี้ยมั่วที่ปาย
ไม่มีใครเห็นกูไม่มีใครเห็นกูไม่มีใครเห็นกู
ไอ้สุดไอ้เหี้ยปัน
ไม่มีใครเห็นกูไม่มีใครเห็นกูไม่มีใครเห็นกูไม่มีใครเห็น
Cipher removed.
เฮ้ยโอ้โหพระเจ้าตัวเบาอยู่โอ้จะถึงฝั่งฝันอยู่แล้ว
มีใครเห็นมึงยังไงสัตว์
ผมเจอบ่อยมากเลยไอ้หมวก
Cipher removed.
พี่นิว
เอาไม่ได้เลยกู
1 minute remaining. 10 kills remaining.
ด้วย
เหี้ยแม่งมือกูก็ลั่นซะเร็วเลยไอ้
ช่วย
เหี้ย
ช่วยเหรอ ช่วยเหรอเฮ้ย
ช่วยด้วย
ไอ้เพิ่งเป็นคลิปตั้งตัว
30 seconds left.
พังตัว กูพังตัวอยู่
โอ้ยิงปืน
ไอ้เยี่ยมพังตัวพังตัวพังตัว
ศูนย์หมด
ว้า
Good attempt.
10 seconds left.
หัว
มานะ5 วิแล้ว
เฮ้ยหัวใครวะน่ะเฮ้ยมีหัว
Now to
โดน
manhood.
ผมแน่พี่โดนผมแน่ไอ้สันเหมือนเขารู้อะไอ้เหี้ยเหมือนเขารู้เขายืนเล็งรอกูเลย
พวกมึงทำร้ายกู
อ๋อผมพังตัวอยู่พี่
พวกมึงทำร้ายพวกมึงจ้องจะทำร้ายกู
แล้วมันอ
มา
อกมันออกไม่ได้
เอามากันแล้วโอเคโอเคงั้นพี่ปล่อยพวกมึงเล่นกันละ
กูใจวิลาว
อนุตาไอ้เหี้ย
แต่รู้นะจากตายทุกราวเป็นยิงทุกราวอ่ะ
คม
กูตายไป27 ตัวเลยนี่
มา
ดู
รู้
เมื่อ
จั
วาก น
ครับ
มึงดูเมื่อวานเขายิงเลยพี่อะ
ผมรู้จักครับ คือใครไม่รู้ทำไมโห
เมื่อวาน
ด
ใครเล่นวะเอ้าเมื่อวานเมื่อวานไอ้ป้านไม่ได้เล่นนี่หว่าหรือเล่นวะ
ไม่เล่นเมื่อวานอ่ะ
อ๋อเมื่อวานพี่นิวเล่น
วันนั้นทำงาน
ของหวาน
เย้จะดูหน้า
ไม่รู้ การเลยจะไปแทงหลังพี่นิวก็แทงไม่โดน
Match found.
อ้าวมาแล้วเหรอ
นั่นสิ
Death match. Warm up.
ไอ้เหี้ยกูไม่รู้เรื่องเหี้ยเลยกูยังดูเฟซบุ๊กอยู่เลย
If any of you die, I lose a bet with brimstone, so don't embarrass me like that, please.
Fight!
I want to see you crawl. End it.
ไม่เอาเยอะ
โล
นะ
โลทุกตัว ยกเว้นไซเบอร์สิ
ไอ้เหี้ย
One
ได้
down.
เลยพี่ก่อนเลย
ไม่โดนหัววะอุ้ยเข้าหัว2 เม็ดเลย
กระโมงด่วน
ติดติดติดติด
โอ้ยที่อยู่นี่แล้วหรอไว้มาตอนไหนวะ
Killed.
สแกนไปก็ไม่เจอไม่ใช่เหรอเมื่อกี้ไอ้เหี้ยเอ้ยมันมาจากไหนเนี่ย
ไปไหนแล้ววะ
ๆเข้าเอแล้ว
โอ้โหไอ้เหี้ยนั่งรอกูเลย
ผมโดนแบบพี่เลยมันนั่งอย่างนั้นเลยอ่ะ
โดนไป36
ของตรงกลางอ่ะวางซ้ายใกล้ซ้ายใกล้ผมงงอ่ะเลนมันไหลมาตอนไหนอ่ะมันนั่งรอเลยอ่ะไอ้เหี้ยผมงงมากเลยก็ส่องอยู่ตลอดเวลานะแล้วเขาสแกนไปรอบแรกมันก็ไม่มีใครอ่ะน่าจะใคร
มันท้องว่ะ
Not worth the bullets.
Dominating.
ไปเบอร์52
Enemy down.
Ten kills remaining.
เข้าเอหมดแล้วมั้ง
Goodbye.
โอ้ยหันมายิงหัวกูเลยวะ
มีฝั่งกลางต่ออยู่มันวางครับพี่มันจะไปวางก็วางแล้ว
ดิ้งหัว
โอ้ยขวา
5 kills remaining.
การยิงของผมมันดูแปลกๆนะเจ็ดกูเล็งทำไมวะ
1 kill remaining.
โอ้โหเคาะกันสลัวเอ้อ
มองหน้ากูหน่อยดิ
มันเป็นดาวอ่ะมีอัพด้วยเว้ย
93
เล่นปะครับเล่นปะครับ
ได้ได้
แม่งมีอัพด้วยยี่เฟดอ่ะ
กดได้เลยกดได้เลย
โอ้ยยิงแชมเบอร์โดนนัดเดียวเองเว้ย46
อีทเล่นปะเนี่ย
ไม่รู้เหมือนกัน
มันอยู่ในดิสอะ
อ๋อช่วงนี้เขาเป็นจอมเวทอยู่
มึงคุยอะไรอยู่ก็ไม่รู้
ไม่รู้เหมือนกัน
ไอ้ต้องทำอะไรเลยเหรอเนี่ยง่ายไปปะวะเนี่ยเกมตัวเนี้ย
Match found.
อุ้ยเอเซเดน2เลด
ยุคมันป่ะหรือเก่า
เก่า
เก่ามากไหม
มันดูไม่ได้อย่าดูแค่ได้ว่าเป็นเอเซเดน
มันก็เพิ่ง
เก่ามากไหมไม่รู้แต่ไม่เท่าเมียเก่ามึงหรอก
มันก็เพิ่งเข้าไอ้ที่แล้วไม่ใช่เหรอแรงเฮียเนี่ย
ก็รอบที่แล้วไง
เฮ้ยไอ้เหี้ยวางบอดผิด
ไม่เข้ากลางบ่อย
สมองให้หน่อย
ชิบหาย
สมองให้หน่อยสมองให้หน่อย
ไม่มีใครเลือกเลย
มาแล้วเริ่มเลือกกันแล้ว
ไอ้นั่นมันจะเล่นสโมกหรืออะไร
ไม่รู้มัน
หน้าเมนตัวหนึ่ง
เขาก็เลยสกอร์เขาต่ำไม่ได้ทำให้กลาง
โอ้กลางตัวหนึ่ง
Select your agent.
อุ๊ย
Initiator
ไอ้หี้
2 เลยไหม
ข้าของตัวเลย
Everyone is
เข้าแล้ว
afraid
ตัวหนึ่ง
of something.
อยู่ในไซต์สมองหลอกไปต่างคนต่างหมุนนะ
80
ข้างบนทั้งคู่อ่ะหากันไม่เจอ
แม่งยิงเข้าตัวกู2 เม็ดเลยวะแม่งยิงตะแปมแบบตึ้งๆเลยอะ
เยอะฝั่ง
ไม่มี
โคตรตึ
เว้
ง
น
เล
เลย ยไอ้เหี้ย
เข้าดิสเปล่า
Chamber, I'm here to fight.
ได้ได้
Whatever you're scheming, leave
จะ
me
ได้
out
ไม่
of
ต้อง
it.
กด
เหี้ยโอบ
สวัสดีครับ เป็นจอมเวทอยู่เหรอครับ อ้าวเหมือนเขาจะไม่อยู่ เราต้องไปข้างบนก่อนไหม
ยี
เผื่
ฟ
อกว
อน ยู่ไหม
ส
เนี่ย
มาธิเขา
คุยกับอ๋อมันเปิดคอมทิ้งไว้
อ๋อ
I'm out of here.
Shutting them down. Target sighted. Team suppressed.
Mark one.
Bro, please, your computer is open, by the way.
Reloading.
Your computer is open, bro.
What else?
I can hear you, bro. Yeah, I can hear you talking with unknown.
ถึงกูจะเห็นแววแพ้ว่ะ
One enemy
What up?
remaining.
What up? Nothing. ไม่ได้ต้องการอะไร
ทาวเวอร์แล้วซ้
Player standing.
ไม่ได้ต้องการอะไร
ชูบเลย
มึงฟลิป360องศาป่ะไม่ฟลิป
ทาวเวอร์
Toxin screen down.
กูเห็นโอกาสแพ้ตานี้ว่ะไอ้เหี้ยแม่งมี2 นัด
พอฟิตนูบเลยอ่ะ
Oh,
อะไร
bro.
ชอบดิบอกเลยกูเห็นโอกาสแพ้ชิบหายตาเนี้ย
Clutch.
bro unknown bro
ไอ้เหี้ยกูบอกทาวเวอร์ไอสัตว์ไม่สับกระสุน
Promises we expect you to keep.
มันโดดลงมาแล้ว มันโดดลงมาแล้ว
ตอนแรกมันอยู่ทาวเวอร์ก่อนมันยิงแชมเบอร์อีกรอให้เขาสับปืนเสร็จแล้วค่อยออกไปยิงเขา
Clear to engage. Weapons hot.
I'll find you. I have the spike. Go, go, go.
Shutting them down. One suppressed.
ทะลุ
Last player
ส
standing.
โม ข้างหลังคนนึง
Everyone's motor functions okay? I know humans get tired.
Anyone have funds to spare?
Gotta go.
เอมเบอร์กับไวเปอร์มาด้วยกัน
Bonne chance, mes amis.
เคดีฝั่งเขาเกิน 1.5 ทุกคนเคดีฝั่งเราไม่ถึง 1.5 เลยสักคน มีผม 1.7 อยู่คนเดียวเอง
ช็อตดาเมจ
Where are you?
Not your best. Oh, sorry.
ผมก็ชอบฟังกู
One enemy remaining.
Take it, take it.
Bring them down. Bring them down. Where are you?
โลทั้งคู่เลยเนาะ
We'll catch them.
Wow.
Sleep, my sister. You've seen too much.
That was good, but there is more to do. On n'est pas sorti d'auberge.
Go, 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 go!
ทำไมอยู่ดีไม่เห็นแชมเบอร์กันมาเยอะจังวะมันบัฟมาเหรอ
ยังแต่ก็น่าจะบัฟแหละไม่รู้ว่าจะเร็วหรือช้า
I'm out of here.
ไปเลยจ้าเฮ้ยจะเบียดอะไรกันเล่า
One suppressed.
โลมาก
Jet flank.
Watch out!
Jet flanking
This way! Go, go, go! I'll find you.
Don't get in my way.
Marked one.
Rain is gone.
Bring them down.
Oh, chamber home.
รอโยนผักนะ
Bring them down.
Knife deployed. Flash. Two suppressed.
ปอบอัก
Last player standing.
เต็มหน้าผมเลยแฟบ
If you lose focus, you die. Breathe when it's over.
Knife deployed.
ผมไม่ซื้อไม่ทัน
I'll find you.
จะเปลี่ยนปรุงเปลี่ยนปืนไม่พอจะทัน
Reloading.
The hunt begins.
Coming through! Bring them down. Bring them down.
What out, what out?
Flag me.
เฮ้ย โอ้ยแชมเบอร์ก็ยืนบัง
Last player standing.
เฟดเลือดเหลือหนึ่งผมยิงไป44ไม่เห็นแววชนะเลยว่ะเอาจริงๆไม่ได้อยากมาดูถูกนะ แต่ผมไม่เห็นจริงๆว่ะ
นีออนมันแบบ
It seems these strangers want
ไม่
me
รู้ว่านีออนมันวิ่งเข้าไปแบบมั่วมาก
I'm not so first.
Go, go, go!
รอกระสุนสักนัดไหมเพื่อน
I'm out of here.
กูขอให้มึงรอกระสุนให้กูแค่นัดเดียวเท่านั้นแหละ
Anyone have funds to spare? Their hope is their poison.
กูว่าตายกูว่าแชมเบอร์ตาย ไม่ก็นีออนถ้ามึงไปเร็วขนาดนั้นอะ2 ตัวอยู่นี่
Many enemies B. This! Go, go, go!
โอ้ยชิบหายเต็มหน้ากูไปหมดเลยเบียดกันเอาเล่นไม่ได้แล้วกูเอา
Where are you?
This way!
ไอ้เหี้ยหลบได้อีกนิดนึงกูว่าแล้ว
Out of here. Rotate.
Last player standing. Flawless.
ไม่เห็นแววชนะเลยจ้า ไม่เห็นจริงๆจ้า
Go, go, go!
มันแฟลงก์ตลอดอะแต่ไม่มีใครดูได้อะแชมเบอร์ก็เข้าตายก่อนตลอดอะ
Kill them.
แล้วจะเลิกก็เลิกไม่ได้
ผมไม่สามารถเล่นคนเดียวกับ5 คนได้จ้า
Fight through. Gotta go!
I have
Where are you?
Marked one.
เดียวข้าไม่ตาย
แปงมาอันนี้ก็แพ้
Radiant kill.
มีอีกเด้อบอกไว้ก่อนมีอีกเด้อ
Flash.
You are divided. Last player standing.
อ๋อไม่มีแล้วอ่ะ
ผมบอกแล้วว่าตานี้ก็แพ้
Remember, nobody's a hero when they're crying for air.
I'm out of here.
ไม่ต้องเล่นช้า
Go, go, go.
แต่เล่นช้ามันไม่เป็น
Flashbang.
เต็มหน้าเลยจ้ะ
Shutting them down. One suppressed.
Chamber stop Chamber ติดอ่ะ
My ultimate is ready.
หลังเตรียมตัวแล้วหลังมาจะถึงตัวเราแล้วนะ
I'll find you.
Coming through.
Mark you.
Reloading.
Face your fear.
แรงแน่เลย
โอ้ยโอ้ยเฮียอะไรวะเนี่ย
Bring them down.
Net deployed. One suppressed.
Where are you?
Reloading. Here. Reloading.
30
มี
seconds
แค่ออฟ
left.
นะ
Don't get in my way.
Bring them
Uh-huh.
down.
I have the spike down. B. Last player standing.
ไปตัวขวาตัว
10 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
3 kills. I'm built different.
Make their fear your weapon. Or use a gun. Whichever.
What the fuck is this man คือ KO ต้องออฟป่ะเนี่ย What the fuck
ฝั่งแม่งโผล่กันที3ตัว4ตัว
There.
Go, go, go.
ยิงไม่เคยได้เลยมันโผล่กันเยอะเกิน
Gotta go.
You want to play? Let's play.
I'm out of
ส
here.
เปรสต่อไปเลย ไปดิ
Get out of my way. Mare, take them.
Up there.
Bring them down. Take this.
Spike down A.
Go, go, go.
I have the spike.
Down.
ขอบคุณนะนีออน
Reloading.
Last player
กูว่า
standing.
แล้ว
โอ้ย
แล้วแชมเบอร์กูก็ตุยใน3 2 1
I can't miss. Teleport's ready. So close.
ไม่มีใครรู้เรื่องเลยว่าเจ็ดอะกระโดดอันติมาให้พวกเราอะ
มันอยู่ในสโมกเหรอวะ
เจ็ดตอนแรกเจ็ดมันอยู่อาร์คอยู่ขวา
ไม่
กัน
แต่เราอยู่ในสโมกนะก็เลย
ไม่มีแล้วขวา
30 seconds left.
มันมีทีพี
2 ตัวโอเคถือว่าเห็นแล้ว แต่เพื่อนเราจะทำยังไง
That jet is all speed, no skill. She's mine. Gotta go.
นีออนแม่งเล่นแต่ช็อตกันแล้วก็ทำอะไรไม่ได้อะ1 คิว 9 เดส
Gotta go.
I'll find you.
I'm out of here.
ปืนโกเล่นแบบนี้กูรู้แล้วไอ้สัตว์
โอ้แม่งรู้อ่ะ
One enemy remaining.
เล่นกูเลยรู้แล้วครับ
Spike planted.
โอ้ยอย่าชิบหายวางงี้ไม่ได้ไม่เป็นไรได้อยู่โอเครู้ได้
Where are you?
ลองให้มาจากมิดอ่ะ
แม่งเซฟอ่ะ
มีพราวเลอร์อยู่อ่ะมันมีเงินมันไม่ควรเซฟป่ะเหอะ
มันใช้โอพีมันถือโอพีกัน2 กระบอกเมื่อกี้
Careful.
Thrifty.
ไอ้เหี้ยไม่รอดเหรอ
วางไว้ใกล้ไงวางไว้ใกล้สุดเลยไง
Not that I need to, of course.
อย่างเงี้ยหรือว่ารอดโอ้ยอ๋อยังไงมันก็ต้องเซฟเรื่องมันเหลือแค่1ยิงไปเยอะแล้วไงมันจะตายแล้วมันเซฟเพื่อนต้องบอกให้เซฟโอพีแล้วแหละ
แต่มันคือเลน่านะ
Go, go, go.
ก็เซฟให้แชมเบอร์ไง
Focus now. Eyes off me.
ไม่ให้แชมเบอร์ก็ต้องให้เจ็ดเล่นนะ2 คนนั้นอะ
ไม่เลน่ามันเล่นนะตาที่แล้วเลน่ามันก็เล่น
ใช่โอ้ยโดดผิด
อ๋อ
อ้าวโอ้ยเจ็ด
จะยิงไอไอนั่นอ่ะไม่โยนมาพอดีอ่ะ
This
เจ็ด
way.
อยู่ดีเจ็ดอยู่ลิงก์ว่ะไวเปอร์ไม่แจ้งข่าว
ไม่มีใครดูเลย
เจ็ดพุทลิงก์
Slow. Gotta go.
เอเรียน
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
To die.
เฮียนี่โอพี
Toxin screen down.
วาง
เล่น
เส
ห
ร็
รอ
จปุ๊บออก
ต้องไป
ปุ๊
เล่
บ
น
ตาย
ไม่
เลย
ต้องไปเล่นฮอต้องไปเล่นในฮอปลอดภัยที่สุดก็เล่นในฮอยกวอลขึ้นปึ๊บทำเนียนเหมือนกูอยู่ไกล AFK บ้าอะไร
เสีย
อะ
ง
มันไม่ได้ AFK หรอกไอเนี่ย
ตายเลยมันมาจากข้างหลังแน่เนี่ย
ยกวอลขึ้นได้
ก็
เว้ย
ได้ปะวอลก็เอาขึ้นได้มันเล่นเป็นมัน
Last round before the switch.
มันไม่เอาวอลขึ้นเลยสักครั้งอะ
Funds to spare.
มันเอาขึ้นตอนที่
Need a drop.
เล่น
มันฆ่าเจ็ตเสร็จปุ๊บมันก็ไม่เข้าขึ้นอีกเลย
อืมมันต้องมีเหตุผลมันน่าจะคิดว่าหลอกให้เขาไอ้นี้เปล่าไวเปอร์นายไม่ต้องใช้หรอกมั้งขอ57กำลังดี
Get out of my way.
สวยเลยขอออฟนะขอออฟ
Flashbang.
Coming through. Bring them down.
โอ้ยระวังแฟลชเนี่ยนะโดนแฟลชแล้วไม่โดนปลายได้อะ
มันอยู่ไหน
อยู่อาร์ตโอ้
What out?
Spike planted. Fight them! Mark 2.
Oh, forward and down.
กดแล้ววะ
อย่าง
We'll catch them. I'll find you. Marked 1. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
defusing
มัน
โอ้
ต้องอยู่แล้วแม่ง
Nice.
ตะโกนดิฟิวนี่เลยรู้อยู่แล้วว่าไม่งต้องออก
คือกูเล่นเป็นเพื่อนกูเล่น
Switching
เป็น
sides.
ไอชิบหายชอบทำให้กูโลกพวกมึงเนี่ยแต่แพ้เพราะมันทำผมโลกนี่แหละใช่ไหม
ถ้าเมื่อกี้ยังพีคออกไปแพ้
เกือบโดนมันยิงโดนหัวผมด้วย แต่สแนปกลับก่อน ไม่งั้นตายเหี้ยดีก็โดนทะลุใครเป็นคนพูดวะเมื่อกี้แชมเบอร์เหร
มี
อ
ไวเปอร์นะน่าจะไวเปอร์
โอ้ยแหมมึงให้กูยิงอย่างเดียวเลย
ฆ่าเพื่อนอีกฆ่าเพื่อนแล้วมันต้องออกมาอยู่แล้วว่ามันไม่
ผมอุตส่าห์ฆ่าเพื่อนแล้วผมก็หลบหลังสโม
Where
กมัน
are you?
เล่นเชิงหน่อยดิวะเฮียเอ้ยเล่นเชิงกันไม่เป็นไอ้เฮียเป็นฝั่งบุกแท้ๆเลยวางแล้วแท้
เอาให้ได้อย่างน้อยหนึ่งโอ้โห
ๆ
ไม่
ห
ได้
นึ่ง
เลย
เหตุไป1-1ชิบหายเสียเหลือ33
Enemy B.
เพื่อนโลครึ่งหลอด
Suppressing.
เออเฮ้ยทอยมันมา
Reloading.
90มันดูดเลือด
Last player standing.
โอ้
Get ready. I go fast. Gotta go.
มันก็สมองมันก็รีบตายอ่ะ
ทำไมแชมเบอร์เรากับแชมเบอร์เขามันต่างกันคนละขั้วโลกเลยวะ
ดูนีออนเราก่อน
ทอดกลางเลย
Where are you?
ซีโร่พอยต์ยังบั๊กอยู่เหรอเนี่ยไหนบอกแก้แล้ว
เห็นปะ โอ้ไรคลิกโคตรโชคร้ายเลยใกล้ขนาดนั้นไม่โดนเลย
Spike planted.
โล
Goodbye.
อาร์เซอร์โล
Reloading.
I'll find you. Last player standing. Yatasha.
Take aim, Zenfire. Let's not complicate it.
Gotta go.
ออนครับ
I'm out
มึง
of
ช่วย
here.
เล่นดีๆได้ไหมครับพวกกูไม่ไหวแล้วครับมึงมากับใครครับนีออนครับ
Gotta go.
Where are you?
โอ้โห
Gotta go.
พุชบีไม่หยุดแน่เลยวะ
Take this.
Flashbang.
Go, go, go.
อาจจะกลับไปแล้วนะ
Smoke A. Planting A, planting A.
Spike planted.
อุ้ยสโมคหายพอดี
I'll find you. Take hold. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
แล้วยังตายอีกเหรอกู
Let's make a
โอ้ตาย
plan.
แล้วกู
Then execute.
ไอ้เหี้ย
I'm out of here.
เสียปืนหมดเลยว่ะไม่ข้อที่จะไม่คุ้มเลย
Who will I spot first?
Where are you?
เยอะเยอะ โอ้ยไวเปอร์แม่งโดดโยนอ่ะ แม่งโยนจัดเลยอ่ะ โอ้โห โดนสมโมก
Bring them down. Spike planted. Last player standing.
My ult is ready.
โดนป๊อปปิ้งด้วย
ไม่ NT อะไรแล้วแม่ง
These guns
Viper
are
แม่งโยน
okay,
แล้ว
but
อ่ะ
I will also bring my own. No
แม่ง
offense.
โดดออกนอกวอลตัวเองแบบเล่นอยู่
Go, go, go.
Quick speed, quick trigger. They are so dead.
Get out of my
I'll
way.
find you.
There.
โอ้โห
Enemy mid.
ลืมดูว่าเจ็ตมีอันติ
Go away.
Enemy A.
A, A, A.
Gotta go.
อะไรเชมเบอ
Spike
ร์
planted.
คือ
You
แม่ง
want
ได้
to
ดู
play?
เอ
Let's
ขนาดนั้น
play.
เนี่ย
Toxin screen down.
Last player standing.
I'll survive a dent or two. Can't say the same for you fragile humans.
นี่ไม่มีตังค์ซื้อของแล้วว่ะปิงเอนะเล่นบีเลย
Where are you?
Two suppressed.
Marked one.
ฆ่าไม่ได้ อะไรวะน่ะ
Reloading.
Face your fear!
Attaling.
Last player standing. Match point.
Go, go, go. My advice? I can buy. Who needs what? I can buy. Who
Does
needs
anyone
what?
have funds?
find you.
Many enemies A.
Jet low jet.
Dạ ย้ายแล้วอย่างเงี้ยโอ้ย
Shutting them down.
Spike down A.
หลังแหกหลังแหกนั่นเอง
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
แม่เอ้ย
Toxin screen down.
You are divided!
บอกแล้วว่าไม่เห็นโอกาสไม่เห็นแววชนะตั้งนานแล้วผมอะไม่เห็นแววชนะตั้งแต่เริ่มเกมนี้แล้ว
Don't get in my way.
ช่วยไหมครับ
One
ช่วยไหม
enemy
ครับ
remaining.
Now, where was I? No need for this.
เนี่ยมันเข้ามาโยนหรือว่าอะไรวะ
Okay,
เนี่ย
which gun to pick this time?
I can drop.
เนี่ยมันเข้ามา next try next try next try แล้วมันก็วิ่งเข้าไปตายทุกราวด์ มีเอปะ
There. Trap destroyed.
เอาเล่นอะไรกันเละอะไรเงี้ย
Teleport's broken.
Gun.
Spike down A. Last player standing.
โอ้ย
Attackers win.
ก็ผมบอกนะผมไม่ได้แช่งแต่ผมไม่เห็นแววใช่ไหม
เข้ามาโยนหรือเข้ามาทำอะไรวะต้องเล่นยังไงให้เจอคนเล่นเป็นวะ
อีโลเราต้องสูงอะเพราะพวกอีโลสูงๆนานๆทีมันจะเล่นกันไม่ค่อยดีอ่ะนาน
เปลี่ยนละเขาแม่งเลย เดี๋ยวแอดไปเลิกเล่นแล้วเขาเนี่ยมันเล่นยังไงมันก็ได้ทีมกากทุกทีเลย อ่าโอเคโอเคแท็กอะไรชิโร่เมิร์กแท็กอะไร
1426
อืมโหลดไม่เข้าส่งละ
วันทอง
หาอินไว้มันไหนมันไม่เห็นอ่ะ
Match found.
อะไรนะจากสกายไปเศษไปเลนา
ใกล้ได้เวลาแข่งดูแข่งแล้ว
เล่นอะไรนะ
เลือกเลย
แอสตราไซเฟอร์อ้าวมันจะเล่นบริมมาแล้วนะตกอ้าว
Match
ตา
found.
เมื่อกี้โอกาสชนะเราสูงนะ แต่ตอนเนี้ยไม่รู้เลยเหรอเลยเหรอแล้วโอกาสชนะกูเลยเหรอแล้วอืมก็โอเคอยู่แต่เจ็ดเราน่ากลัวว่ะ
อ้าวเล่นคิวจอยไป
เฮเว่นเนาะกำลังคิดอยู่ มีอินดิเคเตอร์อยู่3ตัว แต่ก็ต้องเหลือแค่2ก็คงต้องเป็นโซวาแหละหรือเพจดีวะ
ได้หมด
Wherever they
โซวา
run,
ดีกว่า
I will find them.
ฝั่งนู้นแหลงแหละ
ไดมอนด์แล้วก็มีแอสเซนเดียน
อันนี้อีโลสูงอยู่นะแพ็คที่แล้วคือกดไดมอนด์2เล่นกับอิมมอร์ทัล
My plan may sound
อีโล
irrational
ผมไม่ค่อยสู
only
งอีโล
because
ผม
you
ไม่ค่อยข
cannot
ยับ
see what I can.
Sentry.
โอ้เจเล่นเป็น
Scanning ahead.
Enemy spotted mid.
Taking that back. Need that back.
Enemy spotted mid. One down. Here.
What here?
Enemy spotted mid.
One enemy remaining.
โอ้ไรคลิกแม่งไม่เคยโดนเลย
One here.
grass
Go
วิ่งไป
see,
เสีย
go see,
วิ่ง
go
ไป
see,
เสีย
go see.
อาจจะยังอยู่นะ
No more
Nice.
to oppose us.
Up left.
Stay on their trail.
ไอคนที่คลาสสิกไรคลิกโดนอ่ะมันเป็นไปได้ไงวะนี่มันไม่เคยโดนเลย
Reloading.
Placing sentry.
เมื่อกี้โดดเข้าไปอ่ะยิงไรคลิกไป3-4 รอบไม่โดนเลยสักรอบ
You better hide, old man.
Scanning ahead.
Mid area. A lot. Noted.
ไม่เข้า
ก็เห็นเพื่อนอยู่ไกลไม่ไกล
Take
เข้ามาแล้ว
flight.
เข้ามาแล้วเข้ามาแล้ว
Enemy spotted A. Reloading. Reloading. Pulling them in.
คนละ
Enemy spotted mid.
อ้าวโดนกัด
Spike down mid.
บริมช็อตนะบริมอยู่ช็อต
Spike spotted mid.
Ellipse by, ellipse by. I'm low.
yeah
Revealing area.
Send mid, send mid.
One enemy remaining.
Up there.
nice one so good
We have plenty of time, oh. Here and now. Be here and now.
ขอโค้ดนะครับ
Turret out.
Two and three mid.
Revealing area. Shot down. Down.
เก็บให้สอง
Killed.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Nice on B. That's
Nice.
luck.
คืออะไร
กระสุนหมดไม่งั้นน่ะได้ต่ออยู่
ไม่
We are
คืออะไร
about
ทำไมบริมอยู่นั่น
We are about
Just did you have
RGX? No. That's not mine. Okay. Okay.
กระสุน8 นัด ถูกบีบบังคับว่าต้องฆ่าให้ได้ ดีนะ
you trade me?
มึงโดนช็อกดาดกูอะยิงหัวมึงเลยตุย
Thank you.
เนี่ยช็อกดาดเม็ดเดียวโดนไป93เกือบร้อยเอาแบ่งปันกันนะ
Scanning ahead. There they are.
โอ้ยโลมาก
Correct. In front B. In front.
โอ้ยฟีนิกซ์70เศษ66
Deploying drone.
I'm two backside.
ซ้ายหนึ่ง
Spike planted.
สอง
Three backside.
Scanning ahead.
Last player standing.
โอ้โห
Anti.
ตายกัน
ได้
ง่ายเกิ
ปื
น
นมาจากไหนกัน
What do you
วะ
say, drone? Ready to stretch your wings?
นะจน
Can drop one. Request. Sabar. Request sky. Request.
I need a drop. Thanks. Not looking.
Placing sentry.
Revealing area.
ตายกันง่ายเกินเมื่อกี้
Decoy.
เดี๋ยวลูกแม่งก็พุชได้ โอ้ยทำอะไรไม่ได้ละโอ้ยโยลูกครับ
Insane.
Down. One down.
Deploying drone.
Initiated.
Spike planted.
So what?
ขอบคุณนะล็อกดาวน์ตอนเขามีอันติ แล้วกูโดนหาขอบคุณนะ เซฟเถอะ
Last player standing.
Lock the sight.
ไม่รอด
On B.
ยังไงก็ไม่รอด
Anti.
วิ่งมาวินโดว์รอดนะ
ก็มันไม่ไป
Astra, after this, let's grab coffee and talk theoretical physics.
You got my gun.
Skills, yeah?
อ้าวคือมันซื้อให้หรือว่าอะไร
Keep trying. Can drop.
Can I get this? I got money. Anyone need something?
I need a drop. Thanks.
I am with you. We are strong. Turret out this.
Revealing area.
อะไร
Taking
What
that
the
Joke's
fuck?
over. You're
Blocking
dead.
sight. I've got your trail.
Come on.
Vision.
Enemy mark.
What the fuck
Spike planted.
Shock dart.
Reloading.
Dead. Miles.
โอ้คิวจอ
Many of you.
To default. One short.
Scanning ahead.
Last player standing.
ป๊อป
Shot down.
Team 8.
Anti. My bad.
เออ
โดนยิงทะลุสโมก
Woo! We got this.
ไม่แพ้กูก็พูดได้ไอ้สัตว์
Keep your heads on.
Scanning ahead.
ตายตายตายโว้
Concealment. Obscuring vision.
See right?
No, not in.
Garage. Oh, one more garage. Brimstone garage.
Spike down. C.
Shock dart. Shock dart.
Last player standing.
ขอบคุณครับ ขอบคุณครับไม่มีปืนครับสมมติแบบนี้มันเก็บไปแล้ว
มัน
เห็นสิ
That moment is gone. But it be cool, oh. Now we are here. Here.
ทำไงให้โยรู้มันหยุดพีคได้อะ
ทำไม่ได้
Placing sentry.
ทำอย่างเดียวคือไปตายกับมันแค่นั้นแหละเฮ้ย
Alarm bot out.
Placing swarm grenade.
Revealing area.
Blocking vision.
Take flight.
Reloading. Concealment. Recovering it. Recovering it. Reloading.
Okay.
Reloading.
See.
Reloading.
Spike planted.
Revealing area.
วอลดิ
They're close. Nice. Dead.
Reloading.
Careful. Default. One short.
Extra one.
Default.
A shot. Extra one.
Oh, where is that?
Last player
Last
standing.
one.
Who is flying? Oh my god.
That's fine. I'm back.
Where are we going this time? Remember what worked in the
อ่า
past.
แรงมาจากไหนวะเนี่ย
Turret out.
เชี่ยมันก็ยิงสแปมโดนขากู
Placing sentry.
นี่ชอบพุชใช่ไหมเอามาไปยังจะไปยังจะไปไหมล่ะไอ้สัตว์มามึงจะไปกูก็ไปมาไอ้สัตว์เอาไงโอเคนั้นไอ้สัตว์
Enemy spotted.
Dead. Only one. On B.
One A.
I've got your
Yeah.
One
trail.
close B. Pretty close B.
Defeated.
Nice.
A planning.
One more pretty close B.
Spike planted.
This
Pretty
one.
gap.
โอ้ sorry my bad กูพูดได้กูก็พูดเป็นไอ้สัตว์เฮีย
Last player standing.
Could be healed. That's fine.
What the fuck
ทำประโยชน์ไม่ได้ก็พูด my bad ไอ้สัตว์ กูก็พูดได้ไอ้เฮีย
แม่ง3-7มานานมากเลยนะโยรู้อ่ะ
มันโยนนะ
Placing sentry.
ดูทำไมกูต้องเจอดูลิเกนโยนทุกรอบเลยไอ้สัตว์เรื่องมันพลุ่งพล่านนะเรื่องมันพลุ่งพล่านไอ้สัตว์ไปแล้วก็ไม่ได้คิวไอ้เฮียขนาดกูไปกูยังได้เลยชิบหาย
Revealing area.
See? Yeah. On B.
Deploying drone. Shock dart.
Pulling them in.
Shock dart.
Reloading.
Enemy spotted C. Someone's in attacker spawn.
I hear you. Jet. Nice.
Oh, what AFK? And then I don't see that.
Sage killed.
One enemy remaining.
Nice one. Oh shit, good.
Revealing area.
Last guys. Tibet. Nice.
Nah,
Okay,
let's go, man.
Okay.
So good.
Everyone makes fun of German efficiency. Ha ha. Just keep laughing as you use all my gear.
Placing sentry.
Let's go.
Scanning ahead.
Enemy spotted A.
Back on me. Back.
Spike down A.
Shot done. Take flight.
You will not kill my allies.
Both on him.
Need that back. Reloading.
Not ready yet. Scanning ahead.
C. CNC. Planning.
Initiated.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Nice, go play.
Area's clear. No, you don't deserve my inventions.
Last round in the half.
Anyone have a Phantom champion?
I got money.
I have it.
Need a drop.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I have it.
Need a drop.
Can I get that?
Gun here. Can I get this? Thanks.
Thank you.
Turret out. Time for a field test.
What's this?
Revealing area.
C footstep.
Okay.
Get out of my way.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Enemy spotted.
I have four.
Enemy spotted. C.
Not in.
I've got your trail.
Deploying drone. Enemy mark.
Spike down mid.
2 on in front of garage.
Not ready yet. Scanning ahead.
Last player
All
standing.
on
Me?
inside, all on C, all on C. Yeah, 3 on C. Winnable. You good.
Spike planted.
NT.
NCมาโดด
Good half, guys. Good half. Not bad.
มึง my bad ทุกรอบ มึง5 คิว มึงบอก my bad
This place is nice, but not nice enough to die in. Let's win and get out of here.
ถ้าเมื่อกี้ยิงโดนนะครับว้า
Placing sentry.
โดนอันติมันเยอะไปหน่อยโดนอันติไปเท่าไหร่100อ่ะ
Careful.
Track them down.
Star careful when you find the star.
What?
Revealing
Time
area.
to jump.
Reloading.
Short.
Out.
Our spike carrier is ready. I have the
Spike
spike.
down A.
Spike carrier is killed. Enemy
Last player
Ah, 2 on
standing.
side.
Empty.
That's right. My bad.
5 คิว my bad เฮียดี
Who are we to disobey?
ทำไมไม่มีใคร
ดี
มาช็อตเลยอะ
ดี5 คิว my bad 5 คิว my bad ดียิงไม่ออก my bad เป็นคำแก้ตัวที่ดีเนาะ กูไม่น่าหาเรื่องเอาแมลงมาร่วมในสัตว์เลยตรงนี้ดูดีแข่งก่อน
I'm blind.
On mid jet push
โอ้ย130เจ็ดน่าจะโดนหิวแล้ว
Last player standing.
ไม่เลย
Spike down. Attacker spawn.
Let's try. Goody
ยิงไม่โดนเลย ผมนี่ยิงไม่โดนเลย
Suck better watch their butts.
Try to go see.
Okay, let's go.
เล่น Astra Entry ดูเลยซึ่งไม่ได้เรื่องเลย
Quick peeks now. Placing sentry.
Revealing.
Wait.
Reloading.
Time to jump.
Our one market.
Consume down. Reloading.
That's okay. Bro, don't rush me.
Is dead.
Spike down. C.
I got the spike.
Last player standing.
เอ็นที่ข่วยเลยว่าไอสัตว์ไม่มีใครเช็คตรงนั้นจริงๆอะ
The dimensional fabric here is thin. I'll tear through.
เอ็นที่แล้วเขารอดมาได้ไงวะงงทีมกูมีดูลิทไหมเนี่ยไม่มี
We'll get out. Yeah.
Scanning ahead.
Ah, fuck.
Many enemies. Hey.
โอ้
I have the spike.
There they are.
Spike carrier is dead.
Spike down. Mid. Last player standing.
One.
Got one.
Let's try.
Level heads until we're home, yes? Good. Reloading.
Keep up.
Revealing area. Found them. Right here. Neutralized.
Wait.
One backside.
You're dead. Enemy mark. Shot down.
My ultimate is ready.
Shot down.
Heaven.
Here.
One enemy remaining.
My hope.
Let's go. Come back, guys. Let's go.
Reloading.
มันคัมแบ็กได้ถ้ามึงไม่โง่
Enemies close. Eyes up.
ด่านบุกที่บุกไม่
Give
เข้า
me a one of that.
Keep it cool. That's how you survive. Placing
Scanning
swarm
ahead.
grenade. Swarm grenade out. Enemy spotted A.
Cutting through.
Initiated.
เออ
Last player
เอามันแฟลง
standing. Spike down
แฟ
A.
งมันโดนอยู่แล้วแฟงอ่ะมันโดนอยู่แล้ว มันโดนทุกรอบอยู่แล้วแฟงอ่ะ
Match point.
If you're not a good shot today, don't worry. There are other ways to be useful.
I can pick out and I can go side.
มีตรงนี้คือจอยป่ะเนี่ย
มีก็ดีสิโดนหลังฆ่าทุกรอบเลยผมไม่โดนหลังก็โดนแฟดแค่กูอายุเยอะรีเฟกกูหายไปกูหลบแฟดไม่ทันนี่กูก็ละอาใจตัวเองอยู่เลยคุณจะกินโง่ๆอย่างนี้
มิดแอสตราวันมิด
ช่วยกูยิงหน่อยนะ
วันที่แอสตราแคปพูด
Take flight.
ตัวใช่
โอ้ย
Last player standing.
จีจี Why you entry side
เอ็มตี
Defenders win.
เอ้ยแม่งเล่นโค
Sorry
ตร
guys.
โง่
I do
ไป
my
ก็ไม่เอ็นทีเฮียไม่กระโดดเข้าไปกันสองสามตัวเฮียกูโดนกูก็ตายเฮียโดนกูก็เฮียโดนอันติแม่งบีบกูเดินเข้ากูก็ตายไอ้ชิบหาย
ว้า ascendant กันหมดเลยทีมเรา
บอกแล้วมีแต่พวกโง่ๆโดดไปตาย
Match found.
อืมนี่มาแล้วแข่งมาแล้ว
Stand in my way. I dare you.
คู่ที่สองก็น่าดูคู่ที่สองคู่สามโอ้ดูน่าดูทุกคู่เลยวันนี้มันพฤหัส
C9 เล่นกับเปเปอร์เล็กตอนไหนอ่ะ
6 โมงเช้า
6 โมงเช้าไม่ได้ดู
เฮ้ยไม่ดีฝั่งนั้นฝั่งกูฮะ
Yo, Brimstone.
Stop.
You know the drill. Just show
แอ
me
สเซ
where
น
to
เดียน
go.
1 KD 0.8 ฝั่งกูอ้ายกูเจออีกแล้วกูเจออีกแล้วเลยหน้าฝั่งกูเจออีกแล้ว
Hello my team. Hello no.
อย่าแล้ว
Yeah.
Hello hello
Hello no.
Thailand
Hello motherfucker. Oh, đó là. Đây bên. Đây.
Spike down A. Reloading.
Reloading.
Spike is safe. One enemy remaining.
มีคนจีนด้วยเหรอ
You see an insect, you crush it.
That brimstone can't stop me.
B sao
Okay.
take off
Concussing! Down and out. Blinding!
inside
Sorry, kid.
Listen. I think.
what
Huh?
That's-
No.
Enemy spotted B.
Spike down B.
Reloading.
60.
Hey. One tower.
Tower 60. 2 tower.
One enemy remaining.
Here.
What's on
Spike
60?
down B. 30 seconds left.
I think cost.
Last player standing.
nice
Cypher, just tell me where they are. I'll do the rest.
Need a drop.
Thank you.
Brush can stand in mid.
We survive.
Forever!
I don't know.
B I think touching
Launching smoke.
B alat
Molly! Flash out!
Okay. I know.
one tower jet
Reloading.
Launching smoke.
Enemy spotted B. Reloading.
Blinding!
Enemy spotted B.
One
Still in sight.
Concussing!
Spike planted.
Này.
One enemy remaining.
Last one. Where?
I get.
Yeah.
player standing.
Oh my bad. But 20?
Remember, wipe the prints from your guns. It's just good crime scene etiquette.
ไปแล้วครับไปแล้ว
โอเคครับโอเคครับ
Get out of my way!
แวะ
Enemy spotted
Smoke's
A.
down. Trevor! Right here. Smoke's down.
Me?
No sound. Coming.
Enemy spotted B.
Lolo. What side? Just 70.
Open up the sky.
Tower.
Right here.
One side. Tower. One tower.
Concussing.
30 seconds left.
Clearing out.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Change of plans.
If they try something, I'll see it.
Need equipment. Thanks.
Need a drop. Thank you. Stay safe. Enemy spotted A.
Launching smoke. Trevor!
One B.
Multiple enemies B.
Many B.
What? Spike planted.
One tower.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah, one tower.
One B main.
Flash out! Blasting!
Fire in the hole!
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
I can.
Where is everyone hiding?
Main.
This is no problem.
Thrifty.
Okay, we know the drill. Stick to your roles
And we'll crush it.
Yep.
I'm gonna save.
Concussing!
Enemy spotted A.
One drop.
There.
You should run.
One drop. Robin.
Right here. Out of here. Enemy spotted B.
Planting.
On my way.
Spike planted.
One tower.
One side. One tower.
Enemy spotted.
Blinding.
Oh.
Last player standing.
Third.
My ult's ready.
Flash out.
They're usually distracted once I refuse them. Make sure you take advantage.
ดูลิกกูทำไมดูลิกกูกับดูลิกเขามันต้องเป็นอย่างนี้ทุกรอบเลยวะเนี่ย
This is our home. Keep it out.
Dame.
Concussing.
Dame.
Stay down. Enemy spotted A. Enemy spotted A.
Feature drop.
Eddie on beach. Whatever.
Too late.
One drop. One top on A main.
One enemy remaining.
Kid.
B.
Spike planted.
Wait.
Reload.
Eddie.
Off your feet.
Last player standing.
Did you really expect that to work?
They will scurry, and then they will die.
What's this?
Trevor.
Dame.
Okay, arcade. Okay, drop.
Blinding.
50 on beach.
Clearing out.
Frank. I can. Beam.
Careful now.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Who trained you?
I hate to say it, but probably best to play as a team. So, what's the plan?
Bye.
Concussing.
Cutting their vision.
Flash out.
Headshot.
Hey, low.
Spike down B. Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Wait.
Thank you. Nice.
Was that important? I'm amped. Let's go. I got things to do. Get out of my way!
Forever! Blinding!
Spike down A.
Flash out!
Billing.
โอ้ยเชิมึงก็รีบยัดกันซะเหลือเกิน กูมาช่วยก็ไม่ทันหรอก
I think Kobe.
นี่ขนาดรีบมาช่วยแฟดนะเนี่ยไม่ทันเลย
Last player standing.
One main, one A main.แล้วกูเข้าไปโดนพอดีไง
My smokes can block the enemy's line of sight. Once they're blind, we move.
อะไร
บ่ายเฮียไปดูฟังเพื่อนหน่อยเถอะกูขอร้องละไอ้สัส
I've got cash. Anyone need something?
เจอไป
Need a drop.
เจอ
Watch and learn.
I need this. My thanks.
My camera is destroyed.
Passing!
A
Spike planted.
planting A
Last player standing. Long. Last round before the switch.
Don't be cheap. Spend it all before it's gone.
Careful. Good tap. Tap.
Keep up.
You should run.
Open up the sky!
My ult's ready.
Control.
Concussing!
Why they have to?
Last player standing.
เจ๋งดีจังที โดนเขาล่อซื้อแค่ไม่กี่ทีไป
Spike
บีหมดเลย
planted.
เจ๋งเจ๋งเจ๋งเจ๋งเจ๋งจริงเจ๋งจริง
Off your feet! Prepare for hellfire!
Switching sides.
I got your backs. Just, you know, from the front.
ดูดิเขาคือติดคิวกันหมดทุกคนดูดิกูทำยังไงดีแต่ฟิล์มแม่งยิงไม่ได้แม่งยิงได้ผมต้องทำอย่างไรดีด่านแรกด่านอะไร
Launching smoke.
Forever!
Reloading.
ดูแลอยู่ไหน
Cutting their vision.
Could be side. One here.
Reloading.
Done.
You can flash.
Wow, my eyes are down.
Okay.
Reloading.
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 One enemy remaining. Reloading.
Reloading. Spike planted.
Concussing!
Yeah! Let's bring it back. I'm buying.
Smoke's down. Dim beacon here.
Forever!
Every money.
Blinding. Reloading. Right here.
One more. Tower.
Flash
Planting
out!
the spike.
One enemy remaining.
Okay.
You gotta retire sometime.
The enemy only looks composed. Their heart's still a different state.
We can start fake.
Enemy spotted B.
Concussing!
Enemy spotted A.
Reloading.
Go.
Chưa chơi đâu.
Yeah.
Last city.
Ê. Behind.
Enemy spotted A.
โอ้บี
Last player standing.
เอ้าแล้วมาจากซีทีเนี่ย
Will they try the same old tricks?
Keep up.
Cutting their vision.
กูไม่น่านั่งเลยว่ะ
Enemy spotted B.
นั่งแล้วคุมปืนไม่อยู่เมื่อกี้
ปิง
Last player standing. Flawless.
Stay in range of my stim beacon, and we'll mow them down.
I will find you.
โอ้ยด่านใหม่เลยเหรอ
My ult. Watch this. Enemy defender spawn. They found my wire. I have planted the spike.
Trevor!
Someone is B.
You should run.
Last player standing.
Dead.
I hate waiting. Let's do this.
Let's crack them open.
Smoke, smoke.
Launching smoke.
Fire in the hole!
Come out.
Reloading. Flash out. Achilles down. Got the spike.
Spike down B.
My ult's ready.
Stay ready.
Enemy spotted B.
One CT, one CT.
Close it.
Go B, go B. Yeah, one smoke.
My planet. My ult's ready.
One canteen. Close, close, close.
Trevor!
Last player standing.
Multiple enemies B.
Look your enemy in the eye. It helps with accuracy.
Sheena.
Blinding! Launching smoke. Right here. Concussing! Prepare for hellfire! Down you go. Connor.
Two can I think one low.
Down B. Last
B.
player standing.
Which one hit you?
My bad.
Match point.
As much as this world hurt me, it's mine, and I will kill to defend it.
Trevor!
Enemy spotted A.
Flash out!
Cool. Enemy killed.
Smoke's down. Blinding!
Reloading.
120.
Blocking sight.
One enemy remaining.
Off your feet!
You're tiptoeing.
Race it to the spike site.
Need a drop. Thank you.
Reloading.
Let's go.
Get out of my way.
Cussing! Right here. Flash out! Blinding! Right there. Weak.
Drop. 80.
Right here.
Hey, fuck.
Headshot.
Beam 80.
Right here. Smoke's down. Stim beacon down. Open up the sky!
30 seconds left.
Planted the spike.
50, one up. Up under.
One enemy
Enemy
remaining.
down.
No one's going to get it.
เขาเล่น2 สโมกกันจริ
They
งๆด้วย
think they're so secure.
เอาไปเลย
อ๋อมึงง่วงมึงไม่ไปนอนล่ะ
7บาย7โอ้ไปอยู่กูเอง
Enemy spotted B.
Flash out!
Cutting their vision.
Blinding! Right there. Blasting!
Reloading. Still in sight.
My ult's ready.
Headshot.
They will cover.
You should run.
จริงเราเต้น
Last player standing. Defenders win.
เจอแต่อะไรก็ไม่รู้อยู่ทีมนึงเดี๋ยวกี่แต้มมันเนี่ยกูไอ้สัตว์ลบตั้ง20
Draw out the lockdown potentially. XMS is thinking about it. I mean, it's a massive investment, and there's no real progress onto another site here, so you got to question that initially. Nivera still with very deep control here towards A. FPX looking to pop off the B site.
Okay, I said this could be fatal. It's a little bit better timing now, but again, let's see what they can do. The shorty in hand, Berlin, the only one to really connect so far, and they break through towards A, but there's a pinch. Nivera right amongst them, one to the right, one to the left, and he found two! Nivera can't quite make the third count, but there's only one still standing. A 1v3 to boot with 30 seconds. He wants a pick so badly, and XMS, that realization hits, and he hits the brakes. They hold. They know this is a fake now.
Yep, love this discipline here from Shin and Nuzera. XMS can't get isolated here, but stands his ground.
Nice.
Picks it up, and crazy thing to consider. Actually, I think I just saw YU back on another lockdown, which FPX are going to be happy to have that in their arsenal. But yeah, a little curious about the investment here towards that fake, and whether or not it wasn't, you know, they didn't get enough pings on C side, they didn't feel confident with, you know, cutting the sound from 2 or 3 players, but Nivera's done fantastic to get this deep control and maintain it. Bear in mind, there were members of FPX lingering outside A site. Yuchun constantly looking to pressure, but Nivera stands his ground.
That's a huge representative. Great point, actually. That discipline, that ability to not over-rotate, overreact, hold that space was incredibly valuable. 4-3 though. Quite the close game so far. See where this continues to tilt. Both sides able to fashion a purchase here. See a couple of ults available as well. And again, that early pressure towards C. Let's see if they pull a rotation. I want to see what their plan is.
แต่ด่านนี้มันไม่มีดูเลยจริงๆนะเนี่ย
See what they're trying to draw reaction-wise,
มันไม่ได้จำเป็นขนาดนั้นนะดูดิ
Yeah, look at B site.
And they're actually working off the back of it too. There was consideration to commit to that.
Yeah, it looked as if Shin really wanted to get aggressive behind that drone. Immediately here on the back of that though, smoke invested. Scream gonna back away towards tree. Does have a little bit of support coming through from A-Link. Actually now a third in the form of Nuzera.
They need something to pull a player
FPX
away.
look very hesitant in some of these rounds, Lauren.
I'm waiting to see if there's anything else to this. Nivera's paranoia. Ooh! Just stepping into Scream and actually finds it. Now the panic stations, but look at the lurk as well. That potential is huge. That could be a dagger in the back that we've yet to see come into practice yet. So Spike going to go down, and there's 4 players from Carmine Corp towards CT. So for now, all good though. You're going to see the Killjoy carrying all the way back around. This is all towards the site. Already great trades coming in, and FPX actually holding on to this. They are not down just yet.
Yeah, the lockdown's invested just as 2 players fall as well. So XMS and Nevera have to get something done. Berlin happy to challenge this actually, but Nevera there to punish.
Yeah, maybe a little overstep. They're trying to go towards it, and a tap towards the Spike, and now starting to panic. TZH going to try and get himself in, shorty to hand, and gets just drawn into the blender. Doesn't mind, he's going to sit it out, take the damage. It's not a problem. He will be the defender on this, and that's perfect play. I love watching this, and what a way to lock it down in the end.
I love that it gets called on the desk, and we're seeing shorty plays being pulled out here
The egg
by
is
FPX.
smart. The egg knew what was up.
I love that as well, the
Dungeon's
TP in
working
and
out.
just sitting on top of the friendly nano swarm
Yeah.
as well. It's completely unconsidered
And the
by
reduction of
Carmine Corp.
damage, it just worked out so well, Mike. It's such a gutsy play, though. You just don't see that sort of thing.
This is the thing, though. Like a minute or so into this round, you're looking at where FPX are, and you're thinking. I mean, they've drawn out a fair bit of utility, but Carmine Corp seem to have a good read on where to rotate and when. It's just on the back of a slow creep there to find that first blood, where it then kind of descends into chaos, I'll be honest. Unfortunate timing there. XMS invest in the lockdown, then 2 players of Carmine Corp fall immediately, making that a little more difficult.
So
Curious here, actually coming out of this timeout, if there is going to be a big switch up here for Carmine Corp. I mean, it's 4-4. It feels like a close affair, but FPX definitely trying to plant some seeds.
Say it, Mike.
It feels a little all over the place, I'll be honest. They've got away with a few rounds where it's kind of raw firepower on the other side of that. I mean, Shin's stood his ground a number of times on B site. It doesn't necessarily feel like there's, you know, a weak point that FPX are going to be able to exploit so far, but they're still they're scraping rounds through, so
They
you can't
absolutely
fault that at all.
No, and it's scrappy, right? I don't think we were ever going to get a clean game out of Lotus yet, in my mind, unless someone's like just super drilled on it. But as I said,
It's scrappy, but it's not puggy. It's
not puggy.
It all kind of looks intentional in that regard.
It's bizarre to me, but it may be something to be looking at regionally if that pays off for them. Maybe a couple of teams expecting this sort of kind of a little out there play style, but it's working well enough for now. Again, let's roll and keep in mind, Carmine Corp picked up the pistol, so this scoreline, if you put it in context, if it keeps going this way.
Big info from Berlin's reveal there. XMS looking to get.
He's heard so much though.
Yeah.
But what can you do, XMS? That's not bad! The Vera by his side! Gonna get the reload in time! Yes, he can! XMS! Worth his weight in gold! And now leaving them in tatters, just TZH. The Aldron got a spot too, could not get worse here. Oh, just layering in the utility, just buying a couple more precious seconds, and now the support system's in place. But maybe overzealous in the peak there, 6 HP, it's not gonna be enough. Shin shuts it down, and between Nevera and XMS, that was lovely.
That is beautiful, because with that reveal, I think it pings 3, and they're almost probably thinking that it's like, yeah, it's a stack. They're gonna run this dry on the 50 round. They're gonna try and get deep control towards rubble. The XMS tucks himself in Nevera from the back lines to give him the support. The perfect timing on this swing. And the fact that XMS gets the reload and finds another kill on top of that. Beautiful round from Carmine Corp. The saving grace, really, because you've got to fill out the timeouts for this round now. Back on a purchase. Got us on Nevera by at the last second there. So, another opener here, very early on. XMS has dug out the lurk here. YU for FPX. So should actually relinquish some map control here.
I've got to say, for me, just quietly so far, XMS has been, you know, the rock of this team. Couple of issues towards C early on. We've seen a lot of the attention being drawn there early. He's been solid.
Yeah.
Really solid.
Another thing to consider as well, Shin's early dominance towards B site has kind of acted as a deterrent for FPX for sure.
Noted at least 2, potentially 3 players. Yeah, and they're actually going to be willing to fight on this scrappy work again. Carmine Corp not afraid to take a fight or two. And no similarity to that prior round. Lovely shot from Berlin, but that's all it's going to be. 4 alive, 4 rifles remain. No problems there. Carmine Corp retake a little bit of that lead.
Yep.
Carve away a little bit of a
Big
comfort.
positive to come out of that timeout and pick up the 2 rounds to follow. FPX back now in a position where it's pretty much everything in the bank invested into this purchase in round 11. So this isn't a win. It almost feels like it's leaning towards Carmine Corp closing this half out 8-4. Lockdown to work with for FPX. TZH with that TP. Yuchan and Berlin 1 away from their ultimates respectively. The MO is here. Actually looking to counter off this early control outside C, just around that mound area with that one-way. And bodies up behind this for FPX as well. Yuchan being pressured elsewhere. Again, still tucked into A lobby. Seen Nivera there on the X-ray. I imagine they're going to leave him posted up once again in this position. This feels like a must-win for me. For FPX, Lauren.
See what they can do. There's going to be drawing out Hunter's Fury. And the ult's now been removed. I want to see what response behind this. This is still a great Nivera. Huge! Gets revealed, has to fall with it. How is he alive?
Well, hang on a second, because Yu's just lost the spike on C. He walked out onto site with it.
Oh no. Well, this...
They tried to fake with the TP. The TZH has got it now, but...
That's actually filth. They've got a free site. Of course, the two players were going to play around it, but the TP was still there for TZH. Spike now down. What do they have for the post plant? I mean, they've still got the Viper if they really want to mess around with it.
That should already be down in my eyes, but you see here, Yuchan disconnected a little bit. Loses out to XMS.
Did not love that. TZH now 1v2. XMS already. Nuzera a little bit of utilities play, but not a great deal. They're slowly clearing through here. See what they can find. Needs a clean fight, doesn't get it. Nuzera. Nice work. Carmine Corp keep this together. But that, again, some of these rounds are just mad.
I mean, instead it wasn't Puggy. We're pulling out the rank strats now.
Yeah.
Why are you just barreling onto site behind the lockdown that gets destroyed? I mean, it pulled the rotation. So what do I know?
I guess it kind of worked.
Great fake.
Great fake.
It's a shame they can't close that one out. TZA still had a fair bit of utility actually left, but the one thing to consider, at least getting the spike plant here, means that we're going to see a couple more rifles than maybe we were expecting. They were bankrupt in the previous, but there's gaps here. Missing out on one snake bite, no poison orb here.
Yeah.
And 2 big ultimates to work with at least, and actually 1 away from the Seekers as well.
Okay, similar scenes, similar starts. We've seen this before, but a little bit more intent from FPX to at least get towards that wall prior to Nivera, who's been a consistent threat. This time, however,
the operator here.
Operator in hand.
Actually not holding the close angle either. It's a chance that maybe YU will catch Nivera off guard.
Precarious fight. They're slowly creeping towards that A site as well. You can see it just slowly building towards A. 4 players leading this way. So again, Ult's going to probably find one, I believe, yeah. And okay, Prowler around the back, and they're actually going to just lean in towards B instantly. Spike's on the way as well. They've got at least 2 players watching towards the other side. Nivera is good for it, though. Patience pays off. Mayu's down. Now we look towards what this B side is going to be.
Shin's locked them out here with his Viper's Pit. Completely covering sight. They have to fight back towards A side. Scream's actually peeled away, but there's still 2 members here, XMS and Nuzera, to lock down A site.
So aware. So aware of the possibility that someone's going to try and maybe slip through that. Another ult invested here, plenty to play with for Carmine Corp as well. The next play is Scream does go down, and now maybe some problems here. Counter ult comes in. This is so messy, Mike. What on earth is going on in this?
Another round where Viper's Pits are going to overlap here, and actually Shin standing his ground once more. We'll deal with another member of FPX. Only 2 left to find. No snake bites for Yuchan. A paranoia to work with. But it's a mess in there on the free cam.
Yeah, this is
They're jumping in with shorties.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous now. And actually, TZH is obscene with this, but now has to go above and beyond. It's not going to happen. Carmine Corp somehow weathered that storm that was going on in B. This game is bizarre, Mike. I've not seen a game like this in a while, be it Lotus, be it the way FPX are playing, be it Carmine Corp, I do not know. But Mike, this is something else.
I mean, I'm ready for the second half. Let's see where FPX cook up in the second half here on the defense, because I'm definitely here for it.
Yeah, you and me both, and I think just checking back in on this, yeah, this was
Yo,
lovely.
I mean, there's a world there, I think there's like 3 or 4 shorties running around in both Viper's Pit stands. XMS the one to find value from it. See the laughs on their faces after that final round.
I mean, 8-4, a respectable scoreline coming in, but I've got to say, Carmine Corp really started to carve away a little bit of that safety net towards the end of this first half.
After that timeout, it just felt very comfortable for them.
Yeah, it absolutely did. And well, I'm sure the desk will be smug after what they've just seen happening on the first half here. Let's hand it back to them.
I tell you what, that last round looked like a few high school parties I used to have. You know what I'm saying? Things are a little crazy over there.
Yeah, that was a wild one.
That was awesome.
Yeah,
honestly, I am over the moon with what we just saw, Josh.
Both of those teams were really closely matched up until the final 4 rounds, but I feel like FPX could have done a lot more with their game plan overall. They didn't really put an emphasis towards controlling that A space. They just allowed Karmine Corp to have it most of the time. However, in round 5, that was one of the instances where they actually did go there. So I want to showcase, because it's our first time seeing Lotus, how important this area is to fight for. So with the Viper Wall, you know, you have seen them in previous rounds sneaking up behind it, but here they were able to get a couple of picks, and they actually opened the rotating door, pitted onto the site, and allowed for a really difficult retake that Karmine Corp couldn't handle. And I wanted to see them do that more, because the couple of times that they went towards A, they won.
Yeah, it's very true. And I think, Bren, you know, now looking forward into this, there are clear things that FPX can take away as they're going to switch sides here. It's very clear, and I want to get your thoughts. Like, how do you feel Lotus is playing out?
Well, the comps are very interesting as well, and individually, you know, we're seeing Sky being played, which I didn't expect, but the reason I think it makes sense now after watching that half is, you know, you see Scream, you see Ayang as well. If we just take a look at these guys in terms of a head-to-head, the numbers themselves, you know, not entirely impressive. We're used to seeing Scream at the top of the scoreboard, but it's how they're using the Sky. You know, you get the extra information from the flashes and the dogs as well, the Trailblazer, to be able to, like you said, Josh, take that control of either A main, C main when you're on that defense side. I think Karmine Corp towards the latter end of that half were very, very good at vacuuming up all that space that was being given to them for free. And you kind of need to see the same, honestly, from FPX, I think, when they swap sides now.
Yeah, I actually was quite impressed with the way that Scream was playing, because he was getting tons of information for his team. And he wasn't just playing it like a duelist. They actually had some pretty good plans, double facing on different high ground, low ground setups. Karmine Corp are kind of ready here.
Oh, well, let's go ahead and switch sides, because I'm just glad that was a quick half, because I want to jump right into this bad boy. So let's go ahead and send it back over to Pansy and Hypot.
Yeah, 8-4 on the half. Mike, let's kind of talk top level then and work our way down, if you don't mind here. Let's kind of touch base on our expectations now. We've seen the first half. It's a very small sample size to go off. Do we believe this is scrappy because of map, because of team, because of playstyle? What are we actually looking at here overall when it comes to this?
I think it's fair to kind of give credence to a lot of those factors, right? This is something that, even actually after the first few rounds, you look at where the comfort levels come from for both teams. It didn't really feel sustainable, right? Initially, FPX were very, very focused towards B's site. Obviously, then Shin finding a little bit of comfort. I don't know if that forced them to kind of innovate on the fly, but some of the rounds didn't feel like there was initially a set plan. It felt heavily reliant on audibles, which, again, when we come back to that composition discussion, that's where actually the Sky, the Omen makes sense, right? You have that ability to find information later on. Obviously, switch up the smokes as well. And the turret was already disconnected, so really here Karmine Corp just looking to go through some early round protocols. You see the ping coming through back towards A site, but already Ayang is headed this direction.
Yeah, it feels like, considering how slippery FPX are playing on their side of things, they're very aware of the possibilities of fakes on this. A little bit of swing from Berlin, but doesn't quite find much.
I think that first flash was a little shallow here. It's not going to matter because they're sending shots this way. Or 30 seconds. We're pulling the plug on that A site here.
And B is so unknown to them. I don't love this. They've just got to hope, they just get free entrance to see?
I mean, your best play that Yuchun hasn't got a snake bite, he doesn't here. The poison orb's going to be up, but it's layered here with a nano swarm.
This is 10 seconds. I hate this. This is so up in the air. He's going to hit all of these steps. Now, can he do anything with it? No. XMS might just save him, but again, time has to know.
They're making the kill!
So close, yet so far.
คอแทบเป็ดอีกแล้ว
By a couple of seconds. And now it feels like it's going to fall to pieces. Can anything else come from this round? A valiant attempt so far. TZH still looking to find value on this. Paranoia, smoke, and the TP. Gets towards sight, and the flash doesn't quite go through the wall, and Navera happy to greet it.
Just Ayang left to find here. And Clock already going to decide this one, but it's another round that definitely doesn't feel comfortable here. And I was just talking about some of the rounds where it doesn't feel like there's a plan initially. Karmine Corp probing all over the map at the 30-second mark. I mean, they're out rubble. They're outside. A lobby. It's lucky. I think the timing is just ever so slightly off there for the Nano Swarm. Because it's the perfect setup, right? It's layered with that poison orb. You can see, I think Shin's down to sub 5 HP. Unfortunately, can't find that crucial kill on the spike at under 5 seconds.
I just hated what I saw.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be honest.
I don't want to know how many pages of the scrapbook look like that one.
Yeah, that. I'd rather we don't depend on that. We play percentages if that's the game they want to play, but it worked out, so why am I worried? A little bit of a buyback here from FPX. Going to see a couple of Sheriffs and a Marshall coming out. On the other side, Spectre's a little bit more value for it, or more bang for the buck. And the spike being left by Spawn, there's no massive intent being shown. Yes, there's that early presence over towards C and the punish on towards 1, but beyond that, they're starting to look towards that B site, keeping that attention drawn throughout the map.
Yeah, Spike not committed this time around at least. Berlin forced very deep outside B. That's going to re-swing this, but XMS will punish. That should be B site. Pretty much firmly in control here of Carmine Court.
I don't think anything else could be going better for them right now. One going to go down. They're going to catch the rotation. And yeah, no one's going to find a window into this. The Shorty v Sheriff. It's the Sheriff to win out this time. But it's a quick cleanup. I'm seeing no real threats at this point. Again, the spike now being planted. And there we go, just TZH trying to make a 5-hit. Double digits now for Carmine Core.
Actually a big opportunity here if you look at Scream and XMS. And Scream one off the Seekers, XMS already on this lockdown. Could be very influential coming into this next round. 3 Spectres, a rifle in the hands of Nivera. Definitely doable. With the investment, I'm seeing 3 light shields and a Spectre on the side of FPX. Now that's not what you want at this scoreline coming into the 3rd round.
Looks like aggression might be the name of the game here, pushing up already. And Nivera, how does he even have a chance at that fight? Let alone win it. And Nivera's still fighting it out. Does find 2 this round. And already down to the 3v3 here, and the aggression not really stopping here. Berlin in the middle of no man's land, but he does have support beside him, so actually coming out the better in this one.
I think elsewhere, yeah, you just saw the Vipers face off. XMS will find another kill, but it's YU to seal the deal. FPX happy to fight fire with fire over towards rubble here. Nivera with a ridiculous opener though. I think literally just first bullet on the back of that Tracer after the paranoia connects. Same discussion to be had, though, coming into this round. Still a Spectre in the hands of Berlin. Lockdown and Seekers available for Carmine Court. And FPX, unfortunately, as good as broke if they lose this one.
Time going to be offset with the one-ways here. Going to at least invest a touch more utility early on to clear close, but as we've noted already, FPX is in quite deep this time. Not really willing to posture up for this one. Nivera going to be able to clear this eventually. You can see already 3-1-1 leaning towards the C site. Valo going to go through middle. Does actually find other players on the other side. That is XMS, but he does have support as well. Scream on the back line going to clean up too, and FPX finding no value here.
Yeah, you've got to respect the intention here to dig out, follow up on those Prowlers, feeling as if it might be a solo lurk. XMS support from the backlines. Got their eyes set on B. Yeah, the lockdown invested Seekers to layer behind this. Should be a pretty free B site for them. They're going to get themselves set up comfortably here. I mean, the Snakebite are going to slow things down, but to see where this re-challenge comes through from FPX. There's actually a 3v5 for them here.
First fight will be clean as well. There was no trade, there's no one else behind it. That's not bad though, that's a shot and a half. Yang doing very well here, 3 stunning kills. And it's Scream to try and save the day, but it's somehow down into the 1v1. How has it got here? Shin makes a bit of a meal of it, another attempt at this one now. Jump peek gives away the game. 8 bullets to play with, and Shin so prepared. But that was close to a tragedy, Mike.
Yang nearly pulled that off. Lucky Scream finally shuts him down on that one. A beautiful attempt at the retake onto B site here. Carmine Core with a massive investment, I think actually reading the scoreboard very well, knowing full well that this is the round that breaks the bank for FPX. Happy for this. I mean, this is over 30 seconds into the round, still with 2 setup. Anticipate that first shot was beautiful.
Nice. Mechanically,
and the swing on the third was dirty as well.
Yeah. I know if we talk, you know, expectations when it comes to especially teams from China coming in, it's always been that mechanically, absolutely on the money. Always have been. It's always the depth that gets brought into question. If you look at prior games where, you know, tactical shooters especially, we know mechanically these players were always up there. It was just, do they have the depth to keep going? And maybe again we're starting to see that here early days, but this is still very early days for FPX being on the international stage, for example.
Yeah, it is. And calling the timeout here, yeah, I'm seeing light shields already. I don't think this is going to be the round that they throw their investment into. Don't have the ultimates really to back it up either. Have to ride this out, almost concede the 12th round to Carmine Court. Not looking as if they're going to get aggressive here either. Couple of bodies poised towards B, but I think actually it's going to be Yu-Chun just to invest the wall, get some control outside A. See how Carmine Core play this one out.
Yep, again, could be petering out here for FPX. Already going to be more than likely against 12. It's like a bit of a stack, exploring over towards the C site, but the default should be tailor-made for this. This should be the perfect example of it. Let's see how well it works. Very complementary angles here as well. Yeah, it's going to be a shutdown. Lovely. Carmine Corp, light work, nice aiming, but again, light armor. So, or not even light armor, excuse me, no armor, and just Sheriff. So this was par for the course, and this will be 12 for Carmine Corp. FPX somewhat getting punished here, really. Once this side switch has happened, the game certainly running away from them.
Yeah, I think it is where you can make the argument for maybe not having the finances to really enable some of this proactivity that certainly I was expecting in the second half. Again, dare I mention it again, the close affair on that pistol round. All but felt, I'll be honest, fairly definitive in how this half started and how it's going to end. SMS deals with Yang. Just one left now in the form of TZH.
Yep. 30 seconds
and not going to have any say in this one. Looking like it might even be a prime gaming flawless here for Carmine Corp.
There actually haven't been as many of those as normal. It has still been scrappy.
Oh, we talk about it being scrappy in the first, yeah.
And mechanically solid, but at this point, Carmine Corp just stretching their legs throughout this game. I would say with this roster, still unsure of the level in which they could reach, even in a more traditional tournament format when it comes to Carmine Corp, but looking solid here. Unfazed so far, and you're absolutely right. Prime gaming, flawless coming through, and putting them on 12 rounds as well. So this is looking like it could be wrapped up quite soon here, Mike.
Yeah, and for FPX, I mean, even now we come into round 18, round 6 on the half. Still no ultimates to play with. Don't really have the options with the lockdown. I mean, want to fight for an orb early here or try and find a kill. Maybe on towards Yang or Berlin. Carmine Core sitting on the Viper's Pit, one off the Seekers once again for Scream. So opportunity really to lock down, get themselves into a comfortable post plant. Might even just challenge right towards Yu-Chun here. Seekers available now. Might look to pop on the back of this.
Could do. Rotations are having to respect this. You've got 3 players, make it 4 now, coming around. Shin actually takes a little step closer, but I want to see if there's intent. It looks like it's a fake.
Yeah.
And they've drawn so much attention. I guess you have to respect it, but that's 4 players coming through. And Shin may put life on the line to try and really sell this tail.
I mean, the other thing as well, it's going to draw out further utility. Berlin might even invest this next Prowler to clear this out. But there's 4 members of FPX.
Ooh, that one-way could... Yeah,
tunnel visioned onto this Viper's Pit right now.
And I wonder how much Shin can actually punish. Perfect look.
Good
Does get traded out in the end.
lord.
Viper's Pit will fall, but again, they
No
got
progress.
stalled out on the A side with that one-way smoke that came in. They could not progress. They were halted at the door.
I mean, Shin's done a ton of work there to find the kill as well on top of that. Is this looking like a re-hit towards C?
จะอันติหาข่าวเลยครับ
Seeker's invested from Scream, yeah. I think he's going to try and follow up on this. Well, note one in spawn at least. Chung going to try and stall out with the snake bite.
It's just that side cross that is going to be the danger run still. Okay, Smoke did come around, and they do have a little bit to work with, but time again is a problem. 10 seconds now. They are running low on the clock. XMS and Navera have no way into that site. Held at the door, and this could be another one for FPX.
A shot from Berlin as well. Just Navera left standing. Obviously didn't commit to that TP
โอ้โหดิ้ง
earlier on.
หนีเลย หนีเลย
I feel like FPX even initially it looked very concerning to see 4 members staring off into that Viper's pit. Very hesitant to clear through. Didn't invest any further utility. I think it was just the flash from A Yang. But like you said, Carmine Core unable to find success or progress actually elsewhere on the map. I think Conscious actually they're still going to have that Killjoy utility invested towards B site. That acted as enough of a threat actually to force them towards rubble once again. Early investment here off the rip from Yuchum. Viper spit out towards Mound. That should close off that avenue for Carmine Court. And now actually, no ultimates available for them to work with, and the pendulum swings back in favor of FPX now. Everything but the TP for TZH available.
TZH does have to be a little careful here. Does have the support from one by his side. Prowler going to go in, confirms at least one's attending, but there's plenty more behind that. Smoke just about committed in the horn, going to go up and show a fair amount potentially. Actually doesn't.
I mean, these one-ways are just so oppressive towards the lobby here, and that's why it's so crucial for actually them to reinforce TZH here, and Berlin just investing the ultimate to try and slow things down here. Carmichael looking to swing through. Shin's found it.
It's brute force. Carmine Corp just want to get this one over and done with. A little bit of a trade out comes in, sure. But still, Spike still in hand, going to be leaning through towards that A site eventually. But this, again, is so brutal to play against. They just barreled through the smokes eventually. A flash or two just sent them into motion. And now we're down to 2.
Even noted it there that it's going to be difficult for TZH to get much done other than, you know, finding 2 or 3 kills. Spacing not ideal there. Obviously the lockdown going to come through. Why are you going to wait this one out? But definitely doesn't give them free access back onto site. Tree still holdable here for Carmine Core, and XMS still split away from this.
You first in, finding one, but one's not really going to be enough at this point. Need a little bit more damage. That's not bad. Yuchun trying to draw out one. Here's the steps, and actually had an opportunity on the right there. Navera denies it. And it's a 13-6 map 1 here. Carmine Corp looking pretty solid, I've got to say, Mike. A little bit scrappy overall. The first look at Lotus. But long story short, in my mind, FPX really petering out on that second half.
Yeah, definitely felt a little flat at times there for FPX. But I think as well, taking this with a pinch of salt, obviously this is going to be a map that there isn't a lot of preparation coming into. And on that front, I just feel like fundamentally, right, on a macro level, Carmine Core just had a much better read. We were talking about their rotations on defense and the number of times they actually screamed able to play advantage of that cooldown with the flash as well. So yeah, a difficult game to watch really for FPX, but you know, credit due to Carmine Core in that regard.
Yeah, I do start to worry though, if this was the attempt for, let's say, FPX to be able to play maybe the least experienced map for Carmine Core to an extent, right, on international stages in that regard, this was probably one of their best attempts to really get under the skin, maybe, you know, be a little
Catch
bit...
them off guard almost, yeah.
Again, maybe have more of an even playing ground in that matter. When you're coming to something like Haven and even Pearl then on the horizon, if it does go that far, I do start to worry, and maybe I'm a naysayer, maybe I'll be proven wrong and I'll be happy to see it. But I've got to say, for some of the standout things, look at the positives for FPX, some of the individual plays I'm seeing are highly exciting, a little buggy at times, but certainly very thrilling.
Absolutely, I think that is the expectation, right? It's just we talk about depth, and there's a number of times we're talking about them being hesitant, right? Not really having a set game plan initially. It's almost trying to play very reactive, and Carmine Core demonstrated a lot of restraint in that regard. There was no real overextensions in that. Scream actually keeping everybody in check and actually being kind of the puppet master in that regard of what Carmine Core definitely tried to achieve on their defensive half.
Yeah, certainly not answering all of our questions yet for Carmine Core. I
Just
think
with more, to be honest.
it absolutely does. I think we'll certainly keep our eyes on it towards Haven, maybe a bit more telling as to how it looks with Scream in that IGL role, everything else that we had for them.
Yeah.
And FPX, it's still just learning as we go. Plenty more to be seen. Mike, any quick expectations? Do you think this could go the distance, or are you unsure now of seeing map one?
I mean, I'm going to stay open-minded. Obviously, Haven coming back to a more, regulation map, so to say, that maybe there's a little more depth there in what they try and achieve. But I've got to be honest, that feels like Scream and Navera's backyard. It's their stomping ground historically.
It certainly is, and that's something to look forward to, and it'll be coming up in just a moment's time.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Carmine Corp manages to get the dub, and FPX are left questioning why did they go to Lotus when it all just seemed to crumble down for them. Unfortunately, they go down 1-0 in this series, and we move over to Haven. Golden Boy here alongside with Brennan Sideshow, and I think out of the gate, I mean, I like that they went for Lotus. I like that they tried something unique, but there was something that Pansy and Hypog said on the cast, which was, did you go to Lotus because you figured it would be the least prepared map for Carmine, or did you actually have a plan? And I kind of feel like it was the former rather than the latter.
Yeah, Carmine Corp ended up being the more prepared team, even though they didn't pick the map, I think. But what blew me away is just the difference in terms of like the first kill differential. And I mean, look at that, 17 and 2.
Goodness gracious.
17 of the 19 rounds, Carmine Corp was getting the first kill. And I think part of that was because FPX's early round ideas were half-baked.
Yeah,
and so Carmine Corp were set up for really nice kills, and they have some very talented players. XMS, Nevera, Shin, Scream, etc. And then you get the funny business happening too. So even though it was a roll of a map, I was still entertained. We saw the classic silly stuff coming out from FPX.
I wish we would have showed the clip before that, though, because that actually shattered my brain. He stayed in the nanoform just because he's like, don't never suspend me in the
unexpected
nanoform.
play, and honestly, when you're watching, the Chinese teams play, they tend to make a lot of those like high risk, very unexpected plays that do catch teams off guard. But when you're up against a team with that kind of experience like Carmine Corp, even though they've only just really come together as a roster, they're still disciplined enough to not really get caught off guard by moments like that.
Yeah, for sure. But guys, I feel the need for Verizon high-speed moment of the match. That would have worked out way better in my mind. But this one's going to go to Carmine Corp, who were on that premium Wi-Fi as they were just trying to run across the map to get that plant down, because it looked like things could have gone real poorly there, Brent.
Yeah, real poorly indeed, just with the time management, but just seconds to spare in terms of them being able to get this plant off as well. And just a slight whiffage, I suppose, by FPX not being able to stop this plant as well. But I think this kind of bleeds into just a wider analytical point as well, and something that we were expecting, which is FPX being inexperienced in that LAN environment as well. And there were numerous moments over the course of that map where that kind of reared its head. And it's unfortunate for the team because this is a real trial by fire. You don't get the backup, of the lower groups where you get to lose your first match and get a bit more experience. Single elimination in this tournament, you have to fix those mistakes rapidly. But there was another instance as well that it just showcased again, I think, just in terms of the mid-round calling in round 16 that I wanted to pull up. And it was an example of, like, you see them play, I think, in their own region as well if you watch some of the VODs of the Chinese region, but making a play like this works against a team that doesn't have a good idea of what they want to do in their attacking default to contain a play like this, which you see a lot in regions like, in some of the weaker teams, I suppose, from China and APAC as well. But teams like Carmine Corp, these guys have been forged in the fires of EMEA. They're not going to be letting something like that slip, even if Scream is IGLing.
Yeah, they're still really disciplined, and that was on the fly, but XMS just tucks in his bait. They have the turret, Scream's there to punish, and FPX are not going to be able to get away with stuff like that. And now I'm worried for them too, because they're heading to their permaban map, and I don't know what to expect. Yeah,
for sure, and that is giving us a lot of pause here, and let's actually get a little warm-up before map 2, which it's very warm in here, and let's actually check out the AIM Lab shoot-around. We're actually going to be following FPX's Berlin here, who's looking to get warm on the warm stage.
This guy has a fantastic stream, by the way. I just want to say that if you do want to follow it, he was streaming from the like practice facilities, and he was getting all the Brazilian fans in his chat trying to teach him Portuguese phrases for ranked and stuff. But he speaks pretty good English as well. It's conversational, on his own stream, but he's a great personality.
Yeah, was he the one playing with the penguin crosshair?
Yes, yes.
I mean, that is just absurd. his stats were pretty abhorrent as well in the previous map. But
could have been the crosshair.
He's got talent, but I think when you get to this kind of level, the stress of IGLing on the stage against a really competent, experienced team, that is overwhelming. And you frequently see in these kind of environments at Masters and now at Lock-In that the IGL's individual ability just falls off a cliff because they're having to think about so much else and you only have so much bandwidth to deal with.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. And it's moments like this where you get really tested, like you said, as an IGL. And I think, unfortunately, from what we've seen at that first map as well, I think the fact that Carmine Corp was so able to just pry open those weaknesses in the play that we saw across the board from FPX, where, they had gaps in their play with their attacks to default, giving up a lot of space. Carmine Corp ready to take advantage of that pretty quickly. Pretty impressed, honestly, with the more supportive of players, the newer, inexperienced players on Karmine Corp. I think they really did step up to the plate in this series at times.
I want to see more from NewZero because I felt like he wasn't really getting involved in very much. He only had something like 14 duels by the end of the game, whereas, you know, some other people on FPX had 14 deaths by the end of the game. But for Shin, for XMS, they were really stepping up in a big way to the point where they were getting as much value as Nivera and more value, arguably, in terms of their rifling than Scream was, where Scream was more to do with getting info and working the map. So I was really impressed with the development and the integration specifically of XMS and Shin.
Yeah, well, guys, if you're just joining us, welcome, obviously, to the VCT lock-in here in Sao Paulo, as Karmine Corp managed to pick up a big win there on FPX's pick of Lotus. It was a bit of a gamble. It didn't quite work out for them, but we learned a little bit, Brent, about Lotus, how Lotus plays out, you know, at a professional level. I'm excited to see how this map, you know, evolves, because I really enjoyed watching it.
I think if we ever see, you know, Lotus getting picked even more in this tournament, which I think you will, you know, there's a lot of games being played. Chances are it probably rears its head. You're probably going to see even more, you know, composition variety, I think, being played.
Yeah, I don't think that, like, settles the competition.
No.
It was just but I can see the strengths of the composition, though.
Yeah, the wild thing is, though, that is a comp that FPX love playing on pretty much every map. FPX love playing this Viper Omen setup, even on maps where it doesn't make sense. You know where it doesn't make sense, Golden Boy? Haven. And that's what they played last time they played Haven. They played Viper Omen.
I was looking at VR, I was going through, I was like, that's weird.
Yeah.
I wonder if they'll do that again. Oh, surely they did that because they were just, but that seems to be a thing.
That was the first time they'd played Haven in a long time, too, because it normally is a permaban for this team. So, at this point, it really looks wrapped up in a pretty bow for Karmine Corp. They should be able to run away with this. I feel like, again, the French players, the French teams, normally thrive on this map.
All right, well, here we go. Prime Gaming Agent Select. You can see the options there for FPX. Yu-Chen with that Viper. If he locks it in, that would be amazing.
Yeah, it's
there we go.
Very likely. So,
there we go.
And the way that they play this composition as well is really quite odd as well. It kind of goes against the core of how a lot of teams play Haven, which is like, you know, heavy retake. And look at this, it's actually triple initiator composition by Karmine Corp to play. That is also a little bit capped.
Oh man, they are cooking. This is what you expect though from the Scream, like brainwaves, is something that doesn't really seem to play to his strengths, but it's more of like how he thinks the game should be played.
All right, well, that's going to wrap things up here, but let's find out if this one can go the distance. I surely want it to go to Pearl. Let's send it back to our casters. It's Pansy and Hypoc.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Agent Select's weird, Michael. It's weird.
It's a little odd, yeah.
Weird.
Again, no real surprises. Obviously, maybe people that aren't familiar with FPX, you got to keep it in check. But obviously, there's questions here, and coming out of map 1,
Yes.
I think we should have a better idea of whether or not FPX were feeling as if Lotus was going to be a little a wild card, right? Something quirky to pull out, catch Karmine Corp off guard. But the concern being, I'm kind of with Josh here. This comes back, and it feels a bit more like comfort zone for Karmine Corp here. Knowing the history of some of these players, and obviously the comp, will see how they're going to play this separately, but this one for me is really concerning with what we saw on map 1, whether or not this is FPX slipping back into a bit more of a comfortable composition that they've cooked up. And yeah, like I said, I'm staying open-minded.
Yeah, I think I'll give it this half and see where we're at. It is international debut. Obviously, it does it warrants attention though. First round here, and certainly not an easy opponent in Karmine Corp either. And this composition, even coming out from the EMEA side, certainly a little unorthodox. And for now, taking their time around the map. Looks like they do want to at least test towards the B site for now.
I see why you might be tested here. Again, being suppressed, won't have use of that headhunter for the time being. But Karmine Corp don't follow through.
They've got a 3-play stack on long still. Essentially, I mean, you've got one towards Zero, I guess, but not over pushing, not trying to maybe hit that flank, but it's there. Headhunter comes back around and does find where it wants to be. Shin's gone down.
Yu-Chan not noted as well, so he can stay tucked in here. Yeah, completely unconsidered here. Screen drifts a little further forwards. TZH going to find a couple of freebies outside A lobby.
Lovely.
And it's only NewZero to try and recover this in a 1v5 here.
That's really nicely played out by FPX, actually. Love that. And TZH just going to keep farming it forward. That's 3 in the round. Yeah, I actually quite enjoyed what I saw there.
To touch on the comp here as well, obviously with Carmine Core showing heavy presence towards C-Long initially, big positive for me to see FPX pick up that slack elsewhere, right? The absence of a breach and not to have a raise to play off the fade here in the composition for FPX, they need to make sure that they can safely get that control of A lobby, just with a couple of the differences in utility that they do have available.
Happy to see that. Good start after a quiet second half in the first map to bounce back in and pick up a pistol. There. Good scenes. The Sheriff's coming out though for Carmine Corp, so not completely out of the woods just yet, but already aggression. And willingness to commit behind it too, and this is across the map. You've got two
Both
players
extremities.
happy to fight over towards A-Long, one towards Sewer, and C-Long had commitment behind it. B was left completely open.
Layering the smokes outside B site as well, side of FPX. I think on the back of that knife being invested from Scream. Fault line not going to catch anything, and so I don't think that was the intention, but a load of information picked up by A Yang here. Actually beautiful control of the entire map here from FPX.
Yeah, punished though in the follow-up from Nevera. Stunning shot on towards TZH, and that does open up the map, and the rotations might take a second or two. You see the sprint coming out from Berlin, yeah. Has to give away somewhat of the game as well. And we'll have the follow-up to be noted here, suppressed. But this isn't where the attacking side are heading now. Backfilling over towards C after pulling that attention and the rotation.
But it pulled YU off C site, all the way back in CT now, and it's going to be difficult to fight their way back onto site, and actually going to be a fairly late retake, considering two members still just making their way through A lobby.
Teleport's ready.
What do they do with this now? It's all down to this, really, and that's a perfect start, actually. Taking down Scream opens up opportunities. Nothing feels particularly safe. They can try and fold towards CT, but there is a player here. Why are you sitting towards CT? Does he get the inkling? He does now. Good tag, falls back, gets the frag, looks for the follow. Oh! Stunning shot, needs another. He's got support now, and it falls to pieces. Just one left alive. Great work from FPX here.
I was say it was going to be very late. It's on the back of a little further aggression in towards CT. I think they're just very conscious of the fact that they've got an awful lot to work with on site, but and with YU tucked in that deep, I mean, he was even later than the two players that actually made their way all the way across from A lobby. FPX, luckily, pulling that retake off. And we'll find themselves 2 up. Another round, though, that Nevera able to punish here, find first blood. I mean, map 1 was so one-sided in terms of the first bloods. And the difficulty being that FPX were really struggling to actually even trade out those first bloods or convert those 4v5s.
I do want to see how they adjust this for Carmine Corp. Now, this time around, the buy is out. I want to see how they handle this extremity pressure that we've seen somewhat consistently, right? And we're seeing it again. Berlin happy to get into the mix. Yes, this time with Spectres, though, so they do have that bonus round to play with, so why not? And oh, lovely. Navigating around the side. Berlin really working it out. The timing could not have been worse for Shin. Gets to slip away into the night and does great deals of damage here.
Chung got himself a pocket to play. Just at the top of C-Long. Scream, actually sharp to it. We'll find the kill. Now YU left to hold on to C site. Ayang might just get caught on the timing here in this rotation through spawn, but Scream looking to tuck inside. Window for the time being. Respecting this headhunter for the time being. But Spike slowly making his way this direction. Nuzera will fall way ahead of this execution coming through.
Why are you absolutely having a tear of a round? Potential for another here too. 3 more bullets to play with. Not gonna happen. XMS and the boys do make it up towards C-Long. They do finally get that nice synergy building towards the site. Ayak's still here and still doing so much oh no! Oh dearie me. It's all gone Pete Tong. We're down to a 1v2. Berlin and TZH. And Scream just wants to get something on his side, at least the time now. Rifle still to hand, no utility for 10 more seconds to play with. Prowler, Horn goes up, does now reveal position. Free fight on the first, and there's no trade. The paranoia, offset on the timing, not good enough to deal with Scream.
Closing out in style, a clean kill onto Berlin, and tons of space to reposition as well. TZH still a little behind the curve there.
That was the bonus, though.
That was the bonus. A ton of damage done. Still going to Carmine Core's purchase coming through. Just about stretching 3 rifles here, but Nuzera in a rough spot. The option here for Scream to actually go to light, yeah, and he will do that. Get rifles across the board. XMS just a little overzealous, and it's Scream's fragment to shut that one down. Carmine Core on the board here.
This is a change, though. They've kind of done the indicator that they're still going to have that A-long presence, but they've peeled away from it now, leaving just TZH posted up towards sewer. And again, you have conditioned Carmine Corp to have to respect this. They will have to at least commit utility to clear back through close towards A-long. I want to see where they adjust to. Maybe feeling that pressure through Garage and B, maybe next on the docket. Valor finds nothing, though, and they do start to at least stretch their legs towards taking the space on A-long.
The intention is here for Carmine Core as they drift back into A lobby. First time actually that FPX haven't really solidified this control. I think that's the trade-off here for a walk down mid for Berlin and Ayang.
Oh, I love this proactivity on the map. They give up one space and take it back on the other side.
As I say that, TZH just slipping back in towards heaven. Don't really commit to the spam through the smoke here, but Carmine Core should get themselves a clean plant. Seeker's invested on the flank here, so Scream and Navera have to hold down the fort here on long.
So much utility still to be worked through. Berlin, I thought he'd be caught a little more by that flash, but no, the unhand didn't quite find it. And actually, we're seeing Carmine Corp folding here, being folded over by FPX, who wins out every single fight there. How the hell did they just clean that back off?
They had very early information on this flank as well. The Seekers obviously coming through makes it a little trickier to deal with, but
also XMS's utility got dealt with too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you look at the health bars on the left side here, FPX barely took any damage, let alone 5 standing.
They're playing this game in such a fluid way. I mean, we talk about kind of taking space and what that means, kind of playing off extremities. I have to give a lot of credit here to FPX that they are absolutely working Carmine Corp in that regard. Yes, they gave up A-long control, but it wasn't like they then went, okay, well, we'll sit back in more of a default. No, they took that mid control, pushing straight down towards B, proactive with it, hyper aware that maybe they're going to have to play a retake on A, and look how well it was devised. Map 1, throw it out the window. I'm loving this FPX.
I think the stark contrast being, we had the conversation during Lotus that there was a real lack of, game plan in the early round for FPX, and here it's totally different. I was going to say, actually, Berlin looking to capitalize on the flash Scream, actually, with the punish through the smoke. Potentially create an opening here, but XMS punished, but Nuzera has slipped into hell.
Okay, that could be something. How far does he get? It looks like they're, the shot! So well considered, took his time with it on the second. TZH, again, the consideration here from both sides is perfect. We're in a 3v3, but look at the buy that's being made to work with here for Carmine Corp. Now the rifles, anything to hand? No, you look at where they were able to find these picks, not quite able to filter those back through, but plenty of util here, Mike.
Yep, the Rolling Thunder to come through on the back of contact here. Actually, YU, with that operator, going to make it problematic on the retake. Got to be conscious here of heaven. Nobody's watching it. That's the Rolling Thunder out the window.
That's an arena play and a half. You do that when they can't even hear the drop down, so unaware, so tunnel visioned towards CT. And that's going to be the diffusion. FPX, I'm loving what I'm seeing. Do you know what? I'm happy to be proven wrong so far. I was worried. Map 1, I hated what I saw. Didn't like it. Didn't look familiar to me, but what I'm seeing from FPX is beautiful, and they are making Carmine Corp sweat.
I mean, from a fundamental standpoint, this is a different team in map 2.
What's happened? Beautiful, beautiful Valorant right now.
Carmine Corp obviously coming back in with the purchase here, but you see Nuzera just needs somebody there. Not sure of what exactly is going on in Spawn. The screen's focused on that, but with one player towards short, a little window of opportunity for Heaven to be exposed there, and Nuzera's punished for it. Bonus being they have the Rolling Thunder to bring into the buy round. Not thrown out to try and convert that previous Thrifty. Viper's bit off the rip down C long here, so removing an entire extremity. So maybe a little bit of misinformation here with TZH being pinged on that knife.
They can go for a burst towards B. I want to see what they actually commit for here. Valo goes in. So again, trying to finish towards C, I guess you could try and navigate through Garage and try and circumvent the ult, but they still have they still have to be so respectful of these flanks coming in. And Nevera, freebie, TZH completely blind. It is that burst towards B. Beautiful utility combination work. Do manage to get away from the site.
But I think he actually spotted Nevera slipping into Rabbit there. Doesn't matter though, YU with the swing. Find it with the operator.
Not much to clear the back line though, Mike, and you still got that potential look that gets considered. Are you kidding me? I thought Scream got away with it then, but absolutely not. And XMS coming right on back in, barreling through. Carmine Corp finally get a grip on one of these rounds in the post plant here. FPX halted now.
It's actually so unfortunate for TZH as well. He turns the flash, but I think almost considering it wasn't going to bounce back towards front sight here. So fully catches that, Nevera capitalizing. Finds the opener and actually with the double TP back out. Maybe get away scot-free. I mean, FPX made it a little interesting here, but Popham being it's so late to sit on that with the Rolling Thunder, FPX would have had to dig all the way towards window to really remove the possibility of Carmine Core converting it. FPX is going to pump the brakes a little bit here in round 7.
Nice way to take the momentum away from Carmine Corp if they wanted to build off that confidence after that prior round, and also just maybe note what the adjustment was, because they've, I'd say, have been going beyond Carmine Corp in most of the rounds that they'd run prior. So, yeah, maybe nice little time to check in on this, see what's going to be going on. Still have plenty of ults to play with too. Obviously missing out too. We saw one of them investing over towards C-Long at the start of this, but touching base, night and day difference from map 1 for me. I'm so happy to see this from FPX. I was terribly worried we were going to have a bit of a blowout series, and even if they get held on 4 now, the caliber is already very different.
A very different standard of FPX here on map 2, that's for sure. And whether or not actually we can allude to maybe that being a quirk they want to pull out with Lotus and it's not paying off for them, but Carmine Core got their work cut out for them here. Again, this is the side we do expect this composition to really thrive, being the chamber, the double controller on the side of FPX. Certainly want to see Carmine Core pick up a couple more just to make this comfortable. Do have the tour de force available. Felt like I haven't had to say that in a while.
Yeah, so you're away from it all. Back to the aggression though. Still exploring over towards A-Long, so showing this. So I wonder if they're going back to it.
Carmine Core have not been on the other side of this once.
No.
Berlin tasked with holding on to this. Actually, TZH coming all the way through. The second smoke deep towards A lobby.
Prowler missed him. And the paranoia certainly does, and Nevera though holds him away. Keeps him at arm's length, and Berlin needs to make a run for it, dash away, and get back to safety. Beautiful work coming in. That's honestly on Nevera, just individually finding that one shot, because everyone else was just smothered with that paranoia.
Yeah, I mean, it's awful timing for the smoke to drop. Nevera obviously playing a little deeper, so not affected by that paranoia.
Counter.
Should really slow things down though.
The paranoia.
Berlin still finds that, what?
Wow, that paranoia was perfectly placed towards him, but the overwhelm from Carmine Corp is brilliant. Having the 3 trades coming in almost back-to-back, clears the site, and then the last player's a mile away. That was C site hold. So this one should be wrapped here unless something goes terribly astray.
We'll have the tour de force to work with 8 headhunter shots, but it's a tall order to pull off this 1v3. Opportunity to retrieve a Vandal here at least. Yeah, Nevera posted up with that operator.
Yep.
We'll find his 3rd on the round. It's Carmine Core's 3rd on the board. He's going to be struggling a little bit here financially. There's going to be any investment at all. Looks like it might just be Sheriff's. Yeah, you see a couple of members of Carmine Core affected by the paranoia there, but Nevera playing deeper and up on the ledge there to avoid it. I said awful timing for the smoke to drop there, but credit to Carmine Core in that regard if that was timed to perfection. And clear to know, nobody from Carmine Core entertaining this A lobby presence. So once again, TZH in Berlin will get a little curious. Despite not committed just yet, YU does get an opportunity with the headhunter, but does not connect this time around. And seeing Nivera actually put out the operator on attack kind of implies Carmine Core are going to continue with this slow pace. Like I said, considering those numbers from map 1, if they can continue to dominate this first Blood game, might just pay off for them.
Yeah.
A lot more restraint demonstrated here from FPX, though. As I say that, why you punished it.
Really considered play by Nivera as well. They seem quite aware there's a possibility of a large presence toward A. And yeah, that should be enough of an indicator to maybe look towards that C site, and that's exactly what Carmine Corp are doing. And correctly so as it stands. They might have to dismantle this stack here and try and filter it back through. But by now the site should be won. Still going to do the due diligence though, go through the motions, ensure that this isn't just a bit of a bait, a bit of a ruse, and it's certainly not. And this is when I start questioning the depth of FPX. If we look at other games, again, it's always been the depth of their ability to adjust, their ability to go beyond that initial phase of what they're bringing to the plate, which was fantastic. It garnered them those 4 brilliant rounds. I do want to see where they go from this now, because Carmine Corp seem absolutely back in the driving seat here. Nivera, oh dear. One might have slipped the net, but he's just farming. Doing his share, a little bit of light armor, but Nivera just enjoying himself. Lovely confidence booster there for him. And the Prime Gaming flawless.
Starting to hit their stride now. We have a tie game for a piece here on Haven. See elimination on the cards here. Don't forget that.
Yep.
FPX have to win this one to force the third. And then just considering how far back he was in the open there, setting up for that reveal. For the first time, looks like FPX are going to give up this setup towards A lobby. I mean, the switch up will be YU over here with the operator.
Ooh.
Not noted as of yet.
Scary time to test this too. That operator ready to go. Shot it off. Snaps to Nivera. Deletes him after a stellar round from Nivera just a moment ago. Now back on guard, back on duty. Once again, a reminder, do not go to this A site. Do not challenge us. Do they dare to continue to go forward?
Why are you actually not invested his trap just yet? An opportunity here, yeah, seen it placed just outside B. More drift. Back on towards A site. TZH set up on top of the box here. A-Yang will be noted on the back of the utility. So they know of at least 2 towards A site here. Carmine Corp still looking curious. There should be another noted with TZH dealing with that Prowler.
There's a lot of pressure on A-Yang. If they do end up going up towards the
Big info on that reveal, and you can see Carmine Corp already peeling away.
Trap gone though, this should call attention. XMS going to pull them away from this, but actually pulling all the players away, but rightly so. Carmine Corp are bringing everyone towards the B site now.
Here.
Re-exploring a little, and the lurk going to be met. Shin won't have the freest of times now. Yeah, TZH, the timing! Oh, it's good, it's worked out for Shin here. The response though, comes back in. They've won out on the B side though, but it's fine timing. 10 seconds with the spikes now down, Scream. Posted up, gets forced away. A-Yang is not out of it yet.
Reveal off the neural theft here. So again, all the information in favor of Carmine Corp. Chunk got to find something on the way back through. XMS will fall. Scream answers back though.
Oh my word, cleaning these players out. Carmine Corp not sitting so deep this time, couldn't sit so deep. And getting punished for FPX. Once again rekindling some of that early round, early map form we've seen now.
That's unfortunate. Shin has a perfect opportunity to pinch this. Finds the one onto TZH. Paranoia in hand. Unfortunately dealt with, traded out there. Just inside CTR, but this shot was beautiful. Nivera just caught behind this cage dropping.
Oh.
And you could see it just as he looked away as well. Big work from Yuchun though. That's with all the information in Carmine Corp's way.
Do they dare go back to try and test the waters by A? I feel like they have to rescind from that Carmine Corp, and it looks like, yeah, C-site the next on the dock. But operators here.
The reveal didn't actually ping YU there.
Huh.
I don't think it was shot immediately, but it also didn't ping him. I mean, now will be noted at least he's firing off operator shots inside that smoke. XMS trying to find a timing elsewhere.
He is a little ahead of maybe TZH here, so, but I don't know if you can make much of that really. Oh, bolt. All right, It looks like full commitment behind this. Do they stay or do they dip? And they're losing that opportunity to find the timing. TZH does not get to turn the flash either. Shin with the punish, and now already the site's going to be smothered. Berlin, though, what a shot! Mechanically just about holding onto this site. Making a scrap out of it and bring it to a 2v2 standing. Scream on the knees for now. And the spike's now in their favor.
Yeah, you can see the res not coming through, so it'll be a straight 2v2 here. Got to be conscious. Why are you creeping up long here? Yu-Chen just has to play his time here. Snake bites available for him.
Oh, he's drawn the attention, surely. That should have been a free shot, you'd have imagined. Not the case at all.
Snake bite should be good. You actually going to find the first, and actually converts with the headhunter as well. And you're right, felt like a freebie on the first, but cleans it up on the back of that second snake bite. FPX once again pulling off a successful retake here. It's just unfortunate the timing of Scream falling, unable to get that revive on site.
Yeah.
Reducing the numbers. This might just be the last purchase Carmine Court. Able to string together here.
So sharp.
Even here with the no command, FPX is just happy to just dig their heels in. Play some trades on site, it makes it 10 times easier for them to pull this retake off. All looking to buy some time for YU.
Yep. It works. I got really nervous because...
I mean, this is the first round where actually you got to be a little bit critical of the attacking operator on the side of Navera, right? You see, it's quite out in no man's land.
Yeah.
I mean, if anything there, you want to see him posted up deep on long, holding the heaven angle. He's all the way up on site. As soon as that first player falls, I think actually Shin's the one to fall behind Scream. And Navera's just stuck the remnants of Carmine Core. I think Nuzera swinging back through from shore.
This is much more exciting. I hope we see this. Again, I don't want to get too excited because it was that second half that we out in that first map, but already this looks so much better from FPX. Not particularly cheesy, a little bit unique, I'd say. This isn't like a cheese comp we're seeing really either. Making Chamber look pretty decent so far too. So by all accounts, pretty decent. Forcing Carmine Corp to hit that timeout button, so that's going to be used up here. A couple of ults to play with, though, some pretty pivotal ones as well.
Rolling Thunder in hand for Nuzera. Carmine Core need to make this one work. I mean, see verbatim what I said on the first map, it's this purchase coming through in the 11th. They don't get the spike plant. It's scraping together SMGs in round 12.
Different look, totally different.
Yeah, just
so much
heavily relying on YU to completely anchor this area now, and I think finally the penny has dropped that Carmine Core don't really want to contest early on. That spot, yes, it does connect. Unfortunate for YU there, so has to give up this deep angle. The operator not revealed just yet.
No, still unknown. Smoke towards long. YU can get a second bite of the cherry, but does he expect the push up from Scream? He's not playing with that in mind, and he actually gets to catch a player around. 6 HP, turns and bites and falls. Scream with the punish, and they hold on to the site for now. Oh, lovely work from Berlin, though, to get there as quick as possible. Denies Scream trying to capitalize on the gap that could have been created. And Berlin still holding the site, still expecting Shin. Still noting more players. The paranoia good, but so's the Prowler off the back of it. Navera's there. Shin as well to boot. They're holding on for now. 2 players still alive, though, on the other side.
Almost scraping this one through. Feels so hard fought here for Carmine Court. Shin's done wonders here to make this work. Unorthodox wall here. FPX looking to just creep up behind this. Yeah, they are.
Okay, they've got to play. Yes, they do. TZH finds XMS. And the shotty comes on out. Oh, right on back. Navera posted right back. TP taken. Operated a hand. And now the 1v1. Yu-Chan has to try and close the back gap. Navera's having none of it.
And it's only down to the wide swing from Yu-Chan that Navera still finds that. It's crazy to see them make some of these retakes work, though. The adjustment here on the Viper wall works out beautifully. It's so interesting to watch some of these rounds. Navera making it work with the shorty initially. Like I said, Yu-Chan expecting Nivera to be tucked deep into sewers there. Big round to pull off here because it enables this purchase in round 12. A couple of gaps in utility, yes, but ultimates to offset that.
Back to business, it sounds like. TZH going to post himself right up in towards the corner. Prowler goes towards sewer, similar to scenes prior. And now filled by Young, but now this time TZH did really well in the pistol here, but a little bit of a different scenario, but still the Stinger good for it. TP's away, doesn't get the chance to get the gun out, but backfilled here. Lovely work. Keeps favorable numbers to FPX, but he needs to get a move on. He's being closed down on, and now he can't escape that corner.
They're looking to TP all the way back in. Actually going to commit to this. Berlin's got his hands full here. They're able to TP away from the C's.
Counter roll as well. Should have good info on this. Not going to find Nivera though. And actually, tell a lie, they do. And I thought they may have another shot. This Berlin just flies out, finds one, down to the 1v1. U-chance! Dead and buried. Gap is closed. It could not be closer now.
It definitely didn't feel like a 6-6 half. Carmine Core, I almost feel like clinging to life in some of these rounds. FPX really testing them on some of these post plants. Like I said, play really unorthodox. What is that kill from Berlin? Just barrels out with the classic. Shin standing his ground once again. Delivers the final kill of the half to secure the 6th round.
I did not expect to see this. I think map 1, if we're being realist, this looked maybe like it was going to be a quick 2-0. This is a whole different look. I wonder what the desk has made of that.
Well, that was quite a fascinating half of video games that were being played on stage today. Lots happened there. But regardless, Bren, I have to say, it's entertaining.
It is certainly entertaining. I mean, listen, we knew it was going to be that. This is some absolute jail Valorant that we're witnessing right now. And I mean, I am in love with this as well because it's just, there's little gaps in both teams' play that it just creates these magical moments like the ending there where Berlin's jump around the corner, getting a kill in the air with classic. But just fantastic stuff. In particular, though, I was taking a look at Yuchen as well, his performance, because, listen, we were critiquing this Viper play, and as an individual, the guy is putting up some amazing numbers. Now, if you're looking at this and thinking, wow, I should really be playing Viper on Haven, I think the answer is still no. I think it's a little bit half-baked at times. Sometimes you're getting caught out. But what's really impressive with Yuchen is just, I think again, it's the raw mechanics coming together the way he's playing off his teammates. And most of the time, with a lot of these retakes, and Carmine Corp's inability to really put a stop to any of it.
And that is what's getting me, is that both teams are playing really unorthodox compositions, and it's creating a ton of unforced mistakes. So I want to take us all the way back to round 3, because this was happening all the time, but round 3 was a particularly decent example, I think, where off the rip, you've got Berlin walking over the top of XMS's really bad trip that he plays, and gets a kill onto Shin there, and that's horrendous. And then Scream is eventually left in a 1v2 where, hello, double facing? No idea, no plan to do that whatsoever. So there are just so many moments like this, but what this means looking forward into the next half is, it's anybody's game. And I think it comes down to Scream, it comes down to Berlin, and it's about getting your players that might have a bit of stage jitters right now and getting them to calm down and just focus on what's working. And what's working is Nivera's off.
I mean, that's super important as well. You got to remember as well, single limb, FPX's first time on the international stage. You know, the nerves are probably playing his mark, but this is a very, very even map.
Well, going into the second half, we're wiping the slate clean. Let's see how this one all plays out. We could be going to a map 3. Let's send it back over to the casters.
Yeah, thank you. It could be happening. This is, was it Prison Valorant?
Jail Valorant.
Yeah, Jail Valorant. You've got a real way with words down there. It's been quite something, and I think that is actually
FPX 67%เลยอ่ะถ้าเป็น
I
attack
put it better myself.
You know, I was really looking for ways to describe it, but I think we found it.
What's terrifying is I was talking about obviously this comp kind of excelling, or where we expect to see value for FPX being on the defense. We have a 67% attacking win rate on Haven with this composition. Now that's terrifying. There's going to be a slow
เขายังคง
burn
ซื้อ
here
ของจ่ายของกันเหมื
for
อนเดิม
FPX with this double controller setup. Now Carmine Core are looking to counter that. Like initially on the back of this utility, going to double commit. Spike not committed just yet. We'll keep eyes on YU deep on that lurk towards C long. Also Yuchen set upside window. Good information actually from Navera. You can see over the top of that poison orb.
Oh, timing.
Unfortunate for YU there.
Yeah.
But that should be the green light to proceed towards A.
Yep. I think they have the site for now. Surely you don't test this. Do they burst this? They actually are. They're pouring towards the site. And I don't know if I love that yet. Berlin and Yang make light work of this, going through the smoke of the back of some utility that didn't really find anything.
Carmichael looking to catch them off guard with some utility ahead of that spike being planted, but Berlin punishes with 2 kills. Now just Shin to try and recover it. TZH deals with it comfortably. Like I said, Carmichael should absolutely read that. They deal with YU solo over towards second mid. They know there's no second swing coming through. They have to feel it's a stack outside 8. Again, maybe just a little mishap in terms of the execution to pressure as that spike comes through. Oh, okay, well, yeah. Berlin's hitting shots like that. Not an awful lot you can do, to be honest with you.
No.
Again, I liked initially, I think Shin throws the reveal, Screams layered that with a flash as well to try and ping something, but I'm not sure if the reveal was off or...
So it didn't connect.
FPX just had the god timing.
Maybe, yeah. One of those to look back through potentially. For now though, 7-6. FPX retake a little bit of that lead here. Could tee them up for more. We do see Sheriffs out. Light armor for XMS. And a stack 3 towards Sewer. They're going to continue this look as well. Nice shots. Only Navera to find any damage on the other side. Otherwise, pretty much navigating around most of the threats here.
Really an opportunity for XMS to find a consolation or two. Creeping up towards heaven. Going to make it even harder for him to do so. Actually, YU has full control of the flank as well, so. It's a tall order.
Yeah, it's not feeling like it's on the cards, Mike.
And it won't be. That's YU actually probably the worst person in this composition you want to see the freebie go across to. Still 4 left to find for that tour de force, but the fact that he's saving 1,400 in that previous round, I just feel like he's going to opt for that operator pretty early on.
Yeah.
Oda actually set up pretty well with this purchase here for FPX. 2 Vandals, a Bulldog, a Spectre.
Other side looks dreary.
Yeah. I was questioning it because XMS I think only had 800 left in the previous with that light armor and Sheriff, and now it's 2 Guardians and 2 rifles.
Gosh, so much early control being fought for. Along looking like a high priority. And clearing out.
It's just Scream here. It's only Scream with a Guardian to hold down the fort on A site.
I'm not even seeing anyone close to hitting the rotation timing yet. And it's a pack of 3 players going towards A. There are still the 2 by mid. Yeah, perfect timing to take a look toward this. Uchan is just sat here, posted up on this one. Spike's drifting away though.
Navera's got himself into a dirty spot here. YU hyper-focused on it, still punished on it, and the trade is good from Berlin.
You could see Shin considering if there was something to be done with this one. He's been noted. He's trying to get aggressive with it, and the timing could have worked out, but no, Berlin with another huge denial. Upgrade found, and XMS, the madman, flies out of garage and takes the fight. But back towards A, and now it's Scream again.
ยิงกันแบบนี้
He's got to go huge with this. He's seen at least a gun barrel there. Lovely shots on 1 and a second. Scream.
30 seconds left.
Stunning aim. But he needs final one here if he wants to secure it for himself.
Oh!
Got it, lovely. Lovely stuff from Scream.
A crazy round to watch play out.
พ่อหนุ่มคนนี้เขาเกินคนจริงๆครับ
Entirely sure FBX's intention is towards lobby. Here obviously as a Guardian to deal with the Prowler. That's not exactly what they wanted to hear, but again they have no information elsewhere on the map. I think initially this default of Uchan and YU over towards C-Long and double doors. It's lucky really that Carmine Court don't show us that that wallbang comes from so deep on that wall. Of course it's a headshot.
Of course it is. What else would it be?
Now FBX forced back onto full purchase here, operator in hand. as expected for YU. This time a little tighter group towards A lobby here, at least towards window as well. But no information. Looks like Carmine Core happy to just ride out a very passive early round. Looks like the fault line might set up Scream for this swing. There's lots on the other side of it, but
Something's making them pull the plug on the rotation, at least. Leaving C, leaving Garage. They do have utility to hold it.
look how deep the trap is on C long here. So they're going to lean heavily away from that. I'm curious actually what that knife just revealed.
Should have been a fair amount, but no, these things work. And I think Scream, right to respect this, it was soloing out the site for some time. I mean, look at the post plant. Anything curious for it? Still a lot of utility in the hands of FPX. And Scream finds it. That's Berlin gone. And now 4 to work through. Flank on the way. What? Scream deleted. And these steps should be heard as well. Moving on the flank here. Instantly turns for it. Good trade. Needs another though. XMS now considered 2. And this could be fights on several fronts. Beautiful shot. Operator done, and now TZH in combination watching that CT push through. And XMS, he wants out.
I'm a little curious, once again, it's a solo setup for Scream. Obviously has the support for Nuzera to set up this fault line. Well, no, XMS is actually going to get away from it. He's desperately trying to hold on to this Phantom. YU's now posted up with the operator. Be difficult, but nobody else charging this down. FPX have to be conscious of their finances too. But the next question really I'm left with, if Scream is solo holding onto A site with only Nuzera to clear through the fault line, there's no confirmation of presence behind it. Until that knife comes back off cooldown. So it's what Carmine Core are looking to it. Oh, that was a dirty shot from Yang.
It seemed like if I wasn't 100%.
But where do Carmine Core really pick up the slack elsewhere? There has to be some positives to really counterbalance the setup. Actually, with the Viper's pit, sorry, the Viper wall being invested towards B, it might be a little bit of a switch up here.
I was getting interested to see if they're willing to test the back line here, start maybe pressuring down C on, considering how deep they have been getting. XMS has been exploring it, maybe pressuring through B or Garage, but...
I mean, it's rinse and repeat again for FPX, though. It's Yuchun and YU to create a little bit of pressure towards double doors and C long. But already, minute 15 on the clock, they're stacked up as 5, ready to challenge a solo A site hold once again. Nivera.
Oh, timing.
The one to trade out for his brother this time around. Scream slowly creeping back through spawn here. Do they commit to this? Yeah, Berlin punished immediately onto Nivera.
Scream has to back away. He can't even withhold this. The timing of that ultimate was perfect. Even just as Scream got there, they found Nivera comfortably. Spike plant, similar situation. This time around, though, no flank coming in. It's all through CT, maybe even a little towards Heaven. Plenty of utility to still... Well, actually, I say that. Maybe not. Shin. Not as much this time. Nuzera investing as best he can, but the counter utility is perfect.
That's it, yeah, they're going to get locked out with that flash and that snake bite. It's going to
lovely.
force Carmine Core all the way back into spawn. Looking at it here, XMS want really to bring some funds away from this round. I don't think it's going to give Nivera a weapon.
And that's it,
in what's becoming a pretty concerning round if you're a Carmine Core fan watching this one. And this slow burn for FPX really paying off for them in the second half. Again, no flash to it. It's not really, like I said, a lack of proactivity from Carmine Core to really balance Scream being the only person on Nivera on the previous to hold on to a site.
And my worry is it puts all of that ability to then hit that switch up button in FPX's hands. They still got a round in the pocket here if you're looking at the mental game. If Carmine Corp don't come up with a response, it needed to happen. I was about to say, timeout needs to hit soon.
Timeout มาเลย
coming through on the previous. Next round isn't necessarily comfortable. I think actually there's an armor repurchase coming through for Scream as well. That makes it even more problematic, but they lose this. They're not in a position to fall behind the next either. And FPX sitting pretty right now.
They're chuffed with this. When we asked about depth a couple of times, they haven't been pushed to that next layer yet. This first look, very robust, really, really nice. Hasn't been broken by Carmine Corp in my mind at all. What response are you looking for? Is it
they have
on
to
the
challenge
flank?
this
Is it
default. Like I said, FPX are literally probing for 10 to 15
ผมได้ไป
seconds.
ชงกาแฟ
And
มา
then
กิน
they
นั่น
hit
แหละ
A. But time and time again,
หาว
Carmine
หาว
Core
ไม่หยุดเลย
they're not gaining any information on the rest of the map to know that that A site hit is coming. So to leave somebody committed to holding A site solo, especially challenging in that situation we saw Navera did. I mean, Scream kind of, I guess, teetering on the edge and playing it right because of the outcome, sure. But for me, it just seems a little passive, considering how FPX's early round, whether or not coming out of this timeout, FPX is going to look to switch things up.
Whoa.
Right, so Scream denied the ability to at least peek towards long, but beyond that, here's the switch.
An early walk here from Shin.
But we have been seeing this wall used a couple of times, but this, you can see what it's facilitating now.
ไอ้เหี้ยไหลแล้วแท้ๆโดน
Well, they dropped the wall
ส
as
มอ
well,
ง
that's
หม
the
ด
thing. Shin is under the blanket of safety that FPX provide with that Viper wall.
So diligent. I love seeing that. And they've got the first pick. If they get any indicator the players have been drawn off of the extremities, then they can start exploring it. Already, the horn goes up, and they're actually aggressing down middle. Screen. This might be a little bit out of whack, but it works out. He finds one, Nuzera with another, and maybe the brawl is going to finally pay off for Carmine Corp. But this is not something you want to depend upon. Is this repeatable? Who knows? But for now, they finally have a player advantage. They're running A.
Should hear this as well.
ฮะ
Why you wasn't too
ก็โดนนั่นน่ะ
Scream 52 HP, Navera 43. One off the Rolling Thunder, so won't have that available. No fault line available just yet. And the Paranoia sent
โอ้โหโดนดึงไปสอง
as well, Lauren.
And one should be up now. The timing is going to be terrifying. This is going to put it all in the other player's hands. Oh my word! What?
อ้าวนิดเดียว
Not going to get it. Nuzera survives.
You can see the frustration from YU as well.
Desperately tried.
Absolute sitter considering some of the shots he's been hitting.
Wow.
But by the skin of their teeth, Carmine Court scraped together another round.
Like almost brute force and ignorance, just continuing to hammer it down middle. That first player falls, and then Scream just goes, guess I'm walking mid.
Yeah, I mean, even this, they've made a meal of this one on window as well, finally getting that second kill. But YU's reposition here, the timing of it is absolutely perfect.
God, that could have been another for him too. That was one bullet away in the Headhunter.
They have to ride the wave of that round victory though.
But how do you repeat
the operator saved. And XMS is bringing the Sheriff into this one. Sure, I almost... I mean, damn, give him a judge or something.
Yeah.
2K on the back of Scream. Even with the previous round, I wouldn't even say this is a forced adjustment on the side of FPX. Navera now...
Look how close they are.
Yeah.
I'm worried about when
they are tucked up behind.
Oh.
The players, the Paranoia was going its way as well. Cleared back of sight, and they are working perfectly in unison with the utility, but straight through the smoke. Shin is there.
สโมกลงปุ๊บจ้าเอตัวเอง5ตัว
FPX have somewhat hit the brakes though. Only one of them being sent to the blender.
It's another example though of playing behind FPX's utility, and as a Viper, they can drop this orb, they can drop the wall at any time. Navera the one to feel the burn of that in this round. Again, no surprises, FPX going to drift back towards A. This time around, nobody on the side of Carmine Court defending it.
Well, if anything to go by, Scream, it was so quick to being on that B site last time. He was the one to walk middle. If they've maybe worked out, he just over-rotates a little bit here. He should be on a platter.
Finally, Scream now considering the possibility. I actually know if that knife's about to come back online.
Oh, they've got Viper's Pit too.
Yeah, this is...
อันตีปิดทางเข้าไปเลยจ้า
Yuchen's still got 2 snake bites as well, so he can really slow them down.
And there's no flank, there's no like depth to it beyond what's coming through this way.
Scream's gone up, XMS has got a Sheriff. I'm pretty sure there's a gun down on B site as well.
These trades would have to be unreal for it to work out, and Scream some...
Oh no. Oh no.
They're falling out of the sky. Scream, what have you got for me? Nothing.
โอ้โห
Nothing at all.
เฮียอันตีไวเปอร์เวอร์จังอะบีบให้เล่นอย่างงี้กูก็ไม่กล้าเข้าไอ้ตัดทางโคตรแคบเลย
There was a player that was caught by the Rolling Thunder to come through.
We're back in prison, Valorant. What is it?
I mean, it looked good initially. Screen found 2 with the operator coming out.
I don't know how he found 2 either.
And then XMS busted his ankles on the way down here. FPX on 11 here and knocking on the door at 12 considering this purchase. Carmine Court keep just throwing sheriffs into some of these rounds. I feel like that Scream and Navera
คู่สองนี่ DRA ก็น่าดู
in play for them. Force something into some of them.
เฮ้ยแต่จริงๆดูลิสต์เดี๋ยวนี้ไม่ค่อยจำเป็นแล้วอะ2 เซน 2 สโมก 1 เอ้ย2 สโมก 2 เซน 1 เอ้ย2 อิน 2 สโมก 1 เซน
I think anyone given the eye test wasn't too enamored with what they saw, but this is a whole different beast. Shin though gets a free chance at it, and he gets one.
เยอะเกินไปถ้ามีปืนน่าจะล่าได้มากกว่านี้
finally tested, but the paranoia there, the seeker there, it's just a pour on of utility.
ไปไม่ทันในเวลาโดนเขาขึ้น 12
but do they hit the brakes? They do.
หรือเปล่าครับเอ้ยมีสกรีมอยู่สกรีมลงหลังแต่แชมเบอร์ยังไม่ตุยเย่
Ayang creeping closer and closer.
Oh
XMS
shit.
shut
Oh.
down here. Nuzera next up. He will fall and Scream is stuck behind the trap.
What you gonna do now, Scream? Got the sight, and it looks like they're about to get 12.
ไม่เล่นแล้วส
This
กรี
game
ม
went from looking
รอ
comfortable,
เขา
looking
ถอย
pretty
มา
good,
ดี
a
กว่า
little quirky at times,
รอ
but
เขาถอยรับ
this.
หลังตัดปืน
Gotta say, Carmine Court falling short of an
ไม่ตัด
answer
ด้ว
in
ย
my book. A lot of greatness shown from FPX.
หลบหนี
Can't
การ
deny
จับ
that,
กุม
but this is where is the answer? A lot of the questions that we came in with initially in this game were, okay, the in-game leadership. How does that look? How does that maybe affect Scream's individual performance? Well, he's still sitting on 18. He's still looking pretty solid individually.
Hasn't played bad at all. It's been some of the inability to really adjust to what FPX employed in the early rounds. Like I said, there wasn't an awful lot of flash to what FPX were doing. It was just a lack of response from Carmine Court.
มีการจับกุมไม่ให้เอ็ด
Maybe that is, what Josh was alluding to earlier. Relieve some of the pressure from a player like Scream, but here on the KO, an awful lot for him to do. We'll find
ได้
some
ไป
consolations, but
2
pretty short.
อย่างน้อยก็ได้ตังค์
FPX
ซื้อ
now
เกาะหรือ
this
ไปซื้อ
run
ปืนให้
around
เพื่อน
has
นะ
looked in the second half. Not going to feel the pinch whatsoever. Tour de force available, Berlin. Ultimate, I mean, Shins. Like I said here, I mean, it's the stun as well. The fault line was perfect. There was no second swing from default there from Nuzera. With XMS.
โอ้ยเจออย่างงี้โอ้ย
Like I said, I don't know if that was just a miscommunication, but Navera's there ready to swing off the fault line.
Yeah. Something going wrong, but now something going oh so right for FPX. Quick intentions towards the B site. Lots of utility poured on through. A little bit of a trade out here, but the site's theirs. It's been won. And it's a quick plant as well. Maybe a counter. Oh, yes. Shin going to commit his right back through. But again, that may only catch 2 of the players here. Looking at the back lines, it's only Scream to try and be the disruptive factor towards that.
Yeah, and Yuchun wise to it already. With a lack of pressure on site, he can just post up on this position. Paranoia not going to catch anything. Nobody in backside. Berlin playing inside his poison orb could cause problems for Carmine Court.
Oh, quick trade though. XMS not going to drop the ball just yet, but now called to attention. They have to be careful of that spike. A tap towards it will draw eyes. Scream now in the back lines being a problem. 3-man face. Carmine Court desperately trying to fight and falling to FPX. Can you believe it? We're going all 3.
A beautiful pace change here to close things out.
เอาเรื่อง
And
จัด
win map 2 on Haven, forcing the third. We will go to Pearl. I think answering a lot of questions that we had after an underwhelming performance on Lotus on that map 1.
Yeah.
มีเกม 3
Those questions. Yeah, much closer affair here in terms of the first floods as well. That was the thing that really stuck out from map 1. FPX rarely felt like they were in a disadvantage in some of these rounds.
And I genuinely thought we'd be kind of looking at the more experienced players coming into play here for Carmine Corp, considering they've had a lot of international stage experience. They've had that ability to kind of work through that before, play other international teams. But in reality, this was very much a no response coming out. A couple of timeouts, they had a couple of answers. We saw that mid-exploration coming in. It wasn't a reasonable success, however.
No, it really wasn't. I think actually it comes down, you have to once again give credit to obviously FPX's ability to pull off some retakes. I feel like it was, I don't know if the desk will be able to answer this, but it was like 5 or 6.
สุดที่จะไม่มี
attempted retakes that came off successful. Carmine Court unable to really
วัน
hold
เสา
on
ร์
to
ก็จะมาเป็น
some of the
โอ้
key
โห
win conditions in that first
ถาม
half.
จริงทั้งปีป่ะ
I think it continues as well. FPX happy to play a little unorthodox, and maybe that's what's completely throwing Scream off as the IGL, just an inability to grasp the macro in some of these rounds. I love that we saw that Berlin replay again.
Yeah. And again, yes, a little unorthodox, but not completely out of the realms of what we're used
No,
to.
like I said, in my eyes, and
น่า
again,
กลัว
it's
มาก
easy to stand here and say this from the outside looking in, but there were some simple fixes that I don't.
เอ๊ะ ยาวโอ้เขาดู700คนเลยมั้ง
It's been a bit of a whirlwind series as we find ourselves going into map 3 here. Of course, I'm Golden Boy alongside with Brennan Sideshow. And Brennan, I mean, off the top already, this series is is really the gift that keeps on giving.
Honestly, I'm having a ton of fun watching. As much as, you know, listen, we're pointing out a lot of mistakes of both of these teams, but, you know, it's the first time we've seen FPX on the global stage, first time we've seen this Karman Corp roster also come together, and as well, the storylines are really just coming full circle as well. Think back to the champions of last year, and it was Scream when he was playing on Liquid who actually knocked out Edward Gaming from that tournament, the old #1 seed coming through from China, and now you've got FPX versus Karman Corp going a distance. And remember, single elim in this tournament means that, listen, there's a high chance, I would say, especially going into Pearl, that you could see FPX taking this.
And I also want to give a huge shout out here, the 2 IGLs being the MVPs of that map in the end. And Berlin was actually having a bit of a stinker at the start because he was trying to push all the time, always get aggressive, but it conditioned Karman Corp to play this super slow game, and they just couldn't get the advantage that they were previously having in that early round scrap. You remember last time how it was 17-2 in terms of first kills to first death. I mean, that is not the case anymore. It was much more even, just 11-10 in favor this time of FPX as well. So doing way better in the early round, and also stopping Karman Corp from getting any like post-plant success. That was my
favorite moment.
ขยี้จังช็อตเนี้ยขยี้จังเลยโอ้ยตายแล้ว
From that point of view and seeing a body flail to the ground and flop, just oh man, it looked like me playing football in my 40s. That was just so good.
I think really the story of this map though has got to be that it was a big like miss from Karman Corp. They come in with an overcooked composition on FPX's previous permaban map.
Oh, racing.
Yeah,
Why did we let them cook, man?
Who let them cook?
I don't know.
Just
I completely agree with you.
Keep it simple, keep it safe, and I think they could have put FPX to bed here, and already they might be booking their flights home. And instead, it gets to this really dangerous third.
Well, I think that is the, and that's where we find ourselves here as we get ready for map 3, and one has to wonder. Look, we made a lot of jokes in pre-show.
Yeah,
but this actually could be an upset
It could
alert.
be. No, genuinely. I mean, there was a chance of it. There was a chance of it because there were so many unknowns coming in with Karman Corp as well. And I think that these guys...
Who's the upset for, though?
The upset for? I mean, it's going to be FPX if they win this, because this is a team with no experience on the global stage. They're up against veterans in the forms of Scream and Nivera, and they are one map away from knocking out Karman Corp.
I want to also put another stat out there that is just blowing my mind. FPX took a bit of a chill in the halftime, and even when they were losing that first player, they were able to win 4v5 situations 6 out of 10 times on Haven. Wow, that's absurd. Nobody does that, and that is because, again, Karman Corp are really struggling to convert these situations. They looked uncomfortable with the comp that they were running, and I feel like we're seeing the fears that we had about this Karman Corp roster, where the theory is really cool from Scream, but the way that it comes into reality, there's a problem there between the theoretical and how it's actually coming out. They had tons of agents that could make the space, but no one who could take the space.
Scream just wasn't ready for Viper, honestly.
I mean,
it's a hard comp to play against. It really is. It's not standard.
It is definitely non-standard. I mean, Scream's met as match in that regard, I think, in terms of playing the non-standard compositions. But we're heading deeper into Pearl as well, which I guess we will preview at some point.
Well, yeah, and like, what do we get here, right? Because we are getting wonky compositions across the board, but does Scream go to duelists, or are they running no duelists?
I mean, Scream always plays duelists, and in this, the fact that he was saying in the press conferences, I'm not going to be on duelist, guys, and then they come out with no duelist comps. Map 1, map 2. I mean, map 3 is surely going to be a no duelist comp again.
Should
from
be,
them.
right?
Well,
I don't agree with it, but I think that's what they're going to do.
If you are just joining us here, I implore you to go have fun and watch Lotus and Haven, because those were 2 really entertaining games to watch. But now we go to Pearl, and I genuinely don't know what to expect here, because at this point, it's like, I feel like this is expect the unexpected.
Well,
that's it.
Let's give you the lowdown on FPX on Pearl. It's considered one of FPX's best maps. They play usually the same comp we just saw from them on Haven, where they play the double smokes and then they play the double initiator and the chamber. My question is, do they commit to the chamber on Pearl? Because it's not a standard meta pick right now. Chamber's been massively nerfed. I think that might be the only time we see it in the whole tournament, frankly, on Haven. So are they going to run it again here?
That's the question, right? If they don't want to change up the composition hard as well. But I think this has the makings of FPX honestly taking it all the way. I mean, watching them on Pearl as well, if you actually watch them when they play their regional games, when they clone this map, they are very, very good at actually kind of just taking up space in mid when it's offered to them. They play the map quite well on their attack side.
They're not bad.
And I think a team like Karman Corp that are already showing signs that you know, they don't quite have the reps when they're playing unorthodox compositions. That creates gaps in their play.
Please just keep it simple.
If you keep it simple, if you're Carmine Corp, I think you can win this in the matchup that should be expected for you to win. But honestly, it comes down to that. Are they going to overcook? Are going to leave the lasagna in the oven too long? Are they going to burn the house down?
KSS, keep it simple, scream.
Okay.
So that's what we need here. And let's see what we end up getting.
I don't like the look of this.
Mate,
what is
I
that?
don't like the look of this preview.
I've never seen that guy on the right before. No way! Come on, man! I mean, this is...
Viper อีกแล้ว
Lose, they're doing it Carmine Core style.
Yeah.
Win or lose, they're doing it Carmine Core style.
And we don't see the chamber being played on FPX's
Oh,
side. They're going to be running the Jet instead.
But I think the Jet makes a lot of sense. It's a good swap instead of the chamber that they would normally run. But the Carmine Core comp, I mean, listen, if they win, props to them. You brought out something awesome and it was crazy. But if they lose, oh my word.
At the beginning, I asked you guys who's going to win. Sideshow, who's winning?
Oh, maybe Carmine Core, please.
I'm putting it all on FPX, honestly.
All right,
the house, the card, everything.
The chips are in. Let's jump into the action.
My wife's gonna leave.
This is it. We're all set for Mat 3. I don't think he's married. And this decides which team is going to be moving on to this competition. Is it going to be FPX? Is it going to be Carmine? Let's send it back over to Pansy and Hypoc for the fun.
Fun.
Yeah. Yeah, it should be.
EMEA fans are in tatters
Yeah,
right now.
I mean, a lot rides on this with elimination on the line to pull out the harbour. Yeah.
Talk me through that, Michael.
I mean, this is like 2-7 off suit, pushing all in blind, honestly.
You said some words and things.
Yeah,
I
just
don't understand.
echoing the desk there. Cause
Are you losing the house as well?
I'm heavily in favour of FPX here, especially considering they're employing another, composition that you got to assume they're going to be fairly comfortable with after what we saw in Haven. And on the other side of that, Carmine Core really struggled to counter. Like even some of the most, I hate saying this, but some of the most basic aspects of what they were doing, Carmine Core just didn't formulate a response.
I can't even blame Sliggy for this.
No.
There's literally no one to blame.
You could try.
I would.
เอ๊ะทีมเชิญจากเกมมีพันพัดกับไอ้นี่ปะอะไรนะ
You know what? Maybe it'll be sick.
เจนจีเหรอ
I'm here for it. Again, if you pull out Harbour and you're just going to absolutely dominate on Pearl here on the decider,
right?
Backs against the wall, then yeah, I'm here for it.
The game devs are there going, please, guys, make it look good.
Somebody's on the payroll from the dev team.
They've absolutely been funneling cash over.
It's one of the most diverse composition face-offs I think we'll see this event.
That is a way to put it, Michael. I like that. Oh. I think I say following that statement will be good. So, let's see what they're up to. A little bit of a double hit through art, basically. Leaving one over towards A-Long. Crunching in, I think it'll be Berlin on the receiving end. Now, Prowler's going to note. Oh, the dog's going to note at least one.
Oh, we've got a set piece.
Here it comes.
The wall's gone up.
All right.
See the pressure comes through here. Berlin looking to get a little aggro on the back side of it, but no information spotted either side. I think Luzera even taken
30 seconds left.
a shot or two on the end there. Very passive hold initially, but it's a free plant for Carmine Core. Say that, screamed out to 5 HP. Luzera isolated on site right now and pinged up.
He's 100% spotted in this as well. The good flash, though, tries to play him out of it, but how much more can he do here? Tries to take a fight, the dash comes in. Great shot, but better trade. This is all effective for FPX still. And keep in mind, Scream still 5 HP. Overwhelmed and overrun at this point. Scream still down so low. He needs the 1v1. No! He's not got it. DZH. Composure kept. Final found. Round on the board.
I mean, with this,
เฮ้ย KO ดวงตาเป็นงั้นนะ
see that they
KO
want to set up for this comfortable post plant towards Art, but at that point, when it's completely uncontested, plant for main and Art. Maybe a slight adjustment required here, but maybe it was the tag that comes on to Nuzera that he's conscious of planting there towards default. It just cuts off so many possibilities. Yeah, I mean, the second shot.
Yeah.
It's 5 HP, TZH still clipping him on the edge of the box there. Well, no, actually, another adjustment there is Scream to be the first to swing with the 5 HP.
Yes.
Almost bait for the second player, but FPX on the board here.
XMS? Yeah. Oh, Berlin, okay.
Buy one, get one free for Berlin.
It's the crosshair. I swear to you, whatever's happened, he's just... Ugh. Round it on. Now, look, I don't want to get ahead of myself because it's still quite early. It's only the first round here. But again, I didn't think we'd go 3 maps. I didn't think we'd see Harbor. I'm a bit worried.
I mean, after the second map, I got to say I was a little worried considering.
โอ้เอาไปสอง
Doubling down with the Sheriff, but Constellations and nothing more. YU once again, we noted obviously in the previous run through that economy early on to try and get the operator in his hands. This one not looking as good as a previous FPX round 3.
No.
2 Spectres, a Sheriff, and the scope for YU.
The Rata scheme display
Really
duelist
stop the
in a
momentum.
series.
The last time Scream didn't play a duelist in a series was actually against FPX.
เราไม่ได้แบบนั้นก่อนเลย
the
เหรอ
previous roster, well, a long time ago, 2020.
Look at the stack here. Nuzera and Navera both charged with this. I don't know how much more they're going to get away with. No, nothing more. So, found Navera, but is it recoverable? You can see TZH is thinking about it. I get the old orb. Fancies it. And Shin's found him. So,
Worth
yeah.
a shot. Just to
Valiant
try and get
attempt.
the rifle.
Yeah, absolutely, why not? Now, the last 2, it is Marshall and a Spectre, so maybe I need to be a little more worried. Yeah, just a Marshall.
ได้ไปอีกหนึ่งแล้วทะลุด้วย
That's a 1v2. Like, this isn't
ทะลุ
impossible.
ไหมไม่
Yeah, now comes back into pocket, has to give away the game, gets revealed.
โอ้ย
Timing,
ไม่
maybe
แต
the second
ก
either way could have been different, but only 2 alive.
ทะลุเลย
It's not perfect, and one of them still got a Guardian.
Yeah, damage done, and you're right, XMS.
Emotional damage
Probably going to give that across to, or tried to at least. Nobody wanted it.
I don't think I will, actually. Just Marshall.
I almost thought as well that was a tag onto a second player, which would have made it doable for Yang.
Yeah, that could have been certainly a different account then, yeah. You're right.
Unfortunately, does get pinged by the reveal. Look to try and flash on the back of that, but the wallbang comes through. Proactivity once again.
Oh, look at this commitment.
Heavy investment outside A. Actually over the top. YU looks to try and dig a little deeper, find something with that Blade Storm.
I wonder if they only saw one of those players then. I didn't know if the second quite crested the corner. Still pretty telling. But again,
I'm interested to see as well the comparison with how slow, we talked about it being a slow burn on Haven with that composition. Now with the Jet, whether or not there's a pace change that, again, completely flips the script for Carmine Court in terms of expectations.
it certainly could be the case. Scream testing the waters by middle. Noting nothing off the back of this as well, as you can note for ourselves. FPX sitting quite deep on this, not particularly willing to challenge early on, not giving too much over to Carmine Corp here.
The other thing as well, it does kind of throw things off kilter with no Sentinel on the side of FPX. These early round protocols to deal with some utility aren't there for Carmine Corp, sorry. So they have to dig to try and find a first blood. And actually, finally do. Shin will find the open onto A Yang. YU still creeping around with this Blade Storm.
Oh, needed.
Oh my God!
XMS.
Oh.
Closing that one out.
Clean work. It's fine if they win the round. TZH and...
No wonder he wanted to get rid of that Guardian so bad.
Please, someone take it away from me. Yuchun, TZH, not really gifted many ways back into this round.
Hold on to the rifles, honestly, yeah.
But it's stabilizing for Carmine Corp because, again, I just can't believe we're in the scenario for them. This has to be confidence building now. They have to kind of feel like, at one point walking into this, they were a heavy favorite.
But that's the other thing as well, to come out in that previous map win, to now have the opportunity to switch the pace up with a duelist in the composition. Again, it's FPX in the driving seat, right? They can dictate the tempo, even on the defensive side here on Pearl, which we've seen a couple of times already. This aggression outside A main, there's a number of times that Carmine Core have been stacked behind it. They will tie up 2 apiece. Take a look at the ultimates outside of the Blade Storm, obviously invested already. TZH in Berlin not too far away. Thank God for the slow-mo on that one.
Yep, needed that. Sounds like I still just want to see what FPX start doing. The money's so unstable at the moment that we aren't seeing them fully able to purchase too much. I want to to see how it starts looking with that Harbor coming into play. No, it's not really turned my head just
Well, I
yet.
mean,
It's been somewhat functional.
Let's look towards the possibilities here in terms of shutting down this earlier aggression, right?
Yeah.
Whether or not we do see that employed. This time around, actually, I'm not sure how TZH has found that kill. It's all the way over towards boxes here by the orb.
They just spammed before the utility came in. Yeah, genuinely uncertain, but it looks like a second attempt could have been had there, but no, decides against it.
Carmine Core peel away from me. I'm not sure if that rifle is going to become retrievable at some point, but FPX looking to explore towards art here. As 3, Yang to balance that at double doors as well.
No, it's a dry swing, and it's actually worked out well enough for a trade.
Spike
1 for 1. You're right, Spike down, and they're going to smother this. They're going to get involved. Yeah, taking over the space. TP, going to get it back to hand. That's big, and they already seem to realize that. You already got the Seekers coming out as well. They're going to be heading over towards that B site, so very indicative of where this is going now. Zaddy for Berlin, only that Sheriff. Last time I said, only this happened. Apparently any weapon in hand is fine. Now slows the roll, buys time for rotation. They can't crest that corner comfortably now.
Should have a decent understanding of where they are, and these smokes going to expire pretty soon.
โอ้แล้วทำได้อีโคชนะ
Actually closing this one out, and just 2 rifles bringing into that. The first blood, again, we didn't see exactly how it happened.
Yeah.
But Carmine Core forced into a rotation. Nevera luckily having that TP online to retrieve the spike, but felt a little flustered there in the rotation. There was, again, an unorthodox swing.
Oh.
Okay, now we saw how it happened.
I have to once again credit how much I'm enjoying watching FPX being hyper proactive. Everything they do, even if it's with, it was a shoddy buy last round, they still try to get in towards middle. They try to, dominate the extremity there, quick rotations. I love it. And this utility intention behind it too. Taking over map territory, taking over space.
And what's interesting now is, again, YU's not actually got the operator online just yet, but if they continue with this A main pressure, it's going to actually force them towards that operator.
Yes.
Over on B side, Nevera actually the one to have the scope this time around. Some opportunities here to play retake, at least with that Cosmic Divide as well, which is why I think we see YU play a little more passively here. Happy to give up sight. They have 2 big retake ultimates actually with Berlin.
There's one coming through. That should catch maybe 2 players, but it's the pacing which this happens. Shin is on the hunt. Wants the player down, shot in hand, just trying to close the gap. This is so scary. Who sees who first? It's Shin. And now we're down to just 3 remaining for FPX. It's try and find any avenue back in, but these ultimates are being poured in, connected. Great trades again. Shin is so pivotal to this round.
A beautiful hold there. A little late actually on the investment of the Cosmic Divide with no real presence towards site just yet, but Carmine Core making the right decision to stand their ground on site. We'll tie things up 3 apiece. Now I'm interested to see, with that operator in play now, how diligent Carmine Core are on the approach towards B.
Yeah, timeout now being called. FPX. Deciding it's time to maybe adjust a little. Again, I like their opening work.
I don't think that's necessary, yeah.
No, I'm actually still pretty happy with how they've been playing. I like that early A main control they've been going for. Maybe they just feel need to touch base. Maybe the coach is feeling they've noted something. I don't think they're particularly being outdone just yet.
No, I mean, like I said, the other side of it is forcing Carmine Core towards B or towards, obviously, double doors and R, which with that 3-player stack towards A site, could be very problematic for them. It's timeout almost. I mean, feel like give Carmine Core an opportunity to think a couple of things over. Shin already having a standout performance here on the decider. 10-3 leading the charge for Carmine Core. Not blown away by the Harbor just yet.
Nope. It's not.
I'll be the one to say it.
You're brave. No one else would. Yeah, it's certainly not. It's not doing anything that any other agent couldn't do. It's not showing me anything new. If it's just simply comfort, I mean, fine, but even then, bit of a stretch.
I mean, that would be a concern in itself. Nuzera hasn't exactly felt comfortable through this series, I'll be honest.
Yeah, it's not, as I say, it's not hitting anything for me, but I'm looking at a pace change to an extent here, and a different look from Carmine Corp coming straight out of this mic, straight up middle.
And Navera again finding value with this operator.
I know exactly where
Full theft will go in. Yeah, and see Carmine Corp look to respond on the back of this information immediately. Now they're going to read that YU is obviously anchoring towards B here. Invest some smokes, a little bit of utility from Nuzera as well. But YU's going to hear these steps, yeah.
Yeah, you can
already see the ping coming through on the minimap.
Yeah, comms being made. Screams lurk. Interesting to see what he gets out of it.
Ayang,
Could be timing.
Does he check this?
And they could pause for this, you know? Yeah, that's so much heard. They are actually pulling the plug on this hit off the back of what Screams heard.
There's even Navera showing presence there.
Scream does get seen here. It's like he's completely free.
He's so paranoid. He can see the pings on the minimap. They're conscious. Somebody's still in dugout or secret. Somebody tucked up in A main. So we have plenty of time to get through here and find the plant.
Work this back out pretty quick. Yeah, Scream though sitting towards Pit. Still willing to take a fight towards TZH and wins that one out. Not going to find the follow-up just yet. And the others, I wonder if there's commitment behind this. There is an operator in hand, so it might be a save here. Great audible call.
Flips the question back on FPX of whether or not they try and find some early round value off this operator. So they're just not seeing it. Concern being as well, they're going back towards that site the operator's on. Scream stuck in that lurk. No flashes available. Almost requires that dry swing from Navera to try and challenge that. So lucky not to see that go amiss either way. Carmine Corp will take the lead though, find their fourth. Don't think there's going to be a purchase to scrape together here for Berlin and TZH.
2.8 and 2.4, yeah. But as it stands, stringing a couple of rounds together now, if we talk in bigger context, which we try and do throughout these games, FPX leading with those pistol rounds at the start, certainly buffering out the scoreline. This is good from Carmine Corp to at least keep this one building back in their favor after a couple of rounds that certainly were worrying, certainly did catch our eye, but they found some solution. They found something that's working for them here.
First time we are going to see a challenge towards B long here. Or maybe not actually, just a little investment in utility. The knife as well to go through. Denial of information early on, and Carmine Corp looking to creep through double doors here. Yuchuk dealt with immediately. These challenges coming through much quicker from Carmine Corp now. Actively looking for these openers. Previous with Navera, here with Shin.
The pressure coming through middle as well. This is going to need so much more than that. Yeah, you had to have hoped for it. Berlin not finding the shot he wanted either. Carmine Corp winning out all of these fights here.
Well, Spike's all the way back in spawn, by the way.
Oh, that's good.
So we're in a deathmatch lobby right now.
Just gonna wait until
FBX are probably thinking, what the hell is going on right now?
Yeah, why have they not?
They've pinched mid. they've got
They've
B
won
site.
the round, and
Yep.
why are they not winning the round right now? Well, you know, things have changed since franchising. Things are a little different, you know. It's Scream, still fine though. Gonna control the site, and be it delayed or not, probably gonna have a similar outcome here. A 2v5 is maybe a little out of reason. They might even try and hunt this down, looking at the money now starting to swell. YU going to be able to keep hold of the operator for a little bit longer. No rifle until then. Okay, so they do at least get a rifle on TZH. I wonder if they can keep both of those. That'd be a little bit more of a prized possession.
Rivera eager to try and find this kill. Dropping the X-ray off. YU still finds it. Operator removed. Don't think it's really going to cause any problems here, but Shin has slipped the net. Would have heard TZH in mid. Yeah, and YU not considering it. So actually, FPX to lose the operator.
No charges.
A Vandal in the hands of TZH. No Blade Storm available, and now actually the cracks starting to show. And that bank balance for FPX. Carmine Core. Stretch their legs a little bit. 2 rounds separate them.
Yeah, once these buys have started to become far more robust for Carmine Corp, this has started to feel a little bit more procedural. It's not as exciting as map 2. And I kind of thought it would be the other way around, if I'm completely honest. The newer maps would have suited potentially FPX here, but they looked far better.
What's crazy is this smoke from TZH actually denies the information from that flash sent out by A Yang. I'm not sure if just a little mistimed there, but he's going to know, obviously, with the presence shown, the utility invested. Nivera creeping closer and closer with that operator, but lucky actually that A Yang doesn't swing onto it. I felt like it was a little isolated there, honestly.
Yeah, no one quite holding the angle close enough that would have been able to punish it, so yeah. For now, halted. Respecting the wall enough.
So cautious of FPX just pulling something funky out of the bag. Demonstrating real restraint.
Face your fear.
Okay, all gonna once again potentially only find one at the back of the site, but they still have not noted the one player still in the corner. YU. Anything more? No, just gets to keep the life for now. And actually it's A Yang to connect, so first blood drawn, and now we're at the 30-second marker. That hesitancy is making me a little worried.
30 seconds left.
Why you get a second shot at this with the Sheriff? Again, the timing on this utility is just so difficult for Carmine Core to counter. Shin tucked inside this cage. Will actually find one and the second. Huge from him to open this round up for Carmine Core.
Absolute heroics from that man who's been pretty much a saving grace through some of these early rounds for them. It's not without a response, still 3v3, but the weapon sitting so favorably to Carmine Core, especially in this post-plant. How are they going to disrupt that? Nivera not going to allow it. Already going to find the first, so TZH trying to attempt getting towards that spike.
Yeah, Yu-Chan just waiting for a little bit of this toxin cooldown to rebuild to try and get a tap on the spike at least, but the reveal going to really make that difficult. Doesn't even need it. Shin going to find his third.
Yu-Chan with a desperate attempt. And an exit. I've got to say, for me,
Shin
is
up.
absolutely carrying this game to no end.
Some really influential rounds from him, still leading the charge for Carmine Core.
Take him away from the equation. I don't know if the scoreline's the same at this point. Genuinely.
FPX will be able to get the purchase back here. Operator in hand for YU, just about getting back online with some of these ultimates as well. Might see a little bit of a switch up on the attacking side here. Now that FPX have given up on this A main aggression, countered a little bit, reposition of the operator for YU. He's posted up in mid here, so it's a fairly all-in hit towards A main. TZH just going to look to play off the util, but look at YU drifting into mid.
They're coming back towards him. I wonder, maybe not an operator if they did decide. I wonder if he has a step, anything?
Well, this is on the back of XMS. Is he reading this? Like, nobody's holding this with the operator. He's got to be somewhere else. Be conscious that they're not aggressive outside A main. Could be the operator playing deep from A site.
Yeah, I guess some of the indicators that have been quite telling prior are missing. And I think that's
polarizing.
A really, really good shout there. I think Carmine Corp have absolutely read this correctly if they wanted to go for the safest route. And yeah, it's Berlin on the other side, at the back of the B site. Just gonna make sure, a couple of players have tried to slip through over by the screen there. Not gonna get it this time. And by all accounts, it's looking safe. The rotations will be in, and Berlin, what? How is no one double checking on this? Berlin was noted earlier on, and mistakes being made, maybe a little bit of confusion, but FPX with a punish! Yu-Chan out of nowhere finding 2. And even Nivera almost irrelevant to outcome considering he's posted alone. The flank's already being watched and potentially wrapped on.
And this is crazy to consider as well, because it's Berlin this time left.
10 seconds left.
To hold on to this site completely solo. Just at the right time getting information. And stands his ground for FPX. We'll find them their 4th. And Carmine Core fairly healthy in terms of the finances here.
I still can't believe that's the outcome. Rolling your mind back to the great read that they had at the start.
Yeah, great read, yes, but the operator wasn't actually confirmed, right? No. So they have to run through these protocols once again in the next round. I'll see, it's actually That could be one of those situations where Carmine Corp could potentially walk into a trap. FPX will be able to force an error very early on in the round. Because Nevera's not necessarily playing very aggro with his operator.
No, we haven't seen him kind of being the playmaker as such, more a safe approach. It was kind of why we liked it with the Ampi. You'd have very polarizing operator styles.
Not noted on the knife either here, so he can creep once again. There's 4 members of FPX on this A side of the map.
Yuchun.
I was going to say, is Shin going to spot this?
Hold on, timing.
There's the Vandals to deal with it, actually. YU does ring off a shot, so it is noted now. Carmine Corp look to react on the back of that. Trying to plant the seeds of a fake towards A site. Spike not committed just yet, but they're trying to fake both sides at the same time.
Yeah, this is going to make it incredibly difficult now. The only bonus is the Seekers are still en route, and there is one of them heading up towards that A site. Will eventually tilt through that side. Just about cresting that corner. So you can see the YU is checking for someone just leaning towards the A site. They noted the 2 off the initial double Seekers that went through that way. So this could be a decent read.
He's in such a good spot to pick up information, though.
How deep do they clear it? Oh my word, Nuzera! So diligent in clearing that so deep as well. Brilliant work. I don't think a step was heard. I think just really good foresight towards this.
I mean, it's 25 seconds, so they have to make a move. Look at where the spike is right now.
Spawn.
Yuchun's got himself a little dirty spot in that pocket once again.
It was used before, though. I think YU played that as well, so they are aware of this possibility. But they have to make a move. It's 10 seconds. They have to go now. And there's the initial bit of utility just to try and play delay. And they still don't know the just spot in the corner. And a fumble coming out of Carmine Corp after a fantastic read. They've run out of time. And they've run out of options.
I mean, that's a really frustrating round to sit back and watch because it takes Carmine Corp an eternity to figure out exactly what's going on.
Yeah.
But FPX, like I said, Yuchun gets himself into that little rat spot.
Look, they know exactly what they had to do.
Yeah. At that point, like I said, we always say this, when the clock runs down, it comes down to just one kill, one key tag, one key piece of utility.
There's no time to recover.
Nope. And you also sacrifice a body because somebody has to stick the plant.
Yeah, you're already a player down. If you look at it that way, you're absolutely right. Frustration probably from Carmine Corp here now. But at 5-6, still leading. Lovely Nevera. Such a treat to watch him on the operator, starting to read the opponents a little better now.
Why are you getting a little antsy now? Desperate for that value, but Berlin
didn't
doubling
expect
down on this. Nevera will trade it out quickly, so it's a 4v3 for Carmine Corp. Again, next 20 seconds or so, I want to see a plan. I want to see them setting up towards a site. They've got Shin posted up towards A main. They're going to know that it's a looser hold towards this site. But don't give TZH a 1v1.
No, that guy is good. Like, he's been solid as a rock. And this time, the other 2 players, Yang, Yuchun, are on the other side of the map. The flash, actually, if anything, could spur this on. And the ult to boot. This is a lot. TZH to deal with. Just above the wall, does get away with his life. Still going to keep himself in this one. Can he slow down the hit coming in? He is smothered. There is 3 players worth of utility being invested towards him, but he's still standing. The plant's going to come in. He's held towards Pit. They have lost out towards R. This is still a big uphill struggle for FPX in this round.
Yeah, they can reset here, though. Vera just trying to plant some paranoia in the backlines with that TP, but everybody from FPX will be coming through from the same side here.
Oh.
Viper's Pit will cover the spike as well, yeah.
Anything to counter that, really?
The reveal from Shin, maybe, back in 5 seconds.
Flash didn't actually get Nevera. How did that not get Nevera? I thought that was perfect. And now we're down to just one. TZH, the man who started this, will want to fall at the end, but it will be still a very close half.
Ayang's been robbed with that flash.
Yeah, there's...
Felt perfect on the outside of the Viper's Pit. Shin, 18-6. Outstanding performance from him on the decider here for Carmine Corp. Again, a solid game all round so far from FPX.
I would say in my mind as well, the pistol round is huge.
Yeah, I mean, credit where credit's due. Why are you unable to find a lot of the value that he did on Haven?
Yeah.
So in that regard, we do have to credit the early round, or the IGLing actually from Scream in terms of figuring out some of these setups.
Well, plenty more to see, plenty more to find out as we are leading in towards that final half here.
Definitely another scrappy half there between two, well, incredibly scrappy teams, besides Shin, by the way. I just want to give him all the credit in the world. My man's out there slaying like a god. But there really were some unique things and ideas, I guess, presented here by Carmine Corp.
Yeah, I want to talk about the Harbor and what they were doing with it, because even though NewZero is only like 2-9, 3-9 right now, he was actually involved in a lot of their game plans. So when you look at how he was using his utility, using Cascade to get room early on, and then he's put the wall up in multiple positions. This one just allows them to deny some information over towards double doors. Yuchin doesn't know what's happening. He's worried that someone could have got into the middle of sight. And then this is a really crucial one, using the Cove to be able to get different plant spots. And this allows them to play late because you can't deny the plant as easily, and it allows them to play their plant in positions where you wouldn't expect. So on B, for example, it allows them to get a very safe plant tucked behind the box. They can play out in the open, and that's really important because Carmine Corp's composition doesn't have any good post-plant utility. And here we see another thing, the ultimate just being used to stop some of these B retakes from happening, and those B retakes had no chance. The B retakes had no legs from FPX. They weren't getting the value out of the operator, and things became very difficult for them.
They really did. Yeah, I think the Harbor usage probably not the first time we'll see it as well. There's a lot of teams that were experimenting it, just in the off season itself. But some interesting usage, honestly, even though, like you said, scoreline wasn't too good for him personally. But looking ahead, I'm going to be taking a look at YU actually as an individual. And Pansy and Hypop made note of this as well, you know, a bit of a fall-off, bit of a drop-off compared to the last map of his own individual performances. But I think, honestly, a large part of this was the fact that Carmine Corp were doing a good job of avoiding him with the operator, and the fact that he was an absolute nutcase of how he was playing with the operator. The man was like pushing into mid alone over and over and over again. But one of the things that I mentioned as we were heading into Pearl was that I was looking forward to FPX's attack side, and it is YU who's going to be the spearhead of their attack side of them taking space. So I'm anticipating if FPX is to win this, it's got to be off the back of him and his individual play.
Well, we'll see how this all plays out. Let's go into that second half and send it back over to your casters.
Yeah, plenty more to be seen, hopefully. We are keeping our eyes trained on what a couple of these players can achieve now going forward.
Absolutely, and Bren's nailed it for me. I was talking about Haven being what should be a slow burn on that attack. Now they got a little bit of bite, a little bit of pop to this composition. So, yes, a quiet first half from YU, but all eyes on him now to be the driving force for FPX. Wow.
Shin.
Shin continuing his success for the first half already.
I mean, if you're talking about driving force, he's absolutely maintaining that role. Shin has been outstanding for Carmine Corp, even, excuse me, considering he's been just start to finish in this.
I think YU's actually eaten a shot as well from the Sheriff there.
It
Now
looked
46
on him.
HP, yeah. He was looking to just dash in with his frenzy. It's going to completely slow things down. Scream's got to be careful. He might still get caught there. Just stand his ground.
Yeah, I really thought he might get some bailout from NewZero potentially, but they were able to just filter straight through. No real pressure coming in. And the timing, it's devastating. Ayang must be gutted in this after that. Just as he got the flash to hand. There's just too many in front of them.
And what's interesting to note, Yuchan obviously investing this wall to try and deny any support coming through from B site, obviously into that link area. It makes it difficult to really re-hit. They're trying to isolate that angle on towards connector. And obviously deny the space outside art, but Shin, man, what a step up to this stage to deliver this performance here on the deciding map for Carmine Corp.
And not one of the players I would have put there either. If you look at the roster of Nevera, Scream, XMS, some of the big names, experienced names, him finding his form here, as all of these games are elimination games, is fantastic. Giving them enough lead after what's been quite a shambolic run so far. If you're looking at them as a favorite, it's one of the heavy hitters. And now we go back in. Purchase working so far.
I want to see what this attacking shorty for Ayang is going to get done.
You a big believer in this?
Yep.
Full faith, can't wait. What a treat. Oh. Well, we are waiting patiently to see a really fine value here. Still not found it. B site. 3 players waiting for anyone to come around. There's the flash. Didn't quite go deep enough either to catch more than one of these players, but it does allow him on the site and does do a little bit of damage. But it's Nuzera to go farming and Scream to put on a highlight reel.
Couple of taps to close out the Prime Gaming flawless here for Carmine Court. Absolutely the start they were looking for in this second half. A decent buffer towards the finances here. A real old progression to write home about. See if this remains as calm and collected throughout here for Carmine Court. Once again, eyes towards YU. 6 and 10 here, bottom of the scoreboard for FPX. There's a light armor behind this Vandal here. Rivera giving a couple of attempts at this. Does find a tag onto Berlin, but not a massive amount of damage. Similar approach once again. It's actually Yuchum and YU, the two that were disconnected on that default on Haven. It's the same approach once again here on Pearl. 4 members of Carmine Core rotated over towards A. Scream now just drifting back towards Connector.
The timing on this. Yeah, they've just had 2 players get past. TZH has no idea this could even be possible. And the first challenge, unbelievable!
So good. He is so good.
Mechanically robust as hell. No indicator they've gotten that close either. Just great intuition on this.
So the rest of FPX will funnel through Art. Double smoke up. XMS not really going to have a say in this one with just a Sheriff and a Marshal to work with. Scream creeping up towards mid, but this one looks fairly comfortable here for FPX, aside some heroics.
Yeah, these positions aren't really allowing for much. XMS, yeah, you'll get the first bit of attention. If you got the second, I'd be paying attention. Now Scream did well before with this, but probably really exits, if anything, but you have to just purely look at the individual TZH there. That was off the back of one player.
Could be huge if he does find some, force some of these repurchases.
Are they all exiting this way? I think they are, yeah. Timing.
It now, we'll find the first, but Yuchun, good for the response. Luckily, nobody getting caught by the spike either. So 3 rifles across.
It's not bad.
Why use anywhere near that Blade Storm just yet, but we'll throw a rifle in here.
BYB fam.
Golden
Boy's
Guardian.
acting up on desk. Just making noise out.
You're welcome.
That is a disgusting round from TZH.
Yeah.
Like you said, just relying on pure mechanics there. No information of 2 creeping up that close.
The fact he checks, like, I don't know, beyond my means by a country mile. As it stands, though, Operator's still into play for Nivera. This could be the first time we get to see this truly tested here.
Now they avoid the knife. Not a massive over-rotation from Carmine Court. We'll actually hear the Prowler coming down regardless. Nivera on that Operator time and time again, finding value. Berlin will fall. Taking away some key utility for this B site here. Looks like they might even follow through on this.
Yeah, see if the commitment's still going to follow. Nivera is just a safe player. If you want to call him anything, it's so safe with that. Scream there to back him up as well, so they've already doubled down on that initial pick. They do have a play towards the back of the site though, and so what we wanted to watch is YU, see how much he can achieve in this. Removing Nuzera is it's not the be-all and end-all. I'm looking for the rest of these. Still going to find more. Nivera goes down. Scream unchecked upon, and you can't leave him unchecked. Him and Shin do damage right back here, leaving just Yang left alive in a 1v2. No opportunity to bring it further forward. Yes, damage achieved, but damage now doesn't matter against double digits.
No, FPX needed that round to really keep this a close affair in the second half. We only have Sheriffs to throw at this one. It's Nivera again with that Operator. Repeating what he's done before. I gotta say, in that front, facing off versus YU, definitely won out in terms of the value discussion for that Operator purchase. Beautiful clean up here.
Getting pumped up now. Both flash, not too telling of the indication here that Scream and Shin are going walkabouts. They're feeling it now. They're feeling confident, and rightly so. The only response so far is YU flying out himself, but it's just a brawl in middle. That is it. It's just bring what you can and take a battle.
I mean, equal trade-off if you consider the damage and a couple of weapon upgrades here for FPX. TZH will retrieve that Spectre. Carmine Court already making their way over towards A site. It'll be Nevera and Scream to pick up the slack over here. But Nevera just considering the possibility of a flank, so might pull him a little deeper, especially considering he has that operator.
You are divided.
Actually going to split Nevera and Scream up, and Nevera
that's
finds a
all.
clap. Berlin and YU will fall. It's just TZH to try and recover this now.
He's just unreal. I was going to say, this guy he's always good for one. He's your safe operator player. He's perfect at it. He'll get one fallback, pain to play against. But now starting to maybe feel a little flashy. Gets a little discount on that frag, gets another one for free. Beautiful work. And it's, again, something that I've wanted to look at for a long time is how far does Nevera go? Because, again, yes, he looked great in Liquid a couple of times. We're seeing him here. Maybe this is the time that we start seeing that brilliant shine. And, again, nothing flashy about what I see in this player, but he's just perfect positioning. Great timing.
Quietly consistent always with Nevera.
Yep.
FPX going to call timeout here because we're in the third map. And this almost feels like the do or die round. This is Carmine Core's access to series point. There's nothing left in the bank here for FPX. Obviously Bladestorm burnt up in the previous. Don't have that to offset a purchase. Yuchel and Berlin 2 away respectively. Carmine Core with a stack of ultimates to work with. Shin 1 away as well. And just to come back to him, fantastic performance across the entire day, honestly.
Yeah. And when we talk about, you know, big stage experience and stuff like that, he's certainly not a name you put in there with, you know, the likes of Scream or Nevera to an extent nowadays. Obviously, FPX very absent in that regard, but credit to him for coming out and making the stage very comfortable for
I think
himself.
at face value, when people look at this Carmine Core, obviously the two questions become Shin and Nuzera, right? Those are the two kind of additions. Well, I say additions, they were picked up from the previous roster.
Yeah.
So to make that jump to this stage here and deliver a performance like this, when Carmine Core needed it in this series.
After map 2.
They absolutely needed it.
There was some worrying scenes after map 2, but yeah, they seem to have stabilized and potentially off the back of him. Now Nevera fancying a little bit of that spotlight. Sticking around a little wonker on this one, actually. One player slipping further forward. Got to be ready.
He's tagged and he just doesn't move.
Nope.
It's just... This exploration though, Shin's already out. Nuzera as well.
Angles.
Yuchung gotta find this, but he's spotted. I don't think he knew he was spotted there. Carmine Court get away scot-free with that first blood.
But B-site's wide open. Technically, they could just... Obviously, they have no idea of that. Maybe it's a little telling or maybe 2 players in middle, but still...
All on the back of XMS putting this deep spy cam. Scream's actually found TZH with the fragment as well. An absolute disaster in this must-win round for FPX.
Yeah, it's starting to go a little bit wonky, unless this... Maybe this backstab's great. I don't really know what they can get out of it. They've got to be so quick with it too. Otherwise, you just imagine they're going to be overwhelmed. YU's going to need 3, 2, something. You got to try and get away. The turn caught in between a rock and a hard place. Nowhere to really go with that. Can't really close down towards short either. And Berlin's flank is good, but it may not be good enough now. 3 players against you. Yes, you can reveal a little bit, but this is the only value of Harbor really at this point. You can just sit on the defuse, nothing to deny it. Shin to close it, and it's 12.
They get the plant, so they'll have that extra couple of funds, but it's not pretty at all. Yang down with a rifle, no armor. A light shield for YU, a bulldog coming through for YChin. Carmine Core finally stabilizing in this series.
Took him a little while. That was a big round, and that push middle, brazen. The bravado to do it. And do they go for another test towards the Shin? Looking like he wants to set a little something into motion. He's not alone in it. Yeah, that's a vulnerability, and it's Scream to capitalize on it. Funny Ayang is huge. So much of that ability to get towards the sites, try and facilitate any of these approaches is now gone.
Finally, we see commitment behind this proactivity in the early round. I was talking about it in the first half, how eager Carmine Core are to find that opening engagement.
Yeah.
Leaning back on those strengths from map 1 on Lotus, where they dominated the first blood game.
Navera, deep positioning here. Has help from Art, from short if needed. How far does he dip back away from this? Quite far. Okay. Does get marked. Let's stick around and post a couple of shots in the timing. Just not going to find it on this one. But he still has help here. Scream's still here, but they actually wrap around towards Art. That's the perfect approach towards it. It's a great concept. But it's still a 2v3. Zera, Navera. And look at this positioning. Almost 3 of the players willing to fight towards CT, and it looks like none of Carmine Core's players are going that way.
Zera does have the ultimate.
Full utility almost.
I don't think they're going to read 3 stacking this side though.
No.
Yeah, with the paranoia as well.
It's a very reasonable assessment, you'd imagine. Someone sat for this. Navera's just found one for free, and now, yeah, they cannot see this. And now if they can give it away, Nuzera just has to play, protect, keep Navera safe. That's all he's going to try to. Halfway on the defuse, they still need more time. Why you go,
เรียบร้อย
Navera! Nuzera in combination. Take him across the line.
And it's so concerning to see Navera sticking to that operator in that scenario, but they get it done. A crucial kill from Navera on default there. Opens up the floodgates. Beautiful retake to close things out. Heartbreak for FPX, who in my eyes exceeded expectations on that map too. Really taking the fight to Carmine Core, stretching this one all the way to 3 maps. But it's Shin for me. He's the highlight player. You have to say goodbye to FPX.
And let's talk about what that means, bigger picture here. If that map 2 is anything to go by, fantastic potential in that scene. Map 1, map 3, hit and miss for me. We started to see the other side really step up to the plate, but map 2 is something to keep your eyes on, and I feel like we're going to have a couple of these throughout this tournament.
Absolutely, yeah. Come back, Carmine Core finally stabilizing here again. It felt way better, not necessarily they played poorly on Haven. I think that was really FPX exceeding expectations, but certainly on Pearl here. Once they got a good grasp on a game plan, like I said, dialing back the differences between the times Navera's the one posted up with that operator to find the first blood. Navera 5.
Yeah.
They are so dead.
ใจจริงก็ยังคิดถึงเธอแต่ทำเหมือนว่าไม่เป็นไรฉันไม่อยากให้ใครรับรู้ความอ่อนแอที่มีอยู่นั่งดูข้อความตั้งแต่แรกของเราเธอจะเป็นเหมือนกันหรือเปล่าไม่มีเธอนะมันก็
Match found
แต่ว่าเรื่องของเราเป็นวันดีๆเหล่านั้นฉันจะไม่ลบไม่ลืมนะเธอกลัวอะไรฉันยังจำได้ฟ้าร้องคราวนี้เธอจะกอดใครฉันได้แต่ห่วงดูแลตัวเองคนเดียวจะไม่สบายอย่างน้อยฉันก็ได้เคยรักเธอวันนี้เธอมีเส้นทางของเธอเพียงขอให้เธอนั้นสุขใจให้เจอคนรักที่ดีกว่าฉันสักคนที่มีเวลาให้เธอและทำให้เธอนั้นยังยิ้มได้ได้มองดูเธอสุขใจเจ็บแค่ไหนฉันก็ยินดี
What?
ไม่ได้ทำร่วมกันฉันคิดว่าเธอคงอยู่และไม่มีวันเดินไปจากฉันกลับมาคิดได้ในวันที่สาย
Choose your agent
ทำลายรักทำลายจิตใจเธอสลายอย่างน้อยฉันก็ได้เคยรักเธอวันนี้เธอมีเส้นทางของเธอเพียงขอให้เธอนั้นสุขใจให้เจอคนรักที่ดีกว่าฉันสักคนที่มีเวลาให้เธอและทำให้เธอนั้นยังยิ้มได้ได้มองดูเธอสุขใจเจ็บแค่ไหนฉันก็อย่างน้อยฉันก็ได้เคยรักเธอ
โอ้โหเคดีฝั่งนี้โคตรน่ากลัวเลย
เส้นทางของเธอเพียงขอให้เธอนั้นสุขใจให้เจอคนรักที่ดีกว่าฉันสักคนที่มีเวลาให้เธอและทำให้เธอนั้นยังยิ้มได้ได้มองดูเธอสุขใจเจ็บแค่ไหนฉันก็ยินดี
This place is a testament to science, a testament to folly.
Shadows traveling. Cover going out.
Spike planted.
For you.
Hawk out.
Taken out.
Enemy spotted A.
Reloading. Enemy spotted A. Reloading. Buried.
One enemy remaining.
This is nothing. Oh, was that important?
Keep that fire, yeah?
Better.
Enough. Enemy spotted me.
One close.
Spike down B.
You're done.
One enemy remaining.
I think that's it. Spike spotted.
Forge us a path, Sky. I'll be right behind you.
อ๋อไม่เป็นไรครับ
อ๋ออะไรของมันวะ
Reloading. Reloading. No prisoners. Reloading. Sick.
Shadows traveling.
Can you heal?
Cover going out.
Healing.
Reloading. Cutting their vision.
Dead 40.
Spotted A.
Healing over here. Hawk out.
โอ้ยนี่ก็แฟดไม่ดูหน้าดูเพื่อนเลย
Found one. Enemies hawk out. Found one.
แอตตา60แอตตาซิตี้
Reloading.
Last player standing.
Mm.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
ไม่ทัน
I'm no doctor, but I can patch a bullet hole or two. Let me know if you need healing.
โหเสร็จไม่น่าติดแล้ววะ
Time to mobilize my pack. Here.
Shadows traveling.
เอสไป
Shadows traveling.
Down with. Hawk out. Blinded. You fought well.
One enemy remaining.
1 AP.
Stealing sight.
1 AP.
Cutting their vision.
ไม่ยิง
Still.
อะไรแล้วบอกแก้แล้วไงว่าหลุดไม่ถึง60วิแล้วมึงจะให้กูดึงเข้ากลับเหมือนเดิมเรียบร้อย
I know exactly where you are.
Cover going out. Blinding.
You will not kill my allies!
Last player standing. Spike planted.
Deep breaths, everyone. Your hearts are pounding.
Maybe.
Here.
Cover going out. Cover going out. Blinding.
You are divided!
Spike planted.
Hawk out!
Enemy spotted.
B. Seek them out!
Still in sight. Still in sight.
One enemy remaining.
Killed.
แต่กายนี่ไว้ใจได้นะครับ
Not ready yet. Hawk out!
Blasphemous. Prepare yourselves. We fight once again.
Shadows traveling.
Hawk out.
I know it.
Spike down A. Last player standing.
โอ้ยเฮียข้าวให้ตายก่อนทีแรก เบ็ดกูได้
War race. Your duty is not over.
I let go for a second. Shadows traveling. Watch them run.
Clutch.
This is what I trained for.
Gentle sage is not so gentle after all. Need a drop.
Thank you. Need a drop. Thanks.
พี่กายก็มาด้วยกันหนองกดกันละ3 คนเหรอ
Are they asleep? Here.
หรือกูไม่ได้ยินเสียงใครเลยวะ
Cover going out.
Enemy spotted A.
Nowhere to run!
Raise dead. We need to suffer.
Stealing sight.
Reloading.
เกิน
Cutting their vision.
โอ้ย
Cutting their vision.
Spike down A.
โอ้ยพูดใหม่ไม่ได้ ต้องออกเกมเข้าใหม่ถึงจะพูดใหม่ได้อะ
30 seconds left.
Multiple enemies A.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
ดูซิ
Thrifty.
เซ็งไงเฮ้ยบอกแก้บั๊กตรงนี้แล้วไง
What will it be this time? Have any patterns emerged yet? I'm saving.
I got yous, okay? Hawk out!
Cover going out.
Enemy spotted A.
I know exactly where you are.
You will not kill my allies!
Your fault. Enemy spotted A. Hawk out!
พูดแพนบีเลยไปเอาเพื่อนไปเดี๋ยวพาไปโอ้ยเย้ยเซเว่น
Blocking sight. Enemy
Spotted B.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
ต้องออกเกมเข้าใหม่จริงๆถึงจะพูดได้
Last player standing.
Don't sit down. We're not done yet.
traveling.
สโมกอยู่
Spike planted.
Reloading.
Last player standing.
Just some good old hard yakka, standing in between us and victory.
Shadows traveling. Cover going out. No more men.
Enemy spotted mid. Pathetic.
Shadows traveling.
Fire in the hole!
30 seconds left. Last player standing. Spike planted.
Cover going out. Stealing sight.
Last round in the half.
Use everything you have. We lose it anyway. Don't give them ground.
Shadows traveling. Charges.
Eyes down.
Cover going out.
Blocking sight. Gun here. Hawk out. Blinded.
Piss off.
Reloading. Hawk out.
Cover going out.
One enemy remaining.
Down. My ultimate is ready.
30 seconds left.
You are in our way.
Switching sides.
Even
With numbers, anything can still happen. Remember that. Find the weak point and break it. Time to hunt.
Still in sight.
Shadows traveling.
Multiple enemies.
Cover going out.
Cypher bear.
Reloading.
Last player standing.
I'm amped. Let's go. I got things to do. Reloading. Keep up. Hawk out!
Reloading. Reloading.
Cover going out.
Hawk out!
Shadows
Blinded. Good at reloading.
Yeah.
Last player standing.
Look at me. I know that I am by your side.
Need a drop. Thanks. Reloading. Reloading. Hawk out.
Reloading.
Blinding.
Shadows
Here.
traveling.
Reloading. Heal up, squad.
I know exactly where you are.
Blinding.
Last player standing. Spike down B.
One hit.
feel the strain. Block it out, Omen.
No prisoners. Purple girl out, would ya?
Reloading. Reloading. I have the spike.
Spike dropped. I have the spike. Our spike's down.
Spike down B.
Shadows traveling. Shadows traveling.
Gun here. I got the spike. Here.
One enemy remaining.
Spike planted. Hawk out.
Cover going out.
Last player standing.
Look for my shadows, they will hide you. Cover going out. Shadows traveling.
Blocking sight.
Cutting the
Hawk
vision.
out.
You disappoint me. Reloading.
Fire in the hole.
Spike planted.
Last player standing.
โอ้ยโดนทุกอย่าง
You will not kill my allies.
Strike at their weak points. If one link breaks, the rest will follow.
ที่แบบล่อให้แม่งเสือกตายก่อนเฮ้ย
Reloading. Our spike's down.
Blocking sight.
Spike down B.
Cover going out.
I know exactly where.
Blinded. Peeling over here.
Enemy spotted B.
Shadows traveling.
อย่าหิวแสง
Last player standing.
One less. Hawk out.
149
Okay, we know the drill. Stick to your roles and we'll crush it.
down mid.
ดี
One enemy remaining.
Careful here. Spikes planted. My ult ready. Seek them out. Hawk out. Found one.
ตัวเลือดเยอะสุดเลยข้างนอกแล้วเขา
Last
ยิงหัว
player
ตายสุดก็
standing.
จบ What ไอ้เหี้ยยิงฟรียิงไม่ได้เนี่ย
I feel something over there. Can't place it.
ไอ้เหี้ยนั่นยิงฟรีนะเว้ย
Reloading. Let's go.
I have the spike.
Reloading.
Cover going out.
Nowhere to run. Reloading. Reloading. Enemy spotted mid.
For you. Reloading. Your duty is not over.
Wait. This feels different.
Reloading.
Heal up, squad.
Cover going out.
Got him. Blocking sight.
Healer healing
down.
over here. Out of healing.
Hawk out.
Shadows traveling.
Hawk out. Headshot. Light planted.
One enemy remaining.
Healing you.
We know what we're doing. Trust each other and we'll be fine.
โอ้โหยิ่งใหญ่จังอะ
Spike is here.
It begins.
Hawk out.
Cover going out.
Time to hunt.
Still
Cover
inside.
going out.
They're concussed. Hawk out. Blinded.
อ๋อมึงจะแฟดหาเหี้ยอะไรเจริญ
One enemy remaining.
They were not
Good enough.
ไอ้เหี้ยกัดหน้ากูกูอย่างชอบกูเห็นหลายรอบแล้วชอบเสือกกัดเพื่อนไอ้เหี้ยแม่ง
Reloading.
ฝั่งเขาไม่มีแฟดแต่กูเขียว
Let's fly.
Reloading. Cutting the.
Shadows traveling.
Eyes down. Spike planted.
Cover going out.
Ready?
Fire in the hole!
One enemy remaining.
Do not bypass.
Their backs will be towards at least one of us.
โอ้โหตีสามจะตีสี่คู่สองยังไม่แข่งฮ่ากูว่าคู่สามอ่ะมี7-8 โมงอ่ะ
Embarrass them. Still in sight.
โอ้โหมาพร้อมสกิล
Hawk out. Gun here.
Loading. Reloading.
Still in sight.
Hawk out! Wall raised. Time to hunt. Got him. You want to fight one dead. Message sent. Light planted.
I know exactly where you are.
Hawk out! Reloading.
Enemy spotted.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
My ult ready.
ไม่สนใจข้างหลังเลยล่ะเพื่อนหันหลังสักนิด ก็ได้มั้งเขาอยู่ข้างบน2 ตัว
I hate to say it, but probably best to play as a team. So, what's the plan?
เลือกมาโครมาด้วย
Claw through them.
Time they hunt.
Shadows traveling. Shadows traveling.
Hawk out. Enemy spotted.
Still in sight. Watch them run.
โอ้ย
Spike down A.
เอ้ย
Raised it.
Hawk out!
One enemy remaining.
Resource.
That's done. Quick break.
แม่งจะถอยมาเห็นกูพอดี
Overtime.
I survived the iteration. I will survive them.
Reloading.
Cover going out.
Hawk out.
Reloading. Reloading.
Shadows traveling.
Blinded. Enemy spotted B. Reloading.
Look at that.
Shadows traveling.
Breathe. 30 seconds left.
Cover going out.
Ten seconds left.
Blinding. Go.
Remove. Last player standing. Switching sides. Match point.
I will take back what is mine.
Reloading. Scout destroyed. Blocking sight. Hawk out. Reloading. Blinded.
Cover going out.
Hawk out. For you. Hawk out.
Shadows traveling. Not ready yet.
Eliminated.
Cover going out.
30 seconds left.
Cutting their vision. In sight. Enemy spotted B.
Spike down B.
Poor Brett.
I got the spike.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
10 seconds left. Attackers win.
You think I have more to offer? How foolish of me.
You're not tier 1 of the tier 1. If you're not on a podium, DRX are not losing.
I think it speaks to the consistency of this team, DRX. I mean, they're always good for everyone in the tournaments, just being able to sail their way through, and you know, it does throw a bit of questioning, I think, into it when we were talking about the roster that DRX was running, because they were saying, you know, in interview stacks, interview with Yinsu, saying that they were going to be running with Foxy 9.
I mean, quote, 99.9% chance we run Foxy 9. And you heard from Mimi as well that as far as she's aware, that was their game plan heading into this event. So the question becomes then, was it a deceitful misinformation campaign?
Yeah.
Or was it a last-minute scramble with the roster?
And if that is the case, it's going to be the latter, then they are spending practice time with different compositions. It shifts around the roles quite a bit as well, because you would be taking Buzz off that primary duelist.
Yeah, but the thing about DRX, and I'm sure this is what Seth would say if he was in the conversation with us, is that they've played this style before, and they've played the other style too.
He's nodding at us right now.
RB has been that entry duelist where you put Buzz over on Killjoy, and then they've also had a really great run of Champions where Buzz was just playing Jet. And I think this team can get really deep and might even be considered one of the tournament favorites if they're in good form, just by running Buzz, Jet, and the standard roster that got them deep at Champs. Yeah. There's still, tons more games to go and there's tons more rounds here, but nobody's counting DRX out of potentially being a tournament favorite.
No, it's almost a given, I think, as well, when you hear most people talk about this tournament. It's the rosters that have their core intact, going from last year to this one, that gives them the biggest advantage, obviously. You think about it, don't need as much time as other teams. You can reuse some of your old defaults, some of your old strats that you might have been pulling out. Obviously, we did shift away from the chamber meta, but even still, it does save you a lot of time in terms of preparation. You think about teams that have completely rebuilt their rosters.
And that's what's interesting to me about BBL, is that they've brought in a new IGL that wasn't, as far as I'm aware, originally part of that first partnership roster that they put together.
Yeah.
When all of that got announced. But they realized that it was required to bring in Sojni and add something different, something thoughtful to their game, which, as the desk were breaking down, it's quite difficult to find Turkish-speaking IGLs at the moment.
It's a role that's definitely lacking. Well, the tech pause will be ending momentarily, hopefully. Fingers crossed, just a quick restart of somebody's PC. We'll be getting back into the action, but you're exactly right. And I think the hope is with BBL, obviously, the addition of Sojni just, I think, adding the next evolution, that extra dimension to BBL, because, like I said prior, this team is stacked with talent. Individually, these guys, seeing clips of it, Kushner with the shorty, I think that's that guy literally burned into my retina of him just playing up close as a chamber player and pulling off some absolutely miraculous stuff.
Yeah, the individual skill is absolutely there. And I think for the composition that you're seeing them play now as we head on into the second round, by the look of it, is going to rely really a lot on Kushner.
And how well he can sync up with the rest of his team, obviously the breach as well.
And make the reads on where the play is going and whether he can rotate to bolster the defenses in time.
Yeah. Drone used on the corner there. Bit of space gain now, but remember, a bit of a weaker buy, just the eco. BBL, Brave is holding up close and personal. It's going to have to get a lot of work done, honestly, for them to stand a chance. One kill, but instantly traded.
Aslan not checked in this position,
though. Not checked at all. Look at him, still up close behind the box. An opportunity. Well, the angle's being held anyway. Did stop and deny that plant, and he's bought time for the rest of his team to come back in to this one. Stun as well in play. Buzz just has to back away again for but a moment, but just 2 players left standing. This point just going to be most likely playing exits or just trying to go down to that spike.
DRX very firmly in control of the beginning of this, but we have yet to see any of the crazy stuff that BBL have surely cooked up for some of these gun rounds.
That's what you think, right?
They must do.
I see this comp and it just gives me flashbacks to PaperX playing it on Bind, something similar at least.
Well, where the PaperX Yoru on Bind was very aggressive, very in your face, always forced you to react to it. I think that Pearl might be too big of a map to be able to run that kind of style. But I am intrigued to see what game plan he's got. It seems like, just from a theoretical point of view, you get most value just from using rotate gate crashes, but that doesn't sound interesting enough to just go for it as a pick. I feel like they've got something planned that we haven't thought about. And yeah, if you just
to showcase it, isn't it?
Brent, if you just want another reason to root for DRX or think that they're going to be able to take this one and avoid the upset, never lost a map in their opening series at a VCT event. They are just hyper consistent.
So consistent. Most people have them going quite far in this event. See the beginning of this one now with the rifles in the hand of the BBL players. What can they cook up now? Nothing too out of the ordinary. You can see that gate crash is going all the way, slipping to the back of their spawn. Up
towards A.
And there's a turret here that'll take contact with Sochny maybe droning off it, certainly the nanoswarm popping so that they can halt the advance through Art.
But just an exchange of that utility for now.
But Cushion has already read the play. I mean, they have 5 players able to respond to this A split if it does come through. And the Killjoy is giving them good utility through B Link. Good information there. Turco knows that he doesn't have to be too worried.
Flash play comes down, wall dropped as well. Very similar to the prior round, the same play being made. Dash across. Buzz is, deep within the site, but it is being covered again into the back of the side. The BBL players more than ready to hand it to them, but Mako, what is that? From the jaws of defeat, just pulls out 2 miraculous kills.
And not an expression on his face. I mean, just another day at the office for Mako.
Left down to 5 health, but he's bought his team a lifeline in this round with the 2 of them alive. Going to be rotating all the way back. Now over towards B.
And this is where things get sticky, and this is where DRX are starting to understand how BBL are playing, because with those, I guess you could say almost a 5-player stack over on A, as the hit came through, they realized that B is just completely open and that they can go back here. And this almost looks like a save round for BBL, but I think they'll give it a good college try. See if they can find a pick early on. But otherwise, it would be devastating to lose both of these rifles.
How do they want to play this one? Mako is close onto this corner. It's all about how you clear it. And that's a good covering fire. RB swings at the precise moment to set up that crossfire. Not giving any easy targets. Still, players are low enough. But a pre-fire is going to reveal the positioning in the footsteps.
Oh, Mako.
For Mako to clean up.
Makoอีกแล้ว
By him, this guy, a true animal.
Yeah, Mako is an absolute beast. Definitely one of the best players of 2022, and I would put the house on him being a consistent superstar player for DRX in 2023 as well. He's just always there. I mean, look at the face. There's no reaction to these plays happening. They're all just expected. Yeah. He just is so cool, calm, and collected in every moment. And that's the bonus round converted for DRX. Even when BBL had a good read on the site hit coming through and crushed a lot of it, still not able to convert the round.
Stun pushing them back for just a moment, but yeah, the guns not too ideal on BBL's side. I want to see them cook up something special, honestly. Take a couple of risks now that you're running, a bit of a weaker buy. Why not?
Do you want to see them use the Euroult?
I'd love to see them try and cook something up. Seriously,
I'm not sure this is the round for it.
Maybe if an opportunity presents itself, but for now it's very passive play. Obviously looking to contain in mid, where that's where all their players are, pushing up with the drone as well. I wonder if that's going to be heard by RB, who was holding the flank. But just contact plays.
And DRX are getting some great information off of this. The fact that nobody's here, nobody's home.
Knife is good. Stun to try and disrupt that as a... Again, the back of Hawes was just being cleared out. You can see Stacks now going for the plan out in the open.
Stack wangเลย
In case a flash does come over the side. That Hawes control going to be very important to hold on to. Buzz at a slide off angle now.
And it's a really open plant too. That's going to be interesting if they try that in the gun rounds as well. Wow. But the crossfires and the better weapons here are just going to be way too easy for DRX to clean up.
Yeah, very fast reactions from Buzz to be able to dodge that flash coming through. That is that Prime Gaming flawless.
And I'm wondering, Bren, whether DRX are now going to have a bit of a read that B is open and that they can just walk on in. Because you saw DRX, they had no resistance to be able to get in onto the site there.
หลบแล้วหลบอีกหลบแล้วหลบอีก
Really open spot where they can play post plants from all over the place. So do they try that again? And, crucially, does Kushina try to stop them? Because in the previous round, he was using his gate crash a little bit like a chamber TP, where he's playing much more pushed up. In fact, here he comes to play B again. He wasn't there at the start.
Yeah, this time no breach stun to slow down these players, but there we go, okay.
Wow.
Dimensional drift going to be popped off here.
And that's just
aware of this, just getting some information, essentially just a human drone. Just seeing if you can spot out and using the ult for that information.
But the question from DRX is, where's he gone? Because he could have gate crashed over to A, or he could have gone to B. And look, that information is prompting a double push out of A. So now if DRX try to return back to the opposite side of the site, they're going to meet Sochny and Turco. And RB nearly did.
Yeah. Good discipline though, not to Bite off a little bit too much there. RB didn't recontest the fight.
But now it's the perfect response from DRX. They know that there's 2 players on the flank, max 3 people here, just shove it into B.
Oh, look at Kushner, he can't even stand still. There's a pull on one side, a dart on the other. Has to back away, and the pincer maneuver right there. Brave just cannot withstand it. Bit of a sour blind there by Kushner, but still claims the kill, not before being traded out, and the spike will go down without too much trouble.
3-player retake here, and Stax' position given away, brings it into a 3v3.
Yeah, ball going up now. They want to be playing this one quite quickly. Bit of a tap of the spike. Trying to force good fights out of it. Again, winning a couple of them still. Just down to the 1 player though. Suchny, and he's given a 1 angle. Down to that 1v1. RB holding his ground. A quick tap once more, trying to force the fight.
This is so hard.
Information gathered, information gained. RB must just be able to see that he's not on it, and wow, just waiting for the star to come online. Not winnable. Time has to be played, have to save the rifle.
An absolutely checkmated position for Suchny to play.
ไม่ไหว
RB's almost unkillable, dancing up and down
กดดัน
on that
เกิน
elevation, but he always gets to see whether or not Suchny's sticking the defuse. Really, really tough. You have to hit a crazy shot to be able to win that. And BBL now taking what I think is a really well-timed tack.
Yeah. And it's clear they're struggling, I think, a little bit with the anchoring side of things. When you see those big sight hits coming through from DRX, something that they were, I mean, really propelled onto the main stage with, honestly. The fact that people were, you know, so impressed with these big set utility combos. It's not the whole thing that makes up DRX these days. They're much more fleshed out in terms of what they've got in the playbook, but it's really hard to stand up with. I mean, it tests your ability, I think, to make sure you've got the right protocols. If you're trying to anchor it down, who's going to be shooting the dart, who's going to be making sure that they can back up a player who might just be isolated, like we saw in the back of halls there.
I think it's really tough, actually, for BBL to find an adjustment that works here. You know, the Yoru playing over towards B long in somewhat of an aggressive position with a gate crash so that they can retreat into halls might be an idea, but it's not as fluid as the chamber was in the prior meta. I think they're going to really struggle to come up with ideas for this defense.
BBL เลยครับ
Unless they can set up some great retakes. But even then, I think their comp is going to rely more on catching people unaware on their attack side. And with BBL being forced to take another eco round here, it is a rough start to this map.
Yeah, quite difficult.
But on the flip side, considering this is the first time DRX have played this map, you wouldn't know it, because this is looking drilled.
It is looking very, very good. With all the rumors swirling around this team about what roster they might be running in the primary lineup, looks like they have not missed a step, have not missed a beat. I'm surprised by how much DRX are actually committing as well to this. All 5 of their players just through main. And inside these smokes, that's where Brave wants to try and play to get some value. The 1 kill found, tries to pick up the rifle to recover at least a portion of the round, but ultimately is going to be falling now.
And the pit invested as well. That is so much respect.
Okay, I mean, committing this Hunter's Fury, cuts across, I think a little bit of damage done potentially, but not even that, I think, just the reveal prior from his dart that was sent flying. Investing into this round when economy's not quite ideal. It's Kushner who does have that rifle, seeing what he can do, but look at it. DRX with the utility, the nade comes down, and probably got a few more pieces to work with as well. Mako up close and personal, spraying all over the bloody place. With the Phantom, quick tap. Really not much to be done.
And look how well thought out that post plan was. They have the Viper's Pit on top of it, but they're spamming all of their utility early on, and then that buys time for RB to go for this flank through Art.
น่ากลัวไปเลยก็น่ากลัวไม่เห็นน่ากลัวน่ากลัว
But the pull doesn't have to be used until late. RB's going to be in the perfect position for them to drop the pit and come from an unexpected angle. There's so many layers to this, and it's so difficult for BBL to deal with it on the fly. The tempo is definitely being set here by DRX, and that's not where you want to be if you're running a Yoru comp.
No, you really want to be, I think, showcasing a lot of just quirky ideas, something set that is going to be throwing your opponents off, but...
Nice shock dart.
Yeah,
โอ้โหทำลายของไปด้วย
The double doors now forces, honestly.
Look at this aggressive gate crash.
This is nice though. After shock onto the corner. And Buzz
here he
found
is.
the angle, and here it is. Yeah, Okay, crash forward, still holding that forward angle. A deeper position. It's going to be remaining for but a moment, but finally TPing back to safety.
And that's about the first value that we've seen Kushner really get. Outside of stacking the correct sites, which has never really worked, goes for an aggressive play there, and it pays off. So how did DRX work in 4v4s?
And what's their answer going to be?
They have broken the Killjoy turret that was over here, so Stax is getting a lot of space to set up for an A-split. And the KO wall is devastatingly good against Brave.
Yeah, this is going to be brutal for him to try and anchor. Smokes drop down all over the side to try and split this one up into the art. Split straight through main. The util is just a little bit too late. Still, Brave gets the 1 kill, and luckily and crucially, he will survive. So backing away to wait for the rest of his team.
Huge play inside his own smoke to avoid the flashes.
We see the lockdown being used with Zest going down. Are we going to have any other answers for it? And taking point, Kushner wraps up the round quite nicely.
Fantastic first round to get on the board there from BBL. It cost them a lot, but it was worthwhile. And while Kushner gets 3 kills in the round, I've got to give credit to Brave for his anchoring. To be able to get that first pick and hold on to the back side control so that the rest of his team could come in for a retake, get the lockdown in a good spot. That's really important for an Astra that was potentially about to get hit by a KO ult.
Yeah. Really critical, and sometimes that first round can be the hardest one when it feels like the momentum is against you, a team like DRX.
Well, listen, the momentum is not going to stop, though, because Zest and Stax still have their ults, big ults that can get picks or open up a site completely. You see Aslam and Shadow change around his Killjoy setup. Still the alarm bot in the same place that got shock darted before, but now putting more of a focus towards B.
Drone pushes forwards. Look at this. Nothing to really offset it. They know that there's not going to be that heavy presence towards playing aggressively into B to try and contest it. Flash perfectly timed with Buzz's updraft as well to see if they can catch it onto any sort of player. Right around the corner, that's Kushner. He's making all sorts of plays. The gate crash around the side. And he's dealt with, but too little too late, honestly. 2 kills found for him.
Great kill as well from Sochny.
Beautiful.
To shut down the lurk, and BBL. 2 rounds in a row, an aggressive play from Kushner has paid off on the Yoru. He's currently 9-7. We heard Seth talk on the desk about how he's been allegedly dropping 30 bombs in scrims.
Yeah. Fear into people.
Here he comes. I mean, bit of a whiff, honestly, from Zest. Should be favored there, but Kushner's kind of full sprinting to the left.
I think you're starting to see really where the success comes from in these last 2 rounds. It's been off the back of those plays being cooked up with Kushner.
And I'm surprised by this. Buzz taking an attack operator. So maybe aiming to slow the pace down a lot and just hold angles on B. I wouldn't expect them to finish A with an op in their hands unless they're forced.
Just trying to set this one up, but it's a difficult one. The drone did clear quite a bit down B long, so it sets up Buzz on this angle, but they don't quite know if back halls is cleared. All right, that was actually a contact play. Despite the stun missing, Aslan still has the confidence to take the fight.
That's Turkish confidence right there.
Oh yeah.
Turkish players are always high skill, high confidence, and Buzz was backpedaling as he took the shot, really inaccurate. And now they are forced to go A, but they also don't have the op.
It's a cute little idea from BBL as well, just off that turret contact, but...
Look at where Brave is hiding here. Does he get cleared?
Abi has been late lurking this one. Zest is at back and just walks into the line of sight angle.
Vandal diff.
Yeah. Finding the target, still Kushner TPing back. Stax is there to try and take up a bit of this space onto the site. Another pop flash play. And you're seeing this guy just rip off heads. Unreal form by Kushner.
And the breach ult used in the 2v1. RB is not allowed to get a sniff, not a crumb.
Now 1v2, no time remaining. And all Turco has to do is swing off the contact of Kushner. Should make it nice and easy. Lovely little offset and a movement there by Kushner. Finding 4 kills in the round. Off the back of that, I mean, 3 of these rounds so far, the 3 in a row, really, just off the back of his own individual play.
Yeah. Now sat at 13-7. He's torn open some of these defaults. And I think sometimes that's one of the best ways to play against DRX. Is throw them a curveball, try try and throw something strange at them as they're setting up.
You can disrupt their timings. It's those big utility executes that could be so scary that you take the bite out of it.
And how about this? Bike taken out completely from DRX's economy. They're forced down onto a Thrifty.
Definitely weaker weapons, but still a couple of rifles to make themselves just a bit more dangerous.
Uh-oh.
And okay, well, Dimensional Drift got a bit of that information. Has to back away, cannot take the fight.
And BBL have just been barreled over.
Yeah, unable to withstand it.
Yeah, Socially and Turco was supposed to delay there and put up resistance so that Kushner could get around and make a play happen. But it all fell to pieces.
This double flank now needs to try and get some value.
Everybody from DRX is here. Everybody, all 5 players.
Are they watching it? They are. A bit of a pre-fire. Do they anticipate it? They do!
Where's the traders?
Just falling. Not quite a trade, but Buzz eventually is there. He's like, all right, guys, I'll take care of him. No problems. Kushner wondering exactly how he should be playing this one.
But he will not expect everyone to be offside. You know, he still has to clear these areas, fake the gate crash.
Time is running so low. And a flash, I think, for his own. Or Stacks is just finding his face. And yeah, not quite able to really play this one out. Just not enough time to work with.
And that round had failed within the first 5 seconds, honestly. It was a decent try from BBL.
เนี่ย RB กูอยากตัดปืนจัดอะดูดิไปยันนู่น
flank, but as soon as Socially and Turco went down, that is a really tough round to recover. And a brutal one for BBL, because that's where you're supposed to be favored. You've got the guns, you've knocked your opponents down onto a half buy.
Yeah.
You've got to be able to convert those.
So much you need to be winning. What absolute monstrous shots by Buzz.
And it's unfair that DRX has a couple of Kushner's in Mako and Buzz. Really, they should just be going at it 1v1.
Zest, let's see if he gets value out of this again with a shock dart. I mean, it's just been almost every round, I feel like, just as
Yeah, Aslan definitely needs to change that up. Also, Aslan's nanoswarm that he's putting on site is not where DRX are planting. Even if he did put it there, though, Zest has actually been shocking the plant position every time. So, you know, just layers of DRX being prepared for everything.
Yeah, making sure it's nothing going to be catching them unaware. But it is going to be 3 players holding from the BBL side, including Kushner at the back of Halls. Maybe another contact play in the works as well, maybe off the turret, because you can see Turco is in position, doesn't quite have the stun leveled, has to watch the extremity because of that alarm bot being destroyed at the beginning, but there we go, fast play, flashing to the back of Halls, and Kushner, he was the target and he has been found.
4v3 for DRX, but they have Pit online. This is again going to be really difficult. The pull, great there actually from Brave. It denies the plant going down and might offer them a chance at spamming into this pit. Can anyone stop Stacks again?
That's what it's going to come down to, isn't it? A bit of a random spam. They found the one target that matters. Mako falls, and so does the pit. Any sort of hopes of potentially using that as coverage, it's all down to Buzz, isn't it, at the back to try and buy time and hold on.
That was a comical double take.
BBL need to clear Buzz out of this angle. RB, big weight on his shoulders to try and bail him out. Tap onto the spike. Do they know nobody's on this one now? Just biding their time back and forth. The dash as well into safety.
โคตรปั่นอ่ะไอ้เหี้ยดูดิ
So horrible for Turco. He's just been played with.
Yeah, just nigh impossible to win.
It's like a cat with a mouse. It is just heart-wrenching to watch. There was no way that Turco was going to be able to win that one. With a player behind and a player in front, and neither of them wanting to face him, just threatening, teasing.
And no fair fight given.
And DRX in such firm control of this map, despite heroics coming out from Kushner and Socially at times as well.
น้องไอ้เจ้ยเป็นทอดมันกุ้งเลยกิ้ง
One more round is available to them in the half. The success that we've seen with BBL, typically the rounds they end up winning is when they disrupt a lot of these hits that are coming through. Making sure that they don't let DRX get comfortable when they're, you know, just offloading a utility into a lot of these sites.
There is no alarm bot for the shock dart to hit this time, but it did a bit of damage to Brave, so he wasn't quite aware that the shock was coming through. Nevertheless, Brave might not be expected right here. I think that smoke could have given it away, though. It's certainly given the game away now.
War bangable there, but does get out with his life. Drone just going to be used to clear through to one side of mid. Well, look at this, DRX making sure that they also hold positioning here towards Buzz. Operator in his hands. The attack operator coming out.
And BBL are lacking so much info.
And really just forced to swing into them, find these fights, because that's what they need, information.
โอ้โหแล้วเห็นแขนก่อนเหอะเรียบร้อย
Off to the corner, Buzz.
เรียบร้อยสแต็ก
Beaming them down one after
ลูด
another.
หัวหมด
What a play by Stax. BBL a bit too timid, didn't realize that Stax had already crossed because they weren't able to reclaim areas of art. Too many plays over towards B-Link. And that's it, all sealed up. Only Kushner on the Yoru with an admirable 14 kills, but just not enough to get his team into this first half. And everybody on BBL has just got to be thinking about their attack side.
Yeah. Nothing to lose in this round for Kushner. He's going to try and make the most of it.
I mean, what a highlight this would be.
Yeah, if he manages to make this work.
The 1v4 clutch with players scattered all over.
เซฟก็ไม่ได้แล้วตาสุดท้ายที่ต้องเล่น
This is such a hard one to win because Stax, look at this, he's got the heaven position held. The crossfire, RB playing close to the site, they know his position now, and a bit of util will finish it off. A 9-3 half for DRX. Looking cool, calm, and collected and firmly in control.
I think for the Turkish fans it comes down to, do you believe in curses? Do you believe in miracles?
Certainly. Gonna have to see some big things from BBL, I think, on this attack side as well. Try and get the most out of Kushner on that Yoru. He's putting up some amazing results. Like we said, 14-9 is the scoreline, but it's going to take something very special, I think, some curated plays across the board. But we'll throw it down to the desk to break down what we've seen of the first half.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And, you know, expected dominant start there for DRX, looking very, very strong. And I know, Seth, one of the guys you highlighted at the beginning of this tournament was Mako. And, well, how's he doing so far?
He continues to be a god, just unwavered by anything that happens in the lobby. He gets put into a clutch position. He's just like, yeah,
Mako.
I'll shrug that off. I'm not going to be too bothered by it. He's just playing it to a T. Only has gotten caught out really a handful of times. And his ACS is looking incredible right now. He's averaging a kill per round. And he just continues to be absolutely excellent here for the squad.
And he hasn't reacted one bit.
No.
He's just been stoic, sitting there, playing his game.
Mako's the type of guy to go to Disneyland and just not smile. But, like, he's really enjoying
they
everything.
take a picture of him on the ride.
You know? Yeah, Mako's just there the whole time. He really, but he likes it though.
Yeah,
you know he enjoys
the funny
it.
thing is, even with now having the hair grown out, it makes him even more of a gentle giant than when he had it cut short. So now he's just like even more of this like just staggering figure who is just constantly calm.
Well, another guy that's enjoying the ride right now is Kushner. Maybe the only guy on PBL who's having that bit of fun.
Yeah.
It feels like the only 3 rounds that we've seen them win were the ones that he was in. As we take a look at one of these rounds, I was actually pretty impressed with what they were able to do with this Yoru here, at least in the moments they got the value. This starts off really well for DRX. They get an opening pick, they're well set up to take space, and then he's able to get on board and take down Buzz before getting out on his own. There was another moment just that next round where he was able to do pretty much a similar thing, where it was a fantastic execute towards B. He gets in, wins it, and right here you can see he's the man to close it out. Kushner is the beginning, he is the end, and now we are heading into the half where he should succeed, where things should have been cooked up for him. This is where you can set that pace, and Kushner needs to.
He absolutely does. I mean, he's just shy of that 15 kill mark, so almost halfway to 30 at the half of the game. Maybe he can drop the 30 bomb like we heard, because talking to Vlad at the hotel, this guy is incredible. We're seeing that right now, but we need to see a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing BBL's attack, especially with that Yoru, but DRX, you know they're ready for it. Let's send it back over to Brendan Sideshow.
Yeah, absolutely. I could not agree more with the desk. I think we've got to see something cooked up on the BBL side for this one. 3 rounds is really the buffer they've earned in that first half. So in the past, Josh, when we have seen the Yoru working on that big stage, it's often a ton of prep thrown behind it.
Yeah, that's definitely true. And we didn't really see too much cooked up on the defensive side. There was a set strat like that.
It's a fast play towards to take that A main control. Looks like the goal was to try and get as many of these orbs as well into Kushner, try and prioritize his ult.
Is the plan here for Kushner just to send
Oh,
the
maybe
gate crash
something
towards
else.
Flowers or something like that? you might be able to get into some
อ๋อ
absurdly unusual positions.
เฮ้ยเดี๋ยวต้องให้คนหนึงอยู่แองเกอร์เป็นเซนติเนลไปเลยในหนึ่งไซส์
Listen, I've been following all the tips and tricks when it comes to Yoru, but typically, as long as you keep an eye, I think, towards spawn in some way, you should be ready for it. But that's not what they've got cooked up for now. It's a slow play, still holding onto that A main control. And it's a drone to try and fake some presence into the connector. There's not much else being pushed behind it, so DRX not really biting. In fact, Stack's going for a very fast play. It's a pop flash out of the smoke, one after the other. The crossfire connects with RB. Down to just 2 players left standing, a bit of run and gun in action, but ultimately doesn't do too much for them. DRX take their 10th round.
And that might well be a dagger to the heart of BBL. They had an idea there on the pistol round. You know, fault line, flash, Kushina was supposed to follow it in the gate crash. And that was going to provide a lot of pressure on anybody anchoring the back side. But RB wasn't in a position where he got hit by any of it. And the rest of the DRX players were very fast to punish the rest of BBL who were trying to get in through the choke point. The timing was pretty much there from BBL, to be honest, but DRX is still just so clean at dealing with it. And there was no plan, not really many kills, so BBL can't really even get in a good position to force this. It's just going to
เฮ้ย
be
ปล่อยขึ้น 11 ด้วยเหรอ
a terrifying 11th round on the board in all likelihood for DRX. And I feel like, Brent, after their 3rd place result at Champions, this team has got a swagger about them. I don't know whether you noticed it as well, but just hearing them talk in the interviews beforehand and how they're discussing their team and their chances and stuff, there definitely seems to be more of that swagger of we know we're a top team.
Wow.
Oh, and Stacks just followed the gate crash all the way.
Exactly what we were talking about. The gate crash is going into spawn. If you're aware of the play being made, there needs to be some sort of follow-up, but Stacks was just tracking it down, waiting for it. But
yeah, Kushina hoping that he just got through there for free.
It's DRX playing with a ton of confidence behind them. Incredibly consistent team, and they're a team as well that, you know, the evolution that BBL are hoping to go for, I think, with the addition of their new IGL, adding a couple of more layers to their game plans. Unfortunately, had to go up against this absolute masterclass team that is DRX. Obviously, the series not over by any stretch of the imagination, but definitely a rough one as far as 1st round matchups go here at the lock-in tournament.
Definitely very rough. But there's a long time before this BBL team has to, you know, compete in the EMEA VCT, so it's about going as deep as you can in the tournament and pulling away as many learning lessons as you can as well.
Yeah.
Here would be a great round. Stop the DRX bonus. See if they have any plans. Maybe you need to approach this round a little cautiously yourself and then go into a set strat. But I definitely want to see something. I know they've been out there watching the Gordon Ramsay shows, cooking stuff up. They gotta be. The recipe book is in their hands.
You gotta cook something up special, but it looks like all 5 players moving forwards. That's drone taken out nice and early. Buzz taking a tremendous amount of chip damage, just has to back away and does have the shorty available to him. This corner isn't cleared. It's a flash play, and Buzz, I don't know how much he could see in that scenario, but picks up the rifle. Revealed the long B long. They've taken so much damage. Exchange of the weaponry because Buzz is the weaker player. They have all their players watching these angles.
Just read it so hard. The flash was perfect as well, but you can't exactly miss with a shorty at that kind of range.
Now just trying to take this fight. Flash is sent through to utility. What should have been a must-win round for BBL is looking
it's looking like a save, to be honest here, Bren. You're 3v5. You don't want to give better rifles to them. I know you can't really call that in the moment. You've got to believe in yourself, but this is going to be a disaster for BBL here.
Yeah. Brave spotted out, a bit of tag there, 9 health. Left alone. Has the most to do, and just as he runs out of bullets, the trade in play. DRX entering now map point.
เป็นแมตช์พอยต์แล้ว
And
จ้า
we've seen even some really good teams get slaughtered like this by DRX at the beginning of tournaments. They just always come in so incredibly hot. And yeah, look at that. Full blind. Absolutely full blind from Buzz. And still getting the kill. Kushina was not happy about that one in the slightest.
That's a hard one. It's got to be everything invested now if you are BBL.
but it's scraps.
Certainly is. They managed to scramble that rifle in the hands of Kushner, so not too bad. Taking out A main control.
One away now from Alt Kushner. If he can try to cook something up on the fly, that would be impressive.
This angle that Stacks is jiggling can be punished, honestly. If you are on the attack side, you can swing this from a high and low angle, but he's going to be jiggling it. That is really rough timing there with a utility in his hands, but exactly what BBL needed.
That was nearly an incredible counterplay, though, from Mako and Zest. Mako inside his own smoke at the same time as Zest threw the recon dart, but he chose not to pull the trigger.
Where is that orb going? I mean, just layers to this. Drop it down. Not too sure. BBL's answer, though, in the midst of all of this now, entering the mid-round.
They're droning from so far away because they have no info. Does Buzz have the confidence to get back on the angle?
That's unbelievable.
Of course he does.
Star player taken out. It fills curtains. A nice stun to punish this one. Buzz in an awkward scenario, an awkward position, but it needs to be a bit more behind it. A double push through with the flashes in play. Really, Turco, what can you do? Has to link up with the rest of his team now. Later lurk through, lovely flash. Buzz does get taken care of, but time is running low now. 12 seconds remaining. And a must-win round for them to stay in the map. Aslan holding down one of the angles. 5 seconds remaining, down to that 1v1. And the pull. Surely this is not the way it ends.
Oh, jump
line. RB will finalize it.
DRX coming away with a well-anticipated, but nevertheless impressive and intimidating map 1 against BBL.
They're looking scary, Josh.
Wow, they look scary.
They're looking scary. A map that
they've never
haven't
played
showcased
before.
much.
They've never played Pearl before. That was their first time playing Pearl.
Yeah, and they have been cooking.
Welcome to the big stage, BBL. Oh my word, what a brutal matchup.
Yeah, 13-3. Quite the dominant showcase. Respect to BBL, I think, as well. Just trying to come out with something a bit new with the Yoru play, but a team like DRX just so many layers ahead.
Yeah, they really are. And massive credit to Stacks and the coaching staff too, because that takes a lot of effort to adapt to a new idea like that on your map pick. But they just did it flawlessly, without any problems whatsoever.
Didn't miss a beat with it, did they? Did not miss a beat.
Not in the slightest.
And all that talk about, you know, the different rosters that are going to be playing with Zest, they're going to be playing with Foxy9.
Did it matter?
Did it matter? Well, listen. Map 1 in the series, Josh. Still more time.
Definitely. And BBL's map pick coming up as well, right? So BBL are going to have an opportunity. I'm interested to see Ascent. DRX have a couple of comps that they've tried there. The most recent being that like Chamberlain triple initiator jet comp. And so if BBL are picking it into them, they've got to be prepped for something like that. But we saw them go with the Yoru here, and there wasn't as much behind it as I would have liked. So time for them to prove the doubters wrong and deliver something on map 2.
Yeah, it's going to take a bit more than
น่ากลัวจัดเลยทีม
It's going to be a doozy.
Yeah, pretty quick map 1, but don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, because map 2 is coming up on the other side of this break.
ยิ่งดึกยิ่งง่วงเลย
DRX looking like monsters on that stage, as unfortunately for BBL, they just got gobbled up on Pearl, and they're going to walk away with a 1-0 lead, but still plenty more game to go here. I'm Golden Boy, of course, with Mimi as well as Achilleos, and you know, Mimi, I mean, just to kick things off right out of the gate, it was very clear that like the game plan, the way that DRX, the structure that they had on Pearl, that was scary to watch, because that's the first time we ever saw them there.
I mean, that was a nigh-on perfect game for the side of DRX. Every single thing was working well for them. There was a couple moments, exactly 3, where the Yoru was maybe able to disrupt something and break out and win a round for the side of BBL. But generally, despite the weird stuff that BBL were throwing, DRX called around it perfectly.
We saw them time and time again, you know, kind of expecting where the Yoru was going to be and being able to play around that beautifully. But Buzz on the attacking side, that was just bread and butter stuff for, you know, a Jet player. Really great. The perfectly layered in utility stacks, timing those flashes to absolute perfection. It was just gorgeous to watch every single round over. And yeah, I always get apprehensive when DRX are gonna, you know, boldly pick a map that they've never played before. I'm still a little bit scarred after Fracture at Champions in 2021, but this was just complete and utter perfection. You could tell that they have invested so much time in their preparation here.
And really for the side of BBL, it didn't feel like this Yoru had too many legs on this attacking side. He's trying to make plays like this, but it feels like he's kind of on an island, and DRX just sets up around it, realizes where that gate crash is, and twice he just dies instantly off one of those TPs, and with that kind of being the main game plan for BBL, get something weird, set Kushner up to find these big plays, that not working out, just crush them.
Yeah, and also, I mean, another thing to point out as well, as far as 4v5 conversions go, DRX 5 out of 7.
Yeah.
These guys, it just feels like nothing. It was stopping them. And that was, we've watched some Pearl, I don't want to make a bold claim and statement here, but that was one of the more dominant performances that we've seen on a newer map since the introduction of it. Could be wrong on that, but at least for me, that was wild stuff.
I mean, they're continuing to just show us some stuff that we haven't really seen before, that fantastic shock dart to go up over the top of mid, land, be able to clear out that alarm bot nice and early in the round. It's just clean and crisp buff, and you can tell that DRX spent a lot of time in the lobby just sitting there, figuring out lineups, figuring out how they were going to tackle this map, and it worked out beautifully for them.
Well, let's go ahead and move on, though, to our Verizon high-speed moment of the match, and we're going to have to give this one
right off the top
to RB. This was probably one of the fastest call-ins for us. We called production. We're like, yep, that's our high-speed moment. Just look at this. The like at first you have I think this is Kushner there, but even then this is RB. Actually Kushner did deserve a little high-speed love as well, but RB, I mean, just look at these shots. Boom, tags him, and then tags him again on the right side. Aslan had no idea what was coming.
It is just beautiful stuff. You mentioned that 4v5 conversion. Every time DRX was down, they were winning these close clutch situations. In the 2v2s, the 4v4s, they kept their calling really tight, were able to identify that gap, and then the individuals just showed up to win so many of those tough rounds.
Yeah, it was just gorgeously done. That snap on, I mean, if RB doesn't get that second headshot as he's trying to shift over to Aslan, if he hits him in the shoulder, anything like that, that round is probably a wash. But that just quick, that precision coming in, the blink of an eye, very well-deserved high-speed moment there for RB.
Yeah, indeed it was, indeed it was. But now, before we get into map 2, though, let's go into some clicking heads and do some more aim lab shoot around, where we're, instead of click heads, you're actually going to click a few like circles. And this time around, we're looking at Stacks, and he's putting us all to shame already. But you know, I think just again to kind of take a moment here, Mimi, to talk about Stacks, and we talk about him so much, but it's for good reason, because this man, he's the rock, the foundation of this team, and it shows in every play that they execute. Beautiful magic that Stacks manages to conjure up.
Yeah, what I was most impressed with in this match was the way that he was setting Buzz up on those entries. Every flash felt perfectly timed. Every Soba Dart as well coming in from Zest was so good to just give Buzz those entries, those opportunities. And again, once it got to the late round, this guy, he showed up as an individual. Stacks really can do it all.
I mean, one of the scariest things that you could face in a game versus DRX is Stacks in a position where he has to clutch around to close it out. Yeah. That's terrifying. You know what's more scary? Never really being able to put him in a position where he has to clutch to close out a round, because it was just constant dominance here from the side of DRX, constantly, you know, having so many players left available to really be able to get across the finish line. And then the few times that they did get pushed to the limit, they did have, you know, that one last person remaining. They were able to get him time and time again.
All right, well, let's shift gears and talk about this upcoming map, because we have Ascent on the horizon. And, you know, I want to start thinking about what these keys to victory are going to be here for BBL, because this is a team that, yes, Mimi, they did get rocked a bit on Pearl, but that was a very prepped and prepared DRX. I do feel as if BBL are going to bring us some fun, at least in Ascent.
I really hope so. This is a very, very comfortable map for BBL. It is one of their best. The same is true for DRX. But to answer your question, I think it's got to be Kushner. Those 3 rounds were Kushner, and for the rest of the series, he was, or excuse me, the rest of that map, he was really getting shut down. Here on Ascent, this is one of their more comfortable maps. You have to set him up for success. If he's getting those big entries, setting the team in the right direction, I think the rest of the pieces can start to maybe click into place.
Yeah, I mean, the man's got to go off. Yeah, I'm expecting that we're going to have the Jet come back out here. It's probably going to be a nice little Jet off. We'll see who's going to be able to come out on top. Turkish versus Korean Jet. Settle it right here, right now. Who's got the superiority? But yeah, they really need to enable him. And we also just need to kind of generally see also a little bit of a slight step up from everybody else, because Kushner, he was still able to put up some very solid numbers. And as you kind of mentioned, Mimi, felt like he was on a bit of an island there on the side of Pearl. So if they can all play together well, set up Kushner for success, and just slightly improve everybody else's performance, they certainly have a chance of taking this map and taking it all the way to 3.
Yeah, and then, you know, we're obviously, you know, blessed to just have so many incredible fans across the world watching. Obviously, we got to give a special shout out to all the peeps over in Seoul, Korea watching right now, cheering on DRX. And also, as a Puerto Rican, can I just say how amazing it is to just see Vamos all over the place? Like, that warms my Boricua heart, Mimi.
DRX is spreading it around the world. You heard in some of the replays during those rounds.
Oh,
They've kept by it. They caught that bit at Copenhagen. They have never stopped with the Vamos.
I mean, again, it's 6:45 almost right now in the morning in South Korea. They're still out there partying, showing their support, having some brews, having some chicken, and just having a whale of a time. Good old Chimek to round out this this first showing from DRX.
All right, Prime Gaming Agent Select here for Ascent. We've seen the options presented to us in the past, Mimi. Do we get any diversions here, or is it just going to be business as usual?
We talked in kind of ahead of this game that DRX has some maps that they'll have to innovate, try something new. That was the case with Pearl. They also have some maps where they are tried and true, and they have a comp that has worked for a long time, and on Ascent, it is this triple initiator composition. They have played it for quite a while. It is really well drilled, and it's so hard to play against. When you have a Fade Eye, a Sova Dart, a Flash heading at you, it is just impossible to break that utility, and Buzz is so well set up off of it.
All right, well, this is it. It's last chance saloon here for BBL, and for DRX, it's an opportunity for them to just do the thing, do the job that they came here to get done, win a championship. Let's go ahead and send it back to your casters. It's Brendan Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, it is looking, honestly, pretty set up, I think, for the DRX potential slam dunk. They're playing a composition that they are more than comfortable on.
Yep.
Starting on the defense side as well. It's always an uphill battle when you're on attack side Ascent.
Yep.
And that's where BBL are starting their climb. If they're going to be able to fight back and fight back, honestly, against this DRX team.
It's going to be so tough. DRX at Champions just looked amazing at this map. I think it was like Loud #1 and then probably DRX in terms of who the best teams in the world were at Ascent. And DRX haven't changed anything. Nope. And you might say, oh, well, that's cool. You know, BBL can watch a bunch of VODs and they can figure out what they do. But they're just so good at what they do that I struggle to think of exactly the game plan BBL are going to be able to come up with here to disrupt things.
And you know what, Josh? The annoying thing is as well, even if they were looking at the most recent VODs of DRX playing this map, they were playing with Foxy9. Buzz was on KO. The roles were kind of alternated a little bit. You're going to be using a lot of the same utility, a lot of the same ideas obviously going to be thrown into the mix, but it does change things up once more. But a fast play by BBL, this is something that they are known for. It's a nice hit, all of them running straight into the side, the flash into the back of it, RB forced out of position. The angles are being watched for, but a spam through the wall still. Stacks wanted to try and take these fights!
No way.
You cannot give him 3 kills here.
How has he just brought this back into a 2v2? That's absurd. I was all ready to big up how BBL had played that.
Yeah, and just like that, the damage is done, but...
You can't lose this one, Brennan. It'd be a heartbreaker.
Yeah, you certainly can't. Enough damage onto Stacks that is weak. Maybe obviously not taking contact there into the turret. Pretty smart. Heads up, just in case it did bring him down. A bit of a crossfire being played on top of Jenny. It's Brave even though he's up here.
Yep.
And is it going to be ace to finish? Not quite denied in the end.
แล้ว
going to be claiming that pistol.
แล้วเหลือแค่นิดเดียวเองเกือบได้แล้ว
Wow, they were made to pay for it, but BBL get over the line in the end. I've just got flashbacks of Stacks jumping from heaven on Ascent and doing all sorts of crazy stuff, but BBL finally able to make that work, and they're investing into 2 rifles heading into the next round. Off the back, it is so difficult, right, to attack into DRX's comp, because you have to break a recon, you have to break a haunt, there's all sorts of utility coming flying at you as you try and get into the sites.
Oh,
you
let's
have to
see
also
them.
watch about a flash through the smoke, and you know, there's just so many different things they can do.
Things that could potentially go wrong, but well underway now with this round. Nothing
I gotta
so
say,
much
Brett,
with the stack, but yeah, go ahead.
Cushion are getting that first opening kill on the A site attack. That is their win comp. As I see it, Kushner having an extremely good entry success rate is the thing that could possibly push BBL over the line in this map. He would just have to have an ungodly performance.
Yeah, just to try and pull them through, because if you do watch BBL play this map in the past, at least most recently in the off-season, they have been quite a one-dimensional team. It tends to go down to like plays like this, a lot of 5 hits. All the way through, just trying to take those good fights. That's disgusting. Shorty up in the air, apparently still accurate, and he does claim the kill. He cannot be getting another one, and they do eventually finally get rid of him.
That's fine. That's fine.
That was an absolute nuisance, but Stacks has been just that much more annoying there with the Ghost, but
you know, they do
clean up that round.
The other part of that, Brent, that bears mentioning is that Buzz was sat in the position where if you're a Jet like Kushner and you're trying to get into the B site, a lot of the time people will updraft dash and land on the site tucked in on that close corner.
Yeah.
Buzz was literally sat there with a shorty staring at the sky, waiting for that to happen. It's not what Kushner did, but you can tell that DRX are, even on their complete eco rounds, trying to throw ideas in there that might net them a win. Can BBL get a bonus? Their economy is so good. They have rifles everywhere. This round is super even.
An amazing beginning to this map.
Aslan
essentially calling it curtains for quite some time as well, just from how one-sided that previous one looked.
They're not feeding the orb to Aslan. They could have had a lockdown, but Turco's taken it instead. He's still 3 away. So, not really thinking about the old game, possibly?
Look at that from Cushion as well, just making sure that he had his crosshair just in the jump peak spot. Almost taken off Buzz's head.
And he's going to have an opportunity to jet diff if he wants to search for the fight in spawn.
For now, just holding the space that he's gained here. Up in pizza, now a smoke across. Cloud burst, drop down. That's a bit of a phantom moment, able to spray like that and get value. That's not dealt with very easily. That actually did tag up onto Zest. Buzz has to dash through to try and anchor it to the back of the site. Layers of that util being dropped down now, just making it that much more difficult for them. Dropping onto the site needs to be a trade, and Brave is there, but eventually these anchoring players dealt with.
Great work from BBL getting into the site like that. They paused for a moment.
Fast.
มาก่อนแล้วเหลือหนึ่ง
Play this fast against the lockdown, surely not.
Pop flash play. Mako has to
Ang
respect it,
yung
he's backing
wala.
away.
And Mako has literally 1 HP.
Difficult task, isn't it?
Oh, that smoke is not so great for Brave.
But weapon in hand, he was holding it, anticipating that push, and that is that bonus round that we were talking about. BBL claiming it 3 in a row, sets them up in a, honestly a pretty beautiful start to this entire map.
มีแข่ง
And I'm
เกิ
going
ด
to give
เที่ยง
credit
ผ
there
ม
to
ว่า
Brave and Aslan Machado for how well they traded getting into the site. Because once BBL had gone through mid,
ทำมิ่ง
taken
เกือบหลุดแล้ว
market,
นิ
they
ดเดียว
take the front of the site, but it's still a 4v4 where they need to get in and actually get the plant down. And they did such a good job at sticking tight together and trading out the DRX anchors.
We'll see if BBL can just take it out one more step further. Knife over the top, not getting too much done, but it's a caution really being showcased.
It's already such a good start to the map, though.
Yeah, it is.
As long as you're able to convert this, being 4-0 up on the attack side, you don't really need that much more to be competent.
Smoke's dropped down, looks like there is some pace being injected into this one. Still being dropped off, now flashes over the top, but there is no dash just yet, and finally you see it, updraft dash onto the Jenny, resetting the aim. Just a few moments, still RB. It's just waiting into the back of the side, but a weapon diff will make it short-lived, as he was attempting to anchor.
And dodging the dart there, really important for Brave too. Doesn't look like there's too much danger left in this round, but I'm really reluctant to count DRX out.
Never know when they might just pull out one of those miracles, but just down to Zest.
วันเวหรอ
Say more than an impossible task, as long as BBL just don't give anything up. Tired to take contact. You can just see a bit of a double swing potentially off of that. You can see it. Brave wants to take
โอ้
the fight.
โหหันมาหมดเลย
Already
แค่
getting off
ไก่
to
ตัว
a
เดียว
much better start than the
หัน
prior
มา
map.
กันมาหมดเลยพี่กูก็ท้อ
And this is where the snowball can genuinely start developing. Turco 1 away from his ultimate. I would expect DRX to recognize that and look to fight for at least one of the orbs. An operator online for Buzz, he can be posted up in B main if DRX want to fight aggressively with the KO and the Omen on the other side of the map. I mean, fighting for the extremities here seems like it makes the most sense. And they still have big ults of their own to go for like a retake setup or something if they just want to allow Turco the ult.
Yeah, which could be one plan of action, I think, as well, but so far nothing too out of the ordinary from how BBL are playing, but I am seeing just those added dimensions to their play.
Definitely.
Like I said, you watch this team in the off-season, and it's a lot of 5 hits, it's a lot of really just playing for B main, A main control, not much nuance across the map, but I think this addition, you know, the new IGL, Suchini coming in, has definitely added that just extra layer that might have just been missing from this team.
I would agree with that. I think the actual executes into the site, at least the one that they just did there on the A side, didn't look that clean. Like, you can still tell that BBL are quite a new squad. But the on-the-fly way that they're taking map control is setting them up for good success. Particularly in round 3, I really like the way that Soshini led his team down through mid and coordinated that B split.
Yeah.
And here you see Buzz with the operator going to fight B main, trying to deny this ult.
I mean, this is a clash. Off the rip, Paranoia.
It should win.
In the
The
hands.
Paranoia should win.
Oh, yeah. It should push them back, unless Buzz decides to just ego it, holds the angle down and tries to catch the timing, but no. Have to respect it. Look at Kushner, he's not wasting any time! Up in the air! And there it is, Clay Pigeon shooting. A nasty shot to hit, the ult into the back of the site. That is with the spike, but cleared back! A reset of the aim, Zest! An absolute demonic performance! No one is allowed to step foot past that choke.
That's a great performance from a guy who, as far as we were aware, might not have even been playing in the roster. Unfortunate movement from Kushner. I think he actually clipped the edge of the hut as he was going for his dash over, so he just kind of hovered in the air for a while and left a very easy shot for Buzz to hit. But you can tell that BBL there were aware that Buzz was going to fight for it, and they wanted to match it with their own pace. Again, the game plan actually seems pretty solid from Sojny. But the execution just didn't quite work.
See at the beginning of this one, a whole bunch of utility being used, and in the meantime, that fight for control of B main, Vazlan falling. It's going to be a large opening available to them. BBL not wasting any time though.
And this is a great play from Kushner.
Look at the pace. I mean, the guy has been caught. Ultimate popped off. Yeah, the Nightfall. Couldn't quite hear too much going on, but they still want to try and at least work their way into the site. Vulnerable Duck, Brave. Actually traded. It looked like he almost was going to get away with two.
Zest not really in a position to use his Sova ult to deny the plan. So this is just going to be a bit of a straight up retake. Turco can't use his flashes here. He's just kind of stuck.
Yep, Haunt over the top. Even a dart up close. Sneer trying to go through with the jumping classic right click. Fortunately, a couple of patches too far ahead for that one to really play out how he was hoping, and now
you can't see a thing.
Horrible position for Turco.
Not planning for him.
Yep.
Simple
Not even
impossibility.
An opportunity.
So many. What?
Okay.
Okay. So many post-plant situations though in this game overall, whether it be defuses or, you know, just delaying time for the post-plant to go off. The DRX are looking immaculate. You know, so many positions where we see one or two players left alive for BBL, and they're just checkmated. They can't do anything.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what they try. I like the idea from Kushner that you saw there, but I was expecting him to go through the glass and pinch the guy on sight. I think swinging into spawn was a bit bold. He was just trying to catch the fade unaware. Knives online for Kushner this time. Star player's got to produce something for BBL.
Good Buzz doesn't know which angle to watch just in case there is an updraft in play, but Kushner is trying to make a play as well off the back of the drone, and he's not wasting any time again. He's just trying to disrupt these timings.
This is way quicker than DRX can expect.
Yeah, absolutely, all the way through. Already into tree.
Look.
The return of fire from Buzz. That had to be just seconds away.
Oh, that is filth. But again, Sojny leading his team really quick, pivoting into a B split, but they don't control B main.
Yeah, if you have to control this area, you have to at least anticipate it, and Zest still alive, backing him up, trying to play with the rest of his team, the swings, the crossfires, despite the smoke, pushing their way through, and with the spike drop down, it leaves Aslan in a very, very unfortunate scenario.
Another 1v3 that doesn't really seem winnable. Mako coming up behind. Can Aslan make magic?
He's found the first one, but just encroaching and yeah, eventually just squeezing that final position. And I gotta say, Josh, honestly, the way Kushner has been playing, the amount of pace as well, just trying to disrupt it, it is a pretty key win con, I think. Just not letting that triple initiator get comfortable or set up, trying to catch those awkward timings, but
definitely. Yeah, I think the game plan is solid, but the tempo that BBL are playing at means that they're missing things out, like, for example, taking B main control here. It's a decent idea to try for that immediate pivot through market. You definitely could catch people unaware or with utility in that hand. But, again, there's just some compromise. You know, by playing that quickly, you can't play perfectly.
Yeah, you don't. Oh, wow. Leaves up resources that you otherwise aren't going to be dedicating.
Oh,
A week goodbye now for BBL, just seeing what they can get in B main, making sure they take these fights. But Buzz, with his watchful eye, the operator, straight down the line of sight angles into mid. Dax caught with a util, but okay, safe hands from Zest. Still, this is getting a bit scrappy, and yeah, beautiful find.
You need to be able to punish those peaks from Buzz. And there's quite a few rifles down over towards B main. BBL had 2 in this round. Can they recover the one that Kushner owned? If so, this is looking like a fairly even round still.
You know, Lockdown's still available here. They're trying to post up. See if Sochny can get that Vandal in his hand.
It's going to be util used.
Oh, it's
Just aware now. It is quite messy, especially with that pull. Disrupts the timing. They could otherwise get into the site, but
post-plant lockdown, though, is going to be difficult for DRX to deal with.
Yeah, for now, just tapping that spike, making sure that...
Are they not going to invest
caught out? Yeah, looks like they're just holding it for now. It's a flash re-clear. Already the DRX player's not wasting any time here. Mako, though, wasn't playing anti-flash, has to back away. Now you're seeing ults being committed, but both players are so low.
เรียบร้อย
The spray down.
มาโกะให้2
Small mistakes from BBL, but just opening a gap that DRX could exploit. I really do think that post-plant changes a lot if Aslan immediately pivots. As soon as they get the site control and they've cleared back site, immediately lockdown goes in. You either force DRX to retake before they're ready, or they have to, you know, you buy a lot of time and set yourself up much nicer, threaten that you could have repositioned somewhere like Logs or B-Main.
I'm not sure if the worry is just because Zest is holding onto his ultimate this entire time, but even still, I mean, if he's ulting the lockdown, it's going to be one less player to really
I still think it's worth it.
Exactly, yeah.
I think, you know, you're never going to be in a situation like Aslan's never going to be in a spot where he can use the lockdown for free. Zest's just holding it for it, so, you know, getting it out in a situation like that and possibly setting up for a more favorable post-plant, to me, seems like the better option, but we'll see how he uses it as it goes on. Definitely still opportunities to do damage in this half. And BBL calling a timeout here as Vlad talks to the rest of the team, maybe just tries to cool them down a little bit. They've been playing at a really high tempo, and it hasn't particularly worked the last 4 rounds in a row, which includes like 3 rifle rounds. So I'd like to see BBL just take it a little bit slower. I like the aggression from Kushner, but maybe not the entire team playing that fast. How many do they need, Brent, though, on attack? Like, in order to get an upset result here, they'd have to do really well in this half, wouldn't they?
I would say so, yeah. I would.
What is really well on a Sent attack? Like,
Honestly,
6?
I'd argue 6, I think. But it depends as well. It depends how well-versed they are going to be, I think, playing against this triple initiator comp, because you're going to have to layer out your utility when DRX are going to be on their attack side. So
yeah.
It does create openings, I think, for BBL.
Coming out of this timeout, a very passive position from Aslan, anticipating that classic play that we've seen from DRX, where Buzz would dash down mid. That's not what they're going for. It's an operator taking some space in B main, and now Tiles is just completely given up.
Yeah.
The DRX can rotate players away from B and bolster A and mid, which is where BBL are probably going to end up going.
Yeah, like you said, all that util being used paints a very clear picture of where BBL should be. And, well, it's a pivot now with the mid-round, but guess who's posted up on this angle? The turret is watching for a deeper push, but are they going to expect this? Buzz could be everything in this moment. Put a stop to anything early on.
Do they flash it?
Yeah, how do they want to clear this?
Do they drone it maybe? But that seems like
trying
a
to fake
big
A presence, I think.
Oh,
look, there's 2 players.
Yeah, the Sova's not even there. They're actually faking the A push, you're right, Bren, with the drone. And the lockdown. So that's what they're trying to get value with the lockdown from. That's a great idea.
It's a game of chicken though, isn't it? Look, Buzz still pushed up, still holding the angle, contacting through, smoke at the top with the dash enabled. Just has to respect that knife. There was no one there to try and break that one.
30 seconds left.
TP across, flash play over and through. Now only a few seconds remaining and it's pure instinct. Buzz takes the timing, he takes the shot. Holding up close, around the corner, a little bit labored there from Zest, but ultimately, after just 2 players now of BBL with time running this low.
10 seconds left.
Does not look ideal.
Buzz really has that swagger.
Yeah, I mean...
Able to hit the first shot and then watch him pop his dash and then try to use it anyway. He pops the dash and then he just one-ways and just holds this angle. And he only dashes after
เรา
it
โด
takes
น
a
ได้
second
ไง
to-
เห็นอะไรอะนะ
At least until the knife was used to try and push him off the angle.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
It's still the case. When they were talking about having Foxy9 in as their primary duelist, I was a little bit upset, honestly, when I heard that, because Buzz, I felt like, I mean, the guy's just been coming alive since he's switched over to playing this primary duelist for them. The guy's a very, very talented player. He can play a multitude of roles, but when he's on the jet, he just takes over sometimes.
He does, yeah. They've had a few games recently where Foxy9 was playing where Buzz ended up playing KO and he still took over the game.
Yeah, he still did well.
I think he's just a beast. They've just got an extremely talented squad. This round is going to be really hard for BBL to get any value.
Yeah, I mean, the real spearhead of a lot of your attacks if you're BBL is going to be Kushner on the Jet, and he was taken out more than early before he could even get past that choke point. Look where he died.
We haven't seen BBL explore deep down mid as much since those first 4 rounds.
Yeah, it was the early rounds, right?
Yeah, the early rounds where they were doing well, they actually created a lot of pressure in mid. I think from a theoretical point of view, that makes a lot of sense because DRX aren't running a Sentinel in their comp. You know, they can't just leave a trip in mid, they can't leave an alarm bot in mid, something like that.
Yeah.
So trying to punish them for that and push Buzz away from those positions, or if Buzz is in B main pushing, you know, whoever happens to be there, Zest or whatever. I think the more you can bully mid against DRX's comp, you should be able to get more value out of it. But the difference between theory and practice is everything when you're playing against a side as good as DRX.
Yeah. And other players going to be making that kind of call as well. Got to use the one of the timeouts, but
this looks like it might be down mid though, just as I say.
Well, this is the same util I think that they were going to be using. So they used the knife for market, and then should be a nade in pizza.
That updraft just to get a peek.
Yeah, just no one's covering it.
Ready for it, man. I mean, Kushner looks to see whether Buzz is there with his updraft. Doesn't spot anything because Buzz is playing, you know, anti-flash, anti-drone, and then he just peeks out at the perfect moment.
What I was talking about prior with Kushner upsetting a lot of the timings of DRX's triple initiator comp, it feels like Buzz is the one that's now doing the same to them. You could feel the setup from BBL where they were just trying to use that util to clear into mid, but ever since he's got this operator, it has just opened up the map, it feels like, to DRX from a calling perspective. They have so much information and know what's going on most of the time.
And you need that Jet if you're going down mid. Oh, the knife sees everything. RB with all the info in the world.
Just an amazing timing, but they still want to be committing into this one. It's going to be the swing through. Players ready and waiting. A pull inside the smoke. Just pushes them back. And all it
เห็น
takes is
อะไร
that
ครับ
rifle
หน้า
spam.
ฮัลโหล
So brutal to watch. The first 4 rounds all going the way of BBL. The pistol, and then a follow-up.
Yeah.
Bonus, and then a follow-up eco. So they've won 0 rifle v rifle rounds.
Past that point, yeah. It's been, you know, honestly, I was credit to BBL, I think, being able to just come out the gates on this new map after they just get absolutely obliterated on Pearl.
Yeah.
And still put up those rounds, but since then, it's just lost all momentum. They can't quite come up with the answers in time. This is where, you know, players like Suchny that we were talking about as he actually coming into this team are really going to be tested to see if he can come up with the right answer for all of us. But look at it. Any sort of pressure that's being applied, it's util being used, but answered in kind by the ultimates. Nightfall scattered across the Hunter's Fury to try and get them into the site, but the damage is done. And a wall to split them back up. Mako anchoring in position. Util flying this way, that way, holding the wall, making sure that no one can really step over that line.
Brent Mako is not human. That is
Lang
a
and
ridiculous shutdown.
Just absurd.
I don't know if you spotted that there at the end of the half, but Mako was dodging a Hunter's Fury and just casually went into his astral form to put down that wall.
Yep, just weaving back and forth.
Just while dodging the ult, and then gets another 3
โอ้โหหลัง
kills
จาก
afterwards.
4 วินแรกคือไม่ได้เล
The man
ย
is
อ่ะ
a legend. He's carved from stone. He's granite.
It does not make sense sometimes, but the level of consistency, the level of play that he puts up over these LAN tournaments is just on another level entirely. Let's send it down to the desk to break down the first half.
Wow, wow, wow. DRX. I mean, I feel like a broken record at this point, but it's just what they do out in the field is just ridiculous, Mimi.
You feel like a broken record? I've been saying this for the last 2 years.
This is true. This is true. It's on the border point of annoyance at this point, but you're completely justified, Seth. But let's focus though on, you know, what's been going on with BBL, right? Because they started off hot, Seth. They came out of the gate, they looked good, and then it started to get real flat. And there was something that was pointed out by the casters, which was no rifle rounds won, which is quite problematic for BBI. I think it was rifle beat rifle. Say that 5 times fast. But yet Aslan was the guy that kind of just was there as like the steady rock for them that helped them multiple times to win those rounds.
Yeah, he was absolutely instrumental, and we can only hope that we're going to see more performances like that as we go into this next half. Because once he was able to get into his site, his post plant was fantastic, and he was putting up solid numbers for the team. Now he's shifting over to play the defender side. If they can really rely on Aslan to be a solid site anchor, prevent DRX from getting in, shut them down on that entry, then they definitely have a chance at this one. They can run it back. We are also already saw that when they have some momentum behind them, they can run with it. It's about not letting DRX get a hold of it.
Yeah, they came in with some good game plans, and this has looked a lot more comfortable for the side of BBL. But despite that, despite these good game plans, still at the end of the day, DRX was able to make adaptations and overcome that. One of the rounds in the first half, round 7, was pretty much exactly that, where it started off with, I think, a really good game plan, like the casters were talking about. You're enabling Kushner to go for some of these crazy early kills, to pull rotations over towards this A site. You'll see that DRX, off of this kill, really starts pushing that direction, and it's a great call in the mid-round from Suchny, but DRX is here. They're set up with a crossfire and completely shut it on down. BBL, they have the good early rounds, they have the good ideas, but they've really struggled to find these conversions. Though, they've built a doable half, 8-4. That is possible, and it needs to be if they want to stay in this tournament, or else they're going home after 2 maps.
I mean, we've seen deeper runbacks on Ascent in particular in the past, so it absolutely is possible for them. But one of the scariest things, as you're pointing out, is these mid-round adjustments from DRX. This is one of the things that was so heavily criticized from them in the past, where people would say it seems like once they get kind of knocked off course from their set flow chart on a map, they struggle to make mid-round calls. That has not really been the case since Champions. They've improved upon that so very strongly. Let's see if they can continue to do so on the attacking side.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is basically it for BBL. You have to dig deep, and if there's a time to do it, it's right here, right now, on that stage. And for DRX, well, seems like the game plan just keeps working. Let's send it back over to the casters.
I couldn't agree more. It feels like just whatever DRX are really adjusting, changing, doing, it's just working for them at this point. An 8-4 half. Josh, you asked me as well earlier, you know, how many rounds would BBL need on that attack side? I kind of said 6, but listen, 4 could be doable for them. This pistol round, though, has gained a lot of importance.
สลับแฝั่งแล้ว
Brave caught out with a bit of a flash there. How quickly do they just dump all of their utility?
Yeah, a lot being used now with the smoke as well to dash through. That is just some spam. Yep, punishing that one.
And that shuts down almost everything.
เกือบ
DRX can't get dragged into the site because Buzz, their player that's the furthest forward, instantly fell. No possibility of being double-faced. The side anchors can sit pretty and just hold that smoke. Not exactly sure what the game plan was with Brave holding so far up, but he's still got his man. He's still got his one. So, in the end, things worked.
It has tempered.
แล้วเขาไม่เชื่อว่าไม่อยู่แล้วเขาไม่เชื่อ
A little bit of an exploration up towards the top of mid, but contacting now back into A main.
What you're looking at here is Kushner could definitely take a really uncomfortable duel with Stacks, but Turco spotted really good information, and he's not going to get punished by doing that.
Seen the one, but it doesn't do enough really to drive too many rotations. Still, that's what we wanted to see from him. Kushner taking one after the other. A couple of scalps to his name, and the cleanup is there as Aslan's going to get that re-swing.
Great
round, Josh, you know, talking about it. Was an important one to win. BBL starting off on the right foot.
Yeah, I think Turco does such a good job there at helping Kushner. He gets the kill onto Buzz. Here's that kill, just spamming into the smoke, predicting where Buzz is going to dash, and then breaks the recon dart that would have showed where Kushner was, finds all of the info that they're there. Kushner goes for a wide swing, deletes the player in the choke, and they finish off the round. That pistol, as you said, Brent, most important round for BBL to win. They need to get the follow-up, and ideally, round 15, the bonus would also be lovely for them. But let's focus on one at a time here.
One at a time, but good information gained early just from that one, and look at that. Useful enough to make what should be a nice and easy round.
Hello.
Put a bow on it, please. There you go.
Tell you what, Kushner getting this kill would have been.
โอ้ยโอ้ยโอ้ยโอ้ยโอ้ยโอ้ยเกือบตุยแล้วล่ะ
Either way, because he died, so he has one away from his knives. doesn't really matter whether he got the kill or whether he died, but he's one away from his knives right now. That could be enormous heading into this bonus round.
Yeah.
I'd be really surprised if they commit to the operator here. But I suppose if they commit to the op in the bonus, they still have the knives for the round afterwards.
The follow-up round.
So there's no problem with that.
Honestly, this is very unexpected, I think. I mean, some teams are going to be thinking those layers ahead. You just hold tab, you get to see the money situation. It could be an option for them, but the question is, the DRX going to be expecting this? Because it's a bit of an outlandish purchase, I think, to just throw into this bonus round.
I think it is the correct play, actually, though.
วิธีมิ่งโคตรดีอ่ะ
Really difficult to get if you're a defender.
ไม่ใช่ทามิ่งเขาแบบเขาแบบจังหวะโคตรดีอะใกล้ถึงปุ๊บแล้วเขาก็แผดตามมาเฮ้ย
Back to safety.
Meanwhile, great play from Sojny. He dragged the Prowler that Stax had used away from Aslan. He drew aggro, so Aslan's position wasn't detected. See whether that matters later on in the round if they return to B main.
Another position posted up, but this time they do notice operators online, and Kushin is the one who wants to take quite a striking angle. Aslan just catching that one. Stax going for the contact re-clear. Pop flash play. Kushin is still, well, the confidence to swing out of the smoke there, but still, he's let one of his teammates die, and it's a bit delayed in terms of the way he wanted to play that.
Oh, what a misstep from BBL, and they've just opened the door for DRX to get straight back in. Brave and Turco only have ghosts. They need to go and forage.
Brave will get that rifle, but contact play. Brave has to anticipate this one. A timing could be taken. Mako was in astral form, but the angle's watched for, and there you go. The kill is found.
He just always wins those.
Yeah, so consistent.
And Turco's foraging ended in failure. He's only got the ghost still. Where's the
กู
operator?
ว่าแล้ว LUOP แล้วกูก็ปาเลยล่ะวิ่งไม่อยู่แล้ววิ่งจ้า
You take that, I think, if you are BBL.
But, I mean, you do take that. It's not a bad bonus round by any means, and you save the op, but what could have been?
Yeah, what could have been? It could have been a one round entirely.
What could have been? This could be 8-8. And I think just one misstep in terms of how Kushner pushed through that smoke to help his teammate there has really made all the difference.
This entire tournament can just come down to those tiny little mistakes as well that piling up. We heard DRX talking about it as well just before the match when they were talking, singular limb. So many teams, you don't have that buffer anymore of groups that you've had at the prior global events.
Look at the frustration on the BBL players' faces as well. Reflected by delight on the other side.
Yeah.
Still though, a great buy for BBL, and like you said, Brent, you'll take that as a bonus round. Can Kushner get up to more mischief? Over here, he's pretty far away from the action, but a fairly quick rotate with the turret still watching over.
แต่ทีมเดียเขาไม่เล่น Sentinel เลยว่ะ
I mean, just amazing timing being taken with that one. Buzz almost pays with it.
3 Initiator กูดูมาตั้งนานกูเพิ่งเห็น
To the head, maybe a bit of wall bang damage, but left down to 10 health.
This is bold from Brave. Think about all the utility that needs to be broken for him. And who's going to break it? Kushner?
Yeah,
He's
the
opping.
guy's got an operator in his hands. He's not going to be breaking
So
it.
Brave's going to have to break all of his own utility. The Haunt, the Recon, the Knife. He has to break all of that and then get the punish onto Buzz or whoever entries.
A close knife. I think that was the timing that DRX were waiting for. Because a couple of
โอ้โหดูเพื่อนดูให้แบบ
Buzz did get seen.
โอเมนต้องไม่ตายอ่ะ
Jet is normally going to be where the push
คือเล็งรอเนี่ย
4 players from BBL already and waiting for this one. And look at that.
เอ้ย
Cut it up. Buzz does still get
เอา
the damage done. Still gets the kill. Eventually dealt with.
เอาหมด
Lights up the targets for them. An easy pick through the smokes.
Well done from BBL. Getting the information, putting their players into
ส
position,
แกนมาทีเดียวคือจบ
not allowing Brave to die to the wave of initiated utility that was coming through. I didn't quite catch it in the replay, but I think they might have opted the recon dive. I might be wrong.
Potentially. There was so much utility being thrown that way, but they had the layers ready for it.
Yeah, 3 players waiting on A to be able to deal with that. Some to break the utility.
Well, just lay it down into the choke point.
Exactly. Brave and Turco playing that really nicely and setting up for them to be able to play nicely by
เกิดอะไรขึ้นครับ
And
เกิด
this
อีหยั
now
งขึ้น
actually puts
ค
the
รับ
Ice in a tricky spot. They're forced to take a timeout. The game is slipping away from them just a little bit here.
round, they're definitely going to be forced down to a bit of a weaker buy. Buzz looking like he's one away from the Blade Storm, so could be some plays that they could make off the back of it, but this timeout is being taken, discussing exactly what they could do differently. Feels like mid hasn't been explored as much when it comes to DRX on this attack side for now.
ถ้ายังเสมออยู่1-1
Might change.
จาก6 โมงเนี่ยคู่3เนี่ยกูไม่ใช่ละกูมี7 โมง
You look at the scoreline, and actually Seth was mentioning it before, how 2 out of 4, I think, may have even been more than that, of the Ascent games that DRX played at Champions went to OT. I think the FPX game was like 1917.
It was ridiculous.
It was crazy.
It was actually ridiculous. One of the best matches that we've seen, honestly.
But that's against FPX. You're not expecting DRX to go into OT against BBL on this map. But it was BBL's pick, and so far, winning both of the pistols and the follow-ups is pretty helpful.
Oh, เราได้
Oh my word. Unable to deal with that dart. Odin just rips into them. It's a lovely heads-up play from BBL, honestly. You look at this round, you look at the state of it. DRX are not going to be buying.
แค่เก็บออฟกูผิดอะไร
Absolutely, and this is what I thought DRX were going to do in that prior round that we had talked about. But basically just playing to deny ult or
บัดบอกแค่เก็บออฟกูผิดอะไร
on the other side of the map that we didn't quite catch, Brave and Turco playing aggressive in A main.
Since then backed away, but
and I think, you know, when you look at DRX's ult economy, RB being able to get this orb would be really useful, because then when the rifles are back up and he dies in this round, he's going to have his KO ult online.
Yeah, he will. Important, but they don't want to reveal the presence just by picking up the orb just yet.
ไม่ได้ฝั่งเองนี่แทบจะได้นี่หมดแล้วนะ
With that knife, I think it's worthwhile RB getting the orb.
เก็บปั๊บนี่เดี๋ยวคนละออฟแล้วอ่ะ
Again, when Stax dies, he'll have the knife orb. Different prioritization of the ults. And Sojny is going to see everybody.
Oh
here.
my goodness.
Oh, this could just be mowing them down.
Beautiful timing. And yeah, with only a couple of seconds left remaining. Zest, this will be a lovely prize if he can get his way out of here. But no, won't escape the clutches there of BBL. Every avenue watched for.
And this could be a turning point in this map. Round 18, we're coming in. If BBL are able to win this one, then we've got a serious match on our hands. Then we've got a map. At the moment, this round, you know, a little easy. Sojny going for something unorthodox there, pushing out a B main. They get some confidence up. But can they win the rifle v rifle when DRX have 4 ults, potentially 5 when RB gets an orb or a kill?
หรือว่าจะเล่นเลย
This one is tough. But if BBL take it, it would be everything.
Setting themselves up to succeed on this map. They get any sort of investment out of DRX.
ทำด่วนมาโกะมาโกะอย่าให้ไปเล่นแพนดอลวะหรอถึงก่อนนั้นนี่มาโกะนี่ก็จับแพนดอลเหมือนกัน
So open.
See it. Taken now. Space with the drone. All the way deep. Buzz is the one who's taking these angles. They know. Okay.
I'm amazed by this.
Through here. I mean, not breaking this door.
ไอ้เหี้ยถ้าใจกล้าแบบไหลเข้าไปเนี่ยมาถึงเนี่ยหรือว่าถ้าไปตรงนู้นนะฆ่าได้2 ตัวก็บอกเขาจะไม่ได้หานะ นี่จ่าตีคนเรียกวินนะวะ
Control of both those areas of the map as they are just going to be dashing in now.
Turco is on an island.
Yeah, this is a lovely bit of util to try and push back anyone who might be helping Turco, but the back of the site buys enough time at the end of the day to try and deal with it. Bit of a play as he pushes back through. Turco still alive and Brave with the TP into the back of the site now.
ไม่คุ้ม
Much needed backup.
What a paranoia.
Catches onto Stacks, but pushes down right around the side. What is that? The Prowler in his hands, and still he finds the target. And timing being taken, Aslan tries to make it
จากไม่คุ้ม
of the smoke. He's left it just up to Kushner, running around just trying to get better weaponry for this retake. He knows it's still winnable now. The Odin is in his hands. Not exactly the weapon for the job. A bit of spam.
จากไม่คุ้ม
But Stacks deals with it kindly.
2 คนเอาอยู่
What a recovery in that round from DRX. And that was looking dangerous. I wasn't really a fan of how BBL were playing the defense, but I think one thing that I wasn't considering was Brave TPing into backside to go and help Turco. And once there were 2 players back there, it actually started to look a bit rough for DRX.
Yeah.
Stacks though with a monstrous kill. Don't know how he pulled that one out.
Really should not have, should he? I mean,
Should
the Prowler
not
was
have
going in
won.
a different direction. He was falling at the same time.
Should not have won the duel against Brave. And I think BBL, if they do end up going out here in this map, are going to be kicking themselves that they weren't able to close out situations like that. They've certainly had chances to win Ascent.
It seems like the adjustment that has been made now by DRX seems to be playing towards his mid control. It's the same drone. Kushner is spotted. Just hugging that tight corner. Does he choose to disrespect this one? Dash was used, maybe just to try and fake that he is getting out of there.
Yeah, that's an intriguing one. They're holding a crossfire as well between Kushner and Aslan.
It was the play to try and swing off the alarm bot or what?
You can't.
Broken flash. Kushner was okay, just about dodges this one, still holding a close angle, and there was a paranoia just to help out. Trying to reset the aim to try and catch the spray down, but the Vandal in hand doesn't quite make the best weapon for the job. Oh no! Plucking apart.
It crumbles again.
Yeah, people are looking for it, but they just swing into it. Aligning. Just for Turco to just beam them down.
Yeah.
And what a gift.
ออกมาพร้อมกันเฉยลายซ้อน
Landed on his doorstep.
ไปคู่เลย
Perfect crosshair placement for the first kill.
เพราะ
Wow, I don't think he'll have been expecting to get the collat there.
Yeah, I mean that's
คือเล็งมาโกะอยู่ไง
but a massive one for BBL to win. See how much it means as well to Vlad.
So out of round 18 and 19, both winnable for both teams, they're split 50-50. But with DRX, their economy is in a much worse spot, so it knocks them down. So the result of that 50-50 exchange is still BBL in a great position.
Dodge there, the flash. This is DRX's answer to things with the knives in hand. Anything could be possible with this one. BBL players have to remain cool, calm, and collected, and they are able to at least lock that one down. What a shot by
หมด
Brave.
แบบไว
Lovely stuff. As Sochny cleans up the other
ๆ
players
70
heading
แล้
into
ว
mid. A quick dismissal of that
ม่วง
heat.
แล้ว
And it's only been 2 rounds that DRX have managed to put together on their attack.
คนอื่นเขาอยู่กันได้ยังไงวะเย็นจุงเย็นเช้าดูดิ
Maybe the question that we were asking earlier, you know, has the practice been split with
บัดนอนละไอ้บัดกิ้งอยู่ข้างหลัง
when they were making claims like Foxy9 was going to be playing for them? This could be where it rears its head.
It's possible.
นี่2-0
Splitting practice time don't come as prepared, but
I mean, an 8-4 lead, winning 8 rounds in a row, and a battle again happening in A main here. Oh, that suck is really difficult, and Brave goes for a TP in.
Yep, a lot of damage done. Zest, it's a soft enough target and the kill is
จ่าย
there. They
จ
still
บ
want to fight
เจ็บ
over this
เลย
one.
ครับ
Beautiful nade into the corner. RB had nowhere to run.
That was a wild series of
จะเอาหัวจุ่มเข้าไปในนั้นดูสิ
Fight over that.
DRX is still looking to try and contest A main.
And it's just the right amount of disruption. You lose 2 players here. There's only a couple of options really
ข้าง
left.
ในวันเวย์อะนายเดินเอาหัวจุ่มเข้าไปในนี้ดูสิ อาการจะเป็นยังไง
Stacks on the other side of the map. You can see him working his way into B main.
Buzz deliberately getting tagged there by the knife to make it feel like there's still presence over towards A. That's going to keep 3
โอ้โหเล่น
defenders
เชิง
on
กัน
the
อยู่
A
2
side.
คน
But Stacks the IGL.
คือแสกได้ยินอยู่
See
แห
his
ละ
mouth going there, calling the rest of the players over. What is that alarm bot time?
แต่อันเนี้ยคือไม่รู้ อันนี้คือไม่รู้ไง เรียบร้อยเย้ยบอไปอีกหนึ่งสไปร์ดรอปเรียกร้อยครับ
Down to Buzz.
What a round.
เอ้ย
What a round. Bren,
เฮ้ยจะเรียกโมเมนตัมกลับมาได้ไหม
they were aggressive,
Oh.
confident, they refused to give up
แต่บ้านว่า
space,
คุมมัน
and
ต้อ
they
ง
sought to take the duels. I love the ult that came out there too from Sochny. Fantastic addition. I mean, what you don't quite catch in this replay is Brave just using his teleport into A main. Just full Chad behavior coming out from BBL.
They have broken the economy once more. DRX not going to be able to get the weaponry. In fact, taking the lead in this map.
Wow. Is it time for the
ว่าลง
upset
ไปชง
alert?
กาแฟกินดีกว่า
Listen, we're getting there, man. We're getting there.
ดูแข่งแล้วนี่จบไปลงไปชงกาแฟกินกัน
Community, the narrative surrounding this one, people expecting one of the most one-sided series of lock-in.
And don't get me wrong, Bren, that's what Pearl was.
และคิดสภาพถ้าติด OT กูว่าจบแมตช์เนี้ยมี6 โมงเช้าแต่ถ้า 2-1
Taking point, quick dash back, didn't expect the presence, but he's going for something quite
ถ้า
unusual.
1-1 แล้วต่อ OT แล้วจบที่ 1-1 เนี้ยอ่ะกูบอกคำเดียวเลยว่าบันไล
Spotting the target, the smoke in the way, and easily done, easy clean, 3 kills for Kushner.
And map point for BBL. Who could have seen this one
ถ้าไม่
coming?
ต่อ OT
On a
ก็มันตี
sensible
5
maps.
I mean, when you look at
45
that
แข่งรอบ
first half as
3
well, it was 8-4. Just looked like BBL. He had nothing going for
เห็นขาเห็นขา
half, but
เฮ้ย
what a way
อย่า
to get back.
And I'll tell you what, Bren, it is dangerous to allow these Turkish players to get their confidence up. Players like Kushner and Brave.
เล่นจาก
Turku as
BBL
well. I
เล่น
mean,
คนไหน
everybody on this
ผม
roster. If you allow them to get confident, they're going to be swinging more, disrupting your timings more, hitting their shots more. A lot of Valorant can be a confidence game, and that's not going to bode too well for DRX.
This is a must-win round for them if they want to try and have the option of trying to wrap up this series.
Massive ults available. I mean, they
ช็อก
can
ได้
set
เคลีย
up,
ร์ของแล้วอะ
you know, get a little bit
แต่
of
ก็ยังไม่หมด
control, go for the Cosmic Divide, pop RB's ultimate, and you should have the B site on a bit of a platter. 3 players at the moment, though, from BBL drifting in that direction. BBL are so happy to leave mid. I've never seen a team leave mid
เดี๋ยว
open as much as this.
3 ราวที่แล้วเพิ่งอันติเพิ่งหมดกันมาอีกแล้วเหรอ
Pretty heavily that usually that drone that they just used has a player behind it, but how much is that nice spot? That's the question.
I feel like spotting Buzz is enough.
Yeah.
You know that the Jet is going to be following the utility with this comp.
And what is the answer going to be? Nightfall and the Astra Wall. Cosmic Divides are trying to split it up. And all that, look at that, just spamming through the wall to try and punish Buzz. But a nade just being dropped down. Actually trying to catch that timing. Both players now have to anchor to the back. Being dropped down, you have to bide your time. And by the time they will, but still RB answers back. And DRX, just like that, over in the blink of an eye.
แต่ BBL ยังมีตังค์ซื้อครับ
Overtime
เขายังฟูลบายได้ต่อ
seems to be
โอ้โหแต่คิดสภาพ
in the
ก็จะ
same
ได้
way
1
that
วิน
it
คือ
was
เรียก
at
อันติ
Champions for DRX.
ว่าเยอะ
1917 was the score, not the year, the score against FPX. And they went to OT as well, I believe against Fnatic, I think? May have been against Optic.
ลาแล้วนักแข่งลาแล้ว
Yeah,
บัตร
equal
ลาแล้ว
experience.
เอ้ยส
But
แต็ก
they
กับบัตร
just
เมื่อกี้
used all of their ults. So BBL, yeah, they lost that round, but they drew huge ultimates out of DRX. And now it's all just about pace by the look of
ไม่
it.
ใช่บัตรนี่ว่า
Grand
สแต็ก
opportunity presented itself to BBL.
I'm not too much of a fan of where Brave is playing. I would rather they played a retake setup currently, but the paranoia is enough to stop DRX from getting in through the choke point this time around. He's also just thrown the ultimate in there from Turco, so that's a massive ult to stop any kind of fast hit. Maybe they are reluctant to play retake with the operator, but Kushner still has knives.
Good awareness there from Stacks, just using the Prowler to make sure that that corner is cleared in case.
สแต็กเป็น
someone's pushed,
IGL
but BBL now showing that respect. They do give up control of B main.
And what a read from Sochny. He is stacking his players over on the A site.
This is so good. So good. Lockdown's being used towards B just in case it does end up being
maybe
in that direction, but
maybe a tad early, but still good.
This gives the option now potentially for the Hunter's Fury to be used to initiate a win for Kushner. What a play, what a star. 2 kills as they try and work their way and eventually just taken out. The door closing denies the kill. Still running their way up through. Jenny RB, how do you get that one?
3v3.
Suchny feels like a bit of an overheat. How are they not claiming these kills? The refight and the spam and the spray down, all down to Stacks. Swarmed from every approach, every angle. And BBL going to claim map number 2 in this series when everything was looking done and dusted.
What a performance from the Turkish team. We were talking about this being maybe the biggest upset of the alpha bracket if BBL were able to pull it off. Well, now they've taken one step along that route. Nobody who watched that first map of Pearl would believe you.
No.
If you said that the next map was 13-11 in their favor. This DRX team beat FPX, they beat Opti, they beat Fnatic at Champions, playing this comp.
And BBL have just thrown it back in their faces.
I think this is the magic of this tournament, honestly. Lock-in, everything building around it, the fact that it's high stakes off the rip. Single elimination, the tiniest of mistakes can make the difference for it, but that kind of pressure can build and mount, and eventually gives us moments like this where BBL just holding the candle to DRX, honestly. The fact that they were able to just come back, I think, from an absolute battering on Pearl, a battering in the first half of a set,
Yeah,
bringing it all the way back.
They didn't win a single rifle round in the first half of the set. They only won the pistol, eco round, bonus, eco round, and that was it. They just got flattened from then on. It was destructive, but the grit to be able to still believe in yourself in the second half and pull this one through to a 13-11 win. And the fact that they came out with the pistol as well. They still believe in themselves for round 13. I mean, look what it means to those guys.
Resilience is there. They've earned at least a chance now here as we head deeper into the series. That third and final map that we are going to be looking forward to. It's going to be going to Haven. No one expected us to really be in this situation at all. We've already mentioned it after looking at that first map.
And there's no way that DRX goes home in the first round.
Yeah, I mean,
right,
guys?
Right, guys?
Right, guys?
That is... This series is properly heating up.
Oh, more than heating up.
Love what we saw from Kushner, Turco, Brave, all playing incredibly well. They're going to have confidence. They're going to have fire behind them.
Yeah, Kushner has really found his footing with this one. I mean, 7 first bloods in that map, but enough about us. Let's go to a short break, and on the other side of it, our desk will set up that map number 3.
Do you believe in magic? Because certainly BBL does, and they managed to pull a rabbit out of their hat and most importantly, pick up the win against a very game and prepared DRX on Ascent. It was a nail biter top to bottom, but BBL managed to come through. And what a game that was. Mimi, just watching how BBL, it's just, we could individually highlight each player, but just as a unit, they were doing unorthodox things, and it was working for them.
I mean,
so
it
well.
was fantastic. It looked like after the first half, it was just going to be a repeat of Pearl. Bye-bye to BBL, as I consume a nice little tasty snack there. But yeah, that was impressive out of BBL. They managed to rally back in such a big way on their defensive side. They really managed to finally get control of the pace, taking things forward, finding those early fights in main, and not allowing DRX to have any of those openers that they so desperately wanted.
All right, this is one of the things we were talking about, was getting that momentum early and being able to ride with it, and that's exactly what they did. It was just gorgeous play after gorgeous play. The decision-making here from the side of BBL, so much more comfortable, so much more on point compared to Pearl. Maybe that's a map that they still just kind of have to sort out for themselves. Maybe they got a little too lost in the sauce by going for the Yoru. Either way, this was a complete polar opposite performance from them here on Ascent. You can see very clearly why they decided to pick it. We kind of teed off how this was a bold selection. DRX have not lost on this map since they lost to FPX at Copenhagen.
Wow.
Yeah.
Who then went on to win that.
It is an insane performance for them to win on this map. And I think what was so important was that this composition for DRX, they really want to be taking that extremity control and going into these site execs where they can combine that different initiator utility to set up Buzz, but BBL was always beating them to that space, shutting that down, never letting DRX play the game they wanted to, which was an exact inverse of Pearl, and makes it all the more impressive that BBL made that comeback happen.
Yeah, and also, too, you were also looking for superstars. You're looking for players who are going to step up in a moment. And you know, stats aren't always everything. But really, with the way that Turco is playing, I think it's safe to say that the man had the game that you want to have in that moment in time, Seth.
I mean, we were talking about Aslan kind of being the one to be that site anchor to really get them, you know, into the game there in that second half. But Turco leveled up out of nowhere. Everything was calm and fine for DRX until the Turco Nation attacked, and boy did he was just putting up such solid numbers at every twist and turn. It seemed like DRX was just never prepared for where Turco was going to be, whether he was sitting back at Boathouse or whether he was approaching from tree out onto that A site. He was consistently finding value and taking people down at DRX as they tried to enter in.
And I think when it was the B site, it was really him who was able to lock things down, to hold back site, dodge that utility, flash back out and fight. But it was the same when he was rotating to help his teammates on A. BBL always managed to keep their controller player alive in the site. It was really great anchor play by Brave that gave time for this guy to come on over, for Turco to flash through and help with that fight and shunt those executes from DRX.
Well, now as we take a moment to reset here, we get ready for map 3, which is going to be Haven. Look, I wish I could say like, oh yeah, you know, I do think BBL are going to ride this momentum. But let's be honest, I mean, DRX, they're such a force. They were a force on Ascent as well, and took BBL most definitely to the limit. I'm not saying that it's, you know, oh, DRX are going to win, BBL is going to win. Heck, at this point, I don't care. I just want this to go all the way to distance, Seth. I know much to the chagrin of yourself.
I mean, look, we've seen DRX get frazzled in the past when they get pushed into a position like this, and with the stakes as high as they are, you have to just wonder what is running through their brains right here. How do you reset after finally being defeated on a map that you have not suffered a loss on in so very long? I mean, we're talking about months and months of having just dominance on Ascent. Now they're going to Haven. This is formally their bread and butter, something that they consistently have performed on, but they also kind of went, I mean, I'm talking about in Korea, but they went 2-2 on this map at Champions.
Yeah, that is where it gets a little interesting, because there is a chance here, but on the side of BBL, we need to know that Ascent is their map. You saw that Yinsu tweet in the break. This is like the Turkish map. Turkish teams have something about Ascent, and BBL is really that squad. But here on Haven, there's a lot more questions. I think that we can probably expect DRX to stick with their same composition that they've played for a while, where they're bringing out that Jet, the Killjoy, the Breach. Even when it was the Raze meta, they just kind of switch out the Fade for the Sova. I don't know, they'll probably go back to the Sova is what I would guess, but on the side of BBL, where are they going to head with this one? Because, again, this team has not played on the offseason with their new IGL, so they're kind of a question.
Yeah, and I think that is a very great point, you know, and this is going to really test Solchny's calling skills all the way to the limit there, and Stax is going to make sure that he's going to push him as far as he possibly can. Prime Gaming Agent Select is underway here. You see the usual choices, and I do agree, I don't think we're going to get much in the way of divergence here, Seth, honestly, for either side.
Yeah, I mean, the only difference that we're seeing right now is Mako's going for the Omen, Brave is going to be going for the Astra. So other than that, we're going to have everything just perfectly evened up across the board between these two. So it's really just going to come down to who can execute better coming into this map. Stax is back on his bread and butter, the original pick that made him famous with that breach. You've got Buzz there at this time, obviously on the Jet rather than RB at the time when they first really kind of broke out. But this is going to come down to execution. It's all about who can just find that momentum and really ride with it.
Yeah, on Ascent, BBL proved that they can make this a close match, but now here on one of DRX's best maps, they need to take it home or they're going to be the ones flying home.
Well, you know what, guys? I called into production. I asked them if they could get me an oxygen tank for Achilles because his heart probably can't take it, and someone, unfortunately, is going home. Is it DRX or BBL? Here's Brennan Sideshow with the cast.
The scenario that we find ourselves in as well as this series goes to map number 3, you know, largely unthinkable, I think, at the beginning of the day in terms of, you know, what we've just seen. But BBL have come out with some great resilience, I think. Being able to take map number 2, and now we're heading into Haven. An absolute masterclass performance coming off the back of Cushion on his Jet.
Yeah, I mean, the Jet battle is going to be a real one to watch, right? Kushner playing up against Buzz, but it's also on this map how you set all of them up. You know, you've got the drone timings, the breach to me is the big one, because when you end up playing these comps, a lot of it comes down to fault lines and flashes to be able to get your Jet into a pushed up position. And already, actually, you're seeing BBL looking like they want to get really aggressive on the pistol. And this looks like a walk down mid off the back of fault line, flash, pressure towards headshot box.
Yeah, you can see it now being applied. Kushner's not wasting any time. All that util being used, but he is spotted out. Dash still enabled, forced out as well, just from that one fault line.
And so, early little test of how good DRX's default is. BBL come away unscathed, but without a kill of their own.
I love how active Kushner is being as well. He's already pushed in mid, he was spotted in just a moment, a blink of an eye. You're already updrafted onto that high angle, but a bit of a reposition now as the players are just rotating around. This crossfire setup that they've got going on in Garage could be quite difficult to break, but see what utility ends up being committed.
Wow, it's so tense, this battle for Garage currently. Smoke goes in and Brave will realize.
Dash enabled, off to the side, and it cuts up the crosshair placement enough.
Whoa, that was
incredibly laboured, yeah. Really, really difficult for them. A TP into the back of the site and a bit of run and gun on top. But it does leave it just down to Aslan.
And that is a gutting way for BBL to begin, because so much of how they won on Ascent was powered by winning the pistol round, right? They won pistol follow-up on round 1 and on round 13. And more so than just that, the Brave and Turco duo on Ascent was fantastic. And they're the duo that just fumbled a little bit there in terms of the Garage hold. But it was a hard one to deal with.
This
round going the way of DRX. And it sets them off on completely different footing compared to the previous map.
Yeah. So it's going to be a very, very different task ahead of them, honestly. The fact that they were able to get those easy rounds in the pistol round, set them up quite nicely, gave them the buffer that they needed at least. But now it's DRX who are in the driving seat.
Sochny calling for his team for a gamble stack over towards C. I wonder if they're going to push or do something funky, maybe just sit here quietly.
So they are holding the fault line.
Yeah, take a look at their positioning now. All 5 players from BBL around here.
อ๋อซื้อ C เลย
But there's a recon derby in primed. I mean, it does look like there's something set here for BBL.
Possibly just
off the orb.
Yeah, orb being tapped.
There it is.
Nice little swing and face, pushed up. Mako's on the corner, but traded out. The question is, can he reclaim this weapon? It's being guarded ever so slightly. He's getting the backup and help of the rest of his team now, so fortunately no prizes to be gained by BBL. It was a cute idea though.
It was a nice idea, a little set play to make your eco round have a bit more of a sting to it. I think DRX are going to be able to just come away with this one fairly easily. A commitment into C doesn't have Brave in a position where they can do too much damage.
Emotional damage.
really fast, but the flank should be watched.
Timing.
Even if it didn't catch the contact, so.
It is cool though to see Sochny call rounds like this. When you are an inexperienced IGL stepping onto the stage for the first time, battling against a team that you know is more proven than you.
Yeah.
You don't want to admit that they're better than you. You know that there's more evidence for that.
They got the experience, they've been deeper in tournaments.
Yeah, but when IGLs tend to be in that position, it's pretty common to just freeze up.
Yeah.
To forget your own game plan, to not call anything aggressive. And I think what we've really seen on Ascent, we didn't see that on Pearl. They really did freeze up. But on Ascent, we started to see them get proactive, get Kushner into really aggressive positions, try some set strats out. And it looks like they're trying to begin
Heaven has been prayer in every
evolution, you know, adding the layers to the game
rest are so
without a doubt, I completely agree.
Even
Sochny's addition has been quite good to them. Because BBL always that team. They've got the individuals. Kushner, how long have we talked about it? You know, the Turkish Jet, this guy's able to just make magic out of nothing. But when you get to these really high-level end-of-tournament matches, when you're up against the best in the world, let's face it. Listen, DRX, one of the favorites to potentially win the whole of Lock-In.
Might have to address that expectation as we get later on in Haven. Not even guaranteed to make the next round.
Not just yet.
Oh, this is aggressive from Turco and Brave. That duo again.
It's a double peek, Mako. Just holding the corner.
We lost.
Safety.
Why is that?
Folks just puts a dampener on anything that they were attempting to try and get aggressive.
It really is so aggro. From an Astra and a Breach.
Oh, that's just a bait as well. A close jiggle. Buzz takes the fight as well. Just swing it at a slightly wider angle. The site is theirs for the taking.
But this is going to be a very tough retake. BBL are anticipating winning this round, but no recon dart. Turco's got to provide all of the utilities.
Whoa! This is absolute chaos now, but he's dropped himself down, is dealt with.
No one else on his team was ready to go, though.
Yeah, I felt like it was odd. It was just holding in that position, but...
Was that a misclick? Did he fall out of the window rather than deliberately go for it? I don't know whether he tried to find a timing or what there.
Caught unaware, I suppose, by the smoke fading, but I did think it was a bit unusual that he was holding in there.
Brutal. Brutal start to the map from BBL, the exact opposite of what they were hoping for.
Yeah.
And what they had been able to achieve. There's that little... You know,
I mean, that's just great move.
Yeah, bait and switch, basically,
yeah.
that Sochny falls for. Most of the time when you grab a bit of information there, you just need to leave instantly.
Now drop down to those weaker weapons. Nothing quite so much as a stack like BBL were trying on their last eco, but holding with a nice little crossfire. Dash up, close and personal, straight through, and a bit of a disengage, just trying to catch the sightline onto Aslan there, just weaving in and out, back and forth. Plant's going to go down without too many issues, especially as the smokes start to dissipate.
And DRX have just gone for such a simple approach to this round, keeping it safe, and showcasing one of their C execs. Prime game and flawless. Now here's the question, can BBL pick themselves up and come out with a response? All of their aggressive movements in the early round have failed. If you look at what was working for them on Ascent, their early round game was really powerful. They were up +6 in first kills to first deaths on Ascent against DRX. And a lot of that, like you said, Bren, was how aggressive and proactive Kushner was playing. He was involved in 44 duels on that map.
That's ridiculous. That is actually absurd.
That's almost 2 a round.
Yeah. He's more than a spearhead at that point. He's the entire bloody weapon, but... Now we see them with guns in their hands. So BBL, that's an opportunity. But again, look at this pace that's being injected into it. DRX not wasting any time. The back of the site. Needs to be a 1-5 for Aslan, but he just does not catch it.
It's a great read from Aslan as well. Oh no.
And it's fallen to pieces. Just a bit of a miracle play from Brave as he does manage to just beam down 2 players lined up for them. But will anything else be offered for them? Has brought them into this 2v2. Now the aftershock. Lovely angle that's been forced and collecting themselves just for the moment. Now to defuse. Being stuck half on it already. It's up to RB to see if he can deny. One after the other. There's no shot in hell.
Oh, that is a heartbreaker for BBL. The round started so terribly for them,
And yet through sheer heroics coming out from Brave and then Sochny on the site as well, they had actually got themselves into a winning position until RB drove a dagger into their backs.
Yeah, I mean,
how many times have we seen RB playing Killjoy on this map coming out with
อาวีหน้าเหมือนเดียเลยวะ
Red Bull clutch? I mean, just one of many.
to me speechless.
He's 8-0.
Yeah. Just insanity. Heartbreaking for BBL.
And
Really
momentum.
did bring that one from the...
Completely momentum stopping too.
Yeah. And what's their answer? I mean, that was the round that they needed to win. The full investment of the money still dropped down to the lighter buy once more. They do have ults to work with, but the question is, I mean, you don't really want to be investing him into a round like this unless it does seem feasible. And here we go. They hit a close drone. And only it's one of the players, in fact, the two players that were in the back of the site, stunned up, left crawling, trying to escape. But Suchny will be the first one down.
Putting some pressure on the DRX economy is now really important. They've just got far too much money. DRX are going to be able to buy for round upon round upon round.
Oh, it's a stun play with the updraft. That's what they want to go for. Kushner is waiting for it. There's the fault line, and here's the double updraft.
ไม่เจอใครเลย
Spotted. And it's a beautiful dart timing. Just Zest ready for it as well. Small piece of utility to push back any sort of approach that BBL might try and come up with.
เฮ้ยเป็นหัวเฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ยเขาไม่เห็นหัวเฮ้ยเฮ้ย
And the end result of that round is that only
เขาไม่เห็นจริง
needs to buy armor.
ๆเห็นเขากดยิงไปแล้ว
So clean, so perfectly, unbelievably clean from DRX. The Prime Gaming Flawless doesn't even begin to cover it. It's an understatement. This is straight back to map 1. I don't know if DRX got a stiff talking to or what in the back end, you know, between maps, but they've come out with a fire little.
ไอ้เหี้ยกูเห็นช็อตโปรเพลเยอร์พลาดก็เยอะเหมือนกันนะ
There's no team you can really underestimate in this event.
Yeah, I mean, anybody can deliver an upset. I think with
หัว
normal
RB โผล่
double
เมื่อกี้
elimination format, that becomes
หัวมันใส่หมวกอ่ะหัวมันเลยโผล่
single elim stuff, 32 teams. Man, it really does feel like any given Sunday sometimes.
Sure. But this is a different scenario for BBL. I mean, listen, they've
อุ้ยมอนทองเลยอ่ะ
been on the brink before. You think about that first half on a center where it was 8-4. They managed to come back in that scenario. So they've definitely got the fortitude to be able to at least.
ตอนนี้ BBL จะแก้เกมยังไงก่อน BBL ทำเอาเรื่องยังวะ
From Zest, looking towards A, and that has actually pulled Kushner over to the right-hand part of the map, which is rough. Where on earth is this one going?
Yeah, that is an odd dart.
Okay, show me this dart.
Where does that land?
Where does it land?
Where is that going? All the way to the back of the site?
He's bounced it off a tree.
เคลียร์แล้ว
And Zest can just hold
ใช้
the
สี่
line from
เคลียร์
that
แล้ว
one.
ไอ้ดูเขาเคลียร์กันโคตรง่ายเลยอ่ะ
We watched for though. Now that lockdown, T-Rex placing it. The Hunter's Fury is used as an answer to it, but 3 bursts eventually enough to break it. They did end up losing Brave in the process. This reflank timing is everything. Kushner trying to take an easy fight, but it won't be awarded to him. It won't be in the slightest. 7th round on the board for DRX. That's going to be the buy. Broken once more for BBL.
And another facet that was working so perfectly for BBL on Ascent is that they always had the read on where DRX were finishing. I'm not there in the comms with them, and frankly, if I was, I couldn't understand Turkish anyway.
Not that talented.
No, uncultured and untalented, actually. But what was working for them is that Sochny was able to get the read on where DRX were going every round, whether that was based on whether, you know, where Buzz was or the knife timings or whatever. But here on Haven, they are just sent scattering. That round 7 is a great example there. 1 drone coming out from Zest towards A lobby, and 3 players are pulled to A, despite the fact that the entire stack is heading in the other direction.
Yeah.
And what a cool idea from DRX that Zest can fake that and still be providing utility for his team on the exact opposite side of the map.
Yeah, that global presence. I mean, that dart as well.
ครับ
Coming
เขา
from a
ต้องมา
position
แล้วแหละ
that's just been banked off
จริง
of something just odd, but
ทำเอาที่ไหน
I
วะ
swear
เนี่
it's
ย
off the tree, man.
yeah, I think it is because that tree has so many angles to it. I was testing. It's hard to get that consistently. I'll tell you now.
Yeah, that might be some kind of pixel lineup.
I'm sure the nerdy lineup knowers in the chat are, you know.
Gonna be hunting for that one. Well, actually. Goes off the pillar off to the side, off the third nail. Yeah, well, timeout now for BBL. I believe that's a second timeout that's been used.
It's really tough, but it's really necessary.
It is, at this point.
They got good retake ultimates as well, but in the prior round, in round 7, they didn't even get a chance to do that because RB had used a post-plant lockdown and things were getting very hairy.
Yeah.
It just takes time away. Once more, Brave and Turco going for a push. I think they've been spotted.
Yeah, but it's going to be the smoke up close. I think that's just to try and fight for a bit of that control. It's Brave's own smoke that he ended up popping off there, but you got to remember, maybe a little play to see if they could get anything with, again, the weaker buy. Drop down to just the pistols.
And they're stacking the A site. And that's not where it is. You know, again, going off the Sova drone. Zest Sova drones towards short, and that calls the 4-player stack to A. And it's just not the right read. It might be against quite a lot of other teams. Not against DRX, not today.
Yeah, not too much trending towards that A lobby. Utility dumped in. Last-ditch effort there by Brave. Just paying for it with his life, obviously. Just jumping into the smoke to see if he can get anything done, but plan once more. Drop down, playing those post-plant positions. Lovely stun, but Buzz does offset it. Tries to play in the smoke there, gets his head taken off once more. Lovely pop flash play and clean up crossfire.
And you're starting to see why in rounds like these and the ones before, why Stax is considered the grandfather of Breach. Because everything is just exactly where he wants it. Pixel perfect, all of the utility followed up on too. Yinsu was talking about Ascent being the Turkish map. This is the map I most strongly associate with DRX. It's not always their best map, but it was just their home territory, their style. It all just worked so well here. By the way, RB still hasn't died. Just if we want to keep a running note of that.
Yeah, okay.
My God, how this feels instantly like map 1 again. All the wind taken out from BBL.
Scrambling, looking for those options. That's shocky.
There goes the
alarm bot.
Zest has been in the lab.
Yeah,
maybe some time on the bench has helped him just look up lineup videos and
just
stuff.
Been cooking.
Yeah.
Just been cooking, hasn't he? A steep A lobby push from BBL. They are holding this in a couple of angles. It's Suchny that looks like he's going to be the one who takes contact. And if this does go now towards A lobby,
ปากกระบอกปืนโผล่ปะวะน่ะ
broken, does pushes back, but DRX, they're going to be disciplined enough to realize that it could be a player. Looks like they are trying to jiggle, clear it, but not a lot else being used. No utility. That's Kushner playing off of his teammate in particular really well. Zest was just staring at the ground like a Yoru decoy for some reason. Mako just trying to pick up the pieces.
A TP all the way into the C site. Oh, and he gets denied.
ส่งกลับ
Great play from Aslam Shadow.
ส่งกลับ A
Time enough in a round though with 20 seconds, but they know where the spike is going to be. Last known location, just in A lobby. There's only a few more places they really can go.
But every avenue is cut off to them here.
Yeah.
โอ้โห
They have generational wealth to work with though. So DRX can definitely commit to this one.
อันนนว่ะ
Inside the smoke, a bit of
ยังไม่รู้ข่าว
break it up.
RB เจอกับ RB คนเดียว เรียบร้อยสโมกหลุดสโมกหมดแล้วจะเอตัวเอง บินแรกของ BBL มาแล้วเว้ย
But their economy is still in shambles. Brave and Turco with only 3,000 credits to their name essentially. So DRX have still done damage to them. And that was RB's first death though, so that's good. He's only 14-1. Fantastic play though from Kushner, just on an individual level to lock down this area for such a length of time and set his team up for the win. But I don't think that's replicable.
No, it really was decided, I think, of the fact that DRX wanted to go towards A lobby. Most of the time, they haven't really been putting that pressure on. And the Haven meta is kind of developing. Usually you see teams, you know, they dump that util into it, fault line something else, push a player up deep so they have that information, just like you're seeing here. It's a dart, so Kushner can get into this close angle. But usually off the back of this, you want to rotate players away, you know? a bit of a tell that they're not going to be dedicating anyone towards that area of the map.
Both shock darts getting used to break the alarm bot, and for whatever reason, it didn't hit the one in garage. It looked good, but the lineup just didn't land.
Setup, they're not. I mean, here's the thing, they haven't been punished actually for this. Despite that, I mean, they're still sticking with 3 players holding close in A lobby. Now you're seeing Turco rotate, but DRX were expecting at least a player to be close.
I mean, they have fantastic B retake ults, right? The breach ult is just amazing from Turco. The only problem is if they sneak through the A connector, but DRX are instead going for a C split.
The smoke popped off here. Now, ultimate being used potentially to fight this. The lockdown has put a dampener on it. So they still want to commit this now. Yeah, well, that's RB. Where did he find that one? Ult popped off to the side. The astral wall was laid down with a cosmic divide, but it does little to stop again. DRX just barreling their way through onto the site.
ออกไปสิ
So important that the lockdown was broken.
โอ้โหแล้วเขาวางพอดี
Communicating it. And this is now really tough. Kyushin has got to deliver the goods.
And timing is everything.
ออกช้าไปหน่อยนะจ๊ะ
One of them is remaining. It's Mako still locking it down and down to Suchny. The attacking lockdown. He can't quite find it. There's no
คุณเธอออกช้ามาหน่อยอ่ะถ้าออกเร็วกว่านิดนึงเขาไม่ได้วางอ่ะ เกมเปลี่ยนเลยอ่ะ
And that's an awesome mid-round decision from DRX. They decide to go through garage, and they're met with a lockdown in their face. Aslan just immediately puts it down. Great idea, good counter from BBL. And you can see on the player POV of Stacks talking to the rest of his team, asking, can we break this? Can we break this? Should we commit with the breach ult? And he's getting fed information from the rest of his team, makes the call as the IGL to commit to it, lockdown broken, and they get in onto the site. Everything happens so quickly with these top-level teams. I love that. BBL using the Vision Strikers strat. The flash and dash out into grass. If you can't beat them, join them.
A time ago when they were really putting the map plays like that.
จะเอ๋ตัวเอง
Fast take now towards A. Swarm at his feet, but Buzz again just disrespecting it. Glimmers and echoes of it. You can see attempts are there. There was an updraft from Kushner as well, but the players dropping still one after the other.
บอม
Even a shorty.
บ้องใหญ่จัดอ่ะ
What can Brave do? Tries to pick up a bit of an upgrade,
ปา
but
เคนคนละเม็ดดิ
damn these shock darts.
ปาเคนไม่ไหว
Just not even given an inch.
And it looks like Termi, the DRX head coach, gave them an absolute dressing down between these two maps and told them, unless you beat BBL even more emphatically than you did on Pearl, I'll send you home myself.
Big putting you on the early flight. Forfeit.
Yeah. We'll just forfeit the rest of our game.
This has been just an absolute battering.
Oh, it's been brutal to watch. And I think from BBL's point of view, when you're faced with an opponent like this in a game like this, you can't even be that mad.
No.
You're like, okay, we just got comprehensively, unbelievably outplayed, and hell, at least we got a map off them.
The comfort zone for them. Trying to play inside. The cloud burst Brave. He survives for now, but not much longer. The Hunter's Fury is used to just try and clear the way.
Oh, no way.
2
did
kills.
Also get Aslan. There's no way.
Suchny, this is the desperation. Final round, might as well use them. The ultimate's one after the other. Doesn't get too much done. The aftershock pushing into the corner, into the angle. On the flank, Kushner. Let's get the 1 kill, but down to that 2v3. How can they make this happen? 45 seconds left and just spraying it down. A bit of panic in the play. 11-1 will be that half score line.
That is a really difficult one to come back from.
Yeah.
That
I
is
would say
tough.
so.
And I think a lot of people will have been doubting DRX's, as one of the favorites of the tournament after they lost Ascent, but when map 1 and map 3 are like this, they just look in such insanely good form.
Just an instant answer.
โอ้ย
only died once.
มันบีตายแค่หนึ่ง
On their attack side, with the side swapping around, that is going to be the first half done. Let's find out what the death has to say.
ทำไปได้ไงอ่ะบี
Well, when they got that first round, I thought maybe we could start to get a little bit of a comeback here for BBL. But DRX are just so well drilled and just prepped, and it really is off the back of just outstanding calls from Stacks, but also just some heroic plays that we were seeing too from guys like RB.
Yeah, it was insane. In that half, I think it took until like round number 10 for RB to die once. This guy was putting up an insane individual performance. He was also causing some really, really important rounds for the BBL squad. There was a couple moments where they were close, looking like they were still away. This was one of them. Brave, heroic, 2K. They put it down to this one situation. Point where, all right, we got this one back. We're going to try and take it through. We have Harley flashing through. Out, kills both of them. Absolutely breaks the approach to BBL. And those kind of things happen over and over in this match.
Yeah, I really have. I mean, stat line right now is 7-1 coming out of the half. So, you have your because DRX is away with it. 348 coming in on the nasty here. DRX. BBL though, this thing is so high. They need to be able to pull this back. You know, it's a very all order. It's a very least 4 rounds under your belt, being able to push DRX a bit further. I think that in and of itself would be a win for them. Clearly, things are still early days for them. They've been showing that they have the skills. They have messing when essential is monstrous. So if a run back can start, it would be absolutely enormous for them to get it going.
And it's all right.
Really do. You have to start right here, right now. No more room for error over your head.
All right, well, let's see what ends up happening with this one as we grab up and send it back over. We're in a touch.
More room for error, I think, sums it up quite nicely. Honestly, perfect gameplay for BBL to be able to mount any sort of comeback. They have 1 round of buffer. Too much time. Nana dropped down. What an opening. Okay. You should have fighting hard for that one. Just running his way right down, and now to squeeze that one player that was Mako holding into short, cleaned up momentarily. Still, Stacks tries to drop down to catch a cheeky timing, but there's the pistol round 1 at least.
And I think I have slightly a different perspective to Seth on the desk, where I don't really
แต่
think
บุกไป
BBL
11นี่
need that many
เอา
more
เรื่อง
rounds to
จัด
feel
เลยนะ
happy about what they've accomplished. Their pistol rounds have looked good. They've actually been able to win a bunch of those, and they've taken a
Whoa.
step away from one of the favorites for the tournament too. It is just going to be so
ได้แวนดอล
unbelievably impossible
ไม่
for
เสีย
them
เกาะ
to win this map and claw their way
มี
back
ซื้อแวนดอลกู
from
บอก
a
เลย
deficit like this. But I think
เงินไงแพน
they
ทอม
can
มา
just
เลย
soak it in.
แล้วก
Enjoy
ด
being
เกาะ
in.
เต็มเหรอ
Taking the
โอ้
experience of it.
ใจเขาได้
Certain.
แต่เขาชื่ออะไรอะฟอร์ติโน
All right, Josh.
By
Certain
Ning
level of pride, I
Hua.
think, for them being able to go toe with a team like DRX on Ascent. The fact that they were able to take
โอ้โห
that one.
วันดาว2 กระบอก
There's a lot of pride involved in just being on your team for partnership, right?
เปลี่ยน
Making
เปลี่ยน
it
เปลี่ยนปืนเปลี่ยนปืนเปลี่ยนปืน
1% of the Valorant pros
ไปเลยไปเลยเดี๋ยวอยู่ให้ ขอปืนนะ
their team, their region,
ขอ
etc.
ปืนนะ
For BBL, their country too, at that top level.
Mostly just really trajectory, I think, of a team like BBL. Now getting deeper into what's left of the series and potentially on the other side of this tournament.
Yeah, I think a lot of people were completely counting them out, and that's not what's happened today.
No. Showcase that do have a lot to play for still. That's a lot of utility being used, but nothing to clear into short.
Zest has just
แล้ว
slipped
มันเรา
his
ดัก
way
ข้าง
into
ล่าง
short.
อะ
They gotta know this isn't cleared, right?
Yes, but also I don't think you really expect the Sova to be tucked.
Aslan is watching just that one extremity.
I don't think Zest is going to be able to win the 1v5 with the
อ้า
classic.
ว
Yeah, seems
เอา
unlikely.
เอาเอาเอาเอาเอา
Look like a bit more than a classic.
He gave it a good try, didn't
He
he?
really did, yeah.
เกือบแล้วนะ
Okay,
เกือบอยู่นะ
BBL with another 5 rounds after that, and then we can start
you're talking about it.
Then we
Okay,
can start talking.
okay.
แล้วฟูลบายคู่แต่ RB
Just not enough room for error.
RB ต้องซื้อของเซตนี่มัน
Has to be perfect from here on out.
I think this is a good time
ไอ
though
เทียบเป็น
to
ตัวที่ซื้อ
showcase
ของ
what
เซต
you've got
แบบ
on
อ๋อ
the world stage, right?
Yeah.
I think a good opportunity to show people that they shouldn't count you out for future tournaments, for EMEA, VCT, you know, that kind of stuff.
I think the evolution of this team as well, you know, BBL in the past have been, a descriptive term that I've used has been quite one-dimensional, I think, in the way that they thought about the game, the way that they played the game with overall game plans. But the addition of Suchni as an IGL, I think,
แต่กูก็ถอยไปได้เหมือนกัน
with that ascent map.
Yeah, it's a promising start, isn't it?
Yeah.
ไม่ให้ดันด้วย
They've got things that they can come away being happy about.
ไม่ให้เข้าก็ได้แต่มึงก็ไม่ต้องดันโอ้ยเหี้ยอะไรวะเนี่ย
Just a little bit of poking and prodding towards Garage, as DRX have still managed to hold on to that spot. RB's turret not getting broken. Seems like that would have been a major win for BBL's macro game. Heading back, pushing Buzz away from the angle. Buzz, though, not calling for any reinforcements.
Emotional jam.
That is going to throw BBL off, because you would definitely assume that Zest or Stax would have rotated today. And actually, now they do. It's just a little later. But here's where you see Sochni actually, you know, helping them come up with good game plans, because they're reading that move, knowing that there's going to be more players over towards A, and the side of the map.
Well, here we go. Hit coming through, dart into the back. Dash forwards, but not enough spam damage, and look at the absolute mountain of utility. Mako is so uncomfortable, but Arby returning fire.
สไปดอกแล้ว2 คนแล้วเขารู้แล้วว่าอยู่นี่แต่ขึ้นแมตช์พอยต์แล้ว
No more room for error at all for BBL.
แต่เกมนี้ไวแข่งมาไม่ถึงการ30 นาทีเลย
And if DRX's goal was to make it just as dominant as Pearl, they would have to convert in this one. Coming up,
15เกือบ30 นาทีแล้ว
Let's see what they got for us. I think a lot of people are going to be watching DRX and feeling really good about the way that they've performed here on Pearl and Haven, assuming that they can close out the map fairly quickly here. So a bit of a lobby control from Buzz, from Zest, really pushed up. This is dangerous.
Very dangerous. Only the 1-for-1. On defense side, it's not the most
เจ็ด
ideal.
ตุยกันไปคนละหนึ่ง
We've seen Crashies go for a Sovereign from this position that got so much value, but Zest decides to play it a little more slowly. He's getting himself into some really tricky positions over short. Not the best spot for a Sova to play.
Yeah. A lot of it
They
off
are
the back
unexpected.
of Mako smokes, honestly, have been doing the most as well. Just an extra player in play, making sure that they can't quite clear it, but there we go. Now the presence. Pound for pound, RB just trying to push them back. Not able to do so.
เหลือมาโกคนเดียวครับ
It is just left up to
มา
Mako,
โก
who's
บอก
going to opt to the save.
ไปละเซฟละไม่อยู่แล้ว
Still with life in them.
Yeah.
Making this one a closer game than Pearl.
2-1 มา2 เกม 6 โมงเช้า
And still
ถ้ามีเย็น6 โมงเช้าเลย
Buzz is along to his ultimate actually.
Might be able to scramble a bite together.
Yeah, might be able to do something
Yeah,
weird,
yeah.
but I don't see really why you would. Doesn't make sense to take risks and let BBL back into the game.
Yeah.
ตอนนั้น BBL ต้องซื้ออย่างเดียว
But that was
จะยังไงก็ต้องซื้ออย่างเดียว
break
ให้เพื่อนหิ้วปืนไปกระบอกหนึง
really extended position. And then Zest also chooses
เหมือนว่าเจ๊เขา
a really odd position in mind.
เจ๊ก็ได้ติดแล้วปะ
Sova pushing close there up on short. You're not able to get value out.
เหมือนจะนะเหมือนจะนะ
It comes through, and he didn't really have a teammate.
น่าจะไปต่อที่5 วินได้อยู่
I feel like the composition
นั่
as
นไง
well
ได้แล้วด้วย
DRX are playing is
ไม่ต้องซื้อปืน
good for retakes.
ซื้อให้เพื่อนก็ได้นะเอาจริง
Paranoia, the dart, all
แต่
the
ก็เอา
reach
ชัว
ability
ร์
as well to clear out hell. If you do want to play retake on A, it's more than viable. When you're playing short like
โอ้
that,
เด้งเลย
any good team is going to be cleared you out.
Definitely true.
We'll see if they adjust their game plan though.
Emotional jam.
Saved it in the previous round. And this is where BBL should be able to convert. I've seen so many situations like this though, Bren, where teams need to get a comeback and it all falls to pieces on a thrifty.
It's these rounds that are the dangerous ones. Now you should be thinking, you know, percentage-wise, should be favoured. With the rifles, one taking contact. That is an incredibly wide angle to be taken with a shorty, son. Not getting into the montage of that one.
No, that one's not touching it. Adobe Premiere.
Whoa.
Flick of the wrist.
แล้วได้ไปให้หัวเลือดเหลือ 9
This thrifty round. Yeah. Not now, not today, says BBL.
ได้ไป
Getting a fifth on
2
the board. And making their attack side look fairly decent. They look coordinated. They have game plans. They've kept it fairly simple.
อ๋อจะโยนให้นี่วาง
Round 17, just flushing out A.
เอลัส
That's where most of the
M4
fighting
ด้วย
is
ว่ะ
happening right now, around that A lobby area. But maybe BBL will have a
บอ
different
สบอก
idea with the
ไม่ไหว
offense.
แล้วไม่ไหวแล้ว
Is also really good towards A though.
Yeah, it is.
ก็คิดไว้อยู่แล้วแหละว่ายังไงก็ต้องห้ามา
Oh, a little dash down short play.
แต่
This looks
ได้
like.
วางเนี่ยวินเลี้ยไม่รู้จะยังไงแต่ที่รู้ได้วาง
So is there going to be a punish here onto Buzz?
อ้าวเฮ้ย
Doesn't look like it actually.
No, he's out of the line of
เฮ้ย
sight of it, so
สว่าเขาโดนอะไรอ่ะ
And he didn't get
อ๋อส
contested
แปม
position. Normally teams will sync that up with a jet dash or something like that to put early pressure down short.
I think he's got them contained though, hasn't he? Okay, Kyushin's just trying to dash a punish, and that's a stun up, just to try and bail out Zest. They claim the kill. Brave does make it even though.
It's a good punish, and Suchni's leading the team all the way over to C instantly.
That's
Look at that,
call.
great read,
Yeah.
great read, great call. Haven's just got so many opportunities for IGLs to show their worth, right? You see people like
เจ็ดฝั่งนู้น
FS,
ฝั่ง
for
นี้
example,
ตายกัน
it's
ก่อน
like a
บ่อยจัดอ่ะ
playground for it.
Yeah. Was
You're getting
associated with that.
You're getting a little flavor of this here too. Oh, Mako has got himself into a wild spot though. And RB pays for it.
Yeah, I mean, TPing into the smoke caused them to spam it. It was RB, like you said, paying for that. Unfortunate indeed, but that lockdown pushing them back. Brave just skirting the outside of it. Aslan is going
วางเสร็จแล้วยอมโดนรีเทนเลยว่ะ
now.
แอสแลน
Just does this
แอส
game.
แลน
Mako
แอสแลน
low, and the money also low. Looks like DRX are opting again into that percentage play.
Yeah. And BBL have all the ults
อ่า
to stop this. There's
รู้
literally
เล
a
ยว่ายังไง
0%
ก็
chance
ได้วาง
that Zest
แต่
Mako
ว่า
could win this.
Yeah,
จะกันได้จะ
You know,
ได้
you've
ไหม
got
สรุป
a
ก็คือ
reflank coming
ได้
out from
โอ
Brave,
เค
which they were aware of, but also the Soverall, breach ult that can
แต่เขาล่าไม่ให้เซฟปืนแต่โดน
At
เก็บ
that
ไป
point,
หนึ่ง
if
หั
DRX chose to commit, it
ว
would just be to pull out.
ชนนี้
So
ชนนี้
Turco's ult.
ใช่ป่ะชนนี้
Instead,
ชน
I
นี้
think the better option is to just keep the Vandals alive. It adds so much more danger to your eco rounds.
เหมือนตอนนี้ BBL เขาจะไม่ยอมจ่ายอันติถ้าไม่จำเป็นเลยอ่ะ
The difference this half has been.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Brent. We're kind of getting to the
อัน
point
ติครบ
where
5 คนเลย
What
อ่ะ
did you say? Was it 8 rounds?
I said they had to
คือ
win.
เขาพยายามจะเรียก
What
แบ
was
บ
it, round 15 and 5 more, something like that?
Which I think would have
หัว
brought
เด้ง
us
เลย
around 8 in total. So 7 or 8. Never do maths on broadcast because you will look like an idiot. But
Yeah.
it was around that number, you know, like.
Yeah, it would have brought it up to 9, but that's fine. It would, I mean, 8 is nearly 9.
It was a rounding error from me.
นี่อันติบรีชใช่ป่ะ
That Zest is
This is so bizarre.
What is
Okay.
going on here?
Yep. And these are the rounds you need to be careful of. Despite the buy being a bit weak, I think it's because Buzz.
แล้วรอดไหมแล้วยังโดนไม่รอด
Fury's beautiful.
สวยงามครับโอ้โห
But it's still a bit of a weird one. Any sort of mistake, and you never know with these kind of rounds. Your series, your tournament life just could be over in the blink of an eye. But BBL offered a nice uncontested plan. Buzz with the knife, still looking to contest, and then
เปาเริ่มไม่
that
จับเลยว่ะ
Turkish confidence coming through once more with the gunplay. Unwavering faith in their teammates, able to just solidly clean up the remainder.
RB เซฟไม่ได้อยู่แล้วอ่ะ
DRX.
Yeah, and despite the fact that DRX had some dangerous weaponry, the operator, Buzz with his knives, you know, it was still a half buy, but it had a lot of power behind it. BBL is still really clean.
Yes.
And I'm not going to lie, Brad, if BBL win this next round, I think the squeeze
เฮ้ย
is
เมื่อ
going
กี้
to
จ่าย
start
อัน
to
ติ
feel
ไป
like
กี่คนวะ
DRX.
Certainly feels like it. Because this is certainly getting out
แล้ว
of
ก็
control.
ล็อกดาวน์
BBL, listen,
โซว่า
not
กับ
gonna
ล็อก
say
ดาว
the
น์
usual, which is like,
MKJ
the resilience they've shown to come back in this situation. We've already seen it over the course of the series.
Yeah, definitely.
They've been able to come back from admittedly not as
Cut
much of a
out
deficit as
half.
this first half was, but DRX choosing this now as an opportunity to take that time out, and it's around a time, like you just said, Josh, that it's this upcoming round that's going to be really important. If
Yeah,
this doesn't go DRX's way,
then
spell, you know, very troublesome times ahead.
And I'm going to be honest, DRX being sent home after being 11-1 up
ตาม
on
เอา
Ava
จาก
is
จี
that's not on anyone's bingo card. That cannot be allowed to happen. From DRX's perspective, the coaches,
Fox
the players,
9ไม่ได้ลง
they would never live it down. I mean, that would be
a blemish on
เอา
an
ฟองนาย
otherwise
ล
very
งนะ
consistent
ฟองเดียว
record.
yeah, an absurd choke to end all chokes. So DRX taking it slow. putting the time out here, trying to stop a bit of that momentum that's behind BBL. You see Vlad, the coach there of BBL, just spitting to his players.
Yeah, using the most.
Because I think at this point,
หมด
you know,
ทับ
BBL
เอา
were playing like they had
เนี่ย
nothing
จ่าย
to
ไป
lose
แค่2
at
อั
the
นติ
beginning of
ได้
this
มา
half.
อีก 1 วิน
They were essentially done. And now maybe a bit of belief and hope is starting to rekindle within their hearts.
เหลืออีก 2 อัน
Certainly if they
rounds,
get this
isn't it?
round.
Yeah, it's 5 that stands between them bringing it to that OT. That is their goal. It's within their grasp now. It's within the sight line. Got to start to believe in this
อัล
one.
ติเมทโอเมนมัน
Every single
มัน
round
เล่น
is
ยาก
so
อะ
hard. What a hurdle. Because, again, no room for mistakes. Has
เขา
to be
พาไปไหน
perfect.
วะ
C is left completely open right now.
A whole lot of utility being used, including their own breach ult, which...
โอ้ยลอยแล้วลอยอีก โอ้ยลอยแล้วลอยอีก
Around the back of the site, like no one's business. Now the swarm dropped into just the corner of it, pushes him into an unfavorable angle, and he is dealt with enough. But BBL with the rifle still swinging through stacks.
เอา
Might
จ
have
บ
just put an end to it. Weaving his way into the site, and it's all down to Brave. In just a blink of an eye, it all comes
เอาเหลือ
down to
1-1 วันออนวันแล้ว เพื่อนติ๊กแล้ว
Smoke dropped down.
เพื่อนติ๊กแล้วว่าอยู่ซีทีอ้าวแล้วปัดเอาจบเลย
And it was a valiant effort from BBL, make no mistake about that. But DRX were in control of this series. It got a bit shaky, for sure on map 2, arguably map 3. But DRX, I think, can still be pretty confident that they're looking decent to advance throughout the bracket. Not by any means a bad showing, though, from BBL. No. Being able to take a map away from the team that finished 3rd at Champions, and also having a bit of a comeback here in the final map, too.
That was looking
6 rounds just
so doable, but when you... listen, when it's 11-1 at the half, you afford yourself no room for error, no buffer at all.
No.
But these guys, they played their hearts out on the grand stage, on the global stage. They went toe-to-toe. And like you said, Josh, with the team that went 3rd in Chaps, I mean, this was a showcase of their skills. You're putting a lot of these names on the map for people who otherwise were relatively unaware of them, and this is just the beginning for a team like BBL. Like we said before, they've added this new IGL Suchni coming in, and you can already see the ideas taking place, developing for this team.
But it is DRX that are going to advance, and they are going to be playing the winner of PaperX and Cloud9. Wow. What a banger of a bracket, an unbelievably stacked little area of the alpha bracket. Brent, if I had to ask you, does DRX look like they're in the form to go deep, to take, you know, a semi-finals appearance, to be able to beat a PaperX or a Cloud9, who we haven't seen, by the way. But if I had to put you on the spot, do you feel confident, more confident now, having watched that DRX game?
Before the tournament, I would have said that they would have been clear favourites, but at this point, I don't think you can say so. No disrespect to BBL the way that they played. Listen, they really did push DRX into some uncomfortable territory for them, but I think the fact that they weren't able to cleanly close out, not only just the second map, when it was 8-4, but that first one, I don't think you get to the state, or the third one, I should say, on Haven. I didn't get to the state that it was.
I think a lot of people are going to have really conflicting opinions about DRX's performance here, because map 1 was so dominant, and the first half of Haven was outrageously dominant too. It was such a strange series. You saw the highest peaks from DRX, and then you also saw them get pushed by a team that people weren't expecting to be offering too much resistance.
Not much to lose.
It was a really odd series, and I think, the smart responses just will have to wait and see.
Have to wait and see, but guess what? We're going to be finding out their opponents coming up after this match itself as well, because honestly, what should be, the main card, I think, of the day, that PaperX Cloud9 game. Yeah, we get to see the finalists of Copenhagen up against Cloud9, one of the first lauded super teams, honestly. That's the label that people were putting on that team when they were really formed heading into this 2023 season, because they have an absolute stacked roster.
And a stacked bracket. Yeah. Like we said, DRX is going to be playing against a winner, so whether you're a DRX fan or whether you're, tuning in to watch PaperX Cloud9, everyone's eyes should be glued onto that game just to see what might be happening over there, because
the DRX, make no mistake, one of the favorites for the tournament, but they could definitely have potentially lost here, potentially lost second round. Like, it's single limb. There's
Literally
there's
anything
no
can
holds
happen.
barred.
Anything can happen as well. Let's take a look as well at our kind of player of the match breakdown as well. I believe you can see, and yeah, you can vote as well with the QR code. Buzz, Stacks, Zest are the options we've got for us here, Josh.
Who would you go with there? I really feel like that's a difficult one to.
Yeah, because if you try and say, you know, listen, it was the IGL impact with Stacks. I mean, listen, there was
some dodgy moments.
Some dodgy moments, right, with the rounds.
I was impressed with how Buzz played. I thought he was still performing at a really high level. RB obviously played phenomenally on Haven, but you know, not included in the poll, presumably because of the first two maps. But it's
a tricky one.
I don't know. I think this one really is tricky. I think I might give it a Buzz, but I think it was more of a just group effort. When they were winning, they were steamrolling, and when they were losing, it was awful.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, guess what? Like I said earlier, we are not done yet. There is one more match left to be played. It's going to be an absolute gigabanger. You don't want to go anywhere, so short break, but we'll be right back.
เมื่อคืนนิวก็เปิด2 ชั่วโมงแมลงตายมีดมดเต็มเลยมึงจะเคลียร์ไปเอ๊ะคนละเวอร์ชันจ้าอัปเดตก่อนก็ได้จ้าเนาะไม่ให้ออกด้วยจ้าจะได้กันไม่ได้เฮ้ชายผู้นี้เขายังอยู่ในเวอร์ชันเดียวกับเราอย่างนั้นนะทำไมกันนะTag Manager End Tag อะไรจ้ะ Exit เว้ยControl Ultimate Delete กว่าจะออกได้เข้าได้ไหมอ้าวยอม คือมันต้องอัปเดตเหรอนี่ไงโถเอ้ย
Number 2 in this series when everything was looking done and dusted.
And DRX have just gone for such a simple approach to this round, keeping it safe.
Nice. It's up to RB to see if he can deny one after the other. There's no shot in hell. The Hunter's Fury is used to just try and clear the way.
Oh, no way.
2
Zest
kills.
also get Aslan.
Mako is so uncomfortable, but RB returning fire.
And it was a valiant effort from BBL, make no mistake about that. But DRX were in control of this series.
And those are your Prime Gaming post-match highlights and what truly was an excellent series. And funny enough, a historic series as well, because that was the first time in Valorant's history that a Korean team played an all-Turkish team. So history was made. I don't think anyone was disappointed with that one. A lot of things to talk about from there. Of course, I'm Golden Boy alongside with Mimi as well as Achilleos here. And let's actually just start with the breakdown here and discuss how that Haven game went.
Ơi, แต่ว่าไปฉายามันอันไหนวะล็อกอินฉายาล็อกอินเลยนี่ไงล็อกเก็ตอินเอ๊ะแฮร์รี่นั่นนายเหรอไม่ใช่กูไม่ใช่แฮร์รี่มึงหลอนจะอัพดีไหมวะไม่เอาดีกว่าNo spray yes spray
Match found.
Drop skin please Essence oh my god เย็ดเก้มีคนเล่นบีบจะโจนให้เย็ดมา
Choose your agent.
Everyone is afraid of something.
คือกูก็รู้อยู่แล้วแหละว่ากูจะเจออะไรแบบเนี้ย
My
Ascendant 3
is
อย่าง
my
เงี้ย
gift. Be not afraid to accept it.
แล้วมันไม่ใช่ Ascendant 3ไปฝั่งนู้นอะ Immortal
Where are you? Marked one.
ยืนไอ้ที่นี่ยืนแอบเลย กูเริ่มไม่เห็นภาพทีมกูได้สับเอาเจ็ดไปทีละหนึ่ง
Headshot.
Last player standing.
กูตายยืนนิ่ง
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
แล้วสกูยิงหัวเขานึกว่าเขาตายแล้วนี่ไงไอ้เหี้ยแม่งยิงไปแค่เม็ดเดียวก้องคลาสสิกแรงมากมั้ง
Hey, Undergale, put a shirt on.
อ่า
Hello. Yes. Thanks.
I'll find you.
เอะรถ
Get out of here.
Nice.
Kill
Last player standing.
NT
กูยิงใครไว้ไอ้พวกนั้นไม่เคยตายหรอก
Let's go. I got things to do.
Time to explode. Where are you?
มีเลย
Bring them down.
เบมโอ้ยเฮีย
Spike down mid.
ฮะอ๋อถูกกัน เฮียแม่งเพื่อนปล่อยให้กูโดนยิงฟรีๆดีจัง
Spike planted.
เฮียแม่ง
Ouch! Grenade!
Last player
โอ้
standing.
บิมกูโง่อ่ะไอ้เฮียบิมแม่งกูโดนยิงหลังมันยังไม่รู้เลย
Okay, we know the drill. Stick to your roles and we'll crush it.
ไอ้บิมมันเฮียบิมแม่งไว้ใจไม่ได้ไอ้สัสกูโดนยิงหลังแท้ที่มึงจะหันไปยิงมันฟรีๆไม่จ้าเซนติเนลเป็นเสกไอ้สัตว์
Get out of my way!
Find you.
There.
โซนมีท็อปกูไม่กล้าเล่นละเอาจริงโอ้โหไว้ใจไม่ได้อ่ะ
There.
Enemy spotted B.
อ๋อหอเต็มเม่งกูเลย
Spotted mid.
Spike planted. Last player standing. Long.
เรียบร้อยใช่
You say something? Sorry, ear's still ringing. Come on, let's go! Where are you? There. Bring them down. Enemy spotted mid. Reloading. We'll catch them. Reloading.
ไม่ได้บิ๊ก
I'll find you.
Market.
Spike down B. Last player standing.
Who am I kidding? My knees are gonna kill after this.
กูเห็นชะตากรรมทีมกูแล้ว
Anyone need something?
Need a drop. Thanks.
เล่นเอดีกว่ากู
Make him dance.
Where are you?
You should run.
Nowhere to run!
ไม่น่าเดินมาโดนนะกู แล้วมึงจะให้โดนดีเทนทำไมวะเนี่ย
Spike planted.
One day.
There. Next.
Last player standing.
เฮ้
I hate to say it, but probably best to play as a team. So, what's the plan?
Anyone need something?
เอาแล้วหยิบโอพีมาแล้ว
พี่หมือทอดคนไทยปะดรอปได้นะ
Anyone need something?
Equipment. Thanks.
I'll find you.
My ult's ready. Here comes the party.
Reloading.
You are divided!
Open up the sky.
Your duty is not reloading. I'm up. Oh, shit.
My ult is ready.
Lock the sight. Mare, take them!
Spike planted.
Bring them down. Reloading. Satchel out.
We found one. One enemy remaining.
That side.
I'll find you.
Gone here. Blasphemy. You see, there's still plenty of fun to be had.
Watch and learn.
I'll find you. Marked one.
You are powerless.
Bring them down.
Spike planted.
Reloading.
Launching smoke.
Enemy spotted.
Got him.
Where are one enemy remaining?
Under heaven อ่ะ
Last player standing.
Woo! We got this.
You know what to do.
Get out of my
Where
way.
are you?
There.
Marked one.
Headshot. Enemies.
You should run.
Enemy spotted me.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B. I'll find you.
Spike spotted me.
Bring them down. Bring them down.
ทำมิ่งคอสหมอเจาะ
There you are, little shit.
What will it be this time? Have any patterns emerged yet?
Can I get a drop?
Where are you? Where are you? You are divided! Bring them down.
One heaven.
Spike planted.
So heaven.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Clutch.
Let's keep it going!
There's my bombshell. Crushed it, girl.
I have extra money if anyone needs.
Anyone feeling generous?
They are mine. I'll find you. Bring them down. They're blind with fear. Bring them down.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B. Last round before the switch.
Use everything you have.
We lose it anyway.
Anyone need something?
Can someone get this?
Time to work. I'll find you. Mark one.
Stay down.
Get upping. Mid up.
Three coming. Spider up mid.
Spike down mid.
Enemy spotted.
Where are you?
Stand down. My ultimate is ready.
One enemy remaining.
Catch them.
Last one upping.
Enemy spotted mid.
Miss up left.
Grenade!
Okay, done.
Bomb buddy out.
Switching sides.
Remember to talk to each other out there. If we communicate, we win.
Cái này đi.
Right here. Watching here. Watching here. Watching here.
Shake them up. Bring them down.
ลงไม่ได้นะ
I'll find you.
Healing. Blocking sight.
ซิซิ
Satchel out. Satchel out. Yikes.
Dim beacon down. Reloading.
We tend to fast. I'll fight it down.
หลังมาตรง
Spike down B. Last player standing.
Prepare yourself. We fight once again.
Right here. Watching here.
Fight!
เดินใครกูแต่งเป็นแมงสาบซะแล้ว
Where are you?
Fully
There.
smoked.
Enemy spotted. Careful. Enemy spotted.
Reloading.
Last player standing. Flawless.
Let's get these idiots. It's making chaos.
Launching smoke.
Enemy spotted mid. Enemy
Launching
spotted
smoke.
อยู่7.7อ่ะได้ออกไปแล้ว
Mark, bring them down. No charges. There.
Reloading.
ซอมิ
เจ็ดน่าจะไอช็อตนะ
Reloading.
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted A.
One enemy remaining. Take hold. Flawless.
Unscathed.
I'm delighted.
Hesitation is for amateurs. Let's go.
มีใครลงมางวันเนี้ยเฮ้ยพี่เอจับแชมเบอร์พี่เอปาเจเคนบอกกูไม่ยอมกูจับด้วยด่านแล้วด่านแรกโลตัสด้วยว่ะ ผู้ไหนเลือกมาวะโลตัสเนี่ย
Let's start this party.
Smoke's down.
Where are you?
Grenade!
Reloading.
Satchel out.
Molly.
For you.
ได้ซ้ายตัวหนึง
Oops. Reloading.
Spike planted.
ซีทีกับมาร์เก็ต
Yeah, enemy spotted B.
One enemy remaining.
Catch them. Reloading.
ผม
Just let them try to catch me.
ยิงไม่ได้จริงๆ
I've got cash.
Can I get a
Anyone need
drop?
something?
Thanks. Thanks.
ที่
Stay safe.
ที่หมูทอดเมื่อกี้กดหาปะรอบก่อนหน้า
ใช่ใช่
I'll find you.
Reloading. Go get him.
Smoke's down.
Bring him down.
Molly.
Take hold.
ซีทีสอง
โอ้ชูมาร์เก็ตชูมาร์เก็ต
Reloading.
มันมีปืนนะแทนได้อะ
แทนได้ปะเสร็จ
Watching here.
สองตัวเลยเหรอ
Spike planted.
ใช่
One enemy remaining.
Okay, take a break, guys.
Reloading.
ยิงได้3 ตัวเองเลยวะเนี่ยกู
Time to stock back up.
ใช้สีขาวดีกว่าแม่งไม่ไหวจะขี่สีอื่นนะ
จะไปเอเหรอ เอ๊ะไปไหนดี
Launching smoke. Stim beacon down.
ไปช็อตไปนะ
I'll find you.
My ultimate
Last player standing. Bam.
Bring them down.
They're blind with fear.
Bring them down.
They're going to scatter from my stuff. Super easy to pick off.
Here, กูโคตรภาระเลยตอนนี้สัส
Safety's off.
Where are you?
healing you.
Caution here. Grenade! Bring them down. Here, down, hurry up.
Smoke's down.
Reloading.
Stim beacon here.
You are powerless.
Sleep. My ult is ready.
Reloading.
find you.
Sky.
Mark one. Bring them down. So much for recon. Take hold.
Planet.
One enemy remaining.
Rank, women.
Even with numbers, anything can still happen. Remember that.
Anyone need something?
Together. Smoke's
เดี๋ยว
down.
เอง
เขาบอมนะเขาบอมนะ
I dropped
Got
the
the
spike.
spike.
Get out of my way!
Where are you?
Launching smoke. Stim beacon here.
Barrier here.
We'll catch them.
ประตูหน่อยนะมั้ง
Okay.
ไป
Spike planet.
There.
ต้องคิวจอดีเทค
Bring them down.
ซีทีดี
กูมาร์เก็ตเคเจมาร์เก็ตซิตี้
ซิตี้
ทราฟแฟง7ทูซิตี้
Okay. Who's got the snacks? Grenade! My power does not end. Ask for aid, and you shall receive.
I've got cash. Anyone need something?
Anyone feeling generous?
Anyone need something?
Teşekkürler. Thank you. Their fears betrayed them.
Kill in.
Caution here. Bring them down.
Smoke's down. Stim beacon down.
Bring them down.
Molly.
Blocking sight.
There, take them! No target. Mark one. Spike down, B. Last player standing.
Let's ruin their day. Need equipment. Thanks.
โอ้ยยิงไม่ออกเลยเว้ย
Where are they? Where are you?
Careful. Grenade! Blocking sight. Satchel up. Satchel out.
Launching smoke.
Someone needs to
Catch them.
Reloading.
มาร์เก็ตตัวหนึ่งซีทีตัวหนึ่ง
Reloading.
Molly.
Healing.
ซีทีตัวหนึ่ง
I'll find you.
Spike planet.
ชื่อจอยเมียนติอ่ะ
You are divided!
Engineer.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Ôi.
Drink some water, reload your mags, and let's get back out there. Watch and learn.
Reloading.
Nowhere to run! Stim beacon down.
I'll find you. Your duty
Enemy
is
defender
not
spawn. Right here.
So what I miss?
Molly.
Reloading. Bring them down.
Launching smoke.
Spike drop.
I have the spike.
Bring them down.
Smoke's down.
Blow you up!
Where are you?
Enemy in defender spawn.
Marked one.
One enemy remaining. 30 seconds
See, see,
left.
see, see.
Plant the spike for you.
Spike
Odin.
planted.
Enemy spot.
Last player standing.
I knew your every move.
Match point.
You've earned this win. Let's make it official.
There. Can I get a drop? Thanks. Get out of my way!
Launching smoke.
จะไปมิดเหรอ
เปล่าเปล่าเปล่าต้องบ้านเราโซล่าบ้านเรา
I'll find you.
เข้ามาอยู่
Bring
ซี
them
ที
down. There. Take hold.
B4 Healing
ไม่อยู่
เฮ้ยลองการ์เด้นนะ
30 seconds left.
ลองการ์เด้นลองการ์เด้นไปเอปะ
One enemy remaining.
เฮเว่นเฮเว่น
Last player standing. Ten seconds left. Clutch. Switching sides. Overtime.
Stay in range of my stim beacon. We'll mow them down.
Where are you?
สมองบีดิ
Reloading.
เหมือนบีจะเข้าอ่ะเยอะ
Reloading.
Take hold.
เรือ
Bring them down.
เจ็ดโล
One enemy remaining. My ult is spike
Lane.
down B.
Take them. Satchel out. Spike spotted B.
Switching sides. Match point.
No more doubts. We're ready.
ไปไหนดี มาสแกนรีเฟรช
Here.
I'll find you.
Stim beacon here.
Mark 2.
Bring them down. We'll catch them.
Reloading.
เฮ้ยประตู
Last player standing.
อะไรวะเหี้ย
Switching sides.
โอ้โห
Overtime.
พี่เอเขาก็ยังคงเล่นแชมเบอร์อยู่เหมือนเดิม
Idea. Again. Their fear is a track, and the track is fresh.
Where are you?
Miss.
Take hold.
Bring them down. Bring them down.
Launching smoke. Stim beacon down.
Enemy spotted A. My ult's ready.
One enemy remaining. Spike down
แม
A.
น
Molly.
I'll find you.
Reloading.
Bomb buddy out.
Flawless. Nothing's perfect, but that was perfection. Switching
Match
sides.
point. Shoot the bad guys. How's that for a plan?
Caution here.
น้องโอดิน
Keep up.
So why you be shot?
Enemy spotted mid.
Smoke's down.
พี่เจ
Where are Spike you? Dropped. Bring them down.
Got the spike. Launching smoke. Stim beacon here.
Bring them down.
Enemy spotted B.
เฮ้ยซีทีไปเดี๋ยวดูมาร์เก็ตให้ก็ได้นะ
เกียวซ้าย
ดูซ้าย
Spike down. Defender spawn. Out of charges.
One
One
CT, two
enemy
side.
remaining.
จริง
Attackers
ขอบคุณ
win.
ครับ
ขอบคุณครับ ผมก็ถ่วงเลยขอโทษ ไปดูแข่งต่อทุกคน
Just the once with the showstopper. With the exception of Jing, I think we might see all 9 of these ultimates as a good chance before this half ends. 2 more rounds. This is going to be centered around getting your plant, getting your orbs, getting your kills. And right now, it looks like Paper Rex, they're going for the
Hey!
on the side.
ได้เหรอ ได้เหรอ
From essentially any angle, can play up above it on the box, but after that, Forsaken's thinking, I don't need to stick around too much. He'll stay inside his TP and just bail out afterwards. Now they've got to deny that defuse.
โอ้พี่ลีฟ
It puts you in a very good position to get the plant. I don't know if it's the greatest for the post plant. They've got to try and spam already. It's just being stuck. Leaf's just going all the way. He's going to get it all the way through. That is just
huh?
to stack it all the way through in that 5v5.
ชนะด้วยการที่เขากู้แบบสดๆอย่างนั้นนะ
So many guns. What's the probability of that? Hell, he was on full HP the majority
นี่แทบ
of
จะ
the
พร้อม
time.
เดียวกันเลยอ่ะ
Surely he's not on it. Surely he would have backed out from now, and even if he is there, he's about to die.
I don't know, I'm just completely flabbergasted.
As well, you know what I was going to say? You literally said, oh, I don't know if it's the best spot to stop them from defusing, and I'm thinking, Tom, it's a laneway. Look how narrow that is. You've got a big chunky Cypher sat there. He's obviously going to get taken down, but no. It's Neo from the Matrix, another early take, and this time it's Ye to lose his life.
Tour de force activated. This fight for A has been where the main brawl has
Sepa.
happened for Paper X. Their C-site pushes were successful initially.
Try again.
There we go. Second time's the charm. Full rotation, and of course, C9 haven't really had to deal with too many fakes, too many double backs, too many splits in the other direction, so they can't gamble on this A site.
But just take a look at the hood. Zelsis found himself a spot inside of it. They're hearing the steps, but no one's there to punish. And he's out. Okay, he gets taken down in the end, but it gives them some hope. That hope is quickly taken out of their hands. Unless Leaf, well, he's alive? Okay, give him a shot then. That'll do it. 7-5. Paper X at the half. They certainly haven't let C9 run away with this, and I'm not even sure what to make of that. I'm so excited for the next one to kick off.
Yeah, that's the thing. Now we get to see what C9 are going to have on the other side. We get to see whether or not they're going to have that sort of same aggressive stance, what Zelsis can really do on that attack. So I only think it's going to get more exciting from here on out.
Zelsis.
You can only imagine so, Tom, and all the crowd that's here, they're certainly getting loud
Sepa.
as that half ended.
อยู่ข้างในอยู่
We'll
แล้ว
get this one over to the analyst desk, and we'll be back to
Veneti.
you with the second half.
เวนิจี้ไม่รู้อะ
Oh, I love being here. I love being here. This is great. Mimi and Seth, you know, we theorized a little bit. Maybe W Gaming was no more from that Benkai walk-on, but that seemed like a red herring.
Yeah, it really did. I mean, the W Gaming out and about still. I mean, constantly taking those heavy fights for long control. This really was a brawl between these two teams.
It's been just so back and forth. I mean, they're talking about 7-5. It's still so very tight-knit between these two squads for their first time, you know, debuting this map here for us, or debuting themselves with this map. It's just been absolutely wild to see, and I'm looking forward to seeing how things are going to shift up when we do go ahead and have the side swap.
Yeah, I mean, we were also wondering if Paper Rex are going to come with something new, something fresh, maybe even overcooked to a degree. But Mimi, everything that I've seen so far has been really, really nice.
Yeah, I think the game plans from this team were really good. And I mean, obviously this one, the most important part of those plans came out with a bang with the slug there.
Flawless execution there from Benkai. Good to see the fans
Getting the
as
fans
well.
at home laughing too. That's always good.
Doesn't matter where you are in the world, Benkai, he's there to make you smile.
Yeah, but like I said, that was a red herring because that's not how they played.
No, it was not. Let's talk about how they actually did play, because what they brought out with this composition was really super cool. To start things off, this Sage wall boost towards long was awesome. I think coming into this, there was a lot of questions about how will the Sage play into this map, and this is one of those answers. You see Forsaken boost it up, gets an early kill, and this is another one, a different round here now, where you can see this split onto C. The Raze goes deep to pull the crosshair placement, and then it's a Sage wall to boost up, and you basically have a crossfire onto these site anchors that is so incredibly hard to deal with. PaperX had these great game plans, but Cloud9 still made adaptations throughout that half to come out the better of it.
Yeah, and you wanted to see the duelists, and we did see 2 duelists.
Yeah, and I'm glad that we have them. So we'll go ahead and take a look here at the head-to-head between Zelsis and Jing. Obviously, things a bit skewed at the moment. Jing has been having a whale of a time. He's top-ranking for his squad right now, even though they are in that 2-round deficit. I'm looking forward to Zelsis, though, stepping things up as he gets ready to go on the attack. He's got this Neon. He should be able to really help break open these sites. Just need to see a little bit more from him to help Cloud9 get over the line. I think if he can level up and start having a Jing-esque performance, then this one should be Cloud9's map to take.
Yeah, this first half is about Zelsis being that guy who's just a piece of the puzzle, taking control towards long. Now this is the half where he can take control, be the tip of the spear.
Yeah, and also I want to see some more of those TikTok wars. What do you guys think, Mitch and Tom?
You know, some more TikTok walls, I'm not sure. Some more TikTok diffuses, maybe. That was...
we'll see.
Yeah, hopefully it goes a little bit better if they do
time.
try it again. Oh, man, look at this one at Champions 22. No surprise here. Ye had the highest kills, first kills, KD, and KPR kills per round
he did all right.
of all players.
He did okay.
He is rated as, you know, a decent chap. Good old Benkai there, though, Tom. Off to a bit of a snail's pace start.
Whoa.
He hasn't really been able to get the gears turning. Forsaken, on the other hand, he'll kick this half off with style.
You could say the same for Zelsis, but his luck has not got any better.
No, it really
It's just
hasn't.
been insta-domed the second he takes a step forward. Tried to quickly make a move. Now, starting to use some of the sound cues of the doors, maybe try and bait some people in on the rotation. A close position on B. Wall still available for Benkai, almost just going to be working off sound cues in case they try and head in towards that direction, purely based on delay. And with a flash going through towards tree, the knowledge will be there at the moment that that space likely hasn't been taken.
A very, very tempered start from C9. You can see this A site where they've intended to go this whole time. It has certainly been left empty. With the exception of Devi standing around, and he almost gets 2. Great damage onto Ye. It can't be healed back up, sorry. Zeppa, of course, it's a pistol round. He hasn't bought that heal. So that's going to make it a little tougher for Ye to get the value, especially with that nade on the way.
Not going to be able to hold the angle, and Benkai already getting rid of that aggressive spot. Both got the frenzy. Oh, close up! And that does leave Jing low. The wall is going to make things awkward, though. It's going to take him ages to just spam through. There's nothing he can do. He just stuck on the other
โอ้ย
side.
3 ชุด
And while Zeppa, he's going to go down at the end as well. The Sage will be used to just leave him isolated.
โอ้
Well, they'll get themselves the
3
pistol
ชุด
again.
เลยเหรอ
Did you hear me, Ben? Is that Ben behind you? Okay, he didn't turn around. I'm just making sure it's not piped into his ears. He was off to a slow start for sure, but a quick double
ไม่
kill
ส
on
น
the wall being
1
the
ชุ
thing
ด
that win that.
2 ชุด
There's just no way, man. No way. Not when you're using a frenzy.
3
Not
ชุด
breaking that wall when it's 100. The fact that he goes back afterwards. Do you need to reload? I can just.
เจสัน เจสัน
7 to 6, and that's a very
They're
important
still
pistol
going
round.
for these force buys, though.
Oh my.
That's the thing. A lot of teams pretty much instantly shied away from this when the nerf came through. C9, they won't have much time to test it. It's the same again. He did exactly the same in the last round. Same move, exact same position as the round starts out.
Well, look, a taste of his own medicine when it comes to Ye. Oh, this could be dangerous. The nade, it's not going to catch him in time to blast back and push him back, but they're already on the site. They have overtaken it, and that judge, okay, good for damage, good for kills, but we've ended up in a 3v3, and starting this round out with barely any money for C9 off the back of the lost pistol.
Vanity has a judge.
This shouldn't end up in a 3v3 with a plant. I'm not going to say guaranteed, but with the smoke now back online, they should be able to get this one down.
Yeah, I'm very scared with that weapon heading into his hands. Love the take as well. Wall up, over the top, trying to find an elevated angle, and he's going to get it. Already, though, his teammate traded out in the meantime. As they look to try and push into this site, they're stuck in the mud. And Benkai now has to try and clutch this one out. Spotted by the cam, all information, and they'll play this one together. A beautiful round from C9 from start to finish. And I actually really love, if you watch the way they set up Zelsis' stuns, I think it was then Vanity TPs into the site.
Yeah,
so you look one way, the dog hits at the same time, and then you manage to get that kill. That is a beautiful take with the Stingers.
Yeah, you can see these guys have been putting the time in on the customs. Unbelievable. And you know, you gotta give credit. I wonder if that's come from the brain of MCE. Good old Mickey as he goes by.
Oh, does he
on
now?
the streets.
Does he?
McKee, yes.
Is this like you calling Dirk a Derek?
You gave me permission, you know?
Not the first time.
That's true. To be honest, it wasn't on purpose the first time, but from then on out, it was fine. That's just such a fantastic response. I said Paper X winning the pistol, it was fantastic for them. They were 7-5, they're 2 down. And it was their chance to build back up into this half, to, you know, just really relegate the lead that Cloud9 have instead. They've ended up in a rough position themselves. Bit of damage, 1 kill, but how much more can they get with a fantastic flash like that? Maybe a lot.
Oh, Forsaken's got another one. This was barely an investment from Paper X, and somehow they now have a man advantage. An absurdity in the last round with the Stingers. This would be just that little bit more ridiculous, but they still have Ye to deal with.
This is a lesson learned for me, Tom. Any round can be won at this point, regardless of the weaponry brought in. Mind Freak, he's behind! The timing completely out of sync there. We're left into a 1v1 Forsaken. No bullets left in the Headhunter. He's got a classic in his hands, but luckily, he hears Vanity running away. Now he's got a Vandal to work with, and Knife Out shifting towards this player. He might be able to catch him. He sees the head, and he's got it! Paper X lose the second round, but they're right back into it.
I'm gobsmacked. Like, the rounds that we're watching just don't make any sense. The logical winner isn't winning most of the time. And with another Thrifty on the board, who do we even think is going to win this one?
It doesn't matter, Tom. I don't want to take the credits off the scoreboard. It doesn't matter. This is an arena shooter now. God, today has been something else when it comes to Valorant. Lock-in delivering on levels that I don't think you could have expected. And what a treat of a game as we kick this one off. 1 round separating them, moving into round 16. And the buy is close to even. Look, you got a couple of rifles here. Cloud9 could get something done. Actually, Ye's playing with the rifle despite having the Headhunter. I mean, it's a symptom of the nerfs, I suppose. That's going to take an effective duel out of their hands.
Of Ye.
That too.
This is so ratty from Benkai. It's basically the same spot that we saw from Ye earlier, but he actually has some cover. He can hide behind the box. Ye needed to try and get something here. They're going to farm the orbs up as best they can, and they could, in theory, get Zelsys that extra orb as well. And then this actually becomes quite a decent purchase.
Yeah, I mean, they have to obviously double check Ben's not on top of the wall somewhere, and they're clearing that out first, being very cautious, very respectful. That flash, no doubt, is going to rustle them a little bit, but in the end, they're comfortable to move forward. The flash through the smoke. Ben was caught by that. Should have an idea that he's on one of those 2 corners, and that's why Zelsys is just holding them as the rest of the team takes some space. The smoke off, the stun in, they can go anywhere. They, in fact, are thinking about the spawn. Literally every door is open for them right now, and they are allowing the other team to come in. The classic again! Sat in the corner, able to catch them off.
This might be the most classic kills I've seen in a game. Oh! He's just waiting on the trap! I couldn't have gone worse for Mind Freak. Now Forsaken, left alone. Vanity lurking within the smoke. I don't think he'll expect him to be here, just sneaking around those backlines for the entirety of these rounds. And well, who could have thunk it, you know? The team with the weaker purchase win the round.
As I said, Tom, close to an even buy, and after the previous round, you know, they can come in with 5 classics here, and I'm going to say 1-1, economy even.
They've got far more than that.
Oh, they do.
Got far more
They
than
certainly do. And, you know, we've had ultimates built up at this point. Forsaken, having his tour de force most likely online, or indeed online at this point. You got your Seekers, you got your Res. I mean, a ton of opportunities there. Zelsys, though, you know, we haven't really seen that much from him so far. Obviously, his role here, very important to mention, even on the defensive side.
Same on both sides,
you know, you play as a Jet on most maps when we go, you remember back in the day, back in split days, you'd be like, Jet, attack, split. You're not supposed to get kills, you're supposed to get space. Zelsys on both sides of the map, that's what he's doing. He's throwing himself in, getting picked off by Forsaken. I think we should actually have a look. I don't know if the desk would want to pull this, but the head-to-head of Forsaken and Zelsys, I would love to see, because I feel like he has just been shut down by him consistently on those early aggressive pushes.
Well, Paper X taking a moment. giving a chance to Alex to talk things through. I will say with the way that the rounds have gone, he might be as bold as me by the time this ends out, because this got to be stressful. You're winning the rounds you shouldn't, losing the rounds you probably should. But that means, if anything, the purchase they come in with here isn't bad. They've got a res, Seekers as well, Tour de Force available. And by the looks of things, it's going to be more of a default. I think you can see that Cloud9 are almost expecting some sort of aggression. It's just what avenue it actually comes from here.
Well, that's exactly it. We talk about this map as having the potential to suffocate those attackers, and looks like that's what Paper X are aiming for, at least towards C. Again, we'll see this consistent player posted up to try and hold the angle. He's going for the door, though, trying to fight his way back through. Of course, he can TP, open up the angle, try to take a shot. Maybe it baits them into pushing the smoke. You know, this is Forsaken trying to play with them, but they're not giving anything away.
Yeah, Zelsus now will start to take that space. Door already broken, so they do have to be a little careful, but the swings just don't work at all. Every battle has gone the way of Cloud9. And Benkai, whoa, almost desperation here to see if he can find anything on this cross through, but he won't.
I think for Ben, the best choice is exactly what he's doing, sitting back, letting Forsaken with the ulti try to take the space. But then when he goes down, I'm going to go save on the other side of the map. Right call again, but Vanity's waiting. And this is another well-thought-out round by C9. They're rewarded now with double digits, starting to get towards the final push to close out this map. And remember, coming into this, we've got some pretty wild maps. Pearl up next, Fracture after, but this one here was the choice of Paper X.
Wow. Financially, C9 are way ahead. In the lead in terms of score, and unfortunately for Paper X, that means they're not even going to have much to play with in this round. The Tour de Force used in the last, you're going to have to kind of hope that Jing can get something done. Now, the early nade will at least give his team some space. They have taken full control, but you can see that Cloud9 aren't going to give this up for free.
Paper X, though, there's a trap there. They'll be able to hold on the angle, maybe get a shot off, and Forsaken got a few. Unfortunately, you're seeing that Headhunter not quite what it used to be. The shots not finding a kill, and even though they get one in the end, it is negligible. 11-7. Paper X knew they weren't going to do much in that round, but now with the economy stacked up for C9, they are going to have to win back-to-back-to-back buy rounds.
That's the thing. This is looking really controlled now from Cloud9. They've been able to deny any space over towards A. That was something that Cloud9 on their defense were able to do quite well. Take that space away early. Okay, it went a bit back and forth in trades, but most of the time they came out on top. Whereas on the other side, they are patient, and then eventually they just clear through everything methodically and haven't really been losing many players, even in the prior round where it was a full buy.
You want to play? Let's play.
Barriers up yet again, and C9 on the home stretch. 2 rounds to close this map out. Take Paper X's map pick with a very dominant attack and a, well, surprisingly strong defense. It was looking incredibly close, but these last 2 quarters, I suppose, have been very one-sided. Yay, again delivering the opening blow, and he is hunting down another! He's just too quick! Zelsus following through, Zeppa with another, and just like all the others before, this round has crumbled for Paper X.
I think this is where you are seeing the vulnerability of not having that proper Sentinel. Like the difference between the amount of information Leaf was able to get, at least the time that could be delayed, and then the aggression elsewhere on the map. The fact is the aggression isn't working for Paper X, and in the meantime, the information isn't there either. This round was mostly Ye just walking into B. That would not have happened on the other half for C9.
Sometimes you see maps like this where the team comes in and you just have like, I'm happy to have the excuse off the rip if I hadn't seen the game. Oh, Ye just popped off, he just shredded them, you know, it is what it is. They played this map better. Their prep, better. They suffocated Paper X's attack. They kept them trapped in spawn. They denied the A-long aggression. Their comp with Zelsus worked perfectly. Zelsus is 11-14 right now, which is a damn miracle. This guy has been put in the worst positions consistently, and he's still putting up the numbers. And you know, look at this. Look how hard it was for Paper X to take that map control. They needed to put the whole round into it. And for C9, every round they get it. And now they've trapped Mind Freak. He'll get one, but he's gone, and a trade is not good enough here.
Yeah, Jing took a lot of damage in the initial fight as well. They've been so good at just forcing him back out of these positions. Now there is a push coming in behind Leaf, but I think they're going to be able to do too much. What's going to do some damage? And actually it broke the door! And that might have been a little bit of a fluke, but he probably should have gone down anyway.
That's actually disgusting. Okay. Well, it looks like we'll get one more out of this one. Zelsis not going to be clutching out the 1v4. That would have put him positive. 12-8. 4 chances here for Cloud9 to close it out. They're on the attack. Their early space taking has been fantastic, and we have to yet again mention, let that door open, it's disgusting. The fact is Cloud9 have so much money.
Yeah.
They're buying anything they want, and they can do it again in the next round.
Yeah, the one thing is that their ults are fairly far away. They've got the Seekers for this one.
They just used 3 of them, right? So that's burned it up, and they didn't get the round for it.
An attempt to get it over the line, and an attempt failed. However, they haven't had too many struggles elsewhere. Again, we're going to see this aggressive push coming through from Forsaken. He's going that little bit further. Now, the TP across, he'll know that he's there. He might have just been spotted. That little jump across is given the information. It's a whiff shot. Somehow, Forsaken survives far longer than he should have done. But even still, the advantage sits firmly with Cloud9, and this C site is open for business.
If I'm being honest with you, he had no right to even get 1 kill here. This should be a 5v3 retake. A chance given to Paper X by a big kill out of Forsaken. Rez with Mind Freak back in, and the numbers are even once again. The C retakes, we've talked over and over about how strong this can be for teams fighting back in. This isn't a death sentence yet, but everything has to go right on the way through. One hero play, a big performance from one of these players without Ye on the server right now, and it looks like everyone's chipping in. Leaf's got 2, and it's finished out by Zelsis, 13-8. Absolute decimation on Paper X's map pick. As Cloud9 have shown, they are here to play.
Really impressive stuff from them. Like, we came in with the previous event, the sort of during the off season, and people started to question, is this really that super team? Is this the squad that's going to lead the way for North America? Well, they've gone into a map that they've never seen Paper X play before. They have no data to go on. And even with a few spicy picks, even with a load of openings coming out from Forsaken, even with Jing performing to a decent level, they managed to make that second half look very easy indeed. And in fact, the way they adapted around what Paper X was doing was nigh on perfect. I can't really fault them too much. Ye on his agent of choice, looking great again, but it's a full squad performance. Not a man missing on the server for C9.
Well, we have to say, we saw the Sky in the crowd with Paper X on the arm, but Sky on the server for Paper X had a tough day. Devi got shut down here, but it was this man leading the charge on the attack that won them so many of those rounds. His space taking was unbelievable, but nothing compared to the value that Zelsis brought on this map. It may seem weird to look at C9, you'll see the scoreboard soon, and you sit there and go, well, you're talking so much about Zelsis, bottom of the scoreboard, he's trash. He went 13 kills, 15 deaths, 7 assists. This is a guy who's diving in every time, getting shut down by Forsaken, shut down by anyone who's watching an angle in the early round, but his teammates trade, they take the space, and they win the rounds. That's all that matters at the end of the day. Doesn't matter how many kills, how many deaths, if you've got a trophy in your hand.
Yeah, I think the fun thing about this match as well is the fact that it got scrappy. It got very, very scrappy.
Yeah, that's an understatement.
And C9 proved that they can scrap back. They won so many 4 spy rounds. They were using the Stinger even though most people thought it was dead. They were using Chamber even though that agent's gone as well. So ultimately, it seems like C9 are looking pretty good.
It really does, and now we move on to their map pick as well. Just another win condition that seems to be ticked. Up next is Pearl. For now, though, we're back to the analyst desk.
Wow.
헤드샷. 맞아요, 48.4. pressure. Go harder, I feel righteous. It's like armor, cause I'm done with the devil in Prada. See my design, climbing heavens at the night, shining light.
Learning English. I'm Hugo.
And I'm Sam.
In the program today, we hear from expert Samantha Bradshaw, the dangers of fake news. 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 Dangers of fake news.
Cloud9, they came to play. They take an early lead in this best of 3 against PaperX on Lotus. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm joined by Achilleos and Mimi once again on the desk. You know, you guys were a little bit disappointed with the Lotus we saw earlier today. What did you make of that one?
I was really happy about this one. I think both teams came out with some really, really interesting ideas. We got a chamber mirror matchup, which I didn't think we were going to see in 2023 at all. But I think that both decisions by these squads made a lot of sense. The game plans were both sound, but the adaptation on the fly from Cloud9 was just better.
Clearly, Chamber is still king, because both of the MVPs on either side are the Chamber
Guess
players
so.
now. They both played incredibly well, at least for, the first half there for Forsaken. Things got a little bit wishy-washy, and Ye, he was just climbing the board steadily. Really solid performance out of him. You can nerf the Chamber, but you can't nerf Ye at the end of the day.
Yeah, you absolutely cannot. And to kind of contrast these two team styles, I think that the kind of biggest example of it was how they approach that A-long control. For Cloud9, it was always fighting forward with a Neon, with a Flash, whereas for the side of PaperX here, they had a couple different ideas. In this one, you see Benkai boosting up on his wall, the kill here, and then leaving it. But what's great from C9 is they take that opportunity to just wait until the wall fades, walk through it together, and then make this really deep play into spawn. It's been a while since we have seen Vanity on an international stage, but this guy is still an excellent IGL at identifying gaps and calling his team to take those.
Yeah, it seemed like PaperX was still trying to come up with new ideas, catch them off guard, but C9 just constantly had the correct read. That initial little tic-tac wall coming through, Benkai was trying to invent some new stuff and show off some new things, but it just seems like C9, especially at the half, had basically already downloaded the playbook from PaperX, and they weren't really caught off guard at any other moment throughout.
Yeah, and I love the pace that Cloud9 took in that second half. They actually played things surprisingly slowly. We're just trying to work those gaps. Like you're saying, no Sentinel, and there's a lot of opportunities for Cloud9 to get in and find that opening where PRX isn't really expecting it.
Yeah, no, they're not. And I think even Mitch mentioned it in the cast, like, it was very noticeable when Chamber, even though it was being good without the Cypher, without the Killjoy, I think there was a bit of an opening there, but hopefully they've learned from it and we're going to see something else the next time they play Lotus. But before we head into the next map, it's time for the Aim Lab shoot-around. Here is El Diablo, Ye in there, clicking the balls. He's at head this time, but
he's always got to show off with the small ones.
I know, and honestly, we have such high hopes for Ye, but time and time again, Achilles, he is that player that just comes in and fulfills all of the expectations.
Yeah, I mean, again, we get to that half, it's like, okay, Ye's looking decent. He's losing and whiffing a couple of these shots that we normally see him hit with a lot of consistency. And then by the time we get to the end of this map, it's just like, okay, yeah, he's still on top. He is still dominant. He just needed a little bit of a warm-up there, and then he just took the reins.
Yeah, and I hadn't really expected it heading into this matchup to see the chamber, but thinking about it after watching that match, it makes so much sense. On the defensive side, there's so many places where you can still get that early peak, get that early value, and you see, I mean, Ye is just comfortable on it. Nerf or not, he still is able to kind of put together those right TPs to find his opportunity and absolutely frag out as he always does.
And also, he said in that press conference, I am just so sick of playing chamber.
Jay's like, I'm finally out of jail.
I'm out of the chamber, they'll get me off it, I get to play something fun, and then right back into the chamber here. But we're going to move on to Pearl next, of course, for map 2. All I'm going to say is, my body is very, very, very much ready for the Paper X Phoenix. They played this map before, and they ran the double duelist Mimi, and Forsaken looked great on that Phoenix.
Both these teams were cooking some craziness on Pearl. Last time, and the only time we saw this version of C9 play, Ye was on Yoru, and did not look particularly good.
Yeah, that one, you know, I'm all about Ye on non-chamber picks with the Yoru. I think that we can kind of skip over that one when it comes down to it. We'll have to just wait and see what they do have cooked up for us, though. But from the side of Paper X, you can expect that it's likely going to be crazy. I'm right there with you, so I'm hoping for that double duelist.
Yeah, and on the side of C9, I imagine they have reinvented their composition heading into this one. And my question is, who is going to be playing that dive role? Will it be another Celsius Neon map? What will Ye play in that case? Or do we maybe get the Jet? There's a lot of questions here for C9.
Well, let's have a look. We're into the Prime Gaming Agent select here, and it's a tiny bit of a spoiler over here, but by the looks of it, Ye is going to play Sage, and Celsius is going to take Phoenix.
Okay, so this is an interesting one. You get Ye on the Sage. There's a lot of opportunity to op on that role, and the wall can be valuable, especially to get that plant down or for retakes on B long. The Phoenix, though, that's where my questions land.
Yeah, this is not exactly what I had anticipated, but I mean, a bit of a curveball. The pun's literally not intended. Coming through here as they pick up the Phoenix. I was actually very curious as to whether or not PRX was going to be running that raise again, because they have that Sage. You can get that boost, get that peek over into B long, but not to be.
Yeah, we'll have to see if he has the hot hands. Maybe they'll blaze a trail with some new composition here.
Oh Mimi, I love it. I love it. The comp from Paper X is a little bit too normal for me, Tomovic. I'm a little bit worried. I don't know what to expect here. What do you guys think?
I'm not sure, Tom. Where are you going with this one? Certainly not the comps I was expecting rolling into today.
The thing is, I don't mind the Phoenix. I feel like it's got similar feel to when you see it on Haven. Like, because of that mid-control, you can sort of gather up. You got the doors.
Repeating everything I tell you when I pick it in ranked, aren't you?
No.
Except you tell me it's a silly idea every time.
Do you know what the difference is?
No, I don't want to hear it.
Celsius is good at the game.
He's all right, okay? I've done some aim fracks myself. I've been on aim left. I know what's up. It's all good. Don't worry. I'd say his aim's probably a little bit better than me, though. So we'll expect.
You're very good at flashing people. Just the ones on your team.
That is good. Yeah, it's just the wrong team that I'm hitting, unfortunately. You know, the thing is for me, I love the Phoenix here, though, seriously, because of the amount of those close corners to get those flashes around, the amount of times you're going to be able to use the utility on the way into sights, block sightlines, flash out of it, and do some serious damage. And then, add to that, you've got Zeppa, who's already, we saw in the previous map, on fire when it comes to getting them that space through smokes.
Getting into B as well, you're going to have the ability to sort of flash through your own utility and take those fights. You could even do the same using the abundance of different walls you have as well with Vanity's utility. But already, underway we go, straight back in with our second map of Paper X versus Cloud9. And it is an aggressive start once again for Paper X. They are already taking full A control. Vanity has the spike. He needs to get out of here.
Yeah, Forsaken and Jing, they spot the contact and they run right back, conceding the control, and maybe grabbing the orb on the way out of there. And they might intend to after.
Look at where all of the utility is for Benkai. It's basically just trying to stop them taking that back of sight. The second the turret takes contact, they don't really have anywhere else to go. So he just wants to make sure it's easier to try and retake it from there. And the second they try and move, they're forced into the open. A kill for free, but they don't manage to win the rest of the fights.
Yeah, look, a great setup, great execution on it, but the return was there immediately. The heal going back up, and well, bar 30 HP on Vanity. This is a huge advantage to play with, and he's going to be just snuck up close on the wall, playing with his team. Now, right behind's being spotted. The turret At least managing to find Divide. They know there's at least one, now spotting both. That's 2 out of 3. They'll focus a lot on taking, well, I thought maybe behind on fighting, but instead they look forward. They look to take Jing. This is going to leave them in a bit of an awkward position. Good old Leaf is alone, and he doesn't give a damn. 3 kills, damage done, Mind Freak on 30. Round should be over. Getting this defuse, near impossible. That nano not going to be in play, but just one bullet, and it was bound to find its mark. Another pistol to start off the map, going to C9.
Yeah, I think Jing may have accidentally screwed himself there. He tried to basically trap them in so that they couldn't rotate back around and fight him, but not realizing that the Sage Wall on the other side had him trapped in. So he basically just had to peek straight into a headshot angle, and it made it very, very easy for them to pick him off. Then the remaining players could just all watch towards long.
Those 2 of those kills were just obscene. He spammed a smoke and killed someone, and then a pixel. I don't even know that he could see him. Okay, well, you know, fair play. That's one way to kick things off, Leaf. You know, over on Paper Rex, we saw a very close start to the map, but they really, really tapered off at the end. We can't have that happening this time around. It's their opponent's map pick. And on the defense, you know, there's a lot of complications here. I know that you're going to be playing retake a lot with the comp you're up against. That Phoenix wall in particular can be so valuable for just getting you into elbow, denying all of that space, and it's exactly what you see them do. Pop the wall, you're now in elbow, and when this goes down, they're actually stood there waiting. Very smart not to push the elbow up against the pistols, and they get the reward here, 4v2.
Yeah, a couple of low players. Actually, Jing's going to get one with the right click. A nice shot, but they'll manage to retrieve most of the weaponry anyway. They had some low buys on the majority of players and just a couple of rifles to bring through. So not the end of the world for C9, but still a little bit of damage for Paper X.
For a second, I thought I was sort of on the same wavelength as Zelsis. He's like 20 HP, he has a flash, and I thought he's going to flash and Zep is going to push with the Stinger, right? That kind of makes sense. But he pushed. He went first, got classicked, and then the Stinger followed. They did get the trade, which is what you want at the end of the day, but he knew he was going down for the trouble.
They're going all in. They have actually just purchased up around this to make sure they have that 4x into this round. Still with a little bit of extra cash in the bank. Benkai's already gone.
Oldorp, there it is.
He was expecting that he would have maybe an easier fight because of the weaponry. Now you have yourself the run it back online as well.
And that's because Zelsis ran into elbow last round. If he flashed for his teammate, he wouldn't have that orb. He wouldn't have the ult. And now he can use that to take space. Although, they might need to take space in their own spawn looking at things. 3 players here, updraft, spots him, Leaf, still gets massive value. And Oh, you smart boy, Mind Freak, you absolute animal. He snuck past one, managed to completely evade the Phoenix, shut down a kill, and now he's trapped them. Gorgeous round, what a recovery. Zeppa has to do it all. The flash there, Seeker's online, but he's got a good idea where Jing is. Waits a moment, pops in, and he's got to win this fight.
Oh, he tries to go for the wall, tries to get something out of it, but instead it's going to be the Red Bull clutch coming through from Zeppa. I believe he's still yet to die. Just having a fantastic start to this map, 7-0, and a real back and forth round, Mitch. That could have gone either way.
It really could have, but again, Zeppa, the difference maker. You know, we saw Leaf having a good start to it. A Mind Freak, what a good attempt. You really can't take that away from him. The plant position was perfect. The Phoenix luckily was far enough back to not get caught.
That's got to be frustrating for Jing as well. He gets the wall down, maybe he can get it to half before actually having to take a fight, and instead, it's just going to be that one player remaining. But that's enough. Still a purchase on the side of C9. It's not the greatest in the world, but when you look at what's on the other side, I don't think you're going to mind too much.
I got to say, the watch parties for each team, man, you can see the regions coming out to support them. Crazy hours. We've had a bunch of teams, 6, 7, 8 a.m., and it's packed out. The energy's high. You'd love to see it. Right here, though, the Paper X scene. We saw they were disappointed. We saw the same from Alex. A bad reaction from the coach as they now force themselves down to an eco, just a few pistols, a Marshall. And really in these rounds, you're relying on catching them on the way into the site. The post plant is much harder to deal with.
Almost acting as a turret from above. Ye is just going to mow them down as they attempt to enter the site. Not a single frag being found. And, well, Benkai's flank is much to be desired. Ye has definitely realized that this is possible. A nice shot. The IGL still got it. Can he get anything more? Yes, he can. Nice.
Well done.
Couple of kills coming through. Again, a bit of cost, and bear in mind the economy isn't great for C9, so anything being removed is going to help in the future. but they now need to win a round. Bladestorm online for Forsaken, but he's getting that operator to go alongside it, and they do have the full rifles this time.
This is the opportunity for sure. Ulti's there to back them up. Maybe a safety net that they can fall back on. You know, I said the post plant, but then they ended up actually killing 4 people before planting, just constantly attempting it and then getting another duel offered up, baiting them into the fights, shutting them down, and just the control we're seeing from C9 right now is hard to imagine them giving an easy round away. This is one that PaperX will have to fight hard for right away. You've got a smoke and a flash from Zelsis. That was a close shot, but Forsaken returns one of his own.
Yeah, this is what we wanted to see. Operator in hand. A chance now to take those brawls onto B long. Has a little bit of support. In fact, I'm looking, yeah, the utilities in behind them. Maybe expecting them to try and get that little bit more aggressive.
I mean, this kind of sucks from the perspective of PaperX. They played retake on B so much, and for the last 20 seconds, they've had 3 players over there with 1 on the double doors. This is the round that they're kind of relying on fighting them on the way through and punishing a little bit more, having that 5v4, but instead, the team looked to make it towards A, so as C9 moved towards A, it was maybe going to be bad with just 1 player there. But PaperX now seem to be shifting yet again, playing the retake on B finally. And then C9, as if they can look across the stage at their monitors, have gone back to B. They've played this round with such patience, and PaperX have almost just outthought themselves.
Yeah, the lockdown in play, it almost seems like this utility is just a plan to try and stop them pushing to get rid of it. They're not going to be able to do anything against it. Any attempt to push up is not going to do a single thing, and that will be held. Rez will bring back Zephyr, so they're just going to hold in that backline. And now the full force of PaperX has made it into position, but there is that wraparound. However, that info will be had.
Oh, he is on the way so quickly. The distraction here from Zelsis could be huge. He's just going to be popping the flash through, keeping these players on their toes. There it is, the swing, the kill. But all the while, they're just waiting for this flank to be completed. Oh, they're watching it! PaperX ready for everything! Their spidey senses started to tingle, and that'll get around on the board.
Yeah, that util setup, I will say from Benkai is one. I've just been staring at it the entire round. It's either an attempt to stop them going back down the stairs with the alarm bots at the bottom, so I can only assume it's an attempt to stop them breaking the lockdown. So the whole plan was to attempt to try and retake on B while having to stack up on the other side of the map. But even still, that is a lot of utility committed just for that one purpose.
It is, and it's, you know, the first round we see on the boards is not necessarily going to be something we certainly expect to repeat itself. There you go. Those people certainly want that to be the case.
It's like 7 a.m. now.
It is, yeah, it's ridiculous.
Like, all of those guys just ready to watch their team play. Zelsis is a little bit stuck. They're going to have heard him within the slow. The combination, nice to force them back, and again, that space going to be taken. Prowler will get the information that they're no longer there, but on the other side of the map, Forsaken has just walked up, taken complete control.
That's an interesting angle. He's, I don't want to call that holding, preparing to swing on out. This is, of course, waiting for a flash to come around from the sky so he could avoid being seen by it even, and then catch the kill. But eventually he'll fall back, play the long angle on B.
Oh.
The A side might need help.
The thing is, though, trade back, turn things into a 4 versus 4. Benkai is still hiding close with the judge, but instead they're going to pressure onto Jing, waiting patiently. First one goes his way. He's going to go back for more. Maybe a bit of an overface. Gives a chance again in this round. Benkai tries something crazy. They're taking damage, but every peek just hands Leaf a kill. And well, Devi, there's a couple of low players, but he is nowhere near the action. Maybe a little bit of hesitation here from C9. Which direction do they go?
I think Leaf is trying to fake the steps over for Devi, so he hears him running and thinks, oh yeah, that's probably the straggler. That's the last guy going over to the other side of the map. They're going to plant on B, and in fact, they're waiting, baiting, and catching another round, an immediate response to what now looks to be a flash in the pan for PaperX. They're going to call a timeout to try and solve these issues. And again, very good time for it, because right now, it's starting to feel like second half of map 1.
Yeah, no, they are getting
Look
bodied.
at that nod, that confidence from MCE. He knows that his team they can't put a foot wrong.
That's the thing at the moment. You look at the upgrades that were made for C9. You're talking about Ye, the best player in the world. You're talking about Zels as someone who has fit so many roles for the different teams he's been in. Fantastic individually. Right now, it's the old core. Leaf and Zappa are just on fire. 10-4, 10-2. Leaf has had a round where he basically just stopped every single piece of aggression. He was pushed by an initial face, a judge, and then an operator. Took all 3 heads off and then faked out the rotation to give his teammates that space. It's difficult to play against PaperX because they're so off the cuff. They're insane sometimes, but they seem to be reading them perfectly.
That's the thing, PaperX, so often we have seen teams that just cannot deal with the pace they bring to the table. They come out swinging, they catch you off guard, and they make some crazy adaptations. But here, it looks like Cloud9 are just one step ahead.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what to say. Their defense looked incredible. Coming into this map, their attack is near flawless, bar the one round, which was, you know, populated by a lot of ultimates out of the side of PaperX. And now again, we come into this round, an important one for PaperX where they're putting their economy on the line. But take a look, they're still coming in with, I mean, what's happening here for Ben and Devi? And add to that, C9 have a run it back. They also have a lockdown, and they're very close to having Seekers.
Oh, this is so aggressive. This is straight push through. It's just going to be the 1-for-1 trade, and the thing is, they do have a res. The problem is, this space is not being given up. In fact, Zelsis is going to push to try and take more of it. The slow is going to stop him. The wall will do even more. He's not going to be able to get anything with the amount of time that was left.
It was close, though. He almost got a bullet off. If that slow goes down, 0.2 of a second later, I reckon he gets a kill out of that. But in the end, okay, he's reset. And that early space is sort of denied. It's slowed down for sure. Problem is that kill they got was one of the rifles. Bankai and Devi are at a huge disadvantage in any fight they take.
Are they going to go around behind them? Maybe expecting them to eventually take this A site. The only way they could get that res is to go around the back. Now the lockdown's going to deny them much of a chance for any heroics. Not really in a place where they can just run back into the site and opt to fight them. And C9 playing this one desperately safe, making sure there's no shenanigans here. It's a bait, though. Or is it? It looked like a bait. The spike was going in the other direction. C9 have now just got that control for free and sort of realizing, okay, we could fake this out. We could try and go into the setup of Bankai, but it just isn't worth it anymore. And with the wraparound catching Mind Freak, A-site is open for business.
So many teams would have walked into that trap. They would have given Ben something, at least the information. He was solo holding the B site. You got to give props to him. He's coming into this round with a shorty so that he can just sit in a corner on B, have his utility play contact, and let his team try to work that A control. Ambitious, a good idea. That's why we saw that hyper-aggressive start to make up for the weakness on B. But again, it's just met by this fantastic adaptation from C9. They are so quick on their toes. And it seems like they're always making the right call, even in that round where they went B at the start, then they went A. And then, when those players are stacked up on A with whatever little hints they're getting, they went back to B and walked onto the site for free. It's consistent beyond belief.
Oh, Bankai. Not really much to save in this scenario, unless he's going to be able to find a gun, so just going to run into the spike, at least get the extra credits. The problem is, that's really where they're vulnerable again. This wasn't an eco. This wasn't them saving. There wasn't them attempting to get a purchase for the next round. That was a full investment. And C9 made it look like an eco. They really didn't struggle with that at all.
And I'm not going to fault the investment. Again, this is the kind of round that we know PaperX for. You come in and assume they'll play low buy. They drop over 2 weapons. They're playing weak on 2 guys, one of which is just going to be support running up anyway, so he doesn't need it, and the other is solo B, just playing off his utility. So I love the approach. The ideas are fantastic, but C9 are ready every time. And these risks not paying off. Now we're left to pistols again. Somehow this will be the round PaperX end up taking. Hello! Bankai just ran up beside them, but shy of any impact. The flash did catch him, it's worth saying.
Yeah, the trade's effective once again for C9. Moving as a unit versus this weaker purchase. They will have spotted that on the scoreboard. Operator in play for Ye as he looks to lead the charge. I won't lie, he hasn't had the most to do so far in this game, and, well...
He was ready.
Okay. Completely executed. I think the updraft hurt by Ye, the only angle he could possibly be in. 7-1 right now in favor of Cloud9. There needs to be a response, and it has to be right now.
Not the scoreline PaperX wanted to field here in Brazil, and what a way it would be to go out of this tournament, a team that we know for making deep runs. As I said in the past, both of these rosters lost out to Team Liquid. We saw actually very recently, the start of this map, I believe, we threw up a statistic, and if I'm not mistaken, it was 763 days, might have been the previous map actually, was the Core 4 had their first official of this Paper X squad. They have been together 763 days, only ever swapping out one player at a time, making the best roster decisions we've seen in the scene, or at least top 5 for sure.
Aggressive. Oh, the flash is perfect, but he just about manages to dash away. Zeus has done so well to just deny any space being taken. The amount of times that he has just pushed Paper X all the way back, and this composition, well, it should work for them sitting back with the amount of utility they have, but it hasn't. A missed shot for Forsaken, he's out of there. Now it's left onto Mindfreak. He has to be that anchor, and he gets absolutely nothing as well. The rotation coming through from Divide, but it's one and done. Another easy take for Cloud9 as they are destroying this Paper X side, destroying one of the hopes of Pacific. The Modjing, yeah, he's got a res, but he needs a few kills before he can get anywhere near a teammate.
Yeah, he's got to be picking them off. Even if there was a teammate right in front of him, you're not doing it in this 1v4, but 2v4 as it would be if the res was free. In the end, I think the call is save it, and you're walking right. Well, he's actually able to walk right past that wall, so it's not too bad. But yeah, this time's just gone way too much. Saving the weapon now seems to be the main challenge, and they know where he is. They might want to deny it, and with Ye holding the angle, he was never getting out of there. 8-1. The lead extends further in Cloud9's favor. We were sat at 4-3. Hell, we went into round 16, 8-7. And here we are. I feel like Paper X have gone missing ever since then, and there's no sign of them coming back just yet.
No, it does just seem that C9 have got this on lock. There has been little to no response. As said, the only round they won was utilizing a lockdown and having a sort of a cheeky setup to try and catch players rotating in behind. Other than that, well, every single push we've seen from them, those deep takes even with 3-4 players, most of the time has resulted in a single kill. That's all they've really managed to get. Other than that, it has been squeaky clean for Cloud9. They are looking like that super team that we sort of expected when this roster was formed, but coming into the tournament this early and looking this good, that is terrifying.
It's not just the fact that they're winning. It's not just the score against the team that they're against. It's how they're doing it.
Yeah.
It's just so meticulous. There's no gaps. Even when you had that little updraft play, obviously, yeah, you expect him on top of the wall. You heard him updrafting, but it's just like you get yourself in these weird little positions. You think, oh, I've got a good shot. Bang. Every time there's a response. Okay, let's see if Paper X can get in there with the weak weapons on long range and a collateral kill later. We know that the answer is a resounding no. 9 looking to be on the board. It would be a... Well, let's not call it too early. That was a good shot with the gap in the smoke.
He's dead. These lurks as well. We've seen Vanity and Leaf pretty much trade places throughout rounds to get in behind them. And that was a 4-man stack.
30 seconds left.
And they eliminate the first few with utter ease, barely breaking a sweat. It might be warm in Brazil, but C9 are cool as a cucumber. Mindfreak, no hope. Leaf is just hitting every single shot. 9-1. This is not the way I thought this map was going to go. I was expecting another back and forth display, but right now, C9 are just better.
The last 20 rounds that we've seen have proven that, Tom. I mean, oh, look at it. Little flick, there you go. He's too good. And the fact that they line up and check it, you know, they heard contact early. They were being challenged for the map control. You sit there with a 4-man stack, eventually you have to peek at them with weaker weapons, of course.
I want to say, if Paper X don't win this round with 5 ults, we just call it. We
Tom,
call it.
It's 9-1. That's not that ambitious of a call.
They've got to at least get a round. They've got to get something.
Well,
make it the curse.
Exactly.
Then maybe there's some hope. That's all we've got.
I didn't smell any sage burning when I walked in the building today. I put Golden Boy in charge, and he's let us down. So the curse might be live, but Paper X need to get there. And that's a whole nother story. Zelsis immediately running it down. You can deafen him, but let's see you deal with them. Past the slow already. Molly in, wall up. They're going into heaven. They're going into their own spawn, taking the fight right to Paper X. And they'll get a kill for their trouble before planting and leaving it for the retake. It just,
it's obscure. 3 players coming back through mid. They're going to aggress forward as well and manage to find another, giving them the advantage once again. Lockdown put into play on either side, but they can just push into the spawn, and another he's managed to do so much. It's left on Forsaken. He's going to get caught by the ultimate as well. And sure, the same will happen to Vanity on the other side, but it doesn't matter. They had 5 ults. They managed to force players into some awkward fights. It meant nothing. It meant absolutely nothing. 10-1. This is devastating for Paper.
อีกไหมครับโอเปอเรเตอร์เยยิงครั้งเดียวได้2 คนอีกแล้วครับผมซ้อนกันมายังไงครับไม่แน่ใจ
ขอภาพช้ามีไหมคะ
อันนี้
นี่ไง
นี่ไงมาอีกแล้ว
นี่ไงดูว่าช็อต
นี่
ไงเขาเรียกว่าแขนคลอสกันแบบคล้องแขนกันอยู่
โอ้โห
สะใจเลยตรงนี้
เราได้แบบนี้2 ราวติดนี่เสียหายหนักมากครับราวสุดท้ายก่อนสลับฝั่งราวที่12ตอนนี้เป็นเบรกซื้อกันมาได้แค่นี้แล้วแหละ
ใช่ค่ะแต่อันนี้เท่ากับว่าเขาตั้งใจสต็อปให้เราดูนะเพราะ2 รอบไงแบบพี่เยอยากให้รู้ก็จริงๆทีมงานตั้งใจนะ10-1แล้วค่ะต้องดูว่าจะจบครึ่งแรกยังไง
ครับ
เล่นช้าลงมากรอบนี้มีแกดเจ็ตมาทิ้งที่บีแต่ยังมีเป็นมาเชลค่ะของเป็นใครกดไว้อยู่แล้วเบรดซองโอโฟไซเคนช็อตนี้คมเหมือนกันค่ะเก็บวานิตี้ไปได้
นี่ครับดาวัยครับแรงฮึบมาครับตัดลิฟไปอีก1ครับแต่ไม่แน่ใจว่าสายเกินไปหรือเปล่าครับ10-2มันเยอะมากๆครับผมมาครับเซลซิสครับเบรสมาเข้าไซด์ได้แต่ฮอไม่เคลียร์ครับเจ้าจริงยังอยู่นี่แหละครับอาจจะเป็นไม้ตายของเปเปอร์เอ็กซ์จริงจะกู้สถานการณ์ได้ไหมได้มาอีกสัก1 ราวก็ดี
แล้วทามมิ่งลงสตาร์พอดีแล้วคอสมิกดีวายจะต้องรีเทค5-3แต่ว่าช็อตนี้ของเซป้าได้1แต่เดียวไว้ดาไวเก็บเซป้าไปได้เหลือ2 คนสุดท้าย
โอ้แล้วเป็นการโพสต์แพนแบบขึ้นไปบนดัฟเตอร์นะบนทาวเวอร์ไซบี
แล้วจริงค่ะชุบเป็นไทยขึ้นมาแล้วเซลซิสตรงนี้แอบเนียนอยู่เล่นหลังสโมกแล้วสุดท้ายเหลือคนสุดท้ายก็เซลซิสไม่ไหวเป็นจริงเก็บเซลซิสไปได้
ครับผมจบครึ่งแรกไปด้วยสกอร์แบบ10-2ครับผมเป็นบริกันได้แค่2 ราวเท่านั้นขาดอยู่เหมือนกันครับถือว่างานช้างแล้วแหละครับเพราะเสียไปแล้วแมป1ถ้าแมปนี้เสียอีกก็บายบาย GG
WP
ใช่ครับผมก่อนที่เราจะไปดูครึ่งหลังกันต่อเดี๋ยวเราไปพักกันสักครู่นะครับ
我自己都不确定那个能不能够跳。
มาครับราวที่13ครับมาต่อกันโอ้ท่าไม่ดีเท่าไหร่เนอะ
ใช่ค่ะตอนนี้เนี่ยสกอร์ถือว่าห่างมากๆโอกาสของเปเปอร์เรสก็คือต้องได้ปืนพกก่อนแล้วไปวัดกันอีก2 วินที่เหลือแต่ตอนนี้คาวนานี่คือออนไฟจะจัดเลยแล้วมาเล่นกันที่ B ค่ะ ถือว่าเลือกไซส์ก็ดูดีอยู่นะ ในไซส์ B มีคนเดียวแต่ต้องดูการโรเตทนี่ไงโรเตทอย่างไวเลยค่ะคาวนายมีเซตสตาร์กันไว้แล้วไหลมาตรงนี้ฟอร์ไซเคนนำมาแล้วอัพดับเทวินเข้ามาแบบนี้ระยะไกลเรียบร้อยโอ้ยจิตสัมผัสเขาเก็บเยไปได้ด้วยช็อตตี้แล้วเข้ามาในไซส์แบบนี้ได้วางสไปค์
ใช่ครับเกนครับได้อีกสกิลไว้แล้วมาอีกเก็บเซป้าอีกคนครับโอ้โหช็อตตี้ให้คนนั้นแล้วจริงเก็บวานิตี้อย่างนี้ดูดีสำหรับเปเปอร์เอ็กซ์ดันไปเซลซิตได้1แต่ว่าคนรีบก็ได้1กลายเป็น2 ต่อ 3ห่างแค่คนเดียว
ตอนแรกเหมือนจะดูดีแต่ว่าโอเคเหลือลิฟคนเดียวแล้วเรียบร้อยหรือยังตรงนี้ยังไปกันต่อนะลิฟ
แม่น้องลิฟฟันธงเลยนะครับยังครับยังรอดอยู่ครับลิฟแต่ว่าตอนนี้ยากนิดนึง
prediction ไงแล้วลิฟเหลือคนสุดท้ายแต่ต้องเคลียร์ให้ได้ก่อนเพราะเขาเล่นกันที่บีลองแล้วแบบนี้เป็นเบนใครค่ะเฮดช็อตเก็บลิฟไปได้มาแล้วค่ะวินปืนพกค่ะ3 ต่อ 10แม่อ่านเกมล่วงหน้าไปหน่อยขออภัย
เปิดมาถือว่าก็ยังห่างอยู่7ราวครับแต่ก็ไม่ใช่ถึงกับเป็นไปไม่ได้นะสำหรับเปเปอร์เอ็กซ์นะขอแค่บุกให้ดุดันเสียให้น้อยที่สุดครับเสียได้น้อยมากเพราะตอนนี้เขาขึ้น10แล้วครับอีก2ราวเขาจะขึ้นแมตช์พอยต์แล้ว
ใช่ค่ะแล้วฟอร์ไซเคนเนี่ยก็ถือว่าดีนะคือตัดสินใจแบบเล่นไวเลยแล้วตัดได้ถึง2ด้วยช็อตตี้เลยทีเดียว
ใช่ครับมาดูครับผมว่าดาว24จะเป็นยังไงครับผมน่าจะซื้อกันมาพอได้มาฮะ
มาเล่นที่บีลองกันเหมือนเดิมแต่รอบนี้โอ้โหเขาสแต็กกัน B 4 คนทิ้งตรงกลางเอาไว้แต่ว่าสกายค่ะถอยกลับมาเล่นด้วยแล้วแบบนี้เยมีมาร์ชาลเห็นแล้วที่หน้าบีลองแจ้งข่าวเพื่อนแล้วยังฝืนเข้าต่อเพราะว่ายังไม่รู้ว่าเขาเล่นกันถึง5 คนเลยค่ะแล้วจริงเก็บเยไปได้แล้วยังหาอยู่มีสโมกปิดวันอัพดับมาเห็นชั้น2วานิตี้เมื่อกี้ได้ยินว่าอัพดับแต่ยังถอยกลับไป
ใช่ครับ
รู้แล้วค่ะว่าแบบนี้เยอะ
โรเตทหนีทันทีครับผมจริงๆกลางเนี่ยก็เล่นคล้ายๆกันคือเป็นใครคอนโทรลมิดอยู่เหมือนกันแล้วโล่งครับอย่างนี้วิ่งสุดเหมือนกันนะไมล์ฟิกเหมือนพอจะรู้วิ่งสุดใส่สุดไปไซส์ A ครับเข้าอาร์ตไปแล้วครับกำลังจะไปฮะ
ค่ะ
เรียบร้อยครับอย่างนี้น่าจะได้วาง A
ถือว่าตัดสินใจดีนะไม่ฝืนเพราะว่าตอนจังหวะที่อัพดาไปแล้วเห็นข่าวเนี่ยน่าจะเห็นในแมปแล้วเลือกที่จะมาวางสไปที่ A ค่ะได้วางสไปค่ะดูการรีเทคของคลาวนาย
ครับก็ยากหน่อยแหละเพราะว่าเรานี้ไม่ได้ฟอร์สมาด้วยนะสำหรับคาวนายปืนมีมาแชลแต่ว่าจริงๆเนี่ยบอกว่ายากก็ไม่ถูกซะทีเดียวผมแค่เจอไหมแล้วนี่ไงไม่อยู่ที่เพราะว่าอะไรรู้ไหมเพราะว่าแมปที่แล้วเนี่ยเห็นทิฟตี้กันไปเยอะมาก
จริงโอ้โหฟอร์ไซเคนค่ะมีให้เห็นเหมือนกันค่ะลิฟได้ปืนมาแล้วด้วยแต่ว่าเลือดเหลือ30 HP เพื่อนเนี่ยเข้ามาจากทางดีเฟนเดอร์กันหมดต้องดูว่าจะช่วยกันยิงได้หรือเปล่าแล้วเซฟปืนค่ะลิฟเอาไปเล่นตาหน้าดีกว่า
ใช่ครับลิฟนี่ก็อุ้ยน้องวานิตี้ตัดจริงไปตรงนั้นคือทะลุมาทางฟลาวเวอร์ครับ
แล้วดาวไวค่ะเก็บลิฟไปได้ไม่ให้เซฟบูลด็อกแล้วต้องเข้ามาตายในสไปค์
ใช่ครับนี่ไล่มาทีละนิดครับ4 ต่อ 10ห่างกันเหลือแค่6ราวครับต้องชนะทุกราวเลยอย่างนี้
ใช่ค่ะครึ่งทางแล้วเหมือนกันค่ะ Paper X โอกาสของเขาในการไปต่อยังพอมีแต่ว่าก็อย่างน้อยเนี่ยขอ10 จุดเท่ากันก่อนแล้วกันแล้วเดี๋ยวค่อยไปคิดกันหลังจากนั้นโอ้ช็อตนี้
โฟร์สเกนนะพลาดนะถือว่าพลาดเองครับแล้วเป็นชื่อของลีฟแล้วมันได้โอ้โหคมๆนะคมแคบ
ทริฟตี้ของคู่นี้ต้องระวังให้ดีเพราะแมปแรกก็มีทริฟตี้ให้เห็นเยอะเหมือนกันคลาวนายค่ะได้ฟูลบายแต่มี3 เกราะเบา
ครับ
ค่อยๆเล่นค่ะค่อยๆย่องมาแต่อุ้ยจะมาเล่นไซส์ B แต่ B เนี่ยแกเจ็ตแน่นๆเลยค่ะลิฟมีขาเบอร์ปิดมุมไว้ก่อนมาเล่นที่หน้า B แรมค่อยๆไหลมามีจัดด้วยค่ะฟอร์ไซเคน
โอ้โหมากับจัดอย่างนี้ต้องเล่นกับของให้ดีแหละครับผมเพราะต้องเอาระยะให้ได้แต่เคิร์ฟบอลที่รออยู่ที่ฮอของเซลซิสมีคลาวเบิร์สมาช่วยไว้พอดีครับเอาเลยครับแล้วพยายามจะไปเคลียร์แต่ลีฟเก็บฟอร์ไซเคนไป
แล้วเขาโดนจังหวะดึงขาไว้พอดีลีฟเก็บไม่ได้แล้วได้วางสไปค์ยังวางไม่ได้ยังติดนาโนสวอร์ม
นั่นน่ะสิวางได้ไหมที่มันแคบไปเกินน่าจะคุมหมดครับแล้วเซป้าตัดดาวไวไปแล้วจริงฝืนวางแล้ววางไม่ได้จริงๆด้วยครับผมกำแพงพังไปก่อน
โอ้โหวางไม่ได้อ่ะเหลือ2 คนสุดท้ายไมฟรีกับเบนไคขอ2 คนสุดท้ายแถมสไปค์ดรอปด้วยแล้วเขาได้แบบฟูลคอนโทรลในไซส์ B เลยเบนไคโอ้ตรงนี้ดูโชว์ขึ้นมาเนียนหยิบสไปค์ไปแต่เวลามันบังคับแล้วนะ30 วิยังไงก็ต้องเข้า B ค่ะ
ย้ายไปก็เสี่ยงเหมือนกันทำอะไรก็เสี่ยงไปหมดจังหวะนี้ครับไม่เป็นใจเลยเกินราวนี้ถ้าจะยากสำหรับ Paper X ครับ พอไม่เคลียร์แล้วเคลียร์เทเลตไปอย่างนี้โฉบยิงชัวร์เป็นใครได้1ลีฟกับเซลซิสปิดจ็อบเลยครับผม11-4ครับอีก1ราวครับคลาวนายกำลังจะขึ้นแมตช์พอยต์ครับ
โอ้ลีฟนี่คือการใช้บีอย่างอยู่หมัดเลยค่ะคือพอสเคนเนี่ยสวยแล้วนะคือจังหวะใช้จัดเนี่ยจะขึ้นไปเล่นชั้น2แต่ว่าเหมือนโดนไม่แน่ใจอาจจะเป็นกราวิตี้เวลหรือเปล่าเพราะทำให้แบบเข้าไปไม่ได้นี่เลยแล้วพอลงมาก็โดนยิงไปก่อนเลยค่ะพอสเคน
ครับโอ้แต่ถ้าคลาวนายชนะไปเบรสไปได้นะจะเป็น EMEA 2 ทีมแล้วที่ตกรอบแล้วจะเป็นแปซิฟิก2 ทีมด้วยนะแล้วกลายเป็นว่ามาตรฐานของอเมริกาเนี่ยจะอยู่สูงขึ้นไปอีก
ใช่ค่ะมายังไปกันต่อค่ะ4-11ยังได้ซื้ออยู่แต่ว่าฟอร์ไซเคนหาออกก่อนเพื่อที่จะเปิดเบรสตอมเก็บมาก่อนเลยค่ะแต่ว่าเลือกที่จะเล่น B แต่ B เนี่ยดาวไว้ค่ะเก็บวานิตี้ไปได้1แต่ยังเหลือลีฟคนนี้เลยที่การ B ไว้แบบขาดๆมีกระเจ็ดวางไว้อยู่ด้วยแล้วล็อกดาวน์ของคิวจอยฝั่งทางดีเฟนเดอร์ใช้มาเลย
ครับฟอร์ไซเคนเมื่อกี้ก็อัพดับ2 ทีหาเป้าครับมองไปดูครับว่า B เลี้ยงมีใครไหมแล้วเคอร์บอลมาเร็วเซลซิสเจอนิดนึงตลบหลังพิล่าได้แล้วลิฟตัดเป็นใครไปครับยังไงต่อจริงได้ลิฟมาเช่นกันดาวไวได้เย
แล้วเซปป้าค่ะเทรดขึ้นมาได้แต่ว่าเหลือ2-3แล้วจังหวะนี้ไมฟริกกับเซลซิสเหลือคนเดียวเซปป้าแล้วรู้แล้วว่าเซปป้าอยู่นี่รอไมฟริกแค่รอแล้วมีการดิ้งไลน์มาแล้วยิงทะลุเข้าไปแล้วเซปป้าเก็บไมฟริกไม่ได้แหมจังหวะโดนแฟลตพอดี
ครับ
วางวอลปิดไปเล
ยวอลปิดไปแล้วเป็นนี่ครับฟอร์ซเคนกับจริง2 คนครับต้องกันสไปไว้แล้วเซปป้าดันไปเก็บฟอร์ซเคนอีกคนจริงชุบเป็นใครมาช่วยจังหวะนี้ยังไงแล้วเซปป้าโอ้โหเป็นเอสนะ
What clean
เซปป้ามาจริงๆครับดุดันสุดๆแมตช์พอยต์เลยครับไม่นึกว่าจะเกิดขึ้นเพราะจริงกับฟอร์ซเคน2 คนเอาไม่อยู่ครับ
ใช่ค่ะคือเมื่อกี้เนี่ยชุบแล้วรีบจะวิ่งไปแล้วนะแต่คือแบบดูดีเพย์นี่โอ้รู้สึกว่าแอบตัดสินใจผิดพลาดคือเลือกที่จะไปชุบแล้วปล่อยให้ฟอร์ซเคนเล่นคนเดียวแล้วเซปป้าเขารู้อยู่แล้วว่าฟอร์ซเคนอยู่ฝั่งขวามือ
โอ้โห
การเรียงลำดับคือแบบทำได้ดีมากค่ะเซปป้าแล้วเป็นเอสแล้วแมตช์พอยต์อะคราวนาย
โอ้โหยอดเยี่ยมจริงๆครับทำได้ดีมากๆครับผมยากเลยทีนี้ครับเหนื่อยเลยครับเปเปอร์เอ็กซ์ครับผมจะกลับบ้านแล้วเหรอนี่คือเรื่องจริงเหรอเนี่ย
โอ้ตองขอไทม์เอาท์เลยค่ะเปเปอร์เอ็กซ์
ครับ
เป็นเอสที่แบบคลีนนะเล่นคนเดียวแล้วเป็นเอสที่ทำให้ได้แมตช์พอยต์ด้วยแล้วก็เป็นแมตช์ตัดสินด้วย
โอ้เป็นราวที่เปเปอร์เอ็กซ์ไม่ควรจะแพ้แต่เป็นคลาวนายขอไทม์เอาท์
เอาแบบเอาชัวร์เลยรอบนี้
คุยเพื่อปิดเกมทำเอาเพื่อให้จบไปครับ
ใช่ค่ะก็ตอนนี้ต้องบอกว่ารูปเกมของ Cloud9 เนี่ย 99.99 ถ้าเขาไม่ผิดพลาดเองแต่ตอนนี้กำลังใจสำคัญมากๆค่ะ Paper X ยังไงมันยังมีโอกาสแหละนะถึงต่อให้แต่เลข12ก็ตาม
ครับ
โอ้แต่ดูรอยยิ้มมาแล้ว Cloud9
ใช่ครับโอ้วินแรกครับต้องไม่ให้น้อยหน้า NRG นะที่ตอนนี้เข้ารอบไปก่อนไม่เชิงเข้ารอบหรอกก็คือชนะไป1 แมตช์ไปต่อเรื่อยๆทีละล็อกครับผมการแข่งขันครั้งนี้ครับ
ถูกต้องค่ะ
วงแหวนแห่งโชคชะตานะเพราะว่าเขาทำแบ็กเก็ตมาเป็นแบบว่าเหมือนวิวออฟฟอร์จูน
สายศึก12ราศี
ใช่ครับสายอัลฟาสายโอเมก้า
แล้วแบบ
ทำมาให้ดูแบบว่าอยู่ในหน้าเดียวได้
ถูกต้องแล้วก็เมคเซนส์ด้วยนะคือแบบมีโอกาสเจอกันหมดแล้วแต่ละโซนนี่คือไม่ซ้ำกันเลย
ครับเราทำเอากำลังจะจบลงครับคลาวนายขอแค่ราวเดียวส่วนเปเปอร์เอ็กซ์ครับเหนื่อยหน่อยครับต้องขอถึง8 วินด้วยกันโดยที่เสียไม่ได้แล้วครับผมนี่คือขอบเหวแล้วครับในการขันล็อกอินของเปเปอร์เอ็กซ์
ใช่ค่ะมาคลาวนายขอทำเอาเพื่อปิดเกมดูว่าจะปิดได้หรือเปล่าหรือจะเป็นเปเปอร์เอ็กซ์ที่ต่อลมหายใจไปต่อค่ะ
ใช่ครับโอ้แล้วเบงไคนี่ก็ต้องเล่นมาแชลเลยนะ2บูลด็อกครับ2วันดอลจริงนี่ไม่มีเกราะ
ค่ะมีไนท์โฟอยู่1นะดาวไวดูว่าจะเล่นยังไงเรามีสโมกมาพยายามมีสแปมไปดึงสตาร์กลับไปทิ้งสไปค์เอาไว้ก่อนค่ะแยกกันเล่น
ครับ
แต่ว่าดู
ออเปอเรเตอร์ด้วยครับผมเอลเดียโบรครับมาครับเย รอรับที่ B เลยครับถ้ามาจริงเนี่ยผมว่าได้แน่นอนน่ะสำหรับเยนะ
ค่ะ แต่ว่าสไปค์ค่ะไปเล่นตรงแถวมิดพลาซ่าค่อนข้างแยกเล่นเหมือนกันนะเปเปอร์เร็กซ์
ใช่ครับ
มันก็มีความแอบเสี่ยงนิดนึงถ้าสมมติโดนตัดไปได้แล้วจังหวะอย่างเงี้ยถ้าฟอร์สเคนมาเล่นคนเดียวแล้วโดนตัดแล้วยิ่งเป็นดูเอลิสด้วยการเข้าทำซ้ายอาจจะยากเหมือนกันแล้วนี่ไงแต่เป็นเยไปเก็บไมฟรีที่เป็นคอนโทรลเลอร์ไม่มีสโมคให้เล่นแล้วค่ะเอายังไงดีเปเปอร์เร็กซ์
โอ้โหประเด็นคือตัดบายฟิตที่ทะลุมาจากเม็ดด้วยครับเนี่ยครับยังคงรักษาฉายาปีศาจไว้ได้เหมือนเดิมครับเยครับยังเนี่ยฮะ โอ้โหไม่รู้จะไปยังไงต่อครับแล้วเสียสโมกหนึ่งเดียวด้วยครับ
ใช่ค่ะ แล้วกลับมารีกรุ๊ปกันอีกครั้งหนึ่งแล้วจ่ายไนท์ฟอร์มาแต่ไม่มีใครอยู่ในไซต์แบบนี้ได้เข้าวางอะแต่ว่าการรีเทคโอ้โหดีเฟนเดอร์5 คน
ครับ
รอดูค่ะจังหวะการรีเทคแล้วฟอร์สเกนได้ก่อนหนึ่งกลับมาอัพดาวขึ้นมาชั้น 2 แล้วเป็นรีเก็บฟอร์สเกนไปได้ต้องหันหลังให้พูดิเซลซิกเก็บดาวไวไปได้แล้วคลีนแล้วเหลือดาวไวเป็นใครคนสุดท้ายเป็นใครไม่ไหวก็เป็นวานิตี้เก็บเป็นใครไปได้13-4เป็นคราวนายที่ได้ไปต่อค่ะ
โอ้โหแล้วเรียบร้อย GG เลยครับ GG ครับ Good Game Well Play ครับมาเร็วไปเร็วครับนี่ถึงกับโบกมือบายบายเลยนะสำหรับ Vanity ครับน่าเสียดายสำหรับ Pepex ทีมจาก Pacific ต้องไปอีกทีมหนึ่งแล้วครับ
โอ้ตอนนี้กลายว่าเหลือความหวังเดียวนั่นก็คือฮารอน
เฮ้ยยังมีอีก
ยังมี
เพราะว่าโซนแปซิฟิกเนี่ยจริงๆเรานับ DX ไปด้วยใช่
ใช่
ลีเจียนเราแข่งเป็นลีเจียน
ขออภัย
ไม่ใช่โซน C นะครับก็คือทีมแปซิฟิกตอนนี้ไป2ทีมคือ Detonation กับ Pepex ยังเหลือทารอนเหลือเซต้าเหลือทาง DX โอ้ยมีอีกหลายทีมเลยเจนจีก็ยังอยู่ทีวันอะไรอย่างนี้
ค่ะแต่ก็ตอนนี้ต้องโบกมือบายบายค่ะ Paper X GGWP ค่ะเต็มที่แล้ว Paper X แต่กำลังใจกองเชียร์ก็แบบยังดีอยู่นะ
ใช่ครับยังมีแฟนๆต่างชาติครับไม่เป็นไรครับไปแก้ตัวเอาใหม่ตอนลีกตอนนี้ก็คืออะไรผิดพลาดไปเจออะไรที่รู้สึกว่ายังทำได้ไม่ดีพอไปแก้ไขมาเนอะตอนนี้มันคือแค่ Kick Off Season นะเป็น Pre Season เท่านั้นเอง
ใช่ค่ะโอ้แต่ก็แหมเปิดประเดิมมาเจอของแข็งอย่างคลาวนายเลยเหมือนกัน
ครับ
และนี่ค่ะคลาวนายค่ะได้ไปต่อ
โชว์พลังของทีมโซนอเมริกาไปนะ
โอ้เล่นได้ดีจริงๆนะทุกคนเลยวันนี้
ครับ
เนี่ยขอถ่ายรูปกันหน่อย
โอ้เป็นชุดเป็นแบบว่ากางเกงขาสั้นทุกคนเลยนะ
เท่นะเอาดีเรียบร้อยอ่ะก็หมดแล้วนะสำหรับวันนี้แต่ว่ายังไม่จบยังเหลือการวิเคราะห์แบบดีๆของทางพาเนล
ใช่ครับต้องบอกว่าน่าเสียดายเนอะ
ใช่เสียดายเหมือนกันแต่ก็ทำเต็มที่แล้วล่ะค่ะก็เรียบร้อยตอนนี้หมดหน้าที่ของพวกเรา2 คนแล้วนะคะถ้าผิดพลาดประการใดยังไงขออภัยด้วยนะตอนนี้ก็เป็นเวลากี่โมงแล้วเกือบ9 โมงแล้วอย่าลืมหาอะไรกินกันด้วยนะคะ
ใช่ครับ8 โมงเกือบ40ครับแต่ว่าเมื่อกี้อย่างที่น้องเอ้ยบอกครับเดี๋ยวเรายังมีพี่แพนเนลรอวิเคราะห์ให้พวกเราอยู่ครับก็วันนี้ครับผมพี่ทริปกับน้องเอ้ยนะขอตัวลาไปก่อนครับฝันดีได้ไหม
ฝันดีราตรีสวัสดิ์ค่ะแล้วก็ใครไปทำงานอรุณสวัสดิ์ค่ะ
ครับผมสวัสดีครับ
บ๊ายบาย